actual champion.
Get it?
It all comes down to this.
Okay, we get back.
I'm going to start the rifle.
From the makers of this trailer comes
Example of what? Bullshit!
Golden Boy, Walshy, BT Battle Bonanza 4, Endgame Extravaganza. Live at the Halo World Championship.
Hello? Still waiting. Finally, I've been here a year. Wait, you don't look like a friend. Hey, we tried to revive you, but it wouldn't work for some reason. Guys, run. Not on my watch, Jack.
Gotta run. You won't get me? Take this! Oh!
gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you and your meddling.
Not bad.
Yeah, but it's odd to base a whole episode on a post-credit scene from last season, right?
Totally. No idea how that got approved.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
And now the collapse can come through. Tricky leads the charge, gets the damage, and the rest will follow. Goodness! Chuck next to his body as well, and he hunts down the kill. Double kill, making it triple for that shot. Ay, Dios mío, he ends up getting 3 kills, 4 kills, and a triple kill from Stellar out of the throw. Oh, Fumble! Oh, Fumble!
Well, good morning, Seattle, and welcome to your Halo Championship Series. It is a beautiful day here, but it's even better inside the venue because we have an absolute celebration, of course, being the final one for Halo Infinite and the final day 2 coming into the championship bracket. All of the fans are excited to get things going as we have a crazy day of matches ahead of us. And as you can see, that main stage is looking glorious with that trophy right in the middle, reminding our players what is on the line. So much to play for this weekend, and as we come into day 2, I would love to welcome Clutch and Why Not onto the desk. My name is Lottie. I'll also be here all weekend long. Boys, my goodness, what a day 1 we had. It was unbelievable stuff. Clutch, upsets, things that we just could never have predicted. Teams are really pushing the limit here in Seattle, and rightfully so. A lot of pressure on the table, being the last one.
Yeah, you always want to see people step up and create upsets at a World Championship, especially the last HCS World Championship of Infinite. So I'm stoked that we got some of those upsets. This bracket now is out, and there's a lot of tough matchups in the start of the winners bracket, and then the elimination teams that are up there. Nobody falling into the elimination bracket early is going to want to see a lot of those teams that are already sitting there waiting.
Tony, you know, I got to say, there might not be many teams up there looking as good as you, but hopefully the gameplay might do them justice. How are you feeling heading into day 2 and really the flashiness that we're going to be seeing on our screens, because we know that the gameplay only gets better as we go through the weekend?
It really does, and like Wes really talked about, the matchups are going to be tough. You know, even our first one to open things up, Shopify and FaZe, I can't wait to get into that one. It's going to be really exciting.
Well, of course, day 1 brought us pool play, and unlike the usual going into World Championships, we have it all set. There's no open brackets. Our pools were done and finished yesterday. Here are the results for you. Couple of different things that were going on that you might not have predicted heading into it. We do have, of course, that pool D, Envy, that 3-way tie. We have pool C, Optic Gaming brought things to the table and finally got over that hump. And as you can see here in pool D, it's, you know, it was tough. So much going on, so many upsets, and really that was caused by Unreal Nightmare. That was really the pinnacle of this pool D, being so mixy. And Clutch, when you're looking at it, the fact that it shook out to some of our games here and basically the percentages of how much they had won, it's tough. They didn't manage to duke it out onto the top, but Envy, they got the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's got to be waking up feeling pretty good right now, knowing that finally the first seed coming out into bracket play, but not the way they wanted it to happen. They wanted to finally beat SSG. We've seen them go up against each other 3 times in the past 2 events, and they still fell short in a game 5. They got to find some ice, because what I saw will rear its ugly head once again if they can't figure out how to close some of these games, especially the game 5s that have haunted them.
I will say, Tony, Envy, it was all down to how powerful they were in their matchups, and obviously the score lines at the end of it, because hey, it's good and well winning your kind of series that you need to get over, but the fact that Envy won 3-0 in one of them, it meant everything to top their bracket.
Yeah, and specifically in the head-to-head versus Unreal Nightmare, because in that 3-way tie, there was a very real possibility where Unreal Nightmare could have topped the seeds, but Envy clutched it out. Meanwhile, SSG, we need some more out of them.
We do need some more out of them. We're seeing right now some highlights from Space Station. And I got to say, SSG, yes, they have actually come out into Worlds and they're producing the goods so far. It's getting a little bit close and it gets a little bit dicey at times, but we've seen them kind of do it where it matters most. We heard Elamite on the main stage say, listen, it's a bumpy road. We know it's going to be tough, but we're bringing our A game as much as we possibly can, taking one series at a time.
Yeah, they see Optic in the first round of winners bracket, and that's not a team that they wanted to see. They wanted to advance first in their pool. They thought if they beat Envy, surely they'd do that, but an unacceptable loss to Unreal Nightmare puts them in a very difficult situation throughout the rest of this tournament. Space Station have a high ceiling, but they have a low floor, and we've seen that floor already.
They certainly do indeed. Well, here is the ceiling, folks. It's winners bracket side. Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan, Envy take on Complexity. Optic will face Space Station and Cloud9, duke it out against Luminon Gaming. And it's all to get into those winners semi-final spots. This is really tough because if you fall short here, you go into round one, and that's not what you want to be doing. We've seen Optic do that time and time again. Yes, they've had success doing it, but that level of risk at a tournament like this is tough. And speaking of them, Optic Gaming, they've got over that hump so far into pool play. However, there's still opportunity for them to drop down here. Tony, how are you feeling about the green wall coming into day two?
Yeah, the one thing I'm really happy about Optic Gaming was they were still tested in pool play, but they answered. They had all the answers to the test. They looked extremely good. They were able to top out their pools. There was opportunities where they could have been upset, but they answered the call, and now we're here on Saturday.
What are the big things here, Clutch, for Optic Gaming? Because I think they have so much to give and they can be so good. We've seen that online. I mean, they beat Shopify the last time that they matched up online before Worlds. We know they've got what it takes. What is kind of the pinnacle here for them? What do they need to focus on?
Yeah, I think it all comes down to one player for me for Optic Gaming, and that's Bound. Bound had a phenomenal Friday, and I think if he's able to play at that level, Optic are headed towards the winners bracket finals. This kid right here is a game changer when he is on, when he does not have his flow state going, when he does not have his rhythm on the map. Optic does not have the success we know Optic is capable of.
Indeed. Well, there's another bit of success here in terms of a story that maybe we weren't expecting. That's, of course, Cloud9. Cloud9, wow, what a day one from them, topping their pool. I don't think coming into it based on scrim results, based on online results, we would have thought that would happen, especially with FaZe, who really were a red-hot team coming out of Charlotte. To see a Game 5 and not win that Game 5 Slayer that we know that they can do with an incredible record coming into it. I think it was like 30-8 or 30-9, something crazy like that. Insane stuff. But Cloud9, they are producing what needs to be done. They had a fantastic pool play day. Tony, how are you feeling about this roster as they push through the winners bracket side of things? Can they beat the likes of the bigger monsters that are going to find in this situation now and in these depths?
Yeah, Cloud9 were fantastic, specifically against this matchup against FaZe. When you looked at the stats, you had Sab, who topped out in most kills, but what impressed me the most was the damage that Avusi and Collect were doing. Sab may have had the least amount of damage, but he was efficient with the way that he attacked. It was that pure damage out of Avusi and Collect that impressed me.
Really strange things happen at World Championships, and guess what? FaZe losing a Game 5, that's pretty strange. Cloud9 winning a Game 5, that's even stranger to me. We have seen Cloud9 fall short after going the distance in series against so many different top teams across several years of Halo Infinite. It feels like they could never win a Game 5, but something happened yesterday that I didn't think was going to happen. Can Cloud9 use that as some opportunity and motivation to continue on through the winners bracket? That would be a phenomenal story with the lackluster qualifiers and placements that they've had throughout this year. So I'm stoked to be able to see Cloud9 finally have that ice factor. On the side of FaZe, you're wondering, where was the ice that is always there for us when we need it?
Honestly, the biggest thing for FaZe, the outlier there, is where was Lucid, right? It's something that we don't see very often, but sometimes your superstars, they do fall short and fall flat, and that's absolutely fine. It happens. It's rare occasion, but you can see right here, Lucid, he didn't have the best series. Now, you know, you need the rest of the team to kind of move around that and to be able to lift you up when that is occurring. We're only human at the end of the day, but Lucid having a bad series is really the crux of that opportunity for Cloud9 to jump on. And Tony, it can be really tough. You know, your superstars, you need them to play well. I do feel like when you're under pressure and that happens, you know what you need to do to turn it back on. We saw an incredible Lucid performance even before the Cloud9 on the main stage. How are you feeling about the superstar of FaZe?
Well, I mean, we've consistently talked about how good FaZe are at the Slayers, but what's consistent when that happens? First of all, Snake might have an incredible KD, but on top of that, there'll be some times where they're 2 or 3 down and they need Lucid to bail them out of a bad situation, to neutralize the situation. We didn't see that in Game 5 versus versus Cloud9, and we're going to have to see Lucid play his best going into today.
We certainly will indeed. We'll talk more about Lucid and FaZe a little bit later on, but let's take a look right now at the winners bracket because, of course, C9, they will be taking on Lumina Gaming, and FaZe, they do get that rematch there with Shopify Rebellion as well, which is far earlier than expected, although I will say, I don't know if I mind that for FaZe. I think, you know, when you're coming into Sunday, you've got loads of best of sevens to get through as well. How are you feeling about a Game 5 with FaZe and Shopify Rebellion to start the day?
I mean, if they can get to Game 5, that'd be phenomenal for FaZe. I saw this as an opportunity for FaZe to get Shopify out of the way if possible. FaZe has never beaten Shopify, it feels like, and this is the only time I think that they're going to be able to. You got an early morning roll, too. That kid stays up late nights, so he's not used to being up this early. And also, a best of 5 is more likely to go in your favor than a best of 7. The longer the series is, the better opportunity Shopify have to differentiate themselves across several different maps and modes. So if FaZe actually have what I say is a golden bracket, if they can just get past that first hurdle is the highest hurdle of the race.
Indeed, it is the highest hurdle of the race, and I'm excited to see who jumps over that and clears it, because of course they'd be clearing the elimination bracket, and that's not where you want to be heading into Saturday, having to duke it out basically the remainder of the tournament. TSM finding themselves in elim round 1. That is a tough situation to be in. Seeing who is going to be falling short here, considering the caliber of teams we have in this beginning of our winners bracket, TSM, they're going to be having to really pull something out of the bag, something special here, Tony. You know these guys. You know what they're capable of. Can they put it together when their back is against the wall and mentality needs to be as forceful as possible to get through an Optic Gaming, a FaZe, a Shopify Rebellion?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were confused that TSM were down elimination bracket to begin with because they were the favorites to get second place in their pool. But Complexity played fantastic against them, and if there is one player that I'm looking at, it has to be Druck. Druck had a pretty slow start and a slow finish to that series. And normally, I don't care about him in the KD department, but it's the damage department. It's an entry fragger. They need him to do the damage. They need him to draw the attention of Complexity, and he wasn't able to do that specifically in that series.
The big issue for TSM and anybody in the elimination bracket is when you look at the winners bracket, Optic are playing SSG, Shopify are playing FaZe. 2 of those teams will drop down to the elimination bracket in round 1, and they all plan on going on an elimination bracket run throughout this tournament, and they're going to have to take out teams every step of the way. There is no room for error, and you're going to play against Juggernaut so early in that elim bracket with the way the winners bracket's already phased out.
Well, listen, I think they need to be ready to go because they're going to be facing the loser of Shopify versus FaZe, and that is just going to be a really tall order. So I'm hoping TSM are ready. They brought their A game, as Clutch often says to me every single morning that we go into these incredible broadcasts, but they're going to need it. They're going to have to dig deep. Where can you guys catch all of the action? Well, don't you worry. We have plenty of places. We have 4 different streams for you, both on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you have all of those open to catch all the action and, of course, following your favorite teams along their Halo World Championship journey. Now, if you are tuning in with us from home, here is what you can earn. Get the tabs open. Make sure you're tuning in because all of these goodies could be yours in game, and they're glorious, especially here at the Halo World Championships, where you always save some really slick, clean looks for you guys to be rocking in Halo Infinite as well. And of course, we do have some really exciting weekend events as well. We have lots of things on board. Cosplay finals will be happening, and the BTB match, which I am beyond excited because, of course, that bromance slash enemy slash whatever on earth is going on between Golden Boy and Walshy. Quite frankly, they need to get a room because I don't really understand this relationship, but we will be seeing that on the main stage as well. So much to look forward to. What is coming our way today, though, on Saturday? Because, of course, heading into the championship bracket, the schedule is stacked and ready to go. We've already got an absolute banger to kick off our day. Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe happening first up. Elimination round 1 will occur after that, and then of course we have our semi-finals. We have our quarterfinals where we say goodbye to another team, and then to end off the night, please stay folks, it's going to be so entertaining, the BTB Bonanza 4 show match, where can Walshy finally get his hands on a belt? What do you think, Clutch?
I hope so, man. GB is just obnoxious.
Yeah, but I do love him for it though.
Love's a strong word.
What would happen though if Walshy managed to get his hands on the belt? Because I think that would be even worse than GB, Tony.
Hopefully there's a third party that comes from the rafters and wins it.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Why are we saying if Walshy gets the belt? There's one thing that Walshy got that he ain't had before, and it's a secret weapon.
Oh. Oh, hold on.
It's a secret
Okay.
weapon. Just give me a little hint.
We need to talk behind backstage. But while we do that, let's actually set up, of course, the main match that's happening first and foremost, and it's Shopify versus FaZe. Really excited about this one. I think this is going to be a difficult one for both of these teams. Again, it gets personal, Wes, and we know that. It's a tough one for all of the players. However, business is business, and if we know anything about them and their experience, it's that Halo comes first and foremost, and when they're on that main stage, that is all that matters. How are you feeling about Shopify Rebellion building upon what they've already done here and managed to do it the latter part of the season, being so close in the first parts, and finally, it seems like they have it down?
Yeah, they're in flow state. This is the best team in the ACS right now, and they are consistently playing at the highest level. And on top of it, they're used to playing against one of the best teams on Saturday morning because Optic have continuously put themselves in such a bad situation. They're used to knocking Optics to the elimination bracket in the winner's side so early. So they're going to be ready for FaZe. I expect to see a warmed up, ready Shopify Rebellion, and Royal 2 leads the way when it comes to that.
He certainly does indeed. He is such an incredible player. Royal 2, honestly, it's so funny because sometimes as an anchor player, it's easy actually to kind of fade into the background a little bit. And I think when you have superstars on your roster, it's easy to do so, even though you are up there in the statistics and you are getting the kills that are needed to kind of part the sea of some of the maps here. But I will say Royal 2, he has been so special in Halo's history, and he continues to do so. He continues to stay on top. He actually had some amazing words to say about fellow teammates. He's an emotional person when he wants to be on the main stage, especially after winning another chip. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I don't know, I think it just feels different. Different faces. I actually had to play against Snakebite on the other side of the stage, which is it's very different. My first back-to-back was with him, so now it's with different people, and yeah, it just means a lot.
Clutch, you know that young man up there. You've had many years playing with him and talking to him in many different versions. How is that, hearing that? Just completely, kind of unput on there, no question about it. Seeing him get emotional like that, especially after a win, for a lot of people who don't really understand the backstory, how personal really is this?
Yeah, I mean, he's playing against Snakebite. He mentions that's his brother. That's a guy that he's teamed with for 10 plus years. That's his best friend, guys that know each other so well. And the fact that they're not competing with each other the first time when you play against him, it's got to feel a little awkward. And same thing goes for Snakebite. I mean, you know this guy so well. You want him to succeed. You care about him. But at the same time, you got to care about yourself and be a little selfish in these moments. It was an emotional time, and I mean, I think emotions can honestly bring the best out in some of these guys, and I think we saw such good Halo from Royal 2, and honestly, Snakebite in that series against Shopify last event in that grand finals, so I'm excited to see the fireworks fly.
I am too, and fly they must, especially for FaZe Clan, because they need to pull something out of the bag here. It's been their next road bump. They managed to get over the first, which was Optic Gaming back in Charlotte and Tony. Yes, they had a bumpy road yesterday. Things were going to plan until they weren't. Now they're facing Shopify Rebellion, which I'm sure they're going into this with the mindset of let's get this one out the way. Let's get a really big win for us on a Saturday and push through the rest of the weekend. How are you feeling about this FaZe Clan roster?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough loss against Cloud9, but I mean, we still talk about constantly the improvement that FaZe Clan were able to make, in the objective game modes. We know what they do in Slayers. They've been improving objective, and the one good thing is the only objective that tends to elude this team is Strongholds. That's not in the series, so that's a really good sign for FaZe Clan.
It certainly is indeed. I think, you're allowed to trip up once in a while, but if you're doing it on the biggest stage in the world, it's just not good enough. Can they be good enough? Here are the silver linings, though, for when things do start getting a little bit dicey. And these two players, they've been digging deep, and they've been digging deep consistently here, Clutch.
Yeah, this duo is pretty phenomenal, especially when it comes to the Slayers, when it comes to the big-time moments. The big question is, will we see those? I think back to that grand finals in Charlotte, and FaZe had some fight back in them, and the series kind of got out of control after what was a game 2 that was very winnable for FaZe, getting them back into the series. They lose that game, and that was pretty much everything for me, because when you go down 3-0 to Shopify, you're not going to reverse sweep a team like Shopify Rebellion. So I'm looking at how does FaZe stay in this series long enough to get it to a game 5. Big game Trippy. There's nobody else I want on my team than him and Snakebite in those moments. And if Shopify get to that game 5 against FaZe, you know that that's the last place they want to be when this series comes up.
All right, here's the series rewind from the grand finals back in Charlotte. Signs of life here from FaZe, although a really tough first 3 matches. What are some similarities coming into this best of 5 here, Tony, that we can really take away for the series?
Well, the one good thing is that you look at that game number 4, the only game that FaZe Clan were able to win was Aquarius Neutral Bomb. Well, that's game number 1 coming into today's matchup, so that definitely gives you a bit of confidence when going up against Shopify Rebellion here early Saturday.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, who knows what can happen. Things can be similar, things can be different, but all that matters is you go out there and you play your very best, and both of these teams, I can guarantee, will be doing that. Folks, it is time to head over to the main stage now. We have our first one of your day 2 here at the Halo World Championships. It's Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe.
It's Saturday here in Seattle, and welcome to Bracket Play, everybody. The stakes have been raised. We are on our main stage right now, and what a game we have in front of us. It's a repeat of the grand finals from just a few weeks ago. We have the defending back-to-back champions in Shopify Rebellion taking on FaZe Clan, who maybe wouldn't have expected to be here.
Right, and this early as well to see this matchup. As you said, a rematch and also a test now for FaZe Clan. They've had 3 weeks since Charlotte. A lot of time to work on what they needed to from that grand final, and we'll have to see if they put the work in, because let's not forget, FaZe Clan didn't show up here to place 3rd, right? They placed to get another World Championship trophy. They've had 3 weeks. What have they done? How has the work been to prepare for their rematch against Shopify Rebellion?
Well, as Tony said on the desk, one shining beacon of light at the start of this series is the one game type that they took off of Shopify Rebellion in that grand final. We start off with Aquarius Bomb, and this one, oh, it was attritional. It was really, really slow and kind of naggy between the 2 teams, and it ended up with just the one bomb plant separating those 2 teams. If you're FaZe Clan, you're more than happy to see that result. You're more than happy to see that kind of game. It fell up in front of our eyes, but for Shopify, you know they would have put some work in, seeing what happened back in Charlotte, and they will want to put that right here in our winners quarterfinal.
Let's also not forget, coming into the Halo World Championship, FaZe Clan is your #1 Slayer team in the world. They'll be ready for the Slayers in this series, but in order to advance, they will also, of course, need to take at least one objective game. Is this game type the game type here that they won in Charlotte just 3 weeks ago? Their chance to get an early lead in this series. We're underway with day number 2 of the Halo World Championship.
And as highlighted on the desk as well, I'm sure a lot of eyes for FaZe fans and a lot of people watching just in general, it's going to be on Lucid, because Lucid had a very disappointing series yesterday against Cloud9. We were lucky enough to actually cast that series, so we have a real good insight on how that went, and it just felt like at times FaZe were just never really in control of that series. A few sloppy plays here and there, a few missed plays when it came to power weapons and execution. It was a little bit surprising, considering how hard FaZe prepare for those specific situations.
Exactly, surprising indeed. Some surprising stat lines coming in for the players of FaZe that you might have caught during the pregame as well. They're going to want to right those wrongs, correct the course of their ship here in day number 2. 3 dead for both sides off the rip. Not too much bomb movement in your opening minute of play.
Look at this flank though coming in from Royal 2. He's got multiple targets in front of him, and he might have a very comfortable double kill here. Instead, it's going to be a single kill. Last shot will clean up to make sure that assist goes the way of Royal 2. And Trippy now finds himself last alive in the Jenny. He has to stop this bomb progressing. Frosty is still alive somehow. Frosty somehow gets the kill thanks to the help coming in from Royal 2.
I don't know how. Finally, he's taken down. Very good cleanup there. Penguin gets a double off of Trippy's damage in the util. Now, it might have looked like Trippy had not done enough. And in the stat line, it would certainly suggest that. However, you can tell based on those plays, he gets really good damage on both players. Those are both cleaned up. And now FaZe will have a little bit of space to push out.
Something to highlight here as well, but we don't really talk about too much with the man that's on our screen right now, Penguin. Such a confidence player. When he's in a confident mood, he is a different kind of player. As to when maybe sometimes he gets a little bit down on himself in these big moments when they don't go his way. So just a small thing like that, a big double kill at the start of a game to slow down a bomb progression, pick up a couple of kills is really impactful potentially for the player that we were seeing on our screens a few moments ago, just feeling like he's in the series.
Look at this situation. All 4 players trapped in the back of the base. Shopify looking for the opening damage in order to collapse. And this is a full standoff here. Here they come.
Frosty's going to make the first move. Lucid is going to get that kill, but has he done enough damage here, Frosty? For Cycle to move in and pick up the remaining pieces. Trippy is last alive. The bomb is down still on the gem bridge. But with Trippy still being alive, you can see the Shopify want to be careful here. Don't want to try and force this. They need to find another round of kills now as FaZe are coming off the respawn.
They want to slay one more time. Cycle does get the green gun off. That will pave the way for at least 1 kill. Still 2 dead. 3 dead for FaZe. Here comes Frosty.
And here comes Frosty, not just with the bomb, but with the camo as well. Lucid in the back of the base. He gets taken down. Snakebite is the last hope to stop this bomb plant, but he's off the respawn. This is going to be 1-0 to Shopify Rebellion. Perfect, precise, and surgical execution on that bomb plant.
Really well done. And how long did it take them? Not even 3 minutes of play to get their first bomb arm in a lot of game time, if you remember back to what we had to witness in the grand final. So they will now take the lead and obviously have turned this around right away compared to what we saw in the grand final in Charlotte. They now lead 1-0.
Fascinating to see how Shopify play it as well. Their priorities during that bomb arm. It was almost as if they were like, we've got 10 seconds to camo, we've got a 3-4 dead, but we're good enough to know that we can kill them again, knowing that the positions that we have are superior, knowing the control that we have is superior. Let's get this camo and then move that bomb in afterwards. Let's put all the pieces together to make this a successful arm.
Really was a great... That green gun hit? No way. Okay, good. I was gonna say that's the craziest tracking I've seen on a Halo Infinite green gun. Kind of deeply relieved that that one didn't hit. They will eventually trade in the fridge there, but I agree, going back to the arm, I also loved how Shopify did not get the clean 4 dead off the first round of slays, but the way they did not panic, and they just knew, hey, we're now going to force a fridge spawn, we're going to hold fridge door, and we're going to slowly get these next kills. A lot of teams will get frustrated if they don't get the clean 4 dead. Instead, they just ran the playbook. They were like, okay, not a perfect execution. We run again. We go again. We get the slays, and that's exactly what they did. It leads to the first arm in the game.
Looking at the slays at the moment, pretty even across the board. The standout vote is Cycles, 11-7 for the regular season MVP, as was announced yesterday, and you can't say that he doesn't deserve it. What a season this young man has had.
Unbelievable, especially when you think of his last few years. Look at Cycles' trajectory. The stocks are at an all-time high for this guy. 2 dead yet again. Here comes Royal 2 just front jumping. He does get pre-nated though, so he will have to be forced all the way back into the fridge ledge.
I will say though, he's made a couple of nades out from respawners. That makes it much more difficult to defend the base. And now, off the back of the damage, a killing spree and a double kill here for Royal 2, still blocking those fridge spawns. That means FaZe are going to keep spawning in the back of the base. And now, the distraction starting to come in from the car side. Royal 2 can get a little bit aggressive.
Wow, he even gets that first one. Do they kill Snakebite as well? Snakebite's still really the biggest threat here in the back of the base. Snakebite last player alive.
Snakebite no shields though. Last shot goes in. The bomb did move away slightly from the arming zone, which means that the fuse will slightly be elongated in comparison as to if it had stayed in that arming zone, and Trippy is actually going to grab this one. So FaZe making some desperate plays, but important ones to keep this a 1-0.
Wow, we have a second now to talk about what we just saw on screen. Lucid front jumps for the melee trade. That actually forces the bomb down the stairs, which you rarely see. And then Snakebite stays alive long enough in the back of the base to hold off the arm. Really impressive defense there from FaZe, but they will have to do it yet again and make sure to get on the offensive. And also get, the list grows longer as you can see, and also get control of the power-ups if they want to get back in this game.
The basics of Halo, right? They're just all going Shopify's way at the moment. And when you're making plays like Frosty is turning onto Trippy with that camo still in his hand, that kill is bigger than the sum of its parts, because now with this camo, Frosty can keep going to work here, picks up another kill, and Penguin might be next. Oh, Frosty!
Look at him popping off.
He's feeling good right now.
He is indeed. When Frosty pops off, you know it was for good reason there. You don't always see him yelling in that player cam, but this time he got loud on the main stage and got a lot to be proud of with the way that he's playing. 10-7 off the opening of the game.
FaZe have really struggled to get out of this spawn. I mean, when's the last time you saw FaZe halfway across the map? At the moment, they can't even get a third of the way up the map by the looks of things. Shopify finally lose a couple of players, and Frosty will go down as the numbers just overwhelm him. But FaZe finally get out of their base. It feels like they haven't got past halfway on the pink tower at the moment.
Yeah, it really does. It feels like they are properly pinned here. If you take a look at the numbers, got to say, Lucid 13-11 here, so certainly putting up the numbers he needs to. However, it has not translated to objective success just yet. Green gun in the back of the base here.
One thing to keep in mind, though, we know how efficient both these teams could be if they get an opportunity. With Shopify Rebellion, 3 dead and Royal 2, the last one alive, that bomb is slowly progressing towards the base. So FaZe, who have been on the back foot, who have been struggling, who have been trapped, stifled, now get their chance to strike. And with 3/4 of this bomb armed, it's going to be 1-1 here. The first opportunity that FaZe get in this game, they make it work. The efficiency is on point. point.
Beautifully done there, and they still have 3 dead as well. They managed to slay during the attempted defense as well. Frosty was your last player alive. We'll see if Snakebite can not even trade, but stay alive here. Beautifully done.
And this is big. Again, another kill that's bigger than the sum of its parts, because Camo is coming up as well. So these kills are adding up. They are starting to cycle towards a power-up, going up the way of FaZe Clan. Penguin, I think, just burnt it. But in comparison to the first 2 going into the hands of Frosty and Shopify being on the front foot, you would take a burn.
You absolutely will. And
Frosty got it. I stand corrected.
It will be burned in the end, though. So Frosty will almost get away with the camo. But
I was correct.
Very good pre-nade there up top mid to make sure that the camo is burned. 2 dead for both sides here. And a lot has to be said for Lucid staying alive on the fridge door yet again. Green, how about a 1-to-1 bomb arm? It required a player, Green, gunning the fridge door to stop the first attempt at defense for both teams to score. You could tell just how important that spawn trap and that pinch is. 3 dead here for Shopify.
18 and 13 for Lucid, the man with the eyes on him, going into this huge series for both of these teams. Cycle's going to get his shields ripped away by that green gun that's been used very efficiently by Lucid numerous times throughout this game already. There's 1 kill. Frosty going to double up, though, to trade the kill out. 3v3 on the map momentarily. Look at the game clock here. 3 minutes 40 left. We are starting to see those seconds tick away.
Yeah, with that time ticking away, and now with both teams on the board, let's get into a FaZe Clan listening here at 1-to-1.
Bomb reset.
Yeah, they're gonna spawn gen side. Backflag maybe? Backflag or gen? R2. They're our car. I think they're our gen guys. 100%. Yeah, they got our car. I'm hiding our bank. I'm hiding our bank.
I'm one of the bomb. I'm trying to. Low shrooms? I got shrooms. Low shrooms, big. Going up shrooms.
One shot their screens. Left side screens.
2 at our flags.
Hiding screen.
1 is P1 flag. On bomb now. Last to our side. P1 running bomb. One's in our flag.
We're getting a car 3. He's car 3 weak.
Okay.
Rush you guys, Peter. Rush you guys from Peter. Did it. Our event weaker. Rotate's one event.
I'm in that.
I'm still here. Suck our event. He's going back out.
Watching out.
Still here. He's dead. One more. Our gen guys are ready. Going our gen bridge.
Big.
Cycle.
2 shot.
Dead.
He's 2 dead.
I'm getting
they're calling their car. Car 3 guys. Stop mid or something. Frosty, stop mid somewhere.
One just spawned.
Our car jump. Yes, jumping up.
In their window. The window.
One shot our vent guys. After their vent. Sitting our vent warm.
Their window.
Low gen. 1 shot guys.
Get him here. The window. Our gen guy. Our flag. Our flag. Half shields.
I spawned
our gen.
And Snakebite looks like he's ready for a Saturday here in Seattle. That's 2 kills in a row, but outshooting last shot, winning that individual fight, a huge confidence boost for him.
And the medal does not lie. That was a proper reversal. Royal 2 gets away with the camo bottom medal. We'll keep an eye on that. But Snakebite, as you said, you can even hear it in Snakebite's comms. He's like, car 2 on me. He's kind of frustrated. He got outshot first, and then absolutely wins that beautiful battle, like you said, against Last Shot. Not easily done with the way that Last Shot is playing this season.
Something to highlight, though, you spoke to Trippy yesterday about the FaZe comp, so it was good to jump to listen and hear that small talk.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I asked Trippy specifically what they had worked on the most since Charlotte. Like, what has been the biggest focus area? He said, honestly, it's all been comms. It's been small talk, and I think we heard it there. When we talk about FaZe, the way that they dealt with their gen players, really good comms, saying still here in gen, right? 1 in our heady. We make sure we kill this. I'm watching from bottom middle.
Oh! I mean, the comparisons to Pistola, you're starting to understand them. Plays like that, it's a sticky grenade across map from Cycle, and out of nowhere, a single kill becomes a double kill, which becomes a bomb arm! Shopify Rebellion off the back of magic coming in from Cycle. We'll take the lead here, up 2-1.
Out of nowhere, Frosty desperately trying to stay alive. Eventually, he will die, so it will be a staggered 4 dead for Shopify. But as you say, most importantly, when you have a player like Cycle from top mid just nading Gen Bridge and picking up a double out of nowhere, if you can nuke half the team with a single nade, a lot of things can happen, and Shopify wastes no time. They get right in there. They now lead 2-1 with only 70 seconds left.
Yeah, pressure now on FaZe. They are making some progress up the map, though, and Shopify have 2 players in the death screen. Half the shields have been chipped away, though, by Shopify. Snakebite tries to move this one in, and they will need some kills here. Last Shot's trying to rotate back into the base to put some pressure onto Snakebite. FaZe have lost Penguin in this situation. They're trying to wait out some nades. They're trying to get some information. They're trying to find some kills here, and Trippy's found one.
There we go. First one's on the board. 3v3 here.
Snakebite still has to deal with Frosty, though. He's rotating back in from the spawns. Wins his fight once again. But it's 2 dead either side at the moment. 35 seconds left on this game clock. Royal 2 stays alive. As does Snakebite. This is on a knife edge.
It was a staggered 3 dead, but they couldn't start the arm just yet. Here they go.
Trippy's going to start that arm. Nades are coming in. But FaZe will respond. It's 2-2 with 27 seconds
Talk about the patience, the resilience, the clutch factor. 3 dead yet again. They might even run another bomb here. It's Fritz spawns for Shopify.
They've got someone bottom middle as well. It's Lucid. Camo coming up as well. All of the dominoes are starting to align here for FaZe, who were on the back foot for so long, but now they have camo. Now they have numbers. Now they have control. But can they get the winning bomb up?
They'd have to jump on right now. Would need to go in this second.
2 players have fallen though. And it looks like Shopify have done just about enough. And we are going into overtime. Next bomb wins.
Unbelievable here. We said that FaZe needed all the pieces of your Halo basics, and they had them. Moments away, but very key kills come in from Shopify to slow down the FaZe clan push and give Shopify a moment to breathe, but they must be reeling. They were leading with 60 seconds left. And with 27 on the clock, FaZe clan gets a clutch game-tying bomb arm to now send us into overtime.
If you wanted to know how close this game is, by the way, you don't have to just look at the score 2-2. It is 87-87 when it comes to slays between these two teams. They are completely tied up.
By the way, 8-kill deficit earlier for FaZe clan. They were trailing by 8 kills, and they have brought the game back. Here they come, 3 dead.
Last shot's in the fridge. He's just come on free spawn. Frosty in the back of the base trying to delay this bomb arm. The nades have been used. Cycle and Last Shot desperately trying to rotate back and fight through the back of their base, but FaZe are on the precipice here. If they can get some kills, then maybe they have a chance. Lucid finds 1, but Cycle will find 2. FaZe lose numbers, and Lucid is last alive here for FaZe.
Oh, good shots initially from Lucid, but even Lucid against a 2v1 against Shopify, that's a tall task. He eventually gets taken down. Very good coordination, and Shopify will push all the way out. Now only 1 minute 40 left in overtime. Taking a look here what Cycle might be able to do. Still 2 dead for FaZe clan. He wants to get right into the util right away.
And this is where composure starts to be a factor. Sometimes in these late game moments, you get a bit flustered. You make a play that you wouldn't have made 2 minutes ago in this game, that you wouldn't have made through months and months and years of scrims and tournament play. So for FaZe, who are 2 dead at the moment, they need to keep that in mind because Shopify are coming. Shopify are pushing forward, and that bomb is on the gem bridge.
And if we learn one thing from this game so far, Cycle wins a melee battle that eventually is traded out, but not initially traded. And if we learn one thing from regulation, it's that 1 minute is plenty of time for anything to happen in this game.
Last Shot comes in bottom middle though, finds a kill alongside Royal 2, who's on the gem bridge. Snakebite trapped in the back of the base. It's a brilliant grenade though from Snakebite. Not only does he stop the progress of Last Shot, also eliminates Royal 2. That one grenade has kept FaZe hanging on in this game.
Tough to put a value on that single grenade, like you said, the damage that it just did and the time that it saved and bought for FaZe clan. 3v3 on the map. Camo up here.
Last Shot's trying to do everything he can to output damage. He wants to keep the pressure on the base. He gets the touch on the bomb. It was 2 seconds away from resetting here. Cycle finds a kill. Last Shot's still alive, by the way, and Snakebite says you can stay there. I'm taking the bomb this way.
Yeah, it's like, I don't have time to deal with you. Frosty, by the way, does get that camo, but just 10 seconds left here. And of course, with 10 seconds left in overtime, not gonna be enough time to move that bomb.
Time ticks down. Nothing to separate the two teams. And after the first effort, the first throwdown between the two, it is going to be 2-2, and we will go into a double overtime now, where the next bomb will win it when we get back into this game. But what a game to start off, Andy. Nothing between the two.
How about it? Amazing game one here. As you see on your screen, it will be the next bomb to win. By the way, checking in on the Slayer statistics from that game one and overtime. Shopify Rebellion outslayed 103 to 101. Only a 2-kill difference over 15 minutes of play. And if you were wondering if FaZe clan is still part of the big three, if they're a threat for the World Championship, let that game one be an indicator that they are right here and ready to play.
Yeah, I think that's a really important indicator as well. The fact that they are matching kill for kill. Shopify Rebellion, who are one of the most individually talented and kill-heavy, slay-heavy teams that we do have.
And efficient at the same time.
Exactly, in the Halo Championship Series. But little moments, right? How many times have we seen Last Shot lose a 1v1? Very, very rare. So little moments like when we saw Snakebite winning that fight on the car side just gives confidence that in those moments, in those 1v1s, if you're winning them, and you see it happening with your teammate winning them as well, really does mean good things for you.
Really does. Gotta say, my dreams are also all lucid as well. It's funny, I thought it was only me. Turns out it's a lot of us here. Trippy, as we said, confident coming into this weekend. Also, as you saw in the stats during the pregame, good numbers yesterday. Big game trip. And now that we're into the bracket play here Saturday at the Halo World Championship, you can just say that every game is a big game. It goes without saying and also without a doubt. Every game from here on out, it's not just about your game 5s. It's about every single match in this tournament. And does FaZe Clan ever know that? On the other side of the stage, the gentleman you see here, Shopify, they also know. Even though they might be the favorite and the back-to-back champion, coming in here, they know every team is going to be on a different playing field, a different level of competition. When you have this amount of cash, this amount of prestige, and this amount of legacy on the line at the Halo World Championship.
Just think about all the things we've been saying in the build-up to this event, right? It's rosters put together for what reason? Win a Halo World Championship. Majors are great. Majors are fantastic. They pay the bills. It makes you feel extremely good to get a chip. And
they pay more than the bills.
They do. They pay for Royalty's jacket. Yeah. Have you seen that thing? The guy's rocking a Louis on stage.
I think, yeah.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, we didn't see the stores that we were in on Thursday looking at wardrobe options. They didn't have those jackets.
Yeah, flicking through the discount rails trying to see what we could find.
But yeah, the majors buy the jackets.
Bartering with the stars.
The majors buy the jackets. Worlds buys the houses.
It's crazy though, right? Back to my point is, oh, don't worry about it. Let's get into the game. It's more important than what we've got to say. FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion. Tied up at 2-2. It's double overtime. Next bomb wins.
Really is a perfect game 1 between these two teams. And as you said, nothing separating them. Over 15 minutes of opening play, aside from just 2 kills, which is pretty wild and very, very rare to see something that tightly fought over your opening 15 minutes. 2v2 on the map, about to be 3 dead here. 3 dead for the side of FaZe. Here they come.
And here comes Cycle marching forward. That bomb and the camo gets spotted out. Lucid taken down. That is so vital.
That is Lucid solo in a 1v4, by the way. Last player alive. He spots the camo and gets the kill on the camo before Cycle can wrap into the gen. That is Lucid at his finest. We didn't even get to see it from his POV, and it will only register as 1 single kill in your post-game stats. But that is an enormous play from Lucid off the opening of the game.
Something just to highlight here that I think, just kind of when you're looking at strategy of 2 teams, like Shopify are trying to get behind FaZe on the map. And I actually really like the way that FaZe are trying to counteract this. They're kind of leaving those players. They're like, okay, they're on our side. Let's move forward as a 4. Yeah. We can turn around and deal with this later. And that's a big, big situation that relies on communication, right? Which is what they're trying to focus on. So it could very easily go wrong. But I like how they're trying to adapt to the Shopify style here.
You're right, though. The decision, the vocal and verbal decision to leave a player back at your base, it's very midship-esque, right? There could be a really annoying, and you could do the same thing if you think back to H3 as well on Narrows. There's these classic maps where there might be a player behind you, but if you all work together and push past, as you say, you can later focus them with top mid players and make sure they're not a threat to your bomb armor. And we'll see if that continues to pay off. Shopify is slow playing this here off the opening.
Big pick though from Penguin in the back of the base. FaZe will trap once again. Trippy gets another, and now FaZe can burst back out of their base and try and get that bomb a little bit further up the map. It looks like they're trying to move it through the car side, and with 3 players falling for Shopify, Penguin now has a great position top pick to rain down some fire. Especially if he has the ammo in the bandit. Had to take a second to reset there and reload, but now he can set his attention towards that objective. 2 dead for Shopify, and FaZe are pushing forward once more.
And by the way, this is the first time we're really seeing FaZe control their opponent's gen.
Stagger 2 dead.
They get 3.
That's gonna be 3. Last shot is inside the base. He's down as well. Frosty's on the wrap back in. He's last alive.
This should go.
And it looks like FaZe might be able to steal game 1 here. FaZe Clan on the precipice. FaZe have done it. FaZe will take game number 1 here in your winners quarterfinals.
One piece at a time. And in regulation, it required 204 kills across the 2 teams to end in a tie. Instead, double overtime is very short indeed. FaZe Clan outslays 13-8. And in that time, they get a very key bomb arm. All it takes is the pieces of the puzzle coming together at the right time. And as soon as you saw that 2 dead, as you said, the 3 dead, then the last shot being the last player alive in the back of the base, FaZe executes. They will win Neutral Bomb Aquarius yet again in their 2nd outing in the past 3 weeks against Shopify Rebellion, and now lead your winners quarterfinal 1-0.
Saturday, a very different day to Friday. We have always said that. Pool play is one thing, but when we get into bracket play, it is when you see the best of the best And even in our first round here on our winners quarterfinal, FaZe have brought their A game. Slayer is going to be the next game type though. And we're going to live fire, and this is a fascinating one to talk about because the best Slayer team in the league coming into this event, team dressed in red.
30-9 was the FaZe Clan Slayer record coming into the World Championship. As you said, #1 in the league, #1 in the world in Slayers. And as we know, the ever important game type, it will always appear as your game 2 and your game 5. And FaZe Clan has a lot to look forward to because like we said, the mission was always in a best of 5 to simply steal one of these objectives, to lean on their slaying success. And they've done that. They take game #1, and now Shopify is under threat. And what a different bracket and World Championship weekend we would have if Shopify were to exit the winner's bracket this early. Now, there's a long way before we get there.
Thank you. I was waiting for the asterisk. I was stood by, ready to fire.
Long way before we get there. And I tell you what, both of us are glad to say that because we got a lot of Halo still to come in your winner's quarterfinal.
One thing to highlight as well, we've been talking about FaZe #1 in the league. #2, when it comes to Slayers, Shopify Rebellion. So it's not like they're out of this. It's not like they don't have a chance. And live fire is the map that they've had a lot of success on as well. But boy, you got the feeling that if anyone on this map gets control of that sniper rifle, it's no longer about hitting bodies. You've got to be hitting heads with how close these two teams are.
Here we go, underway in game #2. If you're just joining us, welcome to day #2 of the Halo World Championship. It's FaZe Clan up against Shopify Rebellion. FaZe Clan takes game #1 off of your world-ranked #1. We'll see what they can do here in game #2.
Snakebite, who's been Mr. Slayer, Mr. Big Moments for FaZe, especially back in Charlotte, is going to go down early here, trying to push up past the setup of Shopify Rebellion, but their communication was good enough to make sure they turned around and dealt with that. Royal 2 is doing what he does, which has been just a blatant utter nuisance, baiting all those players in, and Frosty does get that snipe and does hit some bodies and does pick up some kills.
Even a little pass of the camo as well. And man, they sent, that was the cavalry. Shopify sends 3 players scoreboard, and perfectly timed Frosty hits the body shot. Then he gets the camo 5-0. And we talked a lot about FaZe Clan success. But as you say, let's not forget Shopify, #2 in the world as well.
3 dead. Oh dear, this is not a good start for FaZe. 8-1. It is a fantastic start on the side of Shopify Rebellion. 5-0 off the opening rush. Then they get the sniper. Then they get the camo. The collapse on the green spawns. And now we see the score at 9-2, 10-2. As Frosty hasn't even had to pull the trigger yet in this round of slays. Look at the info he's getting. There's one! That's going to be Lucid. Trippy might be next! As Frosty finds a double.
Making it look way too easy here, 12-3. Make it 12-4, but still tripling the total of their opponents. He's just walking in. He's walking in.
It's spooky season. Frosty says trick or treat, and he picks up a nice little no-scope to clean out the remaining players of FaZe Clan for the back of the garage. And oh, this is getting out of hand very quickly here. It looks like FaZe might have pissed off Shopify Rebellion in that game 1.
Oh boy, did they ever. Killing spree for Frosty. We got to do it. Let's get to it. Listening with Shopify Rebellion.
I'm walking bottom in, Okay, we have quantum,
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, this one, back in water, they're hiding this water, Yeah, just on the break, wait for the last one. On the break, One shot, jail, red bar. Watch out, back shoulder, Red bar, jail. I got two. Last week. Gonna hit big. Wait. Now moving. You guys come on Yo, camo, Brad, 5. Camo 5. Okay, they're pushing out, I think. Camo. They're gonna be on camo. What's shoulder weak? Right, the two keter. He must still up, guys. Keter to camo right now. Keter and Napalm. I can shoot over, Anybody. Watch out, Lucid, watch out, cuts, guys. He's on target, let's go.
Well, the intensity is certainly there on the Shopify Rebellion side, and I think we are right. I think they were a little bit ticked off with what happened in that game 1.
Definitely, I think Shopify's a team that right away, especially with best men behind them, they will realize what's at stake. Just because they dropped game #1, I think a lot of teams might. Ooh, boy, nice Snakebite.
Wait a minute. Just want to highlight here, by the way, even though it's a phenomenal start, look at the score.
Yeah, I mean,
22-14. They have camo, they have snipe. FaZe are coming back into this, and Penguin finds another one.
Here they come in the push. That's right. Let's pause that thought. Let's see how this plays out. Big opportunity here for Snakebite and the rest of FaZe to get back into this game even more.
Okay.
Little killing spree.
Once again, it's that man Snakebite. 5 without response. Spots that bandit poking out from last shot. And now knows where the spawns are coming in as well.
Like
so
that.
full control here of the map for FaZe Clan. They've slowed it down. They've got Snipe. They're on the tower. They might be able to pick away Shopify here.
It's a big comeback. There's a reason, as we said, this team is #1 ranked in the world in this game type. But right before we went into that listening, it was 12-3. Quadruple the score. And just like that, 23-18. Talk about the resilience, the composure of FaZe to slow the game down the way that they have. And guess what? You can just tell right now by the cam here in observer mode that Shopify is aware of what has just happened. And they don't want to forfeit any more kills because they have given away what was a substantial lead.
This game type can flip like this. Think of the power swings that can happen. Camo, sniper rifle, you get both, you're going to go on a run.
Oh, here comes the push.
Cycle with a little peek. Snakebite. Waves.
Didn't go off. Did not
get
go
the
off.
snipe off the map and concedes the death as well. So it's a really strong push from Shopify Rebellion. And the way that Cycle just peeks, just for a second, just takes the attention away from the sniper rifle player. That's the kind of play that, like, it's just Cycle-esque.
How does Snipe get top mid? Lucius got it now somehow.
Thought he was going to blow Trippy's head off.
Just shooting anything that moves. 21-26 now. So much to talk about. Also, how about just the unlucky timing? But oh my, Lucius gets the first one in a 1v2. Not easy to do. 4 dead now for FaZe. So what was just a 6-kill game becomes an 8-kill game at 30-22. Shopify still leaning on a lot of that early lead. And now, only 2 shots, by the way, in that snipe. So don't call the authorities just yet. We'll see what Cycle can do with the camo.
I was going to say,
all right.
I hate to correct you, and I very rarely do, but this is 2 bullets in the hands of Cycle.
Yep.
It's a very different situation to what it is most players who have played this game. That is a headshot with 1. Lucian finds a kill, but you would expect maybe a headshot with a second. He's not going to connect this time around, and it's just going to be the camo to deal with now, not that sniper rifle as well.
Man. And Shopify right back firmly. Oh,
goodbye. That is sayonara, Trippy. Go for a swim, buddy.
Tossed off the map. Very year 1-esque repulse straight off the back, and now it has become a sizable lead once again for the side of Shopify Rebellion, firmly back in control of this game. New snipe popping up in just a minute.
Different makers in this game. One of them is on your screen right now. He's 13-4. Huge numbers coming in from Cycle. Finds another one as well for the killing spree before he's taken down 2 dead here for FaZe, and you're starting to get to the situation for FaZe where they have to go on a run. This is one way to start it. Get that sniper rifle in the hands of the hot player. It's going to be Snakebite who's going to have the chance to drag them back, but it will have to be headshots.
Yeah. And a lot of patience here from FaZe. By the way, like you said, 14-6 from Cycle. Look how much they're leading by. Difference maker to say the very least. Putting on an absolute show here. Let's see what Snakebite and FaZe can do, because we just saw them do it in the early game. They are able to bring this game back, but at 39, they are very much in a dangerous position. Snakebite dealing lots of damage, though.
But they can't capitalize. They can't turn them into kills. That's what we're saying. Like, bodies are great, gives you a chance to move up. But now the shields are back, and the kills don't count. It's another body shot. There's the shot that he was looking for. As FaZe will take 3 members of Shopify Rebellion down. The damage from the sniper making the difference, and it's a 9-kill game, but still with 3 shots left here, Snakebite.
As you said, the body shots, they do matter in the end, right? They did give them the space, and they did not panic. They stayed patient. But like you say, here comes the push once again. Might have even collapsed some damage there. Does not turn the corner on a crazy angle there. Must have peaked all the way past sandbags, excuse me. Still a 10-kill game, and even with FaZe playing the way they are, so patient and effective, it's a long way back here. 43-32 now. Camo popping right now.
Yeah, Penguin's pinched as well, so he's going to go down 44-32 now on Shopify Rebellion. One thing I love about the way that they play on the back foot, they will never peek something solo. I mean, look at how they peek Garage.
Yeah.
Double peek. That makes it, you take that second with the sniper rifle, you're like, where do I aim? Do I aim for the body here? Do I just give the information? It makes it so much more difficult to have conviction in that decision that you're making. And now, one man who doesn't need conviction to be questioned when he has a camo is going to be Royal 2. He's currently on the prowl. 3 to go now for Shopify to tie up the series.
They've made this late game look way too easy. Gonna go for an insta.
Oh, he'll just stick Penguin on the way down anyway. There's the double kill for Royal 2, and that might be it here. 49-35. Shopify have just got to find one more.
Just looking at that last one, and Dave Walsh is backstage smiling. He is a very happy man after what he just witnessed. There's the kill. Shopify Rebellion will take the game in the end handily. 50-36 to close out your game number 2 cycle.
Fantastic composure again from Shopify Rebellion, and great execution in the big moments of that game. Cycle 17-8 in that game number 2. And when you list maybe players, with all due respect, of course, to Cycle, when you look at the Shopify Rebellion team that you would say, who do you think went 17-8? You'd probably go Frosty, Royal 2, last shot. Cycle's having a go this time around. A phenomenal performance from the young man.
I can't speak highly enough about what you described as we take a look at the series layout here. 1-1, perfectly knotted up going into game number 3. The way that Shopify Rebellion sends 2 players together, timing pushes. You even think back to Snakebite's first hold where he's holding tower and he's checking cuts, he's checking dummies and camo. He looks away for 1 second, and in that time, by checking top middle, they've already pushed 2 players' cuts. They're already at like C plat by the time he gets to even check again. And time again, even though, right, Lucid and Snakebite can win their ones, but winning 1v2s against Shopify players, much more difficult. Let's take a look at a bracket update here. Optic Gaming, look at that series, they're up 2-0.
Yeah, Optic are up 2-0. By the way, Complexity are 2-0 over Envy, and Cloud9 are up 2-0 over Luminon as well. Goodness me, goodness me, goodness me.
Okay, ready for a Ryan Duke quote? I have an exclusive as we take a look here at Optic and SSG in just a moment. I have a world exclusive quote from Ryan Duke in the elevator this morning.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I said, who's your first matchup? He looks at me, he goes, Envy for top 6, and then he goes, doable, and steps out of the elevator. They're up 2-0. Another team that's up 2-0 right now is going to be Optic Gaming. We'll check in with this matchup while we wait for the main stage. A little bit of red zoning here to get into the match. At the action, all around the venue.
That's the most Ryan Duke quote I could ever imagine. Doable.
They got to finish that series.
Doable, he said. Well, 2-0 here to Optic Gaming against Space Station, who have been shaky, to say the least, since the roster has come together, and certainly shaky here at the Halo World Championships as well. And for Optic, business as usual, it looks like at the moment. Bound with a sniper in his hands, a couple of bodies going to be hit. But we mentioned before the tournament got underway that Space Station might be looking over their shoulder and maybe making it to Sunday. Well, with what we've seen from them so far, I think we can feel pretty validated in that.
3 dead here for SSG, and as you said, I think a key for success, something that you and I talked about so much for this team, is they just needed to have, and you saw it during the pregame show today if you caught Lottie in the desk, it was all about just having a clean pool play, and even though it came down to game 5 against TSM, Optic Gaming needed to come into the World Championship in the bracket on the winner's side.
Yeah, I think it's a silly thing as well. It's like, now that they've gone through pools, they won't even think about it. They wouldn't worry about it. But if they would have lost one of those games, then all the doubts come back. Are we playing as well as we should be? What's going wrong? And you don't even think about that now. You're just looking at the games that are in front of you and thinking about winning a Halo World Championships. And with the way that Optic are playing at the moment, up by 1 as we saw Formal run that flag home, they look like they are here for one reason. And of course, you can continue watching this game over on the B stream at twitch.tv/HCS if you want to keep an eye on Space Station and Optic Gaming as we head back to our main stage. And a little bit of an update once again, just to give you an indication of where we are, Andy. That Complexity Envy series, that is I've got to say as well, how good is C9 right now?
I mean, clearly the best. This is wild. If you look at this bracket, I would say that 3 of these 4 series, take a look at the Complexity series layout here in just a moment, but if you look at these, by the way, down to the wire as you would expect, 3-2 Neutral Bomb Aquarius and 50-46 Live Fire Slayer. Envy is in trouble in this series, and they will need to reverse sweep to fulfill the hopes that they had for the Halo World Championship. Wow. Oh, man, I tell you what.
I love Saturdays.
I love Saturdays. Tell you what, when Ryan Noob, when he said to me, and it wasn't just, you catch Ryan Noob, he's always going to be a confident player, but when he said to me, he looked at me and he said, Envy for top 6, and I'm like, actually, this is going to be a good series. And I mainly thought that because of the way they played yesterday, for them to get the 3-0 result that they had in pools as well. So what I was going to say, though, was 3 of the 4 matches that we have now, I think a lot of people would put Optic Gaming, of course, 2-0 in that series. But the other 3 that are happening on your winner's side of the bracket, probably not predicted. And this is one of them here. FaZe Clan and Shopify are tied 1-1 going into CTF Forbidden.
Oh, another update for you. It was 2-0 to Cloud9. It's 3 now. They've just won 3-0. Just swept them aside.
Didn't even have time to look at it.
Didn't even have time to check in, but that is the final result coming in from that. So Luminon down to the elimination bracket now. Well, they will have to go on a run. By the way, every time that you keep talking about that Ryan quote, I imagine like you kind of, oh, hi Ryan, how are you? Yeah, all good. How do you feel with that? And as you asked him, the lift opened and he left and he went, doable.
That's
and
exactly what happened.
Disappeared.
That's exactly what happened.
Didn't even say goodbye.
He didn't. Well, that's normal.
We're certainly going to not say goodbye to one of these teams right now because we're tied up at 1-1. So lots more Halo left in this series as we return to our main stage with a series that has been so fun to watch so far. Shopify versus FaZe Clan. 1-1 in the series as Shopify reply by taking the Slayer on live fire. But now we head into a little bit CTF on Forbidden.
Yeah, big thing to also talk about off that game too was the power weapon control was just so pivotal, right? Whoever had snipe was finding their way back in the game. We saw a big comeback there for the side. Oh, guess what? And as we wait for main stage to get in, we have a little treat. We're going to check in with Complexity Envy over on the Delta stream. It's 2-0 in this game already in favor of Envy. So they are showing not just signs of life, but a confident lead in your game number 3. They want to send this series the distance. I hate to say it, and Ryan Noob knows this as well as I do, but it would also be very Ryan Noob-esque if they went to game 5.
Go to game 5 and win it 50-49. Kind of thing that sometimes happens. Kind of thing that has happened. Kind of thing that will happen again.
Yeah.
When Ryan's on that main stage. Shout out to our wonderful production team, by the way, for bringing all of these games to you, making sure you don't miss anything.
I don't know how they do it.
I don't know how they do it. Too many buttons back. I went in the truck earlier and scared the hell out of me.
The fact that you even went in the truck, I hate that. I hate that. I scared the
I did have someone
hell out
holding
of
my hand.
Good.
Security will be me.
By holding your hand, do you mean handcuffs? That's how I would do it. I don't want you near any of the buttons that are controlling anything that we see on screen.
Anything, just in general in life.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Precision with the sniper rifle in his hand right now. He's just holding the line as Complexity are trying to move forward. That's going to hurt. Ryan Noob just got a bullet wedged between his ears. 4 minutes left. You can see what the plan is here for Envy.
Yeah,
Our flag's over here. Come and get it, Complexity.
Exactly. 2-0 lead here on this map. Over the opening 7 minutes of gameplay, they're going to expect to just play as much Slay-based control as they can. But now, of course, you can check that out. Pull up another tab and make sure you have each of these games open, because as you can see in the winner's bracket, things are already spicy in round 1 alone. Make sure you have all the tabs open. It'll help you get all the Twitch drops that Mark and I are missing out on yet again. Need to start getting on top of that.
Making friends?
Yeah. That's the story for a different topic here. We really don't have time to dig into that.
That's a Sunday evening conversation.
Unfortunately.
Maybe the after party will strike gold this time out.
No, I'm already going to be crying for other reasons. I don't need to add to the fire. Here we go. CTF Forbidden.
CTF Forbidden, thank goodness. We're tied up at 1-1 still in the series. We'll have to see who's going to take the lead here in this game. One thing I love about having Forbidden as a game number 3 is that we do see the impact that sniper rifle has. So many opportunities to hit big shots, important shots, game-changing shots with that S7. As we are underway here, 1-1 between the two teams.
Nothing gets me up in the morning like a 2-snipe map CTF. Here we go, baby.
I was going to say nothing gets me up in the morning.
Here it is.
It's a long road for me today to bed. But this certainly is a pretty good one. Series like this, Trippy, the sniper in his hands. Interesting to see. I don't know if he's picked it up off the body or if he's been given that responsibility off the rip here for FaZe.
He's going to get it.
Well, it's going to work for him. So, overshield in the hands of Snakebite and Trippy's hit bladers.
Snakebite not getting it just yet. Wants to prioritize top mid. He knows on behind him. Here he comes.
Does he know? Oh, he doesn't. No! I thought of all the players who might know that Royal 2 is an obnoxious little rat sometimes in those corners. I say that with a lot of love. It might be Snakebite, but Royal 2 negates the overshield single-handedly by finding a little dark corner to call his own.
And you could tell Snakebite knew. You could just tell in the comms they knew someone was unaccounted for, and that Royal 2 does get the Achilles heel, the back whack. So not just long-time teammates, but of course now a friendly rivalry between those two. Royal 2 etches another one in the column, and he'll pick up another kill as well.
Snipe fell off the map there. 3 dead, 4 FaZe. They're just coming off the respawn as well, so it's kind of a staggered 4 dead situation. And Royal 2 wants to win a championship because he's just grabbed the objective and he's starting to run it down to the sewers.
Ooh, almost gets around the pillar. Had he wrapped that pillar, he would have had a lot of extra time to buy. He will get taken down, so momentary 4v3 on the map.
I'd like to apologize for Royal 2 for no reason. I've been putting on blast for the last 30
True,
seconds.
yeah, that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair.
I guess someone's got to do it, right?
He'd do it to me, so, you know, I feel like it's my opportunity to do it back. Last shot, hitting some good bodies, trying to just play around this overshield, which is coming up in the next 5 seconds or so as Snakebite finds a perfect kill on the hut, but all of the pressure is on the FaZe Clan base at the moment, and they start to fly in, and they are so perfectly timed to take down Last Shot, who was the closest player to that overshield, and now FaZe are going to snag it and pop it.
They will get it, and they will get it full. Getting absolutely pummeled from every angle, though. Trippy gets overshield melted. How about Shopify losing that overshield grab? Trippy's nice little fade away to try to stay alive on the pillars. He does as well, but I'm so impressed by Shopify losing that player Last Shot top mid. They lose the very important angles, and even though they're in a 4v3, they still neutralize the overshield instantly. That tells you about the efficiency of what this team can pull off.
Very, very impressive stuff from both teams in that situation to play around that overshield that, much like this series, has ended up with a neutral position on the map. Everyone's kind of fighting for top middle control. The Dynamo's going to go in, a couple of them. Not quite what they once were, the Dynamos. Do you remember when they were?
They were full.
Sorry to bring that back, that memory, but yeah, they certainly did some damage.
Emperor Palpatine-esque nightmare fuel. And even though a little bit of damage off that last one helped with the kill, so in the end, we will still be all knotted up over your first 3+ minutes of play. Just absolute back and forth with the sniper battle. Cycle in the end will clean that one up and maintain snipe control on his side of the map.
2 dead here for FaZe. Cycle just playing his angles at the moment. Looking to see if he can keep his eyes on that FaZe sniper rifle, which is still down on the Mohawk. That's why he's just trying to take these angles, play these angles, see if he can get a free, easy pick. He's now last alive, though, so he's going to have to hit some very difficult shots, and the pressure is going to come in here from FaZe.
Momentary 2v1. Trippy wants to advance. And in the end, Last Shot's going to get a perfect kill there and take him down right away. I like the idea from Trippy in that 2v1 to just try to get space, get in there. Maybe if you get damage or the right angle that leads to the correct kill, you can also get a pull there. In the end, he's taken down, so he will stay here at 0-0. Nice 2v1 push from FaZe, but Cycle's wise to it.
Just a couple when the pressure was off, but when the pressure was on, he gets that 1 kill at least. Not much ammo to play with. Royal 2 is going to have a little bit of overshield, having just picked that one up, but again, both teams just negating it so well. It's almost as if there's a plan A, there's a plan B, and a plan C for how that situation goes around the power-up.
I think for a lot of people who have watched a lot of the Halo Championship Series this year, might be surprised to see how well FaZe is sticking with them. Even if you watch Charlotte, still might be impressed. And I think it's clear that FaZe has 2 things. They've done the work over these past 3 weeks as that flag starts to run. 3 dead.
Last player, no shields. That's 4 dead. Flag is moving through the sewers. Royal 2 is the first spawner, and he's already taking damage. Another player gets a beat down, but I don't think anyone from Shopify is going to be in position by the looks of things to stop this flag. And it's going to be Lucid who's going to run this one home, and the first strike, the first flag, will go to FaZe Clan.
Really nicely done. FaZe, by the way, just barely outslaying. Of course, these 2 teams are almost knotted up in slays as well. FaZe with 29 kills to Shopify's 28. But the big thing, the big number on the board is that flag. And what I was just about to say, and it's a perfect example of it, I think FaZe is hitting not only all the comms, but really making sure that they're just on the same page with one another. It showed in that flag run as well.
One thing that's impressing me with FaZe as well is like they're just being really obnoxious deaths. They are forcing Shopify to push into positions that maybe a little uncomfortable where they don't have all the information they would require to make a play off the back of it. Like this, like Lucid's being elusive. They know where he is, but they can't find a position to do damage, and then he wraps back around, finds damage, finds kills, 3 dead for Shopify, and FaZe have this flag moving once more.
How about the timing and the movement? He makes the decision first to go. It looked like it was going to be sewers, instead goes main ramp. He knew he had the timing. He hits the G-slides, and he's already all the way back home.
Still going to get this one home, though. Overextension is coming in from Shopify Rebellion. It's Frosty who is closest to be able to stop this flag, and he finds a kill onto Penguin.
He's going to hit it.
The nades are going to fly in. Shopify's going to get that pull, and they also have support here. They need the kills here, FaZe, if they want to put this flag in.
Frosty's still alive. Frosty gets the pull, and he's still alive here.
Big trade, and that should, and I say should, secure the cap here for FaZe Clan. Cycle's going to be last alive. They do need to wait for that flag to come back home. With everybody else a long way away, they just need to stop this, but Last Shot just found a snipe.
They're still going to get it yet.
Flag isn't in yet. Lucian should now be able to slide it in, and even with a couple of kills going the way of Shopify, it's now 2-0 to FaZe.
And it's patience once again from FaZe. Great shots from World 2. Also uses the thrust to stay alive on the pillar. And now going to go for a pull of his own. This game is very far from over. Here comes Shopify with a run of their own.
Counter cap opportunity. 2 dead though for Shopify. An important kill on the flag runner, and an even more important double coming in from Trippy should secure this return. Shopify on the respawn phase have stopped the counter cap.
Really impressive what we saw once again from both sides, but in the end, it's FaZe making sure that that flag stays not too far away from the base. They get the return, and they don't wait. I like that. A lot of teams might have waited for the return and tried to play a slay game top middle, which could have worked, but instead they jump on the re. They forfeit a death for the re, and they get it back. 3 dead yet again for Shopify, make it 4.
4 dead, loses in position to run this flag, and they have a sniper still in the hands of Trippy. Not sure if there's ammo left, but he knows where one spawner is. That's going to be Cycle. First kill goes to FaZe. Shopify still 2 dead. Flag still moving here. Lucian's running this one. 2 dead for Shopify still.
It would have to be an overextension top mid right now. Here it comes.
Flag's going to go in. This is going to be a clean sweep for FaZe Clan, who respond to Shopify Rebellion with a perfect game of Forbidden Cap to the flag. They take the lead in the series. They're now up 2-1 and are 1 game away from sending your back-to-back champions down to the elimination bracket.
This is not your early season FaZe Clan. And if you haven't been paying attention these past few weeks, you might not have expected this, but what a perfect game, as you say, from FaZe Clan. 3-0. And also outslaying 46-37. Big numbers coming in from who else but Trippy. Leads the entire game in kills. He goes 14-9 in a pretty quick Fortress CTF. Here's a look at some of the highlights.
This Royal 2 play will haunt Snakebite, but not for too long. Soon you're on the side of the stage. It's going to be celebrating a victory after this. But you've got to say, it never really felt like Shopify were comfortable on the map there, Andy. It was not just a 3-0, it was a 3-0. It felt like every single moment in that game went the way of FaZe.
Yeah.
And I think that Shopify just felt a little bit thrown off by the way that FaZe were playing at times, just playing a little bit slow, waiting for someone to be forced to make a move for Shopify, and they had so many good angles. They could always get that initial damage. Once they got that first pick, they would fly. 3-0, forbidden CTF, but now we have Oddball. Now we have Shopify Rebellion. And now we have a chance to see what's going to happen in this game. A little bit of an update. Optic do confirm the 3-0 over Space Station, sending Space Station down to the elimination bracket. We'll have Optic Gaming against Cloud9, who are on fire. By the way, not just yesterday, but continuing into today.
Yeah, that is going to be a series to watch, because we still have to see if Optic Gaming can make it all the way through the winner's side of the bracket. Take a look at the LM bracket and the matches that are still to come. That will be SSG Mindfreak in an elimination match.
I want to play him now if I'm Mindfreak.
Exactly, and Luminon versus Unreal Nightmare.
I want to play him now if I'm Unreal Nightmare.
Okay, by the way, that just shows you what International Halo is doing, right? These are International Halo powerhouses that are looking to upset in 3 of those 4 matches in the elimination bracket still to come. And man, that could get spicy as well. And I think if we've learned one thing from the Halo World Championship, it is that anyone can show up and pull an upset in a big way. And right now, seed-wise, it's FaZe Clan that wants to do just that. By the way, Shopify Rebellion backs against the wall. They might be your back-to-back champion, but backs firmly pinned. 2-1 with no room to spare. This is a must-win game.
Here we go.
For Shopify Rebellion.
This is an interesting one, right? We've talked about Oddball, and we've talked about how good certain teams are at it. One team who's vastly improved on it is FaZe Clan, but Shopify Rebellion have a pretty good record themselves as well. So this is a really interesting game type to have as a game number 4. Not really much between the two teams when it comes to it. And this is a game type that, as we always say, will test every single facet of you as a team. Every single facet of Halo, baiting, switching, power weapons, power-ups, and also rotating and controlling those swarms. It's the perfect game type to decide if it's a game 5 we'll be talking about, or if FaZe can send Shopify to that elimination bracket.
The late Shroud 2-man push bottom middle. I love the timing and the execution from FaZe. They will get the camo clean and get away with it. We'll see what Trippy can do here off the opening. It's 2v2 on the map for the start.
You would imagine he'd try and play towards that shock rifle. Cycle just bends the knee and says hello.
How about the start here?
Haven't got that information. Now retreats. Frosty trying to make a play towards the stacks. Trippy should be able to finish this one off. And does just about manage to do so. 2 dead for Shopify, but I think you wanted to allude to how slow and precise the start of this game has been.
This is remarkable here, and Trippy's actually going to rotate here for an elevator rotate and stay alive. And now Lucid will grab. By the way, Shock's still up. So that just tells you what we're watching here. It's a very, very slow, patient, methodical, and
the timing
again, 2-man push through the pipes here from Shopify and FaZe. Oh, this is the buddy system to a team. Beautiful 2-man push, 3 dead for FaZe. They get punished.
That's going to be 4 dead, and there is the shock rifle. It's finally going to be picked up off the pad by Managed Screen. Last shot. Only 7 points put on the board here by FaZe. Snakebite being a nuisance. And not only finding one, but he rips Cycle as well with no shields. He puts the advantage when it comes to kills and numbers in the hands of FaZe. What a play from Snakebite.
Trippy also hits what looked like an insta as well.
Back and 4 dead this.
Yeah, very important sequence of play here. It might even Cycle wins a very important 1v1. Will try to stay alive here on top of stacks. He gets punished. Still, it's FaZe Clan scoring your first 20 points or so on the board.
Oh, that play from Snakebite though.
Yeah.
I thought the first kill was out of order. The second one, certainly out of order. Penguin finds one. Shroud will go down to try and keep him alive. That ball is still alive on the back of blue. It looks like Penguin's going to look for this play ball eventually and does get it off the map. So FaZe with a good start here. 22 points already on the board for them.
Really nicely done. They need to be careful. Wow, 2 players once again come back. So that's a time where I think Shopify maybe overextends to try to clear out, right? That buddy system has worked for them so well over just about every game in this series on the 2-man push to make sure they're wrapping corners together. I don't know if they need to clear out blue that heavily or attempt to do so. So that's kind of the other edge of that sword, seeing them maybe pay a little bit too much. 2v2 on the map.
The one good thing for Shopify with that push is they at least secure the play ball. They make sure that ball goes off the map and they can fight from a neutral position. Penguin, though, having a really good start to this game with important kills. Maybe not statistically looking fantastic, just -1, but important kills in important moments. Next camo is going to go into the hands of Lucid.
Beautifully from Lucid. Notice how he just delivers 2 body shots to make sure there was no trade for Snakebite. And even though Snakebite does get taken down moments later, it's little mechanical plays like that that can be such different makers. Shot coming up as well here right now.
This sneaky position from Lucid. This is very Lucid. He's been saving this one for one. Jabs! Damage, kills, all going the way of FaZe Clan once again, and they get their hands on that ball. Efficiency been really impressive. As soon as they've got damage, as soon as they've got kills, FaZe have moved towards that elbow to get those points.
How obnoxious is Lucid right now? As you said, the positioning earlier, how he's playing this corner with Royal 2. Finally, he's going to retreat back to tower. I like that. He's got all the info. He's watched all the sidelines, and now the 1v1 continues. But Royal 2, no trade in the end. Snakebite has to fly in to wrap that one. 2v2 yet again.
What the grapple? Coming out of Snakebite. Turning all sorts of corners. Hit the chicane, hit the hairpins. And once again, forcing Shopify Rebellion to have to extend to force this play ball. It's been very, very efficient on ball so far coming in from FaZe. And Shopify really struggling to deal with the rotates and the efficiency that they've got in front of them.
Still 2 dead, by the way. Finally, Snakebite's taken down, but Penguin will still be holding here. 59, 60 points on the board for FaZe Clan. So far, uncontested. They have looked so good. And by the way, the kills are still quite close. It's FaZe Clan outslaying right now 26 only to 24.
Penguin going to keep trying to rotate this ball towards Snakebite. I don't know if it looks like an observer.
So yeah, based on what we're seeing, it does look like an observer glitch. So don't panic here. It looks like we might have lost the observer, but as you can tell, as you said, based on the face cams, still in gameplay here. So we'll get back into the feed as fast as we can. And teams, by the way, now tied up 28-28.
We're going to cast off of purely player cams right now. Andy, you start.
Kills total.
We're going to jump back into Complexity Envy in the meantime while that game continues on the main stage, and we get reconnected there to bring you the action once again. It's 2-1 still to Complexity, who are of course up 2-0 in this series. They're up 1 round in oddball here as well, Andy.
I'll tell you what, Envy not to be taken lightly nor to be taken down easily here this weekend, and we know, as we said, a lot of promise and hopes for them to fulfill. By the way, we'll get updates for you as best we can on the main stage. Sounds like might have lost those observers, but we do have confirmation that that game is still indeed underway, unimpacted in terms of the actual gameplay itself. We'll get you updates back on the main stage as fast as we can.
So Envy, I mean, the kind of the conversation we've been having about this team all season long since they had that impressive showing and back in Dallas is like, are they going to be able to continue that? Are they going to be a team that we're talking about? And it always felt like they were there or thereabouts, but a World Championship performance that disappoints like this is, I feel like a performance that disappoints like this is, I feel like a really tough end to the season if they can't come through a series like this against Complexity.
I agree. And it feels like for Complexity, it's like nothing to lose Ryan Noob attitude, right? They just kind of come into weekends like this with everything to play for and not too much to lose, right? A lot of people taking them lightly, and they already proved people wrong yesterday with that 3-0 result. And like you said, there's a lot riding on. Envy has gotten so close so many times this year. They kind of burst back onto the scene back at DreamHack Dallas with a really good debut. But they have high hopes for this weekend as well.
Ryan is going to fly through here and pick up that kill. 42 points on the board here for Envy, so making a better fist of it in this second round of Oddball in this winners quarterfinal. Of course, this is available on the D stream as well, so you're not going to miss any action here at the Halo World Championships if you want to watch this series and its conclusion. 3 dead here for Envy momentarily, but it's going to turn into a 2v2. As it's getting a little bit messy here bottom middle. Lots of frag grenades going off, a lot of trades going off.
Also, you look at the players that are on this matchup here in the Complexity Envy series, and it's just like there's so many players that are already household names and that want to unlock another tier, right? I mean, when we think about legacy and even future prospects for future Halo titles, other titles you might want to compete in, things like that. There's so much riding on, it feels like, the names on this stage, right? Really, with the exception of Ryan Noob, everyone else on this stage has so much of their career right ahead of them, and you think in terms of experience, so much to play for here at the World Championship.
And one man who would have felt very, very happy yesterday with that 3-0 victory over TSM is, of course, Cherished against his old teammates.
Yeah.
And I got to be honest, when I saw Cherished was dropped from that roster, I was a little bit surprised because I thought he'd played some fantastic Halo up until that point, but no better time to get a revenge than the final event of Halo Infinite, especially against your own teammates.
Right, he's trying to stay alive bottom middle here, and still neck and neck, just about to be tied up yet again here in this second round. And of course, Envy knows they cannot afford to drop this second round. If they do, that will be the end of the series.
Envy has the ball. Ball drop.
Carbine just chipping away at Cherished as he tries to push, and every individual fight at the moment for Envy has to be won. The winner's bracket life is on the line here. They do have a lead in this round, but it is so slender with just over 2 minutes left. There's plenty of time here for Complexity to make this push to go back into a lead themselves. It is King Nick who plays off the damage, and Envy are going to be 3 dead. The lead will change, and Complexity will crawl closer towards a huge series victory and continuing in this winner's side of the bracket.
Yep, a little play ball as well. Nicely done. Just going to redistribute that, and even though the push is coming, almost takes down Precision as well.
Camo coming up in 10 seconds. And this is nervy now, but one team that will happily play the nerdy game, happily play the obnoxious game, is going to be Complexity in these moments. 3 dead for Envy once again. Cherished has that oddball in his hand. Descendants trying to cut him down, but Cherished manages to make it back to the elevator. He gets taken down, and you're starting to see a little bit of panic here for Envy. Complexity is showing the composure.
So Mental can do big kills. By the way, Mental's so good in battles like that. Making sure he doesn't trade, dropping down, getting that opening damage, and then getting away with it just like this. Even Eagle Eyes the camo. Gonna try to get this as well, and just goes right in. Not afraid to go into the fisticuffs, but he's taken down in the end as well.
That's the equivalent of me trying to find a towel when I've got, like, you know, when you got like shampoo still in your eyes and you get out of the shower and you're kind of like waving frantically trying to find the thing. That's what it looks like for me. Cherish with the ball in his hands, and Complexity now, if they can hold off this final push, will be sending Envy down to the elimination bracket, and they have done exactly that. Complexity are here to play.
Man, oh man, like he said, doable, and that's exactly what he has done. Ryan Noob secure top 6, taking down Envy. Of course, one of the teams that we knew would be a big threat this weekend. Instead, it's Complexity, I think, shocking a lot of people with the way that they're able to win that series as well.
We'll do our best to get you updated on what's going on our main stage. Looks like the game is still continuing. As you can see, hopefully we can reconnect a cable, whatever it is.
Whatever they have to do.
Guys. So we'll get back into that game and find out exactly what's going on, where the score is in that series. But if you're just joining us, of course, welcome. It's been a great Friday, great pool play, and now that we're into the bracket play, Andy, the games certainly are impressing, and the fact that we are in a game 4, if you're just joining us on our main stage, between Shopify Rebellion, the back-to-back champions, and FaZe are in the lead at the moment 2-1 in the games. I mean, what better way could you ask for to start your day on a Saturday?
Yeah, and
Crazy
especially
stuff.
also getting word as well that FaZe Clan did win that round 1 of ball as well. You can see over the shoulder, so keep a very close eye on this. And now that means FaZe Clan just 1 round away, and not just that, but in the middle of a round. They would already be forced into this round. Keep a very close eye on that. I'm getting this is a terrible tease. I'm getting a kill feed of what's happening.
I didn't
forget
that we
have
had
a visual. It's so I'll keep you updated with everything I see here, and I will as painfully as it is for you.
I wish you hadn't pointed that out.
Yeah, now you can see that.
Now I can see everything that's happening.
Kill by,
but not with the games.
Yeah.
I can tell you though that Shopify Rebellion are currently outslaying 72-60, which doesn't help anybody.
Don't.
Irrelevant information.
We can't do that.
I'm making it, if anything, worse. So we'll hopefully get back into the game as soon as we can. But I mean, let's talk about the effect that would have, right? If FaZe do manage to close this game out, this is what is in front of us. Complexity are waiting for them next if, and it's a big if, they do close out this oddball game, and Shopify will drop down to the elimination bracket. Now, for a team like Optic Gaming, for teams like Cloud9 who are on fire at the moment, what an opportunity that presents you to go through to a winner's final, get to a grand final, and not even have to think about Shopify Rebellion.
Exactly. This is already getting, as we said, I don't know how, but the World Championship, there's something about Seattle, there's something about this arena that we return to each year where the bracket is the least predictable. And even when you have prepared yourself mentally for what's going to be a crazily well-thought bracket, somehow there are always surprises that come out. As we said, Complexity secures top 6 over Envy 3-1. Cloud9 3-0ing Luminon. And like you said, both the winner's side and the elim side of this bracket are going to be absolutely stacked with surprises still to come as well.
A lot of talk coming into this event was, are FaZe contenders now? And I think everybody expected the answer to be yes. But the one thing that eluded them, that gave us I think the real belief they could become a world champion, was their performance against Shopify Rebellion back in Charlotte. So we got,
here we go. Yes!
Over the shoulder cam.
We got to do it.
We're in. Looks like Shopify have a convincing, I think this is
87.
This is FaZe POV.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So Shopify Rebellion are in pink. They are up 87 to another number that's not met.
That's going to be tough to read with the contrast, but I think, yeah, 87-22-ish, by the way. Shout out to the team for rushing a camera to the main stage. Unluckily, losing both observers. However, as we said, the gameplay has continued. So now we'll get to at least see what's going on. By the way, last shot gets an overkill.
All right, now I'm pissed.
92, by the way, to 52. So these will be the final moments for what should be a Shopify round win, which would indeed send us to a round number 3, and it does indeed.
Okay.
And I'm just glad we can see what's going on on the stage. We're tied up 1-1.
Whew. I mean, no reaction from last shot, as you can see on the player cams, to the overkill, because he knows that
Frosty.
There's a lot more work to do here for them to get back into this game. But a 1-1,
devastating round, by the way,
is now a round to decide.
Yeah. Shopify, by the way, 87-73 in terms of total slays, so they started to really pull away with that second round. So we will be going into a potentially series-deciding round number 3.
And the good news is, we might be able to jump back into the game as well, but yes, indeed, it looks like we are. Welcome back, everyone, we're back! Woo! I can't wait for last shot to describe his overkill to me.
I am so glad.
Rebellion answer back phase after they took that first round. We're at 1-1 now. Next round, we'll decide if FaZe Clan knocks Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, or if we go to a early game 5 here on a Saturday in Seattle. Cycles in headshots.
I don't know what kind of dark magic was required to get an observer back into this game somehow in the third round, but we've done it, and the teams are perfectly tied 1-1 in rounds. If you're just joining us, it's FaZe Clan versus Shopify. Lower seeded FaZe currently leading on potential world championship favor. You're defending back-to-back champions over the last 2 events. If FaZe Clan takes this round, this will be the series. They will pull off the upset, but Shopify now looking to force a game number 5. Frosty, last player alive.
Yeah, last player alive here. Does manage to find one, of course he does. Penguin has the oddball in his hands, so it's a momentary 1v1 on the map. Oddball versus Frosty. Penguin has to reload again, but somehow, with a little bit of help from his friends, comes out of that situation, still managing to pick up the kill.
unbelievable here to have this well fought of a series. I think a lot of people, us included, had high hopes for this new era FaZe clan. But man, are they even surprising even more, and clearly surprising Shopify Rebellion now, pushing them up against the wall here in game number 4. But it all comes down to this final round of ball to determine where this series goes.
Incoming.
Eyes on Lucid at the start of this series, having a little bit of a slow game comparatively to what we've seen so far from him in this series, at 16 and 25, but does have 20 assists. Yeah. That is leading the lobby, so a huge amount of damage still coming out of the guns that are being used by Lucid.
Never been so happy to be back into gameplay.
Same.
In my life here, this is an unbelievable series so far. It has delivered. And now it's an early lead for Shopify, 26-3. And still a lot of game to go, but it's a very strong start here for Shopify in your 3rd round.
That lead will continue to extend as well because FaZe have found themselves 3 dead. Penguin, the only player alive at the moment. As Lucid tries to predict the push in through the turbine, but instead it's going to be Penguin who does get that kill. So first pick goes the way of FaZe. They should be able to put some pressure on this oddball holder and at least stop the scoring here, as well as securing this camo. So FaZe have played this really nicely.
Yeah, this is a big moment. By the way, it was just 26-3. Now it's 51-3. Lucid needs to make this play with this camo count.
Also needs to not trade in this situation. Cycle gets taken down, doesn't trade. Keeps this camo alive. Frosty still putting some pressure onto Trippy. Royal 2 spied him out, and Frosty. Oh, Trippy just got the kill at the last second, but last shot scarpering away with that oddball and forcing Lucid to come make a play. Grabs the oddball, tries to wrap away, but with the shock rifle in his hand and no shields, he's got to be careful of every grenade that's coming his way.
Man, what a play from Lucid, doing it all. Grabs the ball, tosses it back in, takes a high-risk play, and continues sniping as well. They're finally scoring, but they have a long way to go to get back into this game. It's 2 dead for FaZe.
Gonna touch this ball to keep it somewhat in their possession when it comes to map control. Royal 2 being a nuisance. Royal 2 winning the fight as well. Lucid not connecting with the big shots, and they're the ones that can matter.
Huge kills. Look at Shopify right now, by the way. They're now outslaying 112-88. Look at about to be a 30 bomb for 3 of the 4 players. And Frosty's not far behind either.
Lucid still has that oddball though. FaZe is still trying to hold the line, but they're taking a lot of damage at the moment. But Penguin now on the flank through the pipes is going to find one himself. The second kill is in front of him, presents itself and will be taken. 2v2 on the map between Shopify and FaZe, as Trippy will now move in to try and contest this oddball. Snakebite's trying to escape Cycle at the moment, and Trippy doesn't check before he crosses the road. The last shot might make him pay for that.
He does indeed. 2 dead for FaZe here, and now still 59-9. They will cross the 60-point mark, and Shopify, they're only about 2 holds, if that, away from closing out this round and the game.
Last shot with the ball in his hands as well is going to make FaZe fans hurt. A second by second, moment by moment, that game 5 becomes more of a reality to both of these teams and everybody watching right now. 2 dead for FaZe, 2 dead for Shopify. But the lead, there's a chasm between the 2 teams when it comes to that score in this round.
It's massive this round. FaZe is going to have to really change the way this game has been played, especially because take a look at the game clock. There's only 1:45 left on it. And even though that clock will stop whenever the ball is held, that's not a lot of time to play with. Not a lot of insurance time for FaZe Clan to get back in this game.
Royal 2 somehow survives that situation and comes back to pick up a kill. 3 dead, Lucid last alive, no shields, bottom tower. Oddboy still down, and Shopify will not have to contest or worry about that Oddball right now. They just need to keep their opponents away from it, and Frosty with the camo is going to have a lot of tools to do exactly that.
Lucid with some very good pre-nades, but and I will say, Lucid's pre-nades there from bottom tower to make sure Frosty stayed weak. They will trade the camo out, which is a big deal, but this is really dangerous territory for FaZe. Already 73-10. Penguin filmed like he had to kill him twice.
Yeah, that felt like one of those situations where you're like, oh. 3 dead for Shopify. Maybe a chance here for FaZe. Frosty is last alive. Snakebite's going to challenge, but Frosty somehow comes out of the situation as last alive with that kill once more.
Look at the damage.
And this damage just means that FaZe can't get near the ball either. It's having to overextend. The last shot's grabbed it and now moves it to pipes. He's got some support as well.
Only 20 points away. It's been perfect gameplay from Shopify in this 3rd round, leaving no room for error. Not even really any opportunities for holds whatsoever for the side of FaZe Clan. 83 points now and rising.
Been outslayed by nearly 30 kills in this game as well, so that's been the difference maker since that first round. Shopify Rebellion just managed to pick up those kills, pick up those slays, and have a little bit more space on the map. Snakebite has no idea that Frosty is behind him. And nor does Trippy. Everyone's forgotten about Frosty. And this is the least gentle reminder that FaZe will ever get.
Look at the way Frosty's playing this entire map. The last 60 seconds have been amazing. Even gets the chain off the rack. 24 seconds left on the game clock. They will just slay here. Maybe hold if it's convenient, but this should be their round here.
Oh! Penguin gets a haircut, gets the feathers clipped. Lucian gets one as well. He says, oh, have the matching haircut. As Frosty denies FaZe Clan from sending Shopify down to the elimination bracket for at least one more game. We're going to a game 5, everybody. Shopify Rebellion. Win oddball here on Recharge. And now it's a shootout.
And how about this? Shopify had to reverse back-to-back in those rounds. Let's not forget that FaZe took that first round of ball, and Shopify had to win both rounds, and they do just that. But not only that, they outslay in the kills category 142 to 104 over the 3 rounds. A 40 kill margin is out. I mean, it's insane at this level, especially after dropping the first round. That tells you how hard they went in rounds 2 and 3. Look at the 30 bombs for everyone and just shy of a 40 bomb for last shot, by the way.
Look at the damage. 2 players on the side of Shopify Rebellion, Cycle and Royal 2, dropping 11k, and I feel like it's unfair of me to kind of excuse Frosty and Last Shot from that conversation, because Last Shot was pretty much there as well. Frosty pretty much there as well. When you compare that to the FaZe side, difficult to put damage out when you're in the death screen, and that's the difference in those rounds of on-ball that we saw, right? Just picking up the slays, Shopify Rebellion. It's been the story of the series. You look at the slays, you look at the close games, it's been a kill or two between the 2 teams. You look at that game number 3, Forbidden, FaZe outslay Shopify Rebellion and win the objective game because of it. And now in the most decisive and ultimate deciding game of the series, slays are all that matter.
Also, Frosty, by the way, 22 assists in that game, just to give you perspective there. On the other side, there were players that only had 10 and 12 assists, and you've got Frosty going 22. As we said, doing everything. And I'm so impressed by the way that this was the exchange of play. The way that he's, and also watch the team having his back, even though he looks away. Royal 2 hits the remote detonation. I got you, buddy. And it is a beautiful checkered series layout so far. Back and forth between Shopify and FaZe Clan. And it's a very different story than it was in Charlotte. It was a clean sweep, a clean wipe for the side of Shopify in their winners final as well as their grand final. But here it is a different story at the Halo World Championship.
Well, here's the stats from the Charlotte grand final in this game time. 50 to 45. It went the way of Shopify Rebellion, but it was close. And if I remember correctly, there was a great mid-game rally from FaZe Clan where they felt like they were out of the game and all of a sudden got themselves back into the game. And I think if you're FaZe in this situation, very similar to what we saw in game number 2. I think the start has to be equal. You have to keep it close in the beginning of the game, because too many occasions against Shopify in these Slayer game types, we've seen them give themselves almost too much to do too early. And even if you make that comeback, you go on that run, you know, you're always chasing the game instead of being able to control it.
Exactly, and they just can't afford to trade really at any point, whether it's the mid-game or later in the game. I couldn't agree more. I think we saw FaZe have such good, I think the comeback quality of game number 2 was so strong. When they got hold of the snipe as they re-enter the stage, when they got control of the snipe, they got right back in the game, but they were still trailing by 7.
Joey looks fired up, by the way. See how he came back on there? He's hyping himself up.
Big game trip.
BGT has entered the building. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to leave that main stage with that same feeling in a few moments' time. And a reminder, if you weren't here earlier for the first game type in this series, the first Slayer that we saw, the records coming into this event, you have number 1 and 2 on your stage right now for Slayer success. FaZe were number 1 coming into this event, 30 and 9 in their Slayer game types. Now that's changed a little bit, of course, here in Charlotte. But number 2 was Shopify Rebellion. So when you want a game 5 and you're going into a Slayer game type, you could not ask for 2 better teams and a more unpredictable result to be in front of you.
By the way, FaZe Clan and Charlotte 3-0 in Game 5 Slayers. Let's not forget it. We talked about how they may have been dependent upon those, but let's first take a look at Shopify's last 8 Slayers.
Yeah, www, and I'm not entering an incorrect URL. That is win, win, win all the way down in their last Slayer games that they have played against. And when you consider that 1, 2, 3, 4 of those are against FaZe Clan with the record that we just highlighted as well, Shopify will feel confident, as they always do, that they can continue their run here at the Halo World Championships in this winner's side of the bracket.
And as we were saying on the FaZe side, they're 4-1 this year on Game 5 Slayers. 3-0, as we said in Charlotte. They were down to the wire against some top teams. But the question is, can they do it against the world-ranked #1 Shopify Rebellion, who have rallied back to force this game number 5. One single game remains between Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan to decide who will stay alive in the winner's bracket.
There was always going to be Game 5s in the Halo World Championships. There was always going to be Game 7s. And FaZe, who were on the receiving end of a devastating loss yesterday in a Game 5, now have the chance to make that a distant memory. Game 5, winners bracket quarterfinal. Shopify FaZe. Who is going to continue on this winner's side of the bracket?
So much riding on this exact game here for what will happen in the brackets. How does the rest of this tournament go? Really, you cannot say enough about it here. 3 dead off the opening for Shopify. That camo pop will be big as well.
4-1 off the rip here for FaZe. We said how they needed to have a good start. Well, that is almost a perfect start. And now Shopify have to play a game they're a little bit unfamiliar with. They have to chase the game, and FaZe can set those traps.
This was the key to success, as we said for FaZe Clan. Do not find yourself down 6-1, 7-1 like they were on live fire. Instead, they now control the game here at 6-2.
Cycle's a little bit trapped here. Couldn't find the kill onto Penguin, and now Snakebite's on the flank. Snakebite should be able to get the trade in this situation. Cycle should be able to get the trade as well, and that's exactly what happens. But all that does is keep the lead in the hands of FaZe. Lucid gets out of that situation. Lucid lived through that situation. He was half shields. He got the sticky repulse onto Royal 2 and lived through the situation.
Wait, Royal 2 was the one with the repulse. I gotta watch it back.
Okay, we need to watch that one.
We'll see that one later. More importantly, FaZe Clan up 10-3 off of the opening. And they are looking good here in game number 5, and we've seen them do it before, like we said.
3-1 off the rip here for Lucid. A rough game 5 for him yesterday against Cloud9 that certainly will be fresh in his memory, and Sting in the memory as well. Penguin's trying to stay alive with his shock rifle. 11-4 the score. The one thing that FaZe have to keep in mind is the runs that Shopify can go on. If you give them the chance to get back in the game, if you find yourself 2 or 3 dead, Shopify can rally and could go on these insane runs. But at 13-5, FaZe look like they're up to the task.
Yeah, so far it's been the FaZe run. Let's get into an early listen in here with FaZe Clan.
Low and 20. I'm trying to come out of
Go, bottom mid. Silo, Joey, Silo.
Kill Silo.
2 bottom mid, 2 bottom mid.
Come blue, look at this. LR's probably. Silo weak. U-turn in LR. U-turn's weak, Tommy.
U-turn, half shields, 3 shots, shoot there, Joey.
Yeah, guys, go into that. 2 dead.
Yo, driveway.
Loop and driveway. What are we doing?
One driveway. One hit loop, You're gonna run yours. Have your chase me, Jack. Have your chase me.
I'm go weak out.
Go behind you.
Dip weak on you, Tommy. So one is Soda, one is Soda. I'm that one is Soda.
One. I'm literally
LR weak. One is on mess.
Yo, LR weak. LR really weak.
Soda stairs, absolute soda stairs. 1 bullet.
And still up.
1 bullet soda stairs.
And Soda, they're cutting that Soda.
They're dead.
Soda, he was
I'm walking out.
Spawn blue.
Nice.
I'm LR.
U-turn. Camo weak.
One shot, user. There's guy LR. Light haul, Joey, with us.
LR weakness, LR.
He's LR box.
No.
He went Soda, Joey.
Come on. He's weak top, sick bite.
Yo, they have shock bench.
Sick bite, 2 shot.
And no one sick bite.
Camo still top in, and one goes on you, Joe.
Go, still benches.
One shot, glass, absolute glass, Foxy. Absolute loop or something, tram.
He could spawn blue.
He was
glass.
Blue. Going top gold. Yard to flowers. 2 shot runner.
Yo, half shots powder. One shot powder.
Still flowers dead.
Nice. Nice.
Hold the map.
Loop is open, Joey.
I'll go camo. I'm nest one. Weak, dark.
Back up.
Bench is weak. Stop.
Hotel weak.
10 kills the difference between the two teams as FaZe are 1 kill away from the halfway point of winning this game 5. Shopify are on the back foot here, Andy.
Unbelievable. Look at Penguin's numbers. He's 8-3 with 6 assists as well. That lead is trimmed by just a bit here for FaZe, so they do need to be careful, but it all comes down to, as we said, the opening for FaZe. They've held on.
Royal 2 gets revenge. The sticky falls onto Penguin. And off the back of it, the double kill now from Royal 2, and it is a 4-kill game. Shopify are gaining momentum, and FaZe have to be careful here.
How quickly things can change. It was just a 24-14 game. Now it's 23-25.
2 kills the difference, 1 kill the difference. FaZe are 3 dead. And Cycle will trade for the last. Everybody trapped. Now for FaZe Clan as Shopify are 1 kill away from tying this game.
An 11-2 swing. Royal 2, by the way, he's 1 kill away from something special. We'll see if it hits. They were trailing by 10.
Oh, he doesn't get it this time around as Trippy will get the trade. Royal 2's run will be stopped. Camo coming up top middle. Snakebite finds another and just gives it a moment for FaZe Clan to just regain some composure here because they have been in a whirlwind for the last few moments. Royal 2 trying to get away with that camo. Can they find him? Yes, they do. Lucid finds the kill.
Very, very big to neutralize that camo. That could have really spelled disaster for the side of FaZe Clan. Tied up at 30-30 here. FaZe Clan back into the lead, but narrowly.
Penguin versus Frosty. Penguin wins it. Huge 1v1s. Could be the result, and the way that this game is decided. Royal 2 gets another kill himself. Royal 2, by the way, 11-8 in this game, leading the charge on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but FaZe still with this slender 2-kill advantage.
Snakebite gets away and gets very good damage and info about last shot on truck. They're likely going to pitch that right now. It might cost Snakebite in the end. It does, and now just a 1-kill game at 35-34. FaZe Clan still leading, but very, very narrowly.
Strike rifle coming up. Trippy, Frosty, stare into the whites of each other's eyes, to the reflections of each other's helmet, to see who can get their hands on it. It is a tie game as Shopify go into a lead. It's a 1-kill lead now for Shopify, but where did that shot go?
All eyes on that weapon that really could decide where this goes. Still just a 1-kill game, as you say. Shopify now leading, and we're about to be in the home stretch, and right now it's a all-in yard on the side of FaZe Clan and 1 player at blue. Watch this, Frosty might know.
Frosty has a thrust as well, so he can get a little bit aggressive here. He can afford to take a chance, but Snakebite somehow gets a stick. Trippy finds a kill elsewhere, and this flank from Frosty.
They lose 2 though.
It's not going to be as effective as he wanted it to. 39-39, nothing between the two teams.
They lose 2 elsewhere, as you saw, so they have to reset. They have to refocus the push. They do get number 40 though. Now they're going to try to slowly pick apart FaZe Clan on this spawn trap, and Trippy with a very good flank and avoids the trade as well.
Picks up the thrust off the body of Frosty. That allows him to get out of blue. It allows him to survive here. Cycle going to challenge him bottom middle. Cycle with some fantastic shots. A cross map under pressure to keep the game close. Cycle with a second as well, and Cycle might be the player to watch here because he's picked up 2 vital kills in the last few moments.
Penguin might have been able to finish that kill on Cycle as well. I'm not sure if they have the comms they needed here. Look at Shopify now into a lead, 45-42.
And this is where you win a series. This is where you win your money. This is where you decide what way this game is going to go. And Royal 2 gets yet another camo here for Shopify Rebellion. And at 17-9,
here it comes.
The flank comes in from Royal 2. 2 no shields, 2 kills. Royal 2 with a killing spree as he goes to work. 1 kill for Shopify Rebellion to close out a game 5.
Who else? Leave it to this man on your screen. Here he comes out on the S4 push.
Snakebite, old friend, old buddy.
No.
Down to the elimination bracket you go. A wag of the finger.
Come on.
As Royal 2 dominates game 5. And Shopify Rebellion will continue their run in the winner's side of the bracket.
Imagine doing all that in a Louis Vuitton jacket. There's no way. Come on. Even with a green gun in hand, all he had to do was charge it, drop down, get the melee. He goes for the stick with style and the finger wag against longtime teammate, of course, and a longtime friend, Snakebite. They will take the game 50-44 in a game, by the way, that they were trailing 24-14. That is a masterclass. I cannot wait to see some of the highlights and to watch that entire game back. Because the way that they went on that 11-2 run, they took over in the game and they win the series.
Royal 2 finishes that game 20-9 in a game 5. One of the best to ever do it, producing a performance to remember when it matters most. And what it means is FaZe Clan will be going down to our elimination bracket now, but Shopify Rebellion, the back-to-back champs, had a scare, but they come through the biggest series of the Halo World Championships for them so far. What a series that was, man. Like, front to back, just brilliant.
Amazing.
First match of Saturday as well. Love it.
I'm telling you, these first matches of these days, yesterday as well, it's just packed house for this series, and for good reason. You just saw what the Halo World Championship can bring in terms of quality and maybe even surprises. That series had everything, man. It had all of the drama you could ask for, and for it to end the way it did, it's quite a statement from Royal 2 as well.
I mean, let's take a look at the bracket and to see how things pan out after that series has now concluded. Shopify Rebellion will now go on to play Complexity for a spot in the winners finals. Complexity, of course, taking out Envy 3-1 in a series that we caught the back end of a little bit earlier. Optic Gaming with a swift and severe 3-0 over Space Station. They'll take on Cloud9, who delivered, I should say, the exact same thing to Luminon in the game that they had as well. But yeah, pretty good performance in that game 5 from Royal 2.
Yeah.
Want to hear from him?
I do.
I got you. Blaze, you've got us. Let's hear from the man himself.
Everybody make some noise for Shopify Rebellion. Turning up on the main stage. I got the flyest man with me in the league right here, Royal 2, with a fly performance in that game 5. Just initially, how do you feel being able to survive that matchup? Because they gave it everything in which they got.
Yeah, that was a super tough matchup. Like, I mean, shout out to them. They just put on a show. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that. But yeah, that was, I think, a little too close for our liking, but I'm glad we pulled it out.
Definitely a little bit too close for Shopify's liking, okay? We've seen so many dominant performances from you guys here on this stage, and we rarely see you guys being tested. But in that last map, they're up 9, okay? And something just snaps in you, okay? Talk to me about, from your perspective, how you guys make that comeback and close out this last map.
Honestly, I didn't even know we were down by 9. I don't even look at the score, but I noticed they were just getting a lot of power weapons. And then as soon as I got one camo, I kind of like just blacked out almost. Like I was like, in my head I was like, I'm gonna win this game myself, and I know exactly how to do it. So I just kept getting the camos, and yeah, I just guaranteed the map.
Guaranteed the map and blacked out like this jacket. Don't you look good up here, Seattle? Now, as you guys get ready to go into this next series, you know, gas up the Shopify fans. What do you want to say to these amazing fans out here who has just been cheering nonstop for you guys here to kick off the championship bracket?
Yeah, just a shout out to all the Shopify fans, also all the Halo fans. I know this is the last Halo World Championship, and we appreciate everyone in the crowd tuning in, especially everyone at home in Twitch chat. Shout out to the Twitch chatters, and yeah, all the Shopify fans in the building, any team fan. We appreciate everyone just showing up for the last tournament.
We appreciate you all, everybody, okay? It's just the start of the champ bracket. We got 2 days left. Let's get through it.
Thank you so much, Blaze, and wow, what a series to kick off day 2 here. It really did come down to the wire between these two teams. But Shopify Rebellion, again, perfect track record. They continue on, and FaZe, they are left, I think, questioning a few things. A couple of mistakes going the wrong way for them, decisions. But back to the drawing board, they're still alive, of course, in the tournament. Wow, so much to talk about here, and I think objectively, I think FaZe are right there. They are so close for greatness, but Shopify Rebellion, they are always able to kind of swing things back into their favor. I mean, there's so much to pick up on and touch on here. Clutch, what are kind of some of the key moments that you thought were kind of sealing the deal for either of these teams?
I mean, you knew it was going to be a banger of a series after game 1. The way FaZe was able to fight back and just contest on the map, something that we've seen them struggle with against Shopify in the past. They were actually going to ward there, and they forced Shopify to play their best Halo in order to take them down throughout this series. The Slayers are, of course, where the series always gets decided in the close ones. And that's where Shopify really extended their opportunity to close the series out in their favor. I can't say enough about the Slayers. You saw the graphic before Game 5, how they've won 9 Slayers in a row, an insane stat considering Slayers are usually the most volatile game type. But for some reason, this team always figures it out. And you got to feel for the FaZe guys. They gave them a hell of a punch. You know, they put in a lot of work coming in here. But Shopify, once again, standing strong, going through the winner's bracket. You heard World 2 say, a little bit closer than they're liking. And they know that there's still an Optic Gaming on the other side of the bracket. And they know Optic saw that and are saying, we have an opportunity to take this team down this event.
They certainly do.
What really impressed me was that game number 3 went from FaZe. I mean, honestly, they showed a lot in that one. That's one of Shopify Rebellion's favorite game modes. They love Capture the Flag. They're 5-2 on Capture the Flag Forbidden over the course of the entire year. And FaZe with that 3-0, that was absolutely huge. That's when I was a believer.
It was huge. I will say that that final Slayer, there were moments where it was just like, you know, hey, they might do this, FaZe. You know, the beginning was a great start. It's something that we were looking for from FaZe. They typically have terrible starts regardless of their kind of ratio in terms of wins and losses on a Slayer. I will say, I think Snakebite having a bad Game 5, which we don't see very often, is something that is going to be difficult for FaZe to overcome here. And I think we've seen it time and time again. It was Lucid when it came down to Cloud9, and here in Game 5, we need the big dog to step up here. And Snakebite has been unbelievable in Game 5, so it's tough.
I think if you're FaZe and you go into the elimination bracket, we showed a graphic of Lucid's stats at the start of the day here, and it wasn't too strong of a graphic. Lucid played out of his mind. That's exactly what it's going to take to beat a team like Shopify. You need your superstars to be superstars. Lucid gave them that. Now you're looking at the rest of the team. If they can elevate their game plan, they can go in an elimination bracket run. These guys are veterans, and I have all the faith in the world. The big problem is there's so many juggernauts in that lower bracket already that it's going to be a long Saturday, and you're going to get tested every step of the way.
Yeah, you certainly are. Tony, how are you feeling about the test that FaZe have to overcome? Just to remind us as well, last World Championships in 2023, FaZe, they actually did manage to get through the elimination bracket. Yes, a completely different team, but we did have one person on that team with the experience of this, which is also back on FaZe, and that is Snakebite, knowing you can do it. You can win a World Championships from that elim bracket. How are you feeling about this team's chances?
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you. You asked me before that series, I would have said I would be worried for FaZe going down to the lower bracket this early, but I also would have told you I would have been worried for FaZe going up against Shopify Rebellion, and I saw a very gritty FaZe. I saw a very resilient FaZe that I was proud of and that I believe in. You're going to go down to that lower bracket and you're going to do your thing. We could still see FaZe make a deep run.
Well, shining very bright is Shopify Rebellion, and on the winners bracket side of things, they move on to the semi-finals where they're going to be meeting Complexity. Complexity having an incredible run, a run of a lifetime, and peaking at the right time. Yeah, Wes, what do you think is going on there?
I mean, it's year 4, it's World Championships, strange things happen, and for Cloud9 and Complexity both to find what feels like their first winner semifinals probably in 4 years, it feels like. That's an impressive feat, and they have a real opportunity to create some upsets. But on the east side of the bracket, look at Shopify and Optic, who we know can win this tournament, who has proven that they can win World Championships. Those are the 2 teams I'm looking at to advance in that upper bracket.
Let's take a look at the elimination bracket side of things, because of course our safety net of Halo can only hold these teams for so long. FaZe, they're going to find themselves against TSM. I think my eyes go immediately there. TSM looking for a bounce back, knowing that they had to face either FaZe or Shopify. Tony, how do you think they're going to be feeling about this one?
I think it's going to be a lot closer of a series than people think. I think we know that FaZe are going to be the favorites going into this matchup, but we also know what the ceiling is for TSM. When TSM are playing their best Halo, they're able to overcome almost any adversity, and that includes FaZe Clan.
Well, I'll tell you what, we won't have to wait too much longer because we are going to a quick break. But when we come back, we will in fact have that elim round 1 on the main stage for you. It's going to be FaZe versus TSM coming right up after the break.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Well, hello, Seattle, and welcome back to your Halo Championship series. And we have, of course, the World Championships for you. Day 2, it's Saturday, championship bracket. It is make it or break it. And speaking of breaking it, maybe the internet after this segment because we have the one and only Renegade joining us on the desk. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
You know, just logging in for the tourney.
Of course. And now you did get a chance to watch that series. How crazy is that? Day one, we had insane upsets. And day two, we have series like that just to begin our day. I mean, did you get a chance to check out what just happened on the stage?
Yeah, I watched that. It was a very close series, very competitive. And, you know, Solitude is just a map that's, you know, super unforgiving. And that's unfortunately what happened.
We have quite a few unforgiving maps here, don't we, in Halo Infinite?
Yeah.
It just is the way it is. Hey, Renegade, obviously you have a lot to look forward to this weekend. And Optic obviously looking to do it again for the Green Wall. I got to say, you have been performing lights out this season. Absolutely incredible. But not only this season, every single season, you are one of the absolute greats that we have here in Halo Infinite, and you will be a legacy holder here. So I'm not even going to say anymore. I'm just going to let the tape say enough for itself, but I want you just to check out this.
For me, the MVP would probably be Renegade.
John, Renegade, easy choice, really.
His consistency from like year one, you know, he won the first 2 events, and then he's been winning each year.
Renegade being on multiple winning teams now.
I think he has the most events win. Yeah, I think he's been the best player in all 3 years of the game so far.
It's kind of clear cut.
Me.
Oh! The stick what? Somehow finds it! Oh! Double kill as well!
Brilliant again from Renegade. Patience, trigger, discipline.
Renegade is playing this one perfect.
He's 9-0.
Frenzy for Renegade! And stop that man instantly! It's a double for Renegade, beautifully done. Renegade!
What a shot that is from Renegade.
I want to get to the point where, like, we're on the bus.
What a quick view from FaZe. 2 players flying into green. And Renegade comes out with not only the rockets, but a double kill as well.
Double kill, also drop shield in hand that he can use here. Triple kill! Kill! Renegade starting things hot. Overkill off the opening. That's the first time we've seen that.
In quick succession coming in from Ryan.
Seattle, put your hands together for your Halo Infinite MVP across all 4 seasons. Let's hear it. Come on, please. Renegade. Yeah, I want to hear it. Get loud. Come on. Renegades. We do season MVPs, right? But to take the title of Halo Infinite's MVP, you're a consistent powerhouse that we have here in HCS. To get that title, what does it mean to you?
To get that title, you know, it definitely means a lot. You know, it's rewarding to, you know, see your work, you know, throughout every year, get rewarded and, you know, end up winning that. And, yeah.
Now, we heard, you know, on this tape, you wanted to be the very best, and that has been a massive goal for you. Do you feel like this now cements that for you? Do you feel like the very best of it? Have you got more to do?
This doesn't cement it. I think this tournament, you know, has the potential to. And that's kind of what I'm focused on.
I'd love to hear that. I'm going to open the floor here to my analysts.
Yeah, John, I mean, we go way back from the straight ripping days. I remember the first time I got to see you play, and I was like, yeah, this kid has it. But I didn't know you had that much of it, I'd say. And it's been a pleasure to watch you and grow and whatnot. But I think the thing that separates you from everyone else is your situational gun skill, your situational ability to improvise on the fly and turn what feels like nothing into something. What is it that you can like account for throughout all of your grind, your scrims and whatnot that allows you to be so consistent in those high pressured moments that allows you to kind of make a play where there doesn't appear to be any play made?
I think it just kind of goes down to, you know, practice and drilling and, you know, money 8s and money 2s. We would play, you know, every day for 4 years, and, you know, we've been put in that situation time and time again. And, you know, when you come on LAN, you know, it feels very similar. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of happened.
Yeah.
You've always had an amazing Halo Infinite career so far, and is there any key moments that really stand out to you throughout this, I guess, throughout all the years, excuse me, in your entire career that you can kind of highlight for us here?
I would say for Infinite, it was definitely, winning 2023 World Champs, and, this is the season we went through, and the way we won it, always, have it in my heart, and it was a great tournament.
Love to hear it now. John, would you like to see the hardware that you get with this title?
Yeah.
All right, Walshy, where are you, mate? Let's bring on the trophy for this incredibly talented young man. Congratulations, Renegades. That is your MVP trophy for the entirety of Halo Infinite. I just want to give you a chance now to speak to fans, family, whoever you would like to thank for everything across the last 4 years.
Yeah, shout out my family. I really appreciate you guys showing up and being a part of this. And yeah, shout out to all the fans. Thank you guys for watching. And we still have this journey going on, and I'm gonna try to do my best.
I love to hear it. Renegade, put your hands together for your Halo Infinite MVP.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I won't keep you any longer. Get back onto the sticks, of course, because we do have an exceptional bracket to get through. Here's the winner's side of things. And of course, Optic Gaming, they find themselves in that semi-final position against Cloud9. I'm sure they're feeling pretty confident heading into this matchup. They've got through the jitters of that first day. They've got through pools. They haven't fallen short yet. Round 1 has already been cemented, and they've managed to do it. Can they continue this journey? Clutch, that's the big question. Optic Gaming, can they find another level yet again here, but going through this pathway the way that they've always intended and wanted to?
I mean, you look at the kid that just got the MVP trophy for the game. I'm not going to doubt him by any means. He doesn't doubt himself ever. His confidence exudes on that main stage, and we'll see if Optic can get to that winners finals. I expect them to be there. It's about how do they play Shopify this time around? How can they take down Shopify, who has gotten the better of them the last 2 tournaments? I think it has a lot to do with the MVP.
It certainly does indeed. Now we have the elimination bracket, and I think our eyes are clearly going to that elimination round 1 with FaZe versus TSM. We currently have our other round 1s going on. Space Station and Mindfreak duking out. Currently Luminon Gaming up 2-0 right now against Unreal Nightmare and MV and Akabe Esports. Again, close matchups. You mentioned it was going to be a gauntlet, and Tony, it certainly is indeed. How are you feeling about the rest of the competition before we head into that FaZe TSM?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling it's going to be really fun to watch. Luminon right now up 2-0 against Unreal Nightmare. Obviously, SSG and Mindfreak, that's a matchup. But like you said before, all eyes on FaZe Clan and TSM. That are 2 teams that have the capability of making a deep elimination bracket, and they run into each other round number 1.
Unbelievable scenes. And TSM, they're going to have to dig awfully deep here. Can they capitalize on potentially a little bit of a shaken FaZe, a FaZe that really nearly had Shopify's number, something that they've been trying all season long to do? Can they really work into them and figure things out in time? Clutch, that's my biggest question. Do you think this team has what it takes?
I mean, we saw them play so strong against Optic yesterday at the start of the day, but then we saw them play terrible the next series. So it really is Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Which TSM shows up? Are they confident? Did they have a nice breakfast? Are they ready and warm? Because they're playing against a FaZe that just is battle tested. They just went to a game 5. A lot of emotions are coming into this elimination bracket of what is the last world championship for these players, and that pressure is going to be real. That pressure is going to be felt. The second that you are at a disadvantage in some of these maps, you have to be able to focus straight and actually stay composed. And I expect players to start crumbling throughout this elimination bracket, and that's where the difference of these games will be.
Certainly, indeed. And of course, pressure sometimes makes diamonds. Now, can diamonds be what FaZe can produce here on the main stage? I will say an incredible roster. We're watching them grow before our very eyes. They have been doing better and better and better each time we've seen them at LAN and at events. Tony, what's something you want to see them take away from the Shopify Rebellion series we just saw and push into TSM without skipping a beat?
Yeah, one thing I was really impressed with watching FaZe was we know how much of a half-court offense they are. They like to slow the game down. They're very methodical with it, but I was very impressed with the speed in which they moved into their sets. They moved into their positions. I want to see them do the exact same thing as TSM. TSM are going to look to try to set the pace against FaZe, and FaZe needs to meet them at the halfway point and push them back.
I think one of the biggest keys as well is power weapon control, power up control. It has been massive. You can see FaZe really pushing for that, and it has been working. They had a few burns, it happens, but obviously the strategy is there to make sure those are in their hands. It's going to be key to this series too.
Yeah, I'm looking at game 2 and 5 of this series, saying we've always talked about FaZe being such a strong Slayer team. Well, they lost 2 against Shopify. They need to get back to their strengths. Their weaknesses have gotten stronger, that's for sure, throughout the practice, but they have to get back to their strengths in order for them to be the FaZe Clan that we know, the team that is capable of going through an elimination bracket round run. You cannot afford to just keep losing Slayers because eventually that will come back to bite you. It already has a little bit. It can't happen twice.
It cannot happen twice. Well, let's head into our elimination round one, arguably the biggest round one we have here at the Halo World Championships. It's FaZe versus TSM.
Elimination round one action on the cards. TSM up against FaZe Clan. Two teams, no strangers to making it to winners finals. And it's particularly with TSM, Dan, a team at a World Championships who made it to that winners finals. We are going to lose to one of these heavyweights at the top 12 stage of the World Championships.
Yeah, kind of crazy when you look at the names on this main stage that someone will be walking out of this building eliminated from the competition at top 12. And there's the series layout. That's how it's looking. And just at first glances and what I've seen backstage, it's an okay series layout for TSM. It's not dreadful. I think it gets pretty bad at games 4 and 5, especially when you look at the Slayer record for FaZe that the Des was talking about as well. So for me, it has to be these opening two. Lattice, always still a bit of a 50-50 toss-up for me. No one seems to have really got this one down to a T. So if TSM can somehow sneak this away from FaZe Clan, perhaps that could be the perfect way to start this series and maybe, just maybe, pull off an incredible upset.
Two teams that have stumbled in pool play. TSM finding themselves in elimination bracket, placing third in their pool. FaZe Clan losing game 5 to Cloud9, losing game 5 to Shopify Rebellion. The shields are up, the weapons are hot, we're underway here.
And that's a great point you bring up. Both teams are going to be pretty annoyed about how they find themselves in the elimination round 1 here. TSM losing out to Complexity yesterday, especially after the changes that were made from TSM side. That one would have very much hurt. And FaZe Clan coming so close just now, progressing through into winners round 2 and doing the unthinkable of taking down Rebellion. Who wants it more here? Who is hungrier after being sent down to this elimination bracket?
And I guess the question is, what side of FaZe are we going to see here? Are they going to be irritated about what happened? Are they going to be downtrodden? Is this the best possible time for TSM to match up against FaZe Clan?
We'll keep an eye on Trippy and Druck here in this first game. They've been the standouts when it comes to finding kills on these oddball games, but as always, it's Penguin who usually is the one who is going and grabbing that ball. We might have seen early time from Lucid here, but Penguin has always been one of those objectively focused players, constantly looking to see whether he can find that ball in a good place.
Tolic then brings the ball inside blue.
Enemy has the ball.
And they have a little bit of a setup, not too comfortable though. Lucid gets the opening pick. Manny and Soul Snipe fall, 3 dead. Now as Tolic joins them to the respawn screen. Lucid picks up a double kill. Manny's grenade gets sent back from whence it came. Lucid's in big trouble here, but the damage has already been done. Penguin has his hands on that ball down.
TSM have been struggling at finding ball time so far this tournament in general, so it's going to be a tough one for them. Manny has been the player who's mainly picked up the ball for them. I think he has over 50% of their time, so if Manny isn't finding the time, I'd be a little bit concerned here for TSM. You need to get him in good positions. You need to be really supporting him in that aspect so that he can play the way he wants.
Nice early start for FaZe. And for indeed Lucid, 5-0-2. They spoke about it on the desk. You want the best performance from FaZe Clan. You need Lucid firing all cylinders. We've seen that in the last series. The rest of his teammates need to join them. Double kill now for Soul Snipe. And they should get some ball time along with it.
Yeah, ball time. And a QT to go alongside it as well. Soul Snipe has been spotted out, but now can try and put this to use. Does get the kill alongside it. those are the kind of individual gunfights you need to be winning here against FaZe to just try and beat down a little bit of that confidence yet again. Yes, it's an early lead for FaZe, but TSM need to understand that you are never out until you are truly out here. And after the comebacks that we've already seen on the main stage today, TSM maybe can go for something along those lines.
It's also important to note this is TSM's first series of the day. FaZe have already had that warm-up, if you will. And although it was a tough Game 5 loss, at moments the game was really in their hands. The series was in their hands. Looking to make no mistakes here against TSM.
FaZe doing very well at trying to force TSM off of the power positions at the moment, not letting Tulik escape here. And Trippy just on the hunt and will shut him down immediately, and good timing. Sniper rifle's coming up, that's why Tulik was positioning himself there. And now Trippy's probably going to be the one who reaps the rewards here.
Trippy scoops it up, lines up, drop. Sayonara, Manny goes down as well. Soulsnipe's trying to rotate the ball away, just make sure that when his teammates spawn back up, there's not too much to deal with. Tolik's gonna have to be forced to back down. Luca gets one. Tolik will just about get the better of Trippy. Sniper rifle now down. That information will be passed along to his teammates.
Good time though again from FaZe Clan. That ball was kind of run towards them. They knew exactly the route that TSM were going to be taking. Were able to cut it off quite comfortably. And now this is Snakebite at his very best as well. Just trying to manipulate this map in his favor to try and keep the ball as far away as he can. But sadly, the spawns didn't go in their favor. And this one is not done by any means. If TSM can get a proper setup here, 3 or 4 down on the side of FaZe and start. They found a sniper rifle. I think Tulik just got eyes on it there. If they get hold of that and they find themselves in this position, they could be in a great spot to get some time back. But Trippy denies Tulik.
Tulik may have had his eyes firmly set in his crosshair and didn't actually catch. He'd stepped over the sniper rifle. There's a little goodie down there. Maybe he can go scavenging. Looks as though it may have just despawned those. Soulsnipe wasn't able to find it. Ball's in a neutral position. Nobody really close to get hands on. Good damage being done across the map. Drop goes down. Soulsnipe though, he's starting to be a little bit of a nuisance. 3 dead unofficially for FaZe Clan for just a moment. Tolik gets a double kill, and that means now TSM hands on the ball and eating away at that lead.
Tulik has been a standout player for TSM so far, statistically anyway. Is always up there, leading KD for this squad, and for good reason. I mean, if you think back at the Halo Infinite history for this roster, and you mentioned it, you know, they've made it to a Championship Sunday, they've made it to a Winners Bracket final all those years ago. This exact team, Tulik was at the very forefront of it as an incredible slayer. But he also has to do it alongside everyone else. They all need to be helping each other in different areas. They can't allow FaZe to just dominate certain setups. So when FaZe do get set up, that's when they're very deadly.
I want to talk about incredible players, just how close this is between these two teams. Only 1 kill separates both. FaZe Clan just have 1 kill advantage, but how many points they have on the board. Playing this one expertly and really ensuring when they get control of the map, they're making TSM pay. They're extracting maximum value every single time they get a setup. TSM have maybe 1 more opportunity to break this setup here. And with Lucid sitting top catwalk, just putting out damage. TSM, they might run out of time here. They might not be able to cover the distance. Snakebite happily nurses this ball in his hands, and he should and will get the final point on the board. FaZe Clan go 1 round to the good.
So FaZe Clan strike first, and maybe that's going to be a good confidence builder after being knocked down into this elimination bracket, but you called it. It was just the important times that FaZe were setting up. They were getting kills at the right moment when sniper rifle was spawning and stuff like that. So TSM, maybe if they could just get a couple of kills to go in their favor at the right time, perhaps time their pushes a little bit better, maybe they can find a round back into this one.
Great damage being put down. Snakebite gets 1, we get traded out. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. The opening break does favor TSM. Thruster pack for Tulik to use, get himself out of dodge if he needs to. FaZe now spawning across the map. This should be and will be a decent hold for TSM. The opening pick again off the break goes to Druk and to indeed TSM. So a lot of work for FaZe to do here. Sniper rifle still on the map. Lucid gets a perfect 5 kill.
I think you can stay ahead in a good position here as TSM keep FaZe on this split spawn, but they have been able to group up. FaZe recognizing they didn't want to find themselves in that spot where TSM had angles on them, but that's one way to stop a setup. Give a sniper rifle to Penguin.
Warning shot down bottom middle. Snakebite was there though. Oh, just lined up Druk and was waiting to drop out of the air, but waited too long. That meant that Druk was able to get the kills. Sniper rifle no longer a factor, at least for now. Snakebite's brought the ball all the way down to lower ice. So a long way away from the ball is TSM. Manny's last man alive for his team. But He has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up. Penguin goes right the way back to the point of the crime, and he picks a sniper rifle back up again.
I do wonder what the mentality is like, particularly on TSM, because when you think about their history as a team, the fact that this squad, disbanded, then got back together, it was all about the chemistry, it was all about being best friends, and they could be on the brink of elimination at top 12, which would be a very bitter end to their Halo Infinite campaign. And it's very easy to have that in the back of your head when you start a series of like, come on, we don't want to lose this, we don't want to go out like this. And if suddenly your brain power is all towards where you should or shouldn't be placing, maybe you're not thinking about his setups as well as you could be. So that's where you need someone to step up and make sure you're focused.
The mind really is a powerful thing. If you let those negative thoughts creep in and take a hold, all of a sudden you're worrying about the plays you're not making rather than the ones you can, the opportunities you're missing. Penguin takes the sniper rifle out of his back pocket, Soul Snipe slides forward, FaZe Clan go forward, dead. More opportunity for TSM to put some distance between them and FaZe, eating away at that lead now.
Yeah, FaZe do need to be careful they don't give too many opportunities to TSM that he's setting up here, because eventually TSM are going to crack it. They're going to get that perfect setup that they've been looking for.
Enemy has the ball.
FaZe are doing well, at least off spawn, to distract a couple of players, that they can make that flank, and it is successful, and they've managed to get 2 down here.
This round's been very mixy, as was the last. 3v3 in the map for a moment. The Drunk now rejoins his teammates. Manny goes down. And for FaZe, they find themselves in the back foot here, despite having that slender lead.
And I said I was wondering about the mentality of TSM, where we can get maybe an idea of what the mentality of FaZe Clan's like right now. Let's jump into a quick listen in with FaZe Clan and see what they're thinking.
Yo, A-box, BJ. Wait, just 3 shots, 3 shots.
Oh, absolutely. I think, wait, I see that.
Trying to go.
Yo, blue cat sniping, on ball.
Who's on me? Redwood. I traded with guy.
Nice skill, nice skill.
Red lobby.
Danger.
Blue man, I think. Tommy blue, guys, Tommy blue.
Yeah. You want this.
Guys, crypto. They have
Go on,
sniper there. Going out, blue elbow with snipe. Blue elbow snipe.
Yeah.
He's watching front post.
He's red then.
That's one car one.
Top it. Going front yellow.
Still blue elbow.
Yeah, I'm fighting ball.
Still blue
Yo,
elbow.
repulse, go repulse. One shot for red. One shot pistol. Pistol left.
Top it.
A spawn kill by elbow. Elbow sniping.
We go towards ball, guys.
Trying to.
R1's open.
You want sniping Mando or something? Back blue sniping.
Weak you want. There's a quantum down, guys.
One trying to go. He's at Walshy.
What's top mid sniping?
He said front boxes. Drive center.
One shot repulse. One shot guy on repulse. 2 guys weak. 2 guys weak.
Nice skill.
Levi's chicken.
But it's a lot of call-outs about where players are, but no real strategy at the moment for FaZe Clan, how they're actually going to break TSM here. I think they're just expecting they find those kills and they should be able to break naturally, but TSM slowly trickling towards taking a round here, Shirts.
Really trying to rely on gun skill, blunt force. At the moment, it's TSM navigating this round much the better. Talik has the sniper rifle, Luke's going to drop down, no shields, killing frenzy for Talik. He might be able to get one more, and does. Double kill for Talik, and TSM needed that round massive.
I said how important he is. He's always at the forefront of TSM in this roster, and when Talik does start to get hot and firing, it is difficult to compete against him, and that is warning signs here for FaZe. Like I said, they can't afford too many easy setups going in favor of TSM. FaZe were quite slow about some of their pushes. They were quite rightly waiting for extra players to spawn and saying, you know, let's take our time, we don't need to rush. But there was a couple of times they probably could have moved a second or 2 faster. And again, that just comes down to it being one of the newer maps in the layout that we have here. And you can hear it from their comms. It was a lot of just who is where, who's one shot, and very little strategy that was coming through. Of course, we were only taking from a section of that listening that we were able to jump into. But it doesn't feel like FaZe are truly comfortable here on this map.
And he spoke about this team getting back together. The power of friendship. That was almost a meme that was being used, but it's really them trying to recapture the form, recapture the success that they have found.
Goodness.
And this season has been very much one of disappointment for them. They feel like they belong in every single championship Sunday, but for whatever reason, they found themselves falling by top 6, top 8. That's not where they want to be. That's not where they feel they belong. And a result here, what a statement that will be against FaZe Clan.
Well, now I'm just imagining them with friendship rings and they're putting their fists together and yeah, friendship. But tell you what, if it works, it works. right now, whatever Torlek is doing, he needs to just more of the same. Sadly, does eventually get shut down by Trippy, but already 28 kills, 14 deaths. He is the man of the moment right now. FaZe ideally need to slow him down, but it's very difficult to try and pinpoint an individual on this map in general in Halo Infinite. So we'll have to see whether FaZe Clan could just answer back in their own way by maybe someone stepping up.
You mentioned before this game got going, it's almost a coin flip. What team does it favor? It was really 50-50, and we're seeing that with one round apiece. TSM in this third round, edging it ever so closely though. Snakebite on our screens now, currently sitting at 18, 6 and 16. Trying to have an output here. Putting down a lot of damage. 4 dead for TSM. Now is the chance for FaZe Clan to get a setup.
They also need to start thinking about when that next sniper rifle comes up, not allowing TSM to get it so comfortably. It has been the difference maker. But sometimes on Lattice, especially Oddball here, it can just be down to one player playing out of their minds, and that is Torlek right now, creating that difference. But all it has generated is a 20-point difference right now. And if FaZe start to really slow TSM down, if FaZe start to heat up a little bit, you worry, is Torlek's individual ability going to be enough here? There needs to be a little bit more strategy about it.
Incredible damage put down by Penguin, gets 2 kills, makes a third player no shields. The rest of his teammates had all fallen around him. Trippy was the last man standing, managed to get the ball into a precarious position to slow the push and ensure that TSM have to step out a little bit further than maybe they would have wanted to secure it. Sniper rifle is up as well, and Snakebite is there. Soul Snipe and Torlek combined to get that kill and clear him out. There be moments now. Both teams acutely aware of what this series means, because either one of them bowing out here would be a disaster.
And even though FaZe being outslayed at the moment by about 10 kills, it is not the end of the world. Not a single player on FaZe Clan has had a higher than 1.0 KD on Oddball so far this tournament. They've been happily finding success just through strategy and setups, but Lucid needs to get that off the map, and he does just about put it out of the hands of TSM. That was important.
Sniper rifle into the drink. No longer playable. But it's TSM who still have hands on the ball. You spoke about how you expected Manny to be the one with it in his hands, but Soul Snipe at 85 seconds, Struck with 63. They're really sharing the load. Killing spree locked in for Torlek once more. That's a frenzy and a killing spree. FaZe have got to find a way to shut this man down.
What did Torlek have for breakfast is what everyone will be asking if he doesn't. If he is able to close out this series in this manner. But it isn't closed out yet. Again, still only a 20-point difference. 1 minute 45 on the clock now. It's starting to run out a little bit of time here for FaZe. And I said they were a little bit slow in the previous round. They will have to naturally start speeding things up here. Otherwise, it is just going to slip through their fingers.
A lot of work to be done. But so far, so good for TSM.
Enemy has the ball.
Torlek down to no shields. He backs away. Ventures out now. 2 of his teammates in the respawn screen. FaZe have the numbers advantage, and they now have the ball. It's in the hands of Snakebite. Torlek continues to try and find some picks, get some information for his team. He's looking towards Penguin, who's down to a couple of shots on his shields. Manages to pop those shields, and he's going to try and chase the kill now. Manny, though, he was there to get it. So it's a 4v3 in the map. The FaZe Clan's hold looks good for now. Soul Snipe gets one on the Snakebite. The ball has been played, so FaZe Clan are quite happy with the points they put on the board.
The sheer presence there from Torlek, though, happily just walking his way, marauding his way through the middle of the map, really fearless. And it created so much space for the rest of the team because I think 3 members of FaZe Clan had eyes on Torlek then. And then they lost 2 off the back of it. But now as that ball does get back in the hands of FaZe Clan, just like that, that lead that TSM have worked so hard all game long suddenly has been ripped away from them, and it's going to be FaZe Clan taking the lead very shortly here.
Time's going to start to play a massive factor as well. With 48 seconds, Sniper Rifle has now just popped up. Trippy is over there.
That's big.
But he's a floor below. He needs to find himself a way to get some elevation. couple of members of FaZe Clan in the trenches here, fighting back to back. Talik and Penguin settle for trades. Snakebite elsewhere gets a kill. 3 dead now for TSM. And as we head towards the end game, FaZe Clan in the ascendancy.
Yeah, they come right in when they needed to, and I love the play in the trenches as well. You have to force TSM into you, where they put themselves in vulnerable positions if they want to take that ball away from you. And now FaZe have got the lead, and that sniper is still up there. Now, Trippy is not going to probably go for it just yet because he'll be too vulnerable himself. Instead, might be able to bait it a little bit here, but right now it's just about ball time. Now you play it, and now you think about, right, do I try and play the sniper rifle as well? He's going to opt for the no on that one.
You know that sniper rifle was whispering sweet nothings to him as well. Flirting with him. He decided instead play the ball, and maybe playing the sniper rifle would have been the play as well. We'll see if that comes back to bite them in the ass. Soul Snipe got it. Shields popped on the Lucid. Penguins in between a rock and a hard place as TSM collapse. 10 seconds remain, but TSM have got to get hands on the ball, and they've got to be a perfect hold here. One break from FaZe Clan will secure the map.
Yeah, it looked like the ball was trickling away from them there. They just couldn't get their hands on it, and that could be valuable time that they are giving away. But that sniper rifle being in the hands of Soul Snipe now, it not being played, like you said, it could come to bite them in the backside if Soul Snipe can start hitting some shots here.
A couple of warning shots being fired off. Soul Snipe trying to find the angles, but he's a little bit uncomfortable. As Penguin gets his shields popped, but the damage is done. The setup is broken, and FaZe Clan secure map 1. Deadlock broken.
Didn't look pretty. It was a grind on both sides, but all that matters is it's 1-0 on the side of FaZe, and they can start looking towards maps that they're a little bit more comfortable on from what I've seen so far from them this season. As for TSM, there's going to be a little bit of frustration with how close they got, especially the lead they were holding for that entire Game 3, just thrown away in one setup, and that is where FaZe are dangerous. FaZe are a team who, when they get locked in, when they find that perfect position, they punish you. And they went for something a little bit unorthodox. The trench setup is not something you always typically see. Usually it's a last-ditch attempt to try and get a little bit of scrappy ball time, but they all played it perfectly together, invited TSM, they invited the pressure, and then they punished them down in the trench. They almost didn't want to allow TSM to be in a position where if they broke the setup, they would then find themselves in one naturally. Instead, if they did break, they would have been in a vulnerable spot themselves.
That's interesting, right? You think if you've got 2 opposition members inside the trench, you think they're exactly where they want them to be. We throw a couple of grenades in there, we get a cleanup of a couple of kills. But when they're down there, you have got to expose yourself to so many lines of sight to try and clear those players out. And that's exactly the bait that FaZe Clan did, and they executed it to perfection.
How are you feeling if you get 36 kills and you still lose the game? That's a difficult pill to swallow. You outslayed the entirety of FaZe Clan by 16 kills in your TSM here. But as I said, so far this tournament, FaZe have not had one player go above 1.0 KD up to this point on Oddball, but they still find a way to get it done. And it's because of the players that they have on that roster. You look at the likes of Snakebite, Penguin, 2 incredible objective players who just know exactly what to do, where to be, how to position themselves, but then they grew into support players, then into just sometimes main slayers as well. And then you add in the likes of Trippy and Lucid, and this FaZe Clan roster has just been getting better and better every single time we've seen them, and that's why they came so bloody close against Shopify Rebellion just then. And I don't think that FaZe will be at all prepared to be dropping out of the tournament at this point. I don't even think it will be a consideration in their mind. On the flip side for TSM, it will be a worry. They know full well they might be able to find themselves getting eliminated here. If you can take a look at some of the map records, and that was map 4 that I was talking about, Shurs. Livefire Strongholds gets ugly, as we have seen FaZe dominate it all season long. However, for TSM, when you look at Recharge Slayer, when you look at Aquarius CTF, they don't look like bad statistics. At the same time, you're in a position now where you've just allowed FaZe to win the game when they're getting outslayed, when you're getting hammered at times. When you look at the amount of objective games there is there for them, I mean, that CTF, I would probably say FaZe is going to win it. So, Recharge Slayer, it's a big one here for TSM. It is kind of that feeling of go hard or go home.
One thing's for sure, one of these teams will be going home come the end of this series. And it'll be a miserable, disappointing World Championships experience for both teams. You'll no doubt both these teams with different ambitions. Maybe for TSM it was just making it to yet another Sunday. For FaZe Clan it's lifting the gold, being world champions. It's still all to play for here. TSM backs to the walls. This Slayer is huge.
And making it to Sunday, I mean, it's going to be a very different championship Sunday with best of sevens as well that we're going to have here in Seattle. And for TSM, you know, there's that what if. What if back when we got to winners finals, elimination finals in the World Championship a few years ago, what if they were best of sevens? Well, the only way you can find out is you do it again here this weekend. But it's going to be a tall order, especially with that one just slipping through their fingers. I wonder whether maybe this is going to be too tall a task here for TSM.
Soulflip gets dispatched by Penguin. Still a little bit of camouflage to play with, and Penguin now has information of exactly where those two players are positioned over towards blue. Two players down to no shield, but Penguin's trying to play this one passively, trying to play it patient, and waiting for his teammates to spawn back up, trying to prioritize staying alive. Unsuccessful on this occasion, but buying his team just enough time to rotate around the map and take some control.
Trippy has been one of the standout players for FaZe Clan when it comes to their Slayer game types, even though they haven't found as much success this tournament, especially with the two losses that Clutch was talking about. They want to get back onto that form. They want to be a team that people fear going up against in Slayers. They want to look at that record and be like, okay, we don't want to be going to a Game 5 against FaZe here. But after losing back-to-back ones against Shopify Rebellion, suddenly that takes a little bit of wind out of your sails. So this would be the perfect way for them to perhaps just start to generate a little bit more wind.
And not only that, just the complexion of being the team that's one of the best, if not the best Slayer team in the league. When you see that team dropping a couple of Slayers at the World Championships, all of a sudden TSM have a little bit more confidence than maybe they should have.
Yeah, you think that FaZe, they can actually bleed. You can take them down here. And one thing we know about TSM is historically they have always been a pretty impressive force when it comes to Slayers. Remember some very impactful moments over the years, especially in Game 5s that TSM were able to close out, and we've seen the likes of Torlek roaring across the main stage. But are they going to be able to find that same form here today? I mean, if Torlek can play like he did in Game 1, it's certainly going to give them a damn good chance, but it's going to be very difficult to find that kind of play because he was really on firing all cylinders.
His hands might be nice and hot to wind up the bird at some point from the end of the series. We've seen him hit the emote wheel pretty heavy. And that's the kind of passion that you expect from TSM, particularly when things are going right. They're one of the best momentum teams. When things are going their way, they can really make it a difficult, miserable day for you. Snake by inside tower, he settles for a trade. So the numbers favor FaZe Clan here. The camouflage is shimmering in the background as Lucid gets a killing spree and Penguin appears to have the camouflage.
I do think it's one of the difficult things when you go up against a team like FaZe or Optic or Shopify. It's hard to get into their heads. When you watch maybe the top 6, top 8 teams competing, all it takes is one player popping off, getting loud, and you do notice a little bit of a difference in some of those players where they maybe want to avoid a couple of gunfights, or maybe they're scared to take certain routes because that player has been shutting them down. Whereas the mentality is just far stronger on the top 3 teams for me.
It is always fascinating, the difference between communications on teams. You know, for TSM, if you hear them loud in the comms, the performances are usually going their way. For FaZe Clan, it's always cool, calm, and collected. The emotion is something that we don't really highlight all too often. For FaZe Clan, though, so far business is going pretty good. 3-kill lead after losing a couple of players over towards blue. Is this the opening now for TSM to get a couple more and close the gap?
Yeah, they found 3 there. They're going to be on split spawns now. They actually need to hunt down this last remaining player in pipes. But Penguin was able to spawn down long haul, which actually is the perfect spawn they could have got because it just gave crossfire available to them. Now TSM, even though they tried to pinch, but I tell you what, it did work out, but Snakebite does clean up a little bit, but that's a brilliant stick just to make this 22-22 now. So a nice response here from TSM.
Soulfly drops the elbow and then sticks the grenade in Snakebite's toes. Good for 2. And now we have to see what FaZe Clan are made of, and they're putting the back foot here on recharge. So often they've seen success in the Slayers, but they've been shaky, they've been wobbly this tournament. And a real opportunity now for TSM to tie up the series.
It would be quite worrying going forward if FaZe were to drop more Slayers, especially against a team that they would consider themselves superior against, but that being said, TSM is no easy opponent. Solstheim needs to be careful he doesn't overextend without support here as well, because Trippy is definitely waiting, trying to set a trap a little bit, and he's got camouflage. It's looking pretty good for TSM right now, but there's a lot of responsibility for Manny to do something.
Manny's lost a couple of teammates as well.
He's lost all 3 of them.
Now he's got to play this one patiently. This only burns into his camouflage. He's got to try and isolate a player here. And he's managed to do so with Trippy. He's let him slip by, and he's communicated it now to his teammates. But he's getting all this information, but he's not able to put down any damage. He's just watching his teammates die as he walks around.
He's just literally walking around the map, just seeing the kill feed going in favor of FaZe Clan and not really being able to do anything bar give information. But the information was arriving, but it just wasn't enough for TSM to actually do anything with it. Because once they knew a player was coming around the corner, the kill had already been had. The only benefit is Manny has been able to find himself in a position where he is behind enemy lines here, so it does eventually pay off. Sadly, it was for about 4 or 5 deaths going the other way, but they are still only down by 2. We are going to see a shock rifle in the hands of Manny now. Again, still a lot of responsibility here. 2 and 6 right now. We need to see Manny pick up some kills to try and bring his team up here.
Crosshair, trained over towards top gold. Open to find a snake. He's wriggled away down the stairs. Penguins long haul. FaZe Clan happy to slow this one down. Manny finds one. Lines up Trippy, but the headshot just missed. It was enough to tickle the shields, and that will mean Trippy will force to back away. Manny now will look to take top elevator control. Getting information for his team, firing another shot, but just not able to find the face. It's a 2-kill game here.
Finding that first one, though, huge confidence builder here for Manny and the rest of the squad. A 2-kill lead. Game suddenly slows down. FaZe recognizing that TSM are in too good a position to be just pushing out willy-nilly here. There needs to be a plan of action, and it looks like it's going to be a control push right now. The nades come across top. Oh, but it's denied instantly by Manny.
Manny might not be done just yet. Shield looking quite low, but doing a lot of damage. That's the perfect exchange for TSM. Now find themselves 4 kills to the good. Rotates now towards Whirlpool. Snakebite bides his time over towards Long Haul. Not interested in stepping out for now. Engaging with Soul Snipe. Manny just waiting patiently.
Enemy team nearing victory.
The players and the fights are not coming his way. He's got to get a little bit more proactive with this weapon. Penguin spots him out, that information is passed along, and Manny falls with the shock rifle, but still a 4-kill lead.
It was such an important shot that Manny hit, by the way, for that push. Had he missed that, it could have been an entirely different scenario here for FaZe Clan. They might have found themselves tied up, they might have had control. But it's all ifs and buts after a shot like that is popped. Speaking of popping, Snakebite has popped the camouflage and maybe has a chance to try and rescue this game because it's slowly slipping away from them here. TSM only 7 away from tying up this series, and it would be 3 Slayers in a row FaZe losing here.
Camouflage no longer a factor in the map. You can see Snakebite tried to be a little bit more proactive than Manny did in the past, but in the end, it was only really good for 1 kill. 4 kills now, all that's required for TSM to tie up this series. For FaZe Clan, they're in big trouble. They're going to try and hit the tower, 3-man push. Somehow, some way, a trade is given for TSM.
Surely TSM can't throw this one away now, right? Only 3 more required. Druck's in a position where he can capitalize on damage as well. Snakebite's gonna fall victim, and now it's just about finding 1 more. It isn't quite there, but Trippy's so vulnerable.
Down to no shields, trying to desperately stay alive, keep his back to the wall, and make sure he stays out of line of sight, but only 1 more kill required. Surely they can't throw this one away. All of FaZe Clan over towards tower in blue. Lucid is isolated, Lucid needs trouble. Trippy falls though. And TSM tie us up. 1-1 here.
And you have to tip your hat to Soul Snipe, that man on your screen, because he really stepped up in that game when TSM truly needed it. If you had fallen 2-0 down here against FaZe Clan going into games 3 and 4, you might have been walking out of this building as top 12, but now there is a little bit of life brought back into this series for TSM. They can use this opportunity to take a little bathroom break, maybe just strategize a little bit and try and plan ahead to see just how they can take this Aquarius capture flag game that's coming up next. But here's the stats on your screen. There is the Soul Snipe game that I was talking about, but all round, I mean, an impressive game from TSM. No one really was a weak link. We saw, even though Manny doesn't have the stats there, but played an important role. Even though it's quite funny to watch him walking around with camouflage, watching his teammates die, but had he shot a little bit earlier, he probably dies as well. And just giving that extra little bit of information and being behind the enemy for that one moment, that one spawn, it kind of turned things in TSM's favor. Now, while statistically it's not going to be up there, there were still important plays being made.
Speaking of players who struggled in that Slayer, all eyes on Trippy. Just the 4 kills and the 12 deaths. Did have 9 assists, so involved in a lot of gunfights, but his damage 600 less than the rest of his team. He's called Big Game Trippy. Unfortunately, right now he's been found wanting, and he needs to bounce back himself as well as FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I don't think FaZe Clan will be too disheartened just because of how the Slayers have been going today and how they played in that first game. They know that objectively they seem to be a little stronger than this TSM roster, but my worry is with how they have been slaying TSM, I mean, they can just start to actually turn that into a little bit of objective work, maybe an extra flag cap or so here. They might find themselves 2-1 down here, FaZe, but at least they have the fallback. It's almost a safety blanket of Stronghold's live fire with how good they've been at Stronghold's live fire so far this season. But then if it does end up there at 2-2, suddenly you start to scratch your head a little bit and you say, hey, we could have another game 5 here. It's another Slayer, and we've lost 3 on the bounce on main stage here. Then you question where the mentals go here for FaZe Clan.
Taking a look at the elimination bracket, how things stand at the moment. As you can see on your screens, our featured match, FaZe Clan against TSM, still in the balance. Elsewhere though, Envy taking down a Halo Esports 3-1. They push on. SSG take down Mindfreak. That's the end of the road for Australia. And they will be facing up against Luminon, who got the better of Unreal Nightmare in a clean sweep. There are no easy matches in this elimination bracket. It's dog-eat-dog down there, Dan.
Well, there's FaZe Clan fans of all ages in the audience here at the Halo World Championship, and they might be getting loud to support their boys on the main stage here in this next game, because suddenly TSM, they have the momentum alongside them. I will say, just touching on that bracket as well, I mean, massive congratulations to Mindfreak reaching top 12 at a Halo World Championship. Not something we've ever seen an Australian team do. Luminon versus SSG. Loser goes home at top 8. That is 2 incredible teams who both have the potential, in my opinion, to push not just top 6, but top 4 as well. That is going to be a big, heavy hitter of a game in the elimination bracket.
And it's crazy, Dan, but just the way the pool's shaped out, Mindfreak maybe count themselves rather unlucky to come up against SSG, a team that finished top 4 at Charlotte. They're playing them just to try and make it a top 8. Unfortunately, they fall by the wayside after giving it as good a go as they possibly could have. But back to our series on the main stage. FaZe Clan up against TSM. If you're just joining us, it's 1-1, and we're heading towards Aquarius capture the flag. TSM winning that Slayer, and like you say, Dan, momentum may be shifting a little bit on their side.
TSM do have a better record on Aquarius capture the flag, but we have seen FaZe play more of it. They're 3-4 at the moment so far this season, whereas TSM are 2-1. Players to look out for though, Snakebite and Torlik. Now we've not necessarily mentioned Snakebite and how good he is enough at what he does, because he's not always the one who stands out statistically. He's not always the one who's highest on the KD. Sometimes you get overshadowed by the likes of Trippy who comes in, or Penguin comes in objectively, but it's the consistency all round from a player like Snakebite. You can trust him to do any job, whether it's just leading the team, being the captain that he is, being the general, whether it is doing the objective work. Sometimes he will be the one who steps up for the KD. But when it comes to CTF Aquarius, he seems to be the main man who really sets this team from the rest when it comes to this mapping mode.
There was a video package that we put out yesterday where FaZe Clan, Snakebite's teammates, they were all talking about him, gassing him up, calling him essentially the perfect teammate and how much they love to play with him. We speak about it on the desk, we speak about it on the analyst desk. He is the perfect player to have in a position whenever you need to try and win a game. No matter what is required, Snakebite can be, and most often is your man to do it. But CTF Aquarius on the horizon, and with Game 4 looming large for TSM, this one is just as big as the last one, Dan.
Yeah, who is going to be the main man? Is it going to be Torlik? Is it going to be Snakebite? Snakebite averaging a 1.48 KD on CTF so far this tournament, which is certainly an impressive statistic line to go alongside his name. Torlik at 1.2 KD. Still pretty good considering the teams they've been facing up against each other. This game's going to be a reset though, so it's going to be a little bit more of a wait before these teams can get into Game 3 here. Now, capture the flag. We've seen Aquarius go in favor of FaZe Clan time and time again, and how many times have I spoke about Penguin and the way he moves that flag? You know me, Shurs. I'm a flag runner. I've always has been. You take me back to Halo 1, Halo 2. I just love getting in that base, pulling a flag, and seeing how fast I can get it home. But you need the support from your teammates to do so. If you blink your TSM here, you see that flag move and it's Penguin, it could be halfway across the map before you've even opened your eyes again.
And you think Dan might be joking about how affectionate he is when it comes to flag running. There was a montage put out from his team in Halo 3, and his teammates were hitting shots, no scopes. Dan's highlights were running flags in. So he is not kidding when he says just how much he appreciates a good flag runner, and Penguin is exactly that. But Dan, perception is reality. Statistics don't lie, and you're saying this one's a close one, maybe just favoring TSM. Stronghold's dominant for FaZe Clan. So we can theory craft and we can push our minds to Slayer Origin. And how oftentimes FaZe Clan find the answers, they find the response when they find themselves in these big matchups. And for TSM, they sometimes have the capability of falling apart.
Yeah, and I mean, TSM, Origin, Slayer, they have a better record than FaZe Clan when it gets to that Game 5 as well. So if they could just take one more here, it does kind of start to teeter their way a little bit. And then you start to think about the possibility of FaZe Clan eliminated at top 12, which is not something anyone would have had on their bingo card coming into this event. Especially considering the performances that FaZe Clan just had against Shopify Rebellion. But you think about the ups and downs of Halo Infinite. It is so hard to try and predict it. You spoke about pool play, and SSG are down in the elimination bracket. We've had the topsy-turvy games all season long. The entirety of Halo Infinite has been unpredictable. TSM, they take Optic to a Game 5, and then they get 3-0'd by Complexity, but now they're here against FaZe Clan, looking to try and push them as far as possible after FaZe just went to Game 5 with Shopify Rebellion. You'd be a brave person to try and call where this tournament's going to go, where this series is going to go.
For one of these teams, come the end of this series, there will never be VOD review. Your season is over. All the things you worked on building up to this point to try and be the difference maker, whether it be an opening break, whether it be some clever way to grab a camouflage, it all comes down to this. Capture the flag on Aquarius will be our swing game in the series.
One of my favorite swing games to have as well, because it can be very back and forth. You think you're in control, you're a couple of flags up, and then just like that, someone steals a flag away, sneaks into your base, and they found a way back into the game. There's a lot about control and momentum here in Aquarius Capture the Flag as well. And of course, about the camouflage, which Snakebite is going to have first dibs on. Flags out. The real question is, can Snakebite find some enemies here?
Found one inside the engine. Soul Snipe spots him out. That flag was tossed out of his base. Soul Snipe forced to back away, down to no shields. FaZe Clan down 3 members. And although the opening break heavily favored them, and if there is going to be a criticism of FaZe, sometimes their opening exchanges on a map are not so good. And having said that, TSM threatening to push one in here and break the deadlock. We're opened up. TSM 1 to the good.
Now earlier I said there would be no thought whatsoever in FaZe Clan's minds that they would lose this series. They come into this one, the expectation, we win this one. It might not be a 3-0, but we should be progressing through this bracket. But one thing we've learned in Halo Infinite and at this tournament is you cannot count anyone out. The competition's so fierce. And TSM showing and proving exactly like that.
Pollock playing defense, firing out his window of the base. Rolling down the window, rolling it back up once he's got the kill. Desperately trying to stay alive here. Backs to the wall stuff for TSM, trying to hold after that initial break, after they got that flag capture. And Soul Snipe's going to venture forward now to the enemy base, and he's done this expertly now. It's going to be a real thorn in the side for those players to spawn up over towards Fridge. This is absolutely perfect from Soul Snipe. You force FaZe Clan to turn their guns towards home, and that just buys time for the teammates to push forward now.
I mean, Soul Snipe has been incredible all season long. The entirety of this game's lifespan, Soul Snipe always finds himself in a position where he can just make a difference. He's a player who is fantastic to watch his movement around the map. Speaking of, it was all about Lucid. Remember year 1 of Halo Infinite, how he moved around the map. I almost find myself getting quite nostalgic about everything that being the last HCS Halo Infinite event. I think back of all the incredible moments we've had, and Lucid has been at the forefront of so many of them. And it is going to be a bitter end for either of these teams if they were to be eliminated, and it still feels so strange that we're saying one of them could finish top 12.
Snakebite gets tagged up by a little bit of grenade damage. Truck spots him out. Snakebite has got teammates in assistance and in support. 3 dead for TSM. This flag's not on the move. Soul Snipe firmly placed top middle, crouched down, doing damage, stops this flag in its tracks, but only for a moment now. A Snakebite with the cover of camouflage can get this thing moving. Just about gets it over the halfway point now. TSM have 4 guns on the map, and they're all pointed towards the flag now. They're in hot pursuit, and TSM could be about to get the stop here. FaZe Clan forced to put a stop to their movements.
Great patience though from Snakebite. It's always difficult when you make that slide down, you decide not to run the flag, and then the nade lands right on your feet. But the patience has worked out because now FaZe Clan have the flag, but there is 1 player remaining. How close is he? Not quite close enough, as TSM are not able to stop that flag, and FaZe do tie us up.
I think Manny might still be hiding back base. Happy to give that one up.
Yeah,
Here he goes. He didn't spot out Lucid. He gets back, didn't clear his corners. That's an easy, almost a gimme for Lucid. Tolik's position top middle. Lucid gets that information. Druk receives a little bit of damage, and he's forced to back away. Tolik then, bottom middle. This stop is good. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. But this game, it's nervy. Both teams may be feeling the weight of expectations.
I feel like Lucid had more time to do something with his life there. Last alive got quite aggressive, but he had already seen no one was going to be really pushing behind him, so he probably could have waited just at the top and recovered his shields. You know, you can never really be too mad at aggression, because had he slid on through, was able to get a grenade and a kill, maybe touch that flag, could have been a different story. So hindsight is always 20/20.
Trippy heads into the closet, clears out 1. Continues to drive forward. Gets behind Druk, but Penguin didn't really need the assistance in the end. Soulsnipe behind enemy lines once more. He's been doing this time and time again. He slipped through. This time the difference though, FaZe Clan know exactly where he is. They're happy to leave him there and take this 4v3 up the map. A perfect kill for Trippy. Druk answers back, and now Soulsnipe could become a bit of an issue. Snakebite with the camouflage. Again, Soulsnipe tries to disappear. This time, unable to do so. Snakebite with the camouflage will now send this one home. And FaZe Clan, barring a miracle, should be able to get this one in. Penguin steps up to the podium, slams it home. 2-1 now for FaZe.
You cannot be allowing Snakebite this much freedom, this much camouflage. If you give a player like this that kind of advantage where you are literally invisible on the map, you are going to get punished over and over again. His positioning is already good enough. You give him the freedom of walking around the map without being spotted, yeah, you're gonna struggle. So we need to see more setups from TSM, and whether that's just taking a little bit more time when that camo's coming up, perhaps positioning yourself in a different kind of spot, but you've also got to put it down to how FaZe have been playing. They've been timing their pushes excellently, and now Trippy's running another flag.
Trouble on the horizon for TSM. They need to try and get the stop here. They're emptying their pockets. Grenades are landing at the feet of Trippy, but he waits patiently for them to empty them. Tolik forced to back away from his engine, go front base instead. Take a different point of contact, a different line of sight. A couple of players get traded out. Penguin and Soulsnipe fall. Tolik goes down. Numbers advantage now for FaZe Clan. And as they drive this flag forward once more, TSM do not appear to be in a situation to stop this one. Gunfire will come, grenades as well. Oh, and here comes the TSM push. But it's been delayed just enough. Trippy slides home. Trippy touches base. Trippy safe. 3-1 the score.
That's what we like to see. Bravery when you need it as well. How many players would have been hesitant in that moment, worried that you send it in and you go down, but he trusted in his teammates, trusted in this position to get that flag in, and how important could it be for FaZe Clan in this game? They now have a little bit of a cushion here. A 2-flag lead, and then Snakebite instantly turns offense into defense here. Does get taken down, but he's able to stall and allow the rest of the team to spawn up so they can stop TSM from having too much control.
Lucid spots out one, gets a second on the Soulsnipe. Plasma Pistol does hit him, takes away his shields, makes him much weaker for Manny. Penguin waits patiently top middle, does 1 ticket damage to Manny. Druk also lines into the crosshairs of the Penguin. Manny forced to put a stop to this one, back away. There's so much presence on the map from Penguin here. The issue is all of his teammates have fallen around him, and he desperately tries to stay alive here. Tolik heads back towards the base and gets the pick. This should be a response for TSM. Camouflage for Druk as well. Soulsnipe makes up the shroom stairs. Waits patiently. Soulsnipe fires from base to base, from port to port. Trippy is there. Grenades go down. Soulsnipe forced to wait. Drippy slides in once more, gets the touch, gets the pull, keeps this one alive, and ensures Soul Snipe is not going to get this one in too comfortably. Penguin gets the kill from top middle. This one's not done just yet, and FaZe are not willing to give it up without a fight.
It's so scrappy at the moment, but FaZe are doing fantastically to shut down TSM. Every single time they send someone in, there is a member of FaZe waiting, and now Lucid tries to send it home here.
And TSM have got to be careful here, putting so much resources into this flag. Two members of FaZe still positioned there. And now it's for someone on TSM to make the same play. They do. 3-2 the score. And a couple of slays go their way. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. So now all of a sudden TSM can take back control.
I mean, that was a lot of resources from FaZe Clan to try and stop that flag. A lot of energy, a lot of time, a lot of map presence that was given up to try and keep that 2 flag cap lead here. And it means that TSM off the back of it, instead of suddenly being under pressure, they have the advantage again. They still have map control. Only 3 minutes left, and naturally now FaZe Clan have to turtle back because they have no presence on height. Penguin's going to be the first target here, and he's going to get absolutely swamped. Trippy tries to come out in support, but again, he's going to be called out, and now TSM looking to try and punish.
FaZe Clan are desperately trying to weather the storm. 3 go down. Penguin was the first one back up off spawn. The flag is tossed out. Manny knows exactly where Penguin is positioned, trying to anticipate when he's going to reveal himself. He does, but straight to Soul Snipe. We are about to have a tie game after FaZe Clan put themselves 2 to the good. TSM tie us up.
I mean, the amount of ups and downs we've had, not just in this series, but in this tournament so far, is insane. And it doesn't look like TSM want to slow down anytime soon. Drux running another. Soul Snipe's taking down Penguin. 3 are dead for FaZe Clan. And just like that, TSM are about to take a lead here.
A complete capitulation from FaZe Clan, allowing 3 flags go unanswered, without reply. We spoke about how much resource they put in to try and make that stop. And it's come back to bite them in the backside, as now TSM 1 away from winning the game.
And I spoke about the bravery from Trippy on the other side. It happened exactly the same situation for TSM when they were under the cosh there from FaZe Clan. Someone just was able to take the game by the scruff of the neck and throw that flag in. And the momentum that was projected off the back of it was insane for TSM. But now, how do you play this? You have the lead, you have 1 minute 45, but you have momentum. Do you try and close this one out with a flag of your own? Because if you start to back off, you start to turtle up, it will invite that pressure to FaZe Clan, but that is a good denial of camouflage from Torlik, and he stays alive.
Vengeance bottom middle, grenade spins up, takes down his shields. Penguin waits patiently, trying to spot him out, and he gets the kill. Penguin is so good at that. We spoke about how good TSM are with a bit of confidence, with a bit of momentum. And you know they are starting to believe. FaZe Clan have been wobbled, they've been rocked. But this game's not over just yet, and they're the ones laying siege to TSM's base.
It was Morpheus who said it about Neo. He's beginning to believe, while TSM may be beginning to believe that their road will not end here in Seattle. Maybe they can take down the giants of FaZe Clan. 55 seconds, and they might be able to find themselves at least up in this series. Whereas FaZe, what have they got left? What's the play call here? At the moment, they're just being swarmed over and over again. TSM hunting down FaZe Clan.
3 members of TSM all over on the same side of the map here, on this P side. And they're happy to hold what they have. Invite the pressure on. Lucid over towards the shrooms there, settles for a trade. But FaZe Clan have got to go here. 30 seconds is all that separates TSM from going up in the series here. 2 members of FaZe inside the enemy base. Snakebite goes down. Penguin's in massive trouble. And 2 members of TSM collapse from behind. Tonic gets a double kill and a killing spree. Time will run out. Time will dwindle down. And TSM will go up in the series here.
2 more seconds. No one's going to be able to touch this one. TSM suddenly find themselves a game away from sending home FaZe Clan at top 12. That was the most important game in this series, especially when you look at what's coming up in map 4 as well. Had TSM lost that one, I probably would have been writing them off and maybe sending them with their bags out myself. But now we have a good body series on our hands if we didn't already. And is there a little bit of a seed of doubt now planned in the minds of FaZe Clan here, where they start to think, oh crap, this could be the end of our season here. We could be rocking out at top 12, losing to TSM, who were knocked into the elimination bracket by Complexity through pool play. As I said, there is still hope for FaZe going into map 4, with it being one of their better maps and modes.
Taking a look at the stats and the damage then. You look towards Talik, 31 kills, 14 deaths, and 12 assists. He is almost single-handedly at times, Dan, dragging TSM over the finish line. An incredible performance.
I mean, what a feeling to have a player like that on your team as well. When you could just turn and look and they're suddenly dropping 30+ kills, it gives you so much freedom on the map to kind of do whatever you want. You're like, well, I probably could make a pretty stupid push or a bit of a risk here because I know my teammate is absolutely frying at the moment. I've had the pleasure over the years competing back in the day of teaming with players like that. And it is such an incredible feeling when they are hot. And TSM are now rejoicing in that moment. They are loving everything that Torlik is putting down. But he's not doing it alone. The whole reason he can play like that is also the positioning that TSM are finding themselves in. The risky plays that are being made, the supporting gunfire from different angles. The communication just to say, yeah, Torlik, you are free to take that camouflage. Please go ahead and go wild with it. But now, can FaZe Clan find themselves on their best mapping mode back into this series, or will we be thinking the unthinkable here going into this next one that maybe FaZe Clan could be eliminated here?
The unthinkable is right. Looking at Penguin, 20 Sundays made, the most of anybody, 16 Grand Finals appearances with a 2.05 average KDA. What an incredible player he is, and we might lose him at a top 12 stage at a World Championship.
It is all at risk. That is what is on the line here. And these players, these teams, they would have known it when they started this series, but I mentioned it. I think TSM would have been more worried going into this one than FaZe Clan, but as this series has gone on, the more kills that Tolik's got, the more caps that they've been able to find TSM, suddenly FaZe Clan maybe start to worry that what has been an impressive season, the rebuild of this team, could it fall flat right at the very end?
On board with Penguin then. And his tournament life on the line, as are the rest of his teammates. And you know he desperately wants to get a World Championship under his belt. The only player on this team without one. And the rest of his teammates, you know they want to try and secure one for him. And he might be one of the only players in history that is more deserving than any at the moment. He's been to so many Grand Finals. But it always seems to elude him. Losing with sniper rifle. Taking control of C here. And he will turn his attentions over towards camouflage and provide some cover fire for his longtime duo in Trippy. Struck will escape down bottom middle and head back to house. And this should mean an easier camo grab for FaZe Clan.
I mean, it has to be a camo grab here. With the lead that TSM currently have, you can't afford to give up camo as well. So Lucian has a lot of responsibility to be hitting this shot, but you can't watch every angle. Desperately trying to at the moment, listening to those fallouts, trying to watch top middle and camouflage at the same time. But it's so difficult, and TSM may be trying to bait it here. Maybe trying to send someone top middle so that then someone else can go for that camo.
And TSM, like you say, using it as bait, and perfectly so, because they're scoring all whilst this fight doesn't happen. Prolonging this fight, prolonging this engagement means more and more points. And for FaZe Clan, they get the camouflage, sure, but the sniper rifle now falls. Manny scoops that one up. Penguin goes back tower, and he's trying to desperately get away here. Got taken down to no shield by Manny, but C now taking control for TSM. This is a perfect start for TSM.
And as a reminder, FaZe Clan have not lost this map and mode all season long. They're 5-0, whereas TSM, they are 2-6. But it looks like they've been practicing it. It's an incredible lead, but it is still very early stages here in Strongholds. We know how back and forth it can be with a little bit of momentum, but Manny gets the stick, almost gets the melee, would have been massive for them. But FaZe Clan will continue to score here, even though Drux picked up a double.
Our statistics almost irrelevant in this game. Are we playing purely on field and emotions? And no team is feeling themselves more in this series than TSM at this current moment. A and B in control. They will lose C, but they will care little about that. They will continue to score and continue to apply pressure to FaZe Clan.
Again, Soul Snipe is everywhere. You turn around, you look around a corner, Soul Snipe's waiting there, probably with a smile on his face with how he's playing at the moment. And FaZe Clan, no matter where they turn, no matter where they look, there is a gun set right on their heads. And TSM are just dominating at the moment. FaZe Clan need to stop this bleeding immediately.
2 members go down for TSM. Maybe a chance for FaZe Clan to catch their breath. As I say that, Lucid does fall, so that means the task at hand, not as easy as it perhaps would have been had they still had that player on the map, still had that gun firing. Penguin desperately tries to get away, needs help from Crippy, and he comes and secures it, but is settled for a trade with Soul Snipe. Penguin has a snipe rifle, but somehow, some way, TSM are still in control of A and B. And every single time FaZe Clan get one, they lose another.
This sniper rifle has not had the impact that FaZe Clan would have wanted. They've prioritized it, they've made sure they've found a position where they can keep that sniper rifle player alive, but TSM have been able to score all the meanwhile. 4 go down for FaZe Clan again. And little by little, TSM are chunking away at FaZe Clan's chances of getting back into this game.
Are the wheels about to come clean off of FaZe Clan here? Backs against the wall. Down 125 points, it's climbing pretty rapidly. They just cannot seem to be able to catch it. The pace in which TSM are playing at, FaZe are struggling hard here.
TSM, an incredible pace of their play at the moment, and I'm sure they are starting to feel themselves and the excitement flowing through their veins. Let's jump into a quick listening with TSM and just see what those comms are like.
He got me. Dead.
One's tower. Tower weak, Tommy. I'm gonna die here at tower, guys. I died at tower. GT still Tommy's tower with combo. Tommy C with combo.
Watch out.
Nice. I'm trying to watch you, Joe.
They don't have snipe though.
Yeah. White wall and Nest. Nice.
No, smash.
Cement weak. Nice. Yeah, try me. Pillars.
Came on 30.
Pillar door.
Yeah, live it. Are we pushing this?
Yeah, we should kill this guy.
Yeah. Watch out. He could hit the jump. Yeah. He's gonna get out. Right here. Watch out. Watching top.
They're gonna come left cut side. One shot nade. Yeah, one's an A, weak tower. Drop.
Camo.
And a play. Bigger. Nice. One bigger.
Yo, he's bottom it.
Camo is
Druck is on fire, and TSM are definitely feeling themselves. They can almost taste the next round. FaZe Clan on the brink of elimination. Expect the unexpected at the Halo World Championship. What on earth is happening on our screens here, Shirts?
The weight of expectation, the moment almost getting away from FaZe Clan. TSM have been relentless, unstoppable at times, and they always seem to have a player in the right spot, but all of a sudden FaZe Clan do seize control. But this is gonna be an incredible hold from FaZe. They have got to find a response here.
And there is always going to be a but when it comes to strongholds. There is always that what if. What if TSM slip up? If they give FaZe Clan just an inch, you know full well they will take that mile. And even though it looks like a long old road back into the game right now, FaZe Clan are definitely capable of it. It's definitely not over yet, but TSM are still looking like they're in the ascendancy at the moment. 3 go down for FaZe Clan. More points now for TSM.
Yet another triple cap. Yet another sniper rifle going to fall in the hands of TSM. They've lost a couple of members, but Manny pops the shields. And now they can just wait. Snake bite. Takes a peek outside, doesn't like the weather. Steps back inside once more. That sniper rifle just enough of a warning sign. Penguin elsewhere has been taken care of. Traded out. Snake bite loses his face. Lucid gets his skull ripped from his neck.
Manny lets roar as well because he knows how huge that is for TSM. FaZe have maybe one last push, one last attempt of staying in this tournament. Their Halo Infinite history is on the line here, and they know full well they are on the brink of elimination. 10 more seconds here for TSM.
FaZe Clan on the ropes, desperately trying to duck in cover, trying to get their chin away from the punches, but TSM keep on swinging. Manny, top nest, A and B in control once more, waiting patiently. FaZe Clan step in, FaZe Clan step out. They're going home, and TSM will march on.
Absolutely speechless. FaZe Clan eliminated at top 12. The historic run of Penguin and his championship Sunday suddenly ripped away by a TSM who just seem to be hot and cold right now. Which TSM do you face? Well, sadly for FaZe, they faced the TSM that were absolutely on fire, and they will progress into top 8 a little bit further into this bracket. But what a bitter end that is for FaZe Clan and the incredible Halo Infinite career that all 4 of those individuals have had it. You can see the scenes on your screens. It's going to be a tough couple of days, couple of weeks, couple of years, months for these boys, because that is an incredibly disappointing ending to Halo Infinite for them. But for TSM, we have to tip our hats. Unbelievable. Not only to take down FaZe, but to do it on Stronghold's live fire, which has seemed to be such a comfortable thing for FaZe Clan. TSM, they move on.
Dejection on that main stage for Lucid. Elation for TSM. A dominant display on Stronghold's live fire when FaZe Clan were 5-0. We spoke about what FaZe Clan were you going to see after that Game 5 gutting loss to Shopify Rebellion. TSM take full control.
That's one of the craziest series that I've seen in terms of like the prestige of this event, the expectations of these teams. With how teams have been playing so far, they've just taken Shopify Rebellion, FaZe, to Game 5 in winners bracket round 1, losing out on the Slayer, pretty close as well, and then suddenly being eliminated at top 12. We're going to have a lot of upsets here at this tournament, I can already feel.
It's beggars belief. I mean, we spoke about what version of TSM are you going to see? The one that goes to Game 5 with Optic Gaming, or the one that gets clean swept by Complexity? What we seen in that stage was an incredible performance from TSM and from Druk and Talik, it has to be said, but Blaze has an interview with Druk. Take it away, fella.
Seattle, show some love to TSM. The power of friendship up here on the main stage coming through. And you are continuing throughout this elimination bracket. But Druk, that was an insane series. It's been a wild tournament for you guys. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. But what are your initial feelings here, being able to eliminate FaZe here in the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. You know, we went 0-2 in pools, or 1-2 in pools yesterday, and that's, you obviously don't want to start Worlds and losers, but we knew what had to be done, and like, we're like a team when the back is against the wall, like that's when we start playing our best, you know, because we're forced to. And Hunter had like an amazing series and made it really easy on all of us.
Yeah, he definitely did have a great series up there on that stage. Now, the real pivot point here of this series was the map 4, okay? There's about 2 minutes left on the clock. You guys are down by about 2 flags and find a way to win it. Talk to me about the comms. Talk to me about the energy that you guys got in those last few moments of that map 4.
I mean, it's kind of like a blur, to be honest, but like I just remember getting 2 kills in their flag, and then after we're running the 3rd cap, I think, and then I ran the 4th cap all to mid. I just kind of knew that like with 2 minutes left, like as long as we just played our lives, we'd be good.
You guys were good there in that one going into that Game 5. Now, about 2-3 years ago, I had you and your squad up here with your highest performance at Worlds. What would it mean for you to beat that performance with the same team you started in Halo Infinite with, playing with the same squad? How special would that be?
I mean, yeah, it would mean everything, you know? Like, just being up there, like, on the stage, holding the trophy, that's all I thought about the year I couldn't compete, you know? Being back with these guys, that's all I thought about, just visualize it on repeat, and, like, here we are, you know, and we're gonna make that run.
You guys are. Lastly, what do you want to say to the TSM fans out here who've been cheering you guys on throughout the whole weekend?
I want to say thank you all for the support. It means a lot. Like, we can hear it. Like, you can literally feel it in the ground, you know, just the energy in the atmosphere. It feels great to be supported like that, so thank you guys.
They can hear it, they can feel it. It's that World's energy out there. And that's going to do it for me and Druk on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I told you anything can happen here at Worlds, and happen it did to TSM. Massive series out of those boys, and of course to not phase out top 12, you would never have predicted this situation. It was funny actually listening to the cast as well. It was consistently Dan and Sher saying, you know, they have a fighting chance at TSM quite clearly. Who would have thought that the series would have ended like this? I mean, a 3-1, we didn't even go to the wire, especially after a pretty decent start from FaZe Clan in the series. You know, thinking that TSM the underdogs in this situation based on how they played yesterday. Clutch, it's all about that man Talik, the belief that he gave his team and the room he gave them to do it.
I'll give Talik his flowers, but I think Manny had some unbelievable moments in this series where it was on a tilt. That game 2 when he had the shock rifle, I think he had like 3 kills when he had it. And then all of a sudden, a couple of kills going in Manny's favor there really started to swing the momentum of the series. You could feel the momentum. And then in game 4, Aqua CTF, I mean, FaZe had a 3-1 lead. And here came TSM, started making plays, started winning their individual pivs, and then, I mean, FaZe Clan couldn't buy a kill in game 4, and it was perfect from them, from TSM, the entire game, from the start to the finish. Even though FaZe got the early snipe. Even though all these things seem to go in FaZe's favor, the plays were always being made by TSM. When TSM is playing like this, they can beat anybody. I mean, Manny hitting insane shots is a way to take down a juggernaut like FaZe and to knock them into the top 12. That's a statement for TSM. They go against Envy next, but this team is hot, and if they can ride some momentum, I believe exactly what Drux said. They can hoist that trophy all the way if they can play like that.
100%. This is the TSM we wanted to see, Tony. This is the TSM we have expected coming into LANs time and time again, quite frankly, for the entirety of Halo Infinite, each season as well. When we've had this iteration of the team, this is what we've wanted, especially coming in on a Sunday. They're doing it here on a Saturday against FaZe Clan, of course, in the safety net in the elim bracket. Do you think they can make this run based on what you've seen?
I definitely do, and I'm really happy that you brought up Manny West, because he definitely made the plays that showed out outside the stat sheet. But as you saw in the stats in that last graphic, Talik was lighting it up. I said it from year one. He's the best player that nobody's talking about right now, and we need to start talking about him more. Talik is incredible, and he's been incredible since day number one. Congratulations, TSM.
I was waiting for a big-time series from Talik, and that was a big-time series. Keeping your team in a World Championship and doing it your damn self is what Talik did that series. Unbelievable performance. He was in flow state the whole time. I don't think he lost any individual piz when we saw it on the screen.
No, they certainly did not. Let's take a look at the winners bracket, though, and see who potentially could be dropping down to join them if they do continue on this run with Envy, because we do have our semi-final set. Shopify Rebellion versus Complexity, Optic Gaming versus Cloud9, and immediately these two, again, underdog situations. Who would have thought we'd be seeing Complexity and Cloud9 against these two titans again? I mean, they have managed to beat some of the best that we have had to be in this situation, so we know that they can do this. Tony, when you're looking at both of these, which do you think is going to be the most competitive series in our semi-finals?
I'm telling you right now, there's something in the Seattle air, because this has been nothing but bracket busters, and I will say that top half really surprising me. I'm going to go with that one. Shopify Rebellion are fantastic, but Complexity are bringing something different, and you know what? If Complexity are able to really push them to game 5, or maybe pull off an upset, I mean, that would just capitalize the bracket buster that so far Seattle has been.
You know what? We have some incredible pro players. Unbelievable what they do on that main stage. But I will say we also do have some incredible talent members too. What they do on the desk and on the mics. And I just want to say a massive congratulations to some of my absolute best friends in the entire world for their nominations and finalists this year. Of course, we have our very own Clutch, Bravo, Onset, Gaskin. Lads, you are so good at what you do, and you should be celebrated. And I will say, Clutch, it's about damn time that you had your flowers given to you. I'm incredibly proud of you, buddy.
I think it was a complete accident, but I'm not telling anybody. So you guys just like let the cat out of the bag, and now it's probably going to be removed. But in all seriousness, it's an honor to work with everybody that we do. This team is incredible.
Proud of you, Wes. Also, we do have an exceptional player, as we all well love and know, Last Shot. He was nominated for Controller Esports Awards Player as well of the Year, so a massive congrats to him and best of luck to you guys, and of course our very own Last Shot too. Folks, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we have plenty more action for you. Shopify versus Complexity. It's going to be a banger on the main stage. Who will come out on top? Any more upsets? That's the question. We'll find out right after the break.
According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. They call it Halo. They believe that Halo is some kind of weapon.
What sort of weapon is it?
One with unimaginable power.
You gotta find the cartographer. We'll keep him busy as long as we can.
Fire Team Charlie, we're on our way.
Touchdown! Hit it, Marines! Somebody order a warthog.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight. The cartographer must be here.
Lock and load, rock and roll!
Give them hell, Chief.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
All right, here we go once again. Seattle back on the main stage, fighting for that trophy, fighting for the journey, the pleasure, the honor to gain access to the rings, the final ones of Halo Infinite, all on the line. And right now, it's Shopify Rebellion versus Complexity. Really a tale of two different stories here. One, perfection, continuously. No matter what is thrown their way, no matter how close it gets, Shopify Rebellion, they remain incredibly strong and true to what they believe, and that is that they are going to win this World Championships. And Complexity, well, they've got it together just in the nick of time. But is it enough when you're going up against perfect, when you're going up against a confidence that really is unshakable at this point in time in the season? Clutch, you look at the two, how are you feeling about the balance of this series that we're about to watch?
I mean, in all honesty, I think this is going to be a beatdown. And I know Complexity's having a phenomenal tournament coming into this series, but Shopify Rebellion is a team that they have not played the likes of. And Shopify Rebellion sets the bar when it comes to the best Infinite being played. They had a close series against FaZe, so maybe they're vulnerable. Maybe there's an opportunity here. But it's going to take everybody being on fire, and honestly, a pretty poor performance on the side of Shopify for this to be a series that goes in Complexity's favor.
100%. Let's start with Shopify. Tony, coming over to you. They have looked so strong. I think something that separates them from other teams is that no matter what happens, no matter what mistakes are made, they do not let it affect them. They do not let it snowball out of control to a point where they cannot come back from it. That is something I love about them. Do you think they're going to hold true, especially going up against a hot Complexity where, to be honest, we haven't seen this level of gameplay? Do you think Shopify might be surprised?
I think they'll be surprised, but at the end of the day, Shopify Rebellion play a very buttoned-up style of Halo. They put down shots, they stay alive, and their bait and switch is the best in the league right now. It's comparable to Shaq in the Paint. It's comparable to Kareem Skyhook. The way they stay alive, the way they put down damage, I love this Shopify Rebellion roster.
And you can see right now, flags captured. This is just unbelievable. They have records in pretty much a lot of the modes that we have here, but this is just insane. They also have the fastest flag game that I think we've ever seen, maybe in history of Halo. How are you feeling about their flag game? It's pretty strong, hey?
It's efficient. That's the big thing for me when I watch this team. When they get kills, when they get all four down, you can almost guarantee they're going to translate that into a cap on just about every single map. The surprising thing to me is they lost a CTF 3-0 against FaZe. We just saw FaZe get knocked out of the tournament. Complexity, you can throw these stats out the window and hope that you have a chance. Shopify have already bled a little bit in this mode itself, even being the best in the world like they are.
I think that's the thing you've got to really hope for if you're Complexity. Make them doubt themselves. How do we make Shopify doubt everything that they know? How do we knock the confidence out of their sails and the wind? I mean, Tony, looking upon this roster here, we have Cherished, who's been absolutely amazing. We have so many powerhouses, including the brain of Rhinoob as well. And finally, he is putting something together. Maybe this is the team he can do it with. How are you feeling about how they're going to handle Shopify, and what can they use that they have learned along the way from day one to bring into day two?
You know, I feel like if I'm building a roster, I think I'm starting with building up around a player like Rhinoob, who has the macro down packed. But like you said, Cherished, I need a Cherished on my team. One that's going to pop off whenever he's going on a streak, or one of his teammates are as well. He energizes his team. He gets hype. I love what both Cherished and Rhinoob bring to the roster, and I'm starting with that if I'm making my own team.
Yeah, no insult to the boys on Complexity, but it's going to come down to gun skill. Can you stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Shopify Rebellion? If you're able to win 50% of your fights, you're going to have yourself a chance, but that's a tall ask against players like Cycle, Last Shot. I mean, the entire roster doesn't miss. So you need to see that same level of gun skill in order to even try to compete when it comes to the objective play.
Talking about gun skill and trying to match it, here are your players to watch. And Tony, we talked about him a second ago, Cherished, but we haven't touched upon Last Shot. And Last Shot, not only does he have the gunny, it's just the way he efficiently moves around the map. He is able to pop up, pop back, disappear, reappear, and it's so difficult to track him. And it's not as if it's kind of tweaking kind of behavior that you see from the likes of Bound, where he's difficult to keep track of or keep under control. He's almost calculated with it, smooth, flexible. He's a really difficult player to gain. Do you think Cherish has a similar kind of, I think, power when it comes to his roster and the way that he can kind of carry himself on a map too.
Actually, to be honest with you, I think it's complete opposites with the way that they approach the game. Last Shot approaches it with a very fundamental, he puts down shots, he stays alive, picks and chooses his battle. He controls the pace for when he chooses to engage you. It's at the right time, right opportunity, and one that he's going to win. Cherished, he likes to make things mixy. He'll come at you with some different angles, different flanks, and do max damage on the map. They're both very efficient and have a maximum impact for their squad, but they play the game entirely different.
I mean, Wes, my eyes on Last Shot right now. He has been performing so well time and time again. It's so consistent, so true, and so strong. You expecting more of the same from this guy?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Last Shot and honestly Cycle that stick out to me, it's so Royal 2S from a point of they hate to die. They are such hard kills. You never see them get perfected. You never see them just get 5. Like, the kill time on them is so long for everyone. It's so frustrating to play against each one of these players. And because they stay alive, they are buying time for each one of their teammates to advance on the map, to involve themselves into the combat loop. So you got to find ways to get these guys dead fast. You got to have predictive grenades that get them to no shield, finish this kill, because the more time that they're buying, the worse it's going to look for Complexity.
Well, all right, it is time to go to the main stage. It is the next one for you, Shopify Rebellion versus Complexity. Who's coming out on top? We'll find out right now.
Seattle, it's time for Shopify Rebellion versus Complexity. It's going to be a great matchup. You got a Complexity squad that's playing the best Halo that they've ever played, and Shopify Rebellion showing why they are a team to fear here in the HCS. I'm Golden Boy, that's Walshy. We're going to yap for a little bit as we talk about this game. And Dave, this is looking like honestly, Complexity, given what we just saw in TSM and FaZe, you know what I'm saying? I want to put a little magic out there in the crowd. I feel like Complexity are coming into this one, have to be feeling somewhat good with the performance that they've been putting off this weekend.
I mean, we've been seeing some upsets. We've been seeing some things turned on their heads. I would say generally, if you went into this matchup, it's so heavily favored for Shopify Rebellion. I feel like Shopify is such a consistently strong team, but anything can happen. End of the year at this tournament is when teams and players are playing their best.
Oh, that's right. And, you know, you look at the names on the other side there for Complexity, right? We could go all day about what, you know, these Shopify Rebellion players have brought to the table, but my eyes immediately get drawn to the legend Ryan Noob. OG's been in this for a hot minute now, and he's going to be looking to help and lead this team to victory here over Shopify Rebellion. What an achievement that would be for them. TSM already eliminated FaZe Clan from the competition. That's right, your ears do not deceive you. And Complexity have an opportunity here to really show themselves up, to be a team to fear here in Seattle. Let's go ahead and do this, folks. Jumping on board with Royal 2 to kick things off, and Cherish already gonna be on the back foot there. Just look at the collapse that's coming through. They're trying to play this one fast, Dave.
Well, look at that. That constant aggression there from Royal 2 opens up that angle for the Rockets, and Cycle has Rockets flag moving in the hands of Frosty. He's gonna have all the weapons.
Yeah, my guy's got all the toys to work with here. Cherish trying to challenge him. He's finally gonna remove him from the equation. Flag though, moving across the map. That's a flag cap in record time. Unbelievable. As Shopify Rebellion, they're gonna draw blood very quickly.
Yeah, first 35 seconds, one cap on the board. Still 2 people, no kills in the form of Frosty and Royal 2 to get that first cap. Just shows how efficient and quick they are.
Frosty now managed to get that sniper back in his hands. You know what he could do with this gun. We've seen him put it to work in the past. Oh, this is a cheeky little spot here that he's looking to get onto this ledge, courtesy of the thrust pack, and this is putting a lot of pressure onto Complexity, and just look at the way that they're swarming in the base, and the flag is moving again. They're cutting off all the spawns. They got to worry about Mental over in the distance, but Frosty's got the eyes. He sees someone off spawn.
So clinical. Just surgical precision as Frosty and Shopify go in, get the kills. He's always so aware too of the spawns. You saw this from him on Recharge earlier. Instantly looking towards the C-plat for the shock rifle spawn kill. Right there, looking all the way across over at the fountain for the spawn kill.
And if you're Complexity, you start the game up, you're like, hey guys, let's go ahead and do this. Wait, we're down 2-0? How did that happen? I mean, they did it within the first 2 minutes of this damn game. It's unbelievable, the speed. And you heard Lottie talk about it before, Shopify Rebellion in these CTF games, they are unmatched.
And this is a little dangerous here. You see Complexity, they want to play a little bit of scrappy game. They want to try to flank through and get through. But you have to match that also with some players up high. You can't have everyone going down low. And so this could be disastrous here for Complexity if they keep sending too many players down low and don't contest Shopify for top of the map control.
Yeah, and Cycle, of course, is going to be lingering in the back lines here. So this is a thing that's going to have to sit in the back of the heads of the Complexity players here. And it is going to pay off big time. 2 players down. 2 of those players, as a matter of fact, you saw Cycle put shots into. Now those spawns coming in from the elbow side is going to prompt some movement in here for the flag from Cycle. Cycle bringing this one across the catwalk, but alternatively on the other side, we saw a little bit of a reactionary flag pull from Complexity.
And this is still a little scary here for Shopify because flags are both out on both sides, and then Complexity also got split spawns. They got spawned over in the cave and over on the elbow. So this is a situation that they can fight for this one, rightfully so.
Good call for that one. Flag is going to be returned here. Flag now moving. This is looking like number 3, but they're going to get the flag close to the base here. King Nick with the stop. Is anyone there to try and help out? No, it's not going to happen. Frosty gets the 3rd one in there. And just like that, they managed to just absolutely obliterate Complexity to start off the winner semifinals. You know, I was looking at the stats save and seeing where those potentials were going to be. And I was hoping that we were going to see just a little bit more, considering that Complexity have shown some good stuff on Origin CTF. But now, as I look at the rest of the series here, it gets quite dire for Cole as we get into Slayer and Shopify. They're nasty at that mode.
And you always talk, too, when you're trying to get an upset against one of these big teams out there, you want to have that strong start. And like you said, that was just cut out immediately, Gold Boy.
Yeah.
That instant triple kill from Cycle to kick this one off. The following flag cap after flag
you
cap,
can probably
it was
play
just
the whole
dominating.
in this replay,
right?
Honestly.
It was about 2.5 minutes.
You don't got to do the edits, you know? Save yourself the trouble. Play the whole file. Do it like a Twitch streamer. Put no time into your edits. In any case, though, crazy stuff, though. Truly, from Shopify Rebellion. Not all that surprising considering just how good this team is, but we've seen them taken to the limit before. There is a blueprint for how to do that. The problem is how you close it out. FaZe couldn't close it out. A lot of other teams have been struggling to close it out against these guys. I don't think they've had some success in the past, but it truly is something to marvel when you see Shopify playing that hard to start things off here at the
just showing how strong they are, but we talked about the Shopify flag stats going into this game.
Yeah.
They're 19-4 in it. They're the #1 team when it comes to CTF in the HCS. Showcase it right there. Luckily, Complexity just kept kind of dust that off. Just say, all right, that one didn't exist. That was
I don't know what you're talking about. I never played a CTF Origin game, you know? That's what I would say. Yeah,
exactly.
That's it. As far as I'm concerned, it's a 4-map series.
And the nice part, too, is they can just go right into a Slayer Streets. This is one they know very well. They can play their lives. They're not going to be caught off guard as much. You're not going to see as many kind of down low, ratty flanks. Instead, they're going to have to vie for top control. They're going to make pushes in together. You're going to see a much closer game. And then also, taking a look at this KD leaderboard.
We're talking about the numbers, the tiny numbers separating Cherish and Burrow 2 that gets them that #1 spot.
They are right there. Yeah, we're not showing 4 sig figs here on the KD leaderboard, but Cherish topping the leaderboard when it comes to KD ratio. So you know he's going to be popping off, playing much better in this game #2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even in that Origin CTF game, like he was the top Slayer for the squad. Not saying much, considering that most of the time they were just, you know, the death screen having to deal with.
It's tough when you can't get anything going.
No, you really can't. Yeah. You really can't. But they're going to have to shake that off, as we said before, Dave. Pressure's on here for Complexity. They've had a great tournament so far, but are they going to run into the brick wall that is the e-commerce company, Shopify Rebellion? We will find out. That said, though, for Shopify Rebellion, you just keep that same momentum going, right? You do not slow it down at all. You show that you can get in their face and hit them with a 1-2 punch. Might as well do it again and try and see if you can get yourself a knockout here. This is what Shopify Rebellion are going to be hoping for, and let's now jump into it with your #1 Slayer, KD holder. It's Cherish to kick things off.
And a really, really strong push here from Complexity right off the rip, going straight towards Cafe. Looks like it's mostly shut down. 2 players go down, and then Cherish can find himself in a 2v1. Once again, Shopify getting the better of the rip. They're getting a better start.
Yep.
They're reacting better to Complexity's aggression and getting the kills.
I'm actually a little surprised as well that Cherish went for that play, considering that, you know, there were 3 players over there. They had to have seen the 2, so they're maybe, you know, through process of elimination, you're like, yeah, maybe the other 2 guys have split off onto the other side. But Cherish, unfortunately, won't be able to do much there. And that's kind of opened things up now for the likes of Frosty to be able to get this camo, put it to work, just run around with it, and do what he wants to do. When Frosty's got this camo, he is absolutely deadly.
Like that, gonna grab that stock rifle. He doesn't want to go up the stairs immediately because he could get exploded. But look at this, just getting a bunch of information for his teammates. Knows where this player is weak at the bottom B stairs, gets that pick off, and he's got a couple bullets left, but gets 1 hit onto King.
Good job there, trying to keep himself hidden. He was hoping that the camo would have concealed him maybe a little bit, made the shot a bit more challenging to see, but it does not happen. Regardless, though, Cycle's there for the pickup. Continuing to make this fight happen over on the sub side of the map now. Little ring around the rosy here as well, but Cycle's just going to have to get out of dodge, see if he can get something out of it, which he does. So way to find some value there despite that whole situation not really panning out the way that I'm sure Cycle would have liked initially, and that's just going to continue to add on to this lead for Shopify Rebellion.
It doesn't feel like Shopify had to do too much to get the 7-kill lead. It feels like they're just playing defensive, playing smart, letting Complexity make the pushes and make the mistakes. That's one benefit you have when you have so many strengths as a roster like Shopify. You can play fast when you need to play fast. You can make plays when you need to make plays. You also just sit back and play smart when the other team is walking right into you.
Yeah, they really have found, you know, the secret sauce, if you will, for this Shopify Rebellion roster and what clicks, what makes them work. And all these guys have such an incredible ability to just hit the go button so fast, but at the same time slow it down, as you were talking about. Just so you see right there, Complexity, they're trying to see if they can get anything out of this fight, anything out of this exchange. But the best that they could get is just a little bit of a trade there, and that's about it. More kills going on the side of Shopify. They have a 9-kill lead here, and they're just continuing to march around the map with freedom. Similar play from what we saw at the start of the game here as well, except Mental's not going to be the last man standing inside of the tram. While that's going on off screen, Frosty able to pick up 1 kill, and there's that camo too. World 2 looking for that angle. Frosty's gonna get that again. I mean, Dave, this is just as clean as it could possibly be for Rebellion.
Yeah, feels like every single exchange, just Shopify walking further and further ahead. One thing that also helps with this 12-kill lead is when you have someone like Frosty going 11-3 and grabbing all these camos. This is the 2nd camo in the hands of Frosty.
They have been putting this to work. You hear that, we're at the halfway mark in this game, and it does not feel like Complexity have gotten a read on how they want to try and stop the onslaught that Rebellion have been putting forward here. A lot of nades flying in, though. They had to take care of that camo player eventually, Complexity, and they do just that. They cannot let this lead get any more wide than what it is right now, Dave. If they continue to add on to it, we cross that 30-kill threshold without Complexity getting close. It's going to be really tough for them to start to come back as the trades are coming in.
Well, it might look one-sided thus far, but one thing you got to keep in mind about Complexity is they are a very aggressive roster. So we have yet to see them get the full setup or full control that they're capable of. If they can get Shopify Rebellion on a spawn trap, if they can go back and forth across the map, they might be able to get something going here. But like you said, time's whittling down. 12 kills is not a small margin.
No, not at all. And I think an important thing here to keep in mind as well, this level of play, like, yes, can these players, you know, like easily be able to come back into this one? 100%. Beautiful double kill from World 2. But when you're playing like that, it really is just so tough to stop them.
One update, by the way, I just got Golden Boy, is Space Station Gaming was eliminated 3-0 against Luminon.
Whoa.
So we are having Titans fall left and right here at the beginning of Saturday.
That gave me goosebumps, not gonna front. Uncharted territory here, people. This Stellar and Snakebite not making it to a championship Sunday feels criminal. It just goes to show you the talent and the work that all these players have been putting in for this World Championship, for the last event of the Halo Infinite season. And it really has been a marvel to watch here. It has been amazing to see how Shopify Rebellion just control the pace of the game so willingly. Complexity now, as you mentioned, they're looking for any kind of opening, but every single time they're in these fights that are a little bit scattered all over the place, and they're being put in positions where they can't really support one another, where Shopify Rebellion, they're doing a brilliant job of collapsing on targets together and making sure that they have numbers to be able to achieve those goals.
And look at that little cheeky repulse. You saw Royal 2 trying to get King Nick in that repulse with the frag grenade to at least trade out the deaths there. Didn't work out. Got the nade with the repulse, but not the flare. And here comes 3 charging in. Complexity. No shortness on friends when they make a charge around the corner, but at some point you gotta wonder, do you need that many resources to charge in one area?
Yeah, especially when you're giving up so much of the map there to handle it, right? And this is just opening things up for Frosty and Last Shot to do some damage in the back line. 4 kills remaining here. An absolute shellacking that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion. They're trying to close this one out and prevent them from making any more progress. But this is exactly what Rebellion would have wanted, considering how that, quarterfinal game went against FaZe Clan. They wanted to make a statement here, you could tell, and they are doing just that, Walshy. They only have 2 more kills remaining, but man, it's inevitability at this point.
Yeah, just slowly but surely, Shopify winning this one. They just need 1 more kill. It's 49-35. Who's gonna get this last one? Kind of doesn't matter. I mean, Shopify about to close out and get a 2-0 lead.
Oh, they're all inside of the tires, too. This is not a great position to be in. Last Shot now on the move. He's got some eyes. He knows they're going to be around the corner. Hello. Might even be able to get 1 or 2, but they're wise to it. Complexity playing together here. They can't give anything up, but the problem is you only got 1 kill that you got to give up, and then that's it. It's a tall task you're asking for these boys here when they've been just getting handled in map 2. And that is exactly how it ends. Shopify Rebellion get themselves a clean 50-36 win on Streets after a clean 3-0 win on Origin CTF. What the hell does Complexity do to wake up here, Dave?
Man, this one is tough. I generally can find some silver linings throughout some of the games where you start saying, all right, they got control during the 20 kill mark and start to get things their way. But I really didn't see too much hope throughout that game number 2 or game number 1. It felt like the entire time Shopify in control. Sure, you saw a couple gunfights won by Complexity, a few moments where they got 2 or 3 down.
Yeah.
But I don't recall once seeing Complexity get all 4 down for Shopify. Having numbers advantage for more than 15 seconds at a time.
Take a look at even some of the fights that were happening too, right? Like there were moments where Complexity were kind of just forced to have to group up and move together as like just like one essence together. They had no other choice. And even with that, you had Shopify Rebellion just collapsing on them each and every time. There was just nothing that they could do to try and spread their resources, get a little bit more map positioning. You're right, they were never able to get 4 down. That was just from the jump, pure Shopify Rebellion domination. Now we get ready for ladder strongholds here, and it's do or die for Complexity in this upper bracket. You gotta do it here and now. You need to show some life in this series, and I think, I don't want to count them out. I want to believe that they can, and a map like Strongholds might actually give them that opening to do so, considering that, well, never mind. Actually, I'm going to take this back.
We're going to take a quick look at, the stats, scoreline when it comes to who's winning and losing on Lattice, and looks like Shopify, no stranger to winning on this map, and Complexity,
I feel like the graphic came up to troll me, as I'm like, there's a chance. It was like 0-3. I'm like, come on, man.
Like I said, I'm always hoping for some sort of fact checker on the streams while Golden Boy's talking.
Yeah,
that way we can just see the tallies going up and say, Golden Boy's wrong about this, Golden Boy's wrong about that, Golden Boy's wrong about pretty much everything.
Wow. Okay. Firstly, you're going to lose tonight, so don't talk.
You want to start this now?
Way.
You want to do this in front of everyone here? You want to do this in front of everyone here?
I will. Listen here. I'm from the hood. Okay. I will fight a fool. All right. My wife told me I need to win that belt, so I got no other choice, Papa. Okay. Jokes aside, though, let's get ready for this Mat 3. It's Lattice strongholds, and you saw the stats there on this map in particular. Shopify Rebellion looking at this saying, man, what a great map. Meanwhile, Complexity's like, ah, damn it, Lattice, 0-3. But hey, there's a time to wake up now to get that win. It is here and now for Complexity. It's just a question of whether or not they have what it takes to be able to do so, Dave.
Yeah, end of the day, though, it's going to come down to slays. There's no question for me. We talked about objective efficiency on the Shopify Rebellion side. Complexity, going to be incredibly objective efficient. I just need to see them go slug for slug in the slaying department.
Yeah,
they
true.
need to be able to hit back. They need to be able to go near even, try to go ahead in slays. Easier said than done, obviously, against a squad like Shopify, but end of the day, if they are going to go extremely negative, like we saw in game number 1, where they got outslayed by about 30% kills. It was, I want to say, like 27 to 18 kills. You're not going to see Complexity be able to overcome that in that sort of slaying deficit.
No, I don't think so, and they're going to certainly need to find something here now. Shopify Rebellion, though, with that snipe, you got Royal 2 in the back lines here over towards Shard. He's just going to work the angles. Rare miss from him. They're going to have to handle this guy eventually by the box, but they're waiting this one out. Flip comes through. World 2 needs to hit those shots. That's the second one that he missed, but this is an opportunity now for Complexity to try and do something here, as they're getting a few of these players down, and they are getting the hits, and they managed to, wipe out a few of them here, Dave. They're going for a trip cap.
We're seeing Complexity for the first time in the series in control. They got 3 down. They're charging for the trip cap, trying to get another slay over onto C, and let's see what they can do.
They do manage to flip over C, but Frosty waited for him as soon as he was on the jump up there. Regardless, so we wanted to see some life from Complexity. They're giving us a little bit of it here. See what they can continue to do now. If Mental has that snipe, I've called many games and other games where Mental has done work with this weapon, but it might not happen here. And he misses out on the melee. Cycle's going to be the one to get the better of him on that one. But all that action's going on. B was attempted to get captured by Complexity. They're going for it again. Cycle's on the prowl. They know that he's lingering about. They're waiting for where this fight's going to come from here.
But look at this patience. You see it from Cycle's POV.
Yeah.
He sees 3 members of Complexity down low, and then what ends up happening? We see 3 members of Complexity get picked off. It feels like a lot of Complexity's strategy is cause some disruption, have someone flanking, someone being a nuisance down low, but they aren't following up with enough top control.
You gotta have the sum of all the parts in this game. It's not just a matter of pushing just because you think you could win it out. Gotta have positioning in Halo. It's the name of the game here. Frosty tried to get a little clever with it. Does not come out to fruition for him. That being said, though, Complexity not out of this one, not by a long shot. They're doing everything they can to get back into this one. Ryanu with some big kills now. Seeing the likes of Ryanu really step up in this one too, which is a positive sign for this team. Gonna definitely need to see Cherish be the one to kind of step it up as well in this moment, because he has been playing incredible in this tournament.
Well, one thing I said, Gold Boy, is that I want to see Complexity go ahead and slays, and we are seeing that for the first time in the series. Complexity, 21 kills to Shopify's 20. So when they're even, look at that objective scoreline, about even.
Yeah.
It's all about that slaying prowess.
Yeah, you gotta have the guns hot. You gotta be able to make those shots and connect them there. World 2 knows that all too well, as he's waiting for any players to push out through the small door there, but the pressure's starting to come in from the A side now. Flip making its way through here. It's been a little bit of a tough area for World 2 to fight out of with the sniper. It seems like that might actually continue with the snipe, but he's good with the Bandit Evo, so he is fine with that. Does manage to get Flip, though. Cherish goes in, tries to, well, he does actually stop that. Oh my word, gets a shot on Ryanu from downtown. That was a headshot. He'll cap A, thank you. And now they're going to continue to march their way forward.
Look at this. Royal 2 realizing he has 4 bullets left, not afraid to get aggressive. That's one of the dual threats that you have in a player like Royal 2. He can sit back and be the anchor, is going to hit all those long-range shots consistently. And he can also get up in front, in your face, and win those close-range battles.
Trying his best there. Put that snipe to get that body shot so they can have 2 players up here for the flip over towards C. But instead, Frosty's going to get the job done himself. Triple cap now coming through for Rebellion. And it's funny, Dave, you talked about how the slays actually play out here. Now you're starting to see Shopify peel away from Complexity in the slaying category, right? They're getting themselves 35 frags to the 26 over on the Complexity side. And to your point, it's very much reflected on the scoreboard and the state of the game where we are right now.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen when you have especially 2 objective efficient squads. when you do have a squad that tends to overslay and you have the objective efficient team, that's where you can start to see that deficit take place. But when you have two OBJ efficient squads, it's going to come down to who's getting more kills, who's taking advantage of those opportunities.
Talk about using the quantum translocator to great effect. That was, my guy acted like he was Tracer from Overwatch. It was crazy. He was just blinking all over the place. Cheers, love. You know, wild stuff. Wild stuff. That said, though, now 156 to 44. Shopify Rebellion starting to run away with this complexity. They have the potential to be able to get things going, but I think you're seeing it happen again here where, yeah, complexity, they had a good start, which is what we wanted to see from them, but some of these, like, I want to say habits, but just the way that Rebellion are playing, they kind of just ramp things up here. Complexity need to wake up a little bit, get those slays online.
And look at this, so many players reacting just to a single call out from complexity. You saw everyone just trying to hunt down Frosty. Frosty still not even get picked down there, over at the top tower, just being such typical kills. Notice the difference in how tough the kills are to take out someone from Shopify versus complexity, a lot of times committing and over-committing to certain battles.
Yeah, you saw it there in that whole fight. It was truly just a great example of how Shopify Rebellion are right now a cut above a lot of the teams in the HCS, despite how good everyone has been here in Seattle. But even with that, though, complexity, they do manage to have ANC control. Solid way to get themselves back into the game here. Massive fight there for King Nick to win on last shot, keeping him alive now. Nick's going to need some help in a moment because he is going to fall. And there it comes, right from the silo there. You got a couple players that are trying to push forward here, see if they can help out. But Royal 2's on the flank, and he's got eyes on it. But they're winning these big fights here, which is pretty exactly what you want to see. It's pretty damn cool for complexity to start to step this up here just when you think that they're going to be out of this.
Like this play, though, by Royal 2. Get the QT, create some space on the map, but picked off so quick by cherishing King Nick. That's going to be the opening kill here for complexity. Now, the key for complexity is can they keep racking up these kills, but not get the deaths? Right there, one goes down. Are they going to go for the second kill? Still looks like Mental is going to unfortunately get stuck there. So that one's more of an unfortunate death. But in the end, complexity, after they had advantage, they dropped with 3 members. That's not what you want to see. Usually when you have the numbers advantage, you're able to keep pressing forward and continue to roll that advantage.
Frosty and company are looking to press their advantages where they see them. But right now, you got Cole, who's doing everything that they possibly can to get themselves right back in this one, and they did so. Another triple cap coming in for complexity here. They're holding it down. You got 4 down for Shopify Rebellion. This is a rare sight that you see for Rebellion here, and the trip cap now coming through for Cole.
Also, a huge part you pointed out before Golden Boy was that Shopify were up by about 10 kills. That kill lead has now been chopped down to only 2 kills. So that was an 8-kill differential there in favor of complexity over the last 2.5 minutes.
And you can also see too how a lot of it was contingent on Cherish stepping it up. My guy was a little slow in the beginning, and now he's finding those kills. He's making himself that difficult shot. Just as I say that though, you got 3 members down for complexity. Again, Shopify Rebellion reacting so well off of it. A lesser team would have struggled in that instance, but not this squad. They're prepared for it. Nice shots. Triple cap coming in here, and they're going to see if they can get this lead right back, and a trip cap's certainly going to help them do that.
Yeah, trip cap is going to be very difficult here for complexity breakout, but score is now tied, making a 2-point advantage here for Shopify, but this trip cap is going to change that really quickly, and that's going to be Ryan going down. And unfortunately, this is the difference between having everyone down low. Nobody in position to finish off last shot, but everyone from Shopify having angles onto that B stronghold.
And it is going to get flipped right back, but they do make that push toward A to try and stop the bleeding here for the trip cap. Massive swings that we're seeing in this game from both of these teams. With this top mid control, Cycle's going to look to try and see if he can cause and disrupt them on the flank over here.
Yep, similar story once again. More players from Shopify up top, higher positions on the map. More members from complexity down low, trying to scrap up time.
Yeah, they're kind of forced in that situation though, Dave, don't you think? Because, they got to make these moves happen, right? They don't want to just give up and concede too much, but I also agree that they got to get some bodies up top too. They need some eyes up ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of do or die at this point. And oh my God, Ryan somehow turning that fight around and trading with Frosty.
This is ticking down quickly here, but you only got 8 points left for Shopify Rebellion to get this 3-0 sweep, but complexity not done yet. Gonna hit that 200-point threshold as well. very well do it here, but they got to hold this one the entire time, Dave.
Very possible for Complexity, but they don't have any room for error. That first 2 kills there is going to be tough here. Cherish and Mental have to pull something out, but looks like they both fall one after the other. That's all 4 down for Complexity, and Shopify just have to get a couple more kills to secure this game and the series.
And this is a great place to hold here. A and C is going to make those spawns difficult. That's a wrap. Shopify Rebellion march forward in this tournament with a 3-0 win, taking a trip to the winners finals.
And they're looking mighty strong. I mean, we're trying to talk about, are they sending statements here as they get into bracket play? Yeah. We saw statements in pool play. We're now seeing it in bracket play.
Yeah, but I do want to give some love to Complexity there, because as we had noted in that match, right, it really was the story of how the Slays were playing out, and it was so reflected on that. And Complexity, they're doing a lot to keep that as close as they possibly could. Do want to give shout out to Ryan, who in that one had a great game, dropped 20, was active from the beginning of the Lattice Strongholds matchup. But they showed, right, like, hey, we can compete with these guys, but it's just the way that Rebellion regroups, repositions themselves, and also, to your point, really prioritizes key points on the map so effectively. That's what leads to their victories.
Yeah, it felt like the story, I would say, from that one, I harped on it a lot during the game, talked about, you know, being high versus being low, but it had to be a couple things. One, in better positions during the neutral game when teams had a 4-on-4 or a 3-on-3. And then secondly, when Shopify started to lose a couple members, you saw them kind of pull up, be in smart positions, set up a trap. Whereas it felt like Complexity, they were committed too hard to certain pushes, and they could not reel it back. They'd already be out in the open, over near ice, or they'd already be over in the B stronghold.
Which kind of was
and
the theme of the other maps too, if you think about it, right? How many times do we see Complexity kind of forced to have to group up together and make a push happen, only to then get stopped by the brick wall of Shopify Rebellion, right? So,
stopped consistently, but then on top of that, they can't reel that back. They can't say, oh, we're out in the open here, near driveway, we're out in the open here, near ice. How am I gonna back away? It's like, it's too late. You've already committed this far out in the open. You need to make it past that point.
Yeah, well, hey, folks, Shopify Rebellion, they move on in this competition. A lot of people have them going all the way, and it could very well be the case here with how they're playing. But we have seen Shopify tested as well, so we know that the field is still wide open here at Halo World Championships. Do we have the man on the street, Guy Blaze, with a person standing by? We do. We have the legend, and he's with another legend. Good friend of mine. It's Frosty, standing by.
I got the Iceman on the stage. Get loud for Shopify Rebellion. They are going to Championship Sunday, the last of Halo Infinite. But Frosty, getting to this point, man, talk to me about how proud of you, of your squad, to be able to get here in this fashion on this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, extremely proud of these guys. We're playing great so far. I mean, our plan is just keep that up. That's the way we're expecting to play, right? So feeling good for sure. Had a tough round 1, but got that out of the way and made quick work of this series. So definitely looking forward to Sunday.
Definitely looking forward to Sunday indeed, man. Shopify Rebellion, whenever you guys get to Sunday, you are just lights out. You know, what would it mean for you guys to really go back and hoist a grand championship trophy here with this squad? We've seen y'all do back-to-backs, but to do a three-peat to end off the season, how awesome would that be?
Yeah, I mean, it would mean everything. Obviously, we put in so much work, so I mean, that's our goal, and that's what we're locked in setting our goal to do.
Yeah, you guys are locked in for real. Are they locked in, Seattle? Cool, calm, and collected here on the main stage, but as these fans have been locked in for you guys all weekend long, what do you want to say to them, Frosty, as you guys get ready for another Championship Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you guys as always. I feel like there's a ton of people here, so it's been awesome so far. Hopefully we can put on a good show for you guys, but yeah, enjoy the event.
Enjoy the event, everybody. It's been a good one, and we wish you guys at home could be here, but don't worry, we still got some Halo action. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I mean, I've got to say, yeah, that's the sentence, right? Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, because Rebellion, they're really putting on one for us here at the Halo World Championships. You know, you heard Frosty on the main stage say, yeah, we were tested round 1. It was tough. And we actually heard the same sentiments kind of said in the winner's interview of that one as well against FaZe, which was, that's not what we wanted to see. That got a little too close for comfort. Let's not do that again. And that's exactly what they've done here against Complexity. 3-0, very clean, looking super strong yet again. Clutch, this team is going to take a lot for them to be stopped, and I fear I don't know if I've seen enough of what it's capable to do that so far against even Optic Gaming, the likes of some of the teams like TSM catching fire earlier. Is there a team out there that can stop this perfection that we see?
If it's anybody, it's going to be Optic. But right now, Shopify, don't have to worry about that until tomorrow. They got the job done so far. It wasn't perfect today, but, I mean, they get to walk away from that series thinking that they are still the best team in the world. That was a confidence booster series. That's exactly the beatdown that you expect if you're a player on Shopify. You want to make slight work of the teams that have no business being here. And, I mean, Complexity, congrats to getting to the winter semifinals. We'll see how they rebound in the elimination side, but right now, Shopify got to be excited for World Championships Champ Sunday.
Indeed, I was on the side of Complexity, you know, again, there's signs of hope there. I mean, look at this stronghold. It wasn't completely out of hand. I mean, there was a chance for Complexity here to maybe actually steal a whole map off Shopify Rebellion. Tony, what kind of takeaways would you have for Complexity, whether they're good, bad, ugly? How would they now continue forward and push on?
Yeah, you know, I hate to put a lot of pressure on them, but, you know, I'm looking at Ryan, dude. You know, the first 2 games, it was a 6-20 performance, specifically that Slayer where it was 3-14 when the rest of the team had double-digit kills. Ryan Duke struggled a bit in those first 2 games, but one thing I did notice, that Strongholds game number 3, Ryan Duke steps it up big time, and they were really competitive. So it feels like this team is going to go the way Ryan Duke does.
I think if you're looking at the stats here as well, Clutch, something I have to pick up on is King Nick's stats. King Nick has been so good for this team, actually, the entirety of the weekend, and honestly online too. He's been a big part of why they've had success. A 0.5 is not going to cut it on the main stage against the best in the world. That needs to be stepped up for sure, because he's one of the main slayers that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're anybody on Complexity, you probably had a hard time this series finding your footing, and that goes down to the individual skill that I touched before the series. It's so difficult. The reason we haven't seen Shopify slip up in any series like we've seen other teams is because they are consistently just winning gunfights they have no business winning. They're difficult kills at all times. They don't give you anything for free. And that's something that Complexity really struggled with. When they're not giving you some of these kills that other teams are going to give you, you're not able to have the same space on the map, the same success. So I expect Complexity's opportunity maybe in the elimination bracket to be a lot stronger than it was here in this series. But that being said, we've already seen so many juggernauts knocked down to the elimination bracket, even out of the tournament, that it's going to be a tough road. There are no freebies.
Yeah, I will say it actually just bodes to exactly what Hugh mentioned earlier on and just now. Again, the elimination bracket is no joke. There's so many juggernauts in there, and as you can see, Titans will fall also if you catch them off guard. Let's take a look at the brackets, though. Winner's side of things first to show you Shopify's clean run as per usual. Looking so good for them, sat in that winners finals, hoping to make it to that grand final, of course, with that big leg up. Here's the elimination bracket side of things, because we do have round 2 going on. Luminant Gaming, they will 3-0. Space Station Gaming, they are out of the tournament. SSG and FaZe apiece have gone home already so far on Saturday. TSM will continue. They will go up against MV. Complexity find themselves up against Luminant Gaming as well. But this is how it ended here for Space Station. Again, on Lattice, here in Strongholds, this was an absolute whitewash. This was a destruction. Luminant Gaming just finding a whole new level to them, because Space Station, they've got some really good gunnies on their side, but they're just, their teamwork, it hasn't been there, Wes.
You saw a lot of teams really struggle with the addition of Lattice being thrown into the map pool. 3 new map mode combinations being thrown in for Charlotte and Worlds, and you see 2 of our best teams, 2 of the top 4 teams knocked out of the tournament, losing a lot of the Lattice games throughout their tournaments. I mean, it's no surprise here. SSG obviously not a fan of the game type, and for them to see their tournament lives on the line, staring down Strongholds, I mean, that was everything for Luminant, and especially a Strongholds game type. We know how strong the Europeans have been throughout the 4 years of Infinite at Strongholds specifically. So that's a beautiful way for Luminant Gaming to advance to the elimination bracket. And could they be the team that now finds themselves looking to get into the top 4, into the top 3, because somebody's got to get there. And right now you're looking at Envy, you're looking at Luminant, and you're looking at TSM. Like, those have got to be the favorites, but all 3 of those would be ecstatic to get to that Championship Sunday by the end of the night.
100%, and you're looking at the stats here, and Tony, just the slaying power that seems to be coming across from Luminon is unmatched there. And SSG, it's funny you would be saying that with the likes of Stella on your side. You see Suppress, he did manage to go positive there, but you have Foul as well. It's kind of strange to see a team like that getting outslayed, but it just shows you that teamwork makes the dream work. And if you're being able to catch them off guard, you're taking special routes, you're being able to control a map, it's so easy to cut down teams, even the best that we have here as well. Tony, how are you feeling about the chances of Luminon going up against Complexity? Because it's a very similar situation to TSM and FaZe, right? You're catching one off guard who, was in the winner side of things. Things were boding well for them. Their heads are going to be down here. And to be perfectly honest with you, we have a team, Luminon Gaming, who, yes, they're familiar now with the elimination bracket. They just had a hot 3-0 against Space Station. They're going to be feeling themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling confident about Luminon. Actually, going into this event, I had Luminon in my top 4 and had a lot of people going crazy with that. I'm like, dude, have you seen what they've been doing time and time again? The star power in the team, the chemistry, the teamwork, it is real. And then on top of that, they've been boot camping and preparing for this very moment. There's a lot of people at home that maybe they don't know the ball too much. They really confused about Luminon beating SSG, but Luminon are the real deal, and they're here to make a run.
They certainly are indeed. Well, we have a bunch of real deals, and of course, Optic actually are going to be coming up next on the main stage, so don't go anywhere. But we also have another special guest coming onto the desk. We're going to hit a quick break, but when we come back, we have Tashi joining us for an esports check-in. Don't go anywhere.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
Hello? Still waiting. Finally, I've been here a year. Wait, you don't look like a friend. Hey, we tried to revive you, but it wouldn't work for some reason. Guys, run.
Not on my watch, Jack. with it too, if it weren't for you and your meddling.
Not bad.
Yeah, but it's odd to base a whole episode on a post-credit scene from last season, right?
Totally. No idea how that got approved.
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Well, welcome back, Seattle. Welcome back to your Halo World Championships. It is a glorious day. It's even more glorious in here because we are chasing glory at the end of the day on that main stage. And a trophy, and a couple of rings, and a lot of prize money, and of course, the next big thing. And talking about that, we have a big dog on the desk. Hello, Tashi. Welcome back. Sorry, Mark. Sorry. You're pretty... No, do you know what? It is good to see you. Welcome back to the desk on set as well. But Tash, how have you been, man?
Doing really good. It's been an amazing event. Thank you everybody for joining us here in Seattle and everyone tuning in online. Hopefully everyone's been enjoying the tournament and the event.
Oh, hello. Anybody out there? Have you guys been enjoying the event so far? There we go.
Yeah, you gotta Lonnie's got the magic. I know, I teed it up bad.
Yeah, it's just right.
Thank you, Lottie.
I got you on the bench, but don't worry about it. It's okay. Tashi, obviously, you're on the desk for a reason, unless you did just want to hang out with us the entire time. But what brings you up here onto my office?
Yeah, you know, with Infinite HCS coming to an end, I just wanted to check in with the community and kind of share some updates for what they can expect in 2026. So one thing I want to share is we've been working with different partners in the ecosystem to support Halo Esports. And thankfully, we have amazing partners who want to continue to support Halo. And starting with DreamHack as one of our key partners. We've also been working with Shopify, Space Station, FaZe, Cloud9, of course, LVT, and European Halo League, excuse me. We don't have any firm details to share right now, but all of these partners have heard the call. They're stepping up. We're working with them to provide prize pool, travel coverage, things like that, in order to continue running more tournaments, and we'll have more to share.
We love to hear that.
Let's go.
Hey,
more Halo. Let's go.
There we go. You didn't think that they would leave us high and dry, did you guys? Come on now. Really exciting stuff. And Mark, obviously, you know, it's fantastic to mention, you know, European coming back to kind of like where we're from, you know, back to EU, and we have some incredible EU teams as well. So excited to follow their stories. But how are you feeling, of course, about, you know, more esports to be played next year?
I mean, it's great, right? Everyone wants to see more Halo. It's been kind of, I think, the sentiment from everybody. We were coming into this event, everyone was kind of like mixed emotions, like very excited to be here, but there's always like, what's next? Like, it's going to be the end of Infinite, but it's great to see that we're going to have the competition continue, and I'm excited, man. Like, just keep it rolling.
I know, cannot wait. Now, I have to ask, when are we going to be together again? That's really my next thing. I've got my schedule ready to go, Tashi. I need to know when.
Well, in partnership with DreamHack, we're going to be hosting with them the DreamHack Birmingham Halo event. This is March 27th to 29th. This is in the UK.
I've been told by production this is not Alabama.
Yes, this is in the UK.
That's where I'm from.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, we're supporting with a $100,000 prize pool.
Wow.
We're also going to be supporting with some prizing travel. And there's another DreamHack that's going to be happening in the United States. Can't share dates yet, otherwise DreamHack will take me out. But look for more information from their channels. There'll be a US-based DreamHack as well in 2026, and Halo will be a part of it.
I love to hear that. So back in Birmingham, it's been a long time since we've been in Birmingham. I feel like I think you've been in Birmingham for Halo before, have you not?
I have. I've been to Birmingham in the last few years as well. I know it very well. I'm sure there'll be some Peaky Blinders popping their heads out from some of the dark streets.
Oh, we got to dress
but,
as Peaky Blinders.
You have to do that. Actually, please don't do that, because I've seen you in Sweden dressing the part, and let's just
They
say
loved me
it's still
over
very
there.
obvious that you were an American.
They loved me over there.
But yeah, super excited.
Yeah, I don't think there's any worry about that, Mr. Southern.
Well, you guys don't come to Birmingham, Alabama either.
Birmingham. There we go. There it is. Tashi, obviously, I have to ask if there's anything going on though back in the home of Halo. We love it. We love it here. It means a lot to us.
Yeah, of course, it means a lot to us as well. And next year is 25th anniversary of Halo, so we figured we'd celebrate in style, and let's check it out.
That's right, folks. Halo Fest making a return, and I cannot wait for this. Tashi, tell me all about it.
Halo Fest is going to be really special. I mean, for Worlds, we really wanted to make it always feel like it was bigger than just esports, and I think here is kind of living proof of that. We have so many more things outside of just the tournament, and so many more kind of fans who love Halo for different reasons, and Halo Fest is kind of the full realization of that. So no matter why you love Halo, we want you to feel at home at Halo Fest, and you have a community here. So it's really meant to be a community event. We're going to be kicking things off with a concert. So this will be the first official full-length Halo concert.
Wow.
We'll be at Benaroya Hall, which is an absolutely legendary location here in Seattle. And it'll be played by the Seattle Symphony.
Wow.
So we're incredibly excited about this. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And one thing we also want to do is, of course, Halo's music would not be what it is without the composers that have kind of brought it all to life. So we wanted to formally send an invite to all of the composers to be our official guests of honor. So Marty, Michael, Neil, Kazuma, Curtis, Gareth, Joel, Steven, Brian, Gordy, C-Paul, and Brian. We hope that you'll join us here at Halo Fest with your guests to be the official guests of honor at the concert, so that we can honor your music and, you know, hopefully that you enjoy the show. So we're really excited for the concert.
That is unbelievable, and obviously I'm going to have to speak to you backstage about my tickets to that one, because I don't want to miss that, and I'm sure you folks at home don't either, because it's going to be just an incredible celebration. If there's anything that I know, it's that Halo fans, and even fans that aren't, you know, necessarily playing the game, know the Halo music. It is iconic. It is breathtaking. I get goosebumps no matter how many times I hear it in my life. It will always mean something so incredibly strong to me. So the fact you're going to get to hear that with the Seattle Symphony, my goodness me. I mean, as a music lover on set, my gosh,
yeah, I mean,
how incredible.
Incredible. I was going to ask if I need to pack my guitar for next year. Just give me the call.
Actually,
yeah, give me a little bit of practice time. I'll be ready to go. You don't start.
I was going to ask, are we looking for a new up-and-coming composer? Because I'll get out there and start doing my thing in front.
I mean, it's going to be magic, right? I think everybody, when they hear whatever game they load up, you always hear that iconic moment that reminds you of a place that you were, wherever it was, playing the game. So whether it's a mission, you know, menu music, whatever it was, the first time it hits you, I think it's going to be very similar feeling when you see it live. You know, it's nothing like live music, right? You can hear it in a menu, you hear it through a headset, but to hear it in person is going to be special.
Yeah, and that's the mission for us. We want to provide as many goosebumps as we can in the auditorium. So it's literally, that's written in our documentation, just give people goosebumps. But anyway, that's the first part of Halo Fest, which is the concert. The next is the convention. And one thing that's really important to us is ensuring that the community has its fingerprint all over it. So we're going to be commissioning artists to help make art so that when you walk through the halls, you can see it. And we've actually already started with these Halo Infinite rewards here. So we've got 3 nameplates that are going to be available for fans to grab. We've got the official Halo Fest nameplate there, but we've also commissioned and worked with Uriel Ortega as well as Ranger Cali to build some exclusive nameplates. And again, these are in celebration of 25 years of Halo. We wanted to ensure these artists could feel their art represented the way they wanted it to be, have it be authentic to them, and you'll see a bit more of that in spirit coming through in Halo Fest next year.
Love to see that. By the way, those were sick. Love both of those. I'm really excited to see what else the community comes up with. And I think it's amazing celebrating everybody who has been around for so long and being able to put some of their work and their creativity, to the test and produce that and show the world is incredible. So I absolutely love that. You guys always give back to the fans, and it's very meaningful. So thank you for that, Tash.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is the key of everything that we do. So absolutely. The one thing I also wanted to confirm is that we're going to be hosting an HCS Invitational at Halo Fest. So, of course, esports is an important part of the entire Halo community. So Halo Fest wouldn't be right with at least an esports component as well. So you can look forward to the HCS Invitational, and we'll provide more details next year on what that'll look like.
Cannot wait. There is so much more to look forward to. I'm so excited for next year. So thank you, Tash, for coming up and sharing that with me. Are you ready for the rest of the action that's coming our way today? Because it's been pretty crazy.
I don't know if anyone's ready. I mean, these upsets have been absolutely insane, and yeah, the competition's been amazing. So I just can't wait to take a seat and watch with everybody else.
Love it. Thank you so much, Tashi. Now, of course, after hearing all of that, it's pretty clear that Halo wants to give back to the fans, and the fans mean so much to all of us. But they also mean a lot to our players as well. And we actually had a chance to catch up with our players to see exactly what your cheers, your screams, your tears mean to them. Check this out.
My favorite fan interactions definitely was when I was on SSG for the first Salt Lake City, and just like they showed up like mad for that Space Station gaming team, especially because it was like their first tournament putting it on, and just getting like random little gifts from random fans at that event was just so cool. So I've gotten like, you know, like a bracelet from someone, or someone painted a rock like a penguin, or like different stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
SLC events are, for me, probably have the best fans and the best fan interactions though.
I would say like going to London was pretty cool because the fans were actually like so passionate, and like everyone was so like kind. I just remember like being able to talk to the fans in London for forever, and it was just a great time.
My favorite fan interaction we had was actually, well, after we played top 3. It was at Arlington, like we beat Optic. Obviously the crowd was like against us when we beat them, but I feel like most of them afterward was like kind of rooting for us, and we got to speak to so many people that would actually be waiting for us like after our series when we beat Sentinel, just to congratulate us and stuff. It was like really, really nice.
I've had to sign some interesting things, nothing like too insane, but I remember signing like a snow globe for some people. Some people have had me sign their pomade because that's like what I use for my hair, so it kind of became a little bit of a meme. Those are just cool, not necessarily too insane, but there was one girl that in the crowd at one of the Worlds said, "Lucid, have my babies." That was kind of insane. People just love to say hi and catch a picture, and they just enjoy what we do and put on a show for them and just give back in that type of way, just get to interact with them.
Yeah, but it didn't happen at an event. It's kind of a crazy story if you want me to tell it.
Yeah.
So I was in New York City for New Year's Eve 2023. I was walking around New York City, and there was some like murder sprees going on. And on that night, it was kind of crazy. So every street was closed down. And to like walk on any street or get any access to any street, you had to go up to the cops and tell them why you need to do that. So I went up to one of the cops, and one of the cops actually ended up recognizing me. I was also pouring down rain, so like a hoodie on and everything, and he still recognized me. It was insane. I don't even know if it actually happened to this day, to be honest, but.
I don't know about you guys, but I could listen to Bound stories all day long, especially if that's the one we have to go by. Bound is quite an interesting individual, isn't he? But there is one thing I know for certain, is that he's an absolute demon on the sticks. I will say the rest of Optic Gaming have been performing so well so far. Clutch, why not welcome back on the desk? Ah, goodness me, Optic versus Cloud9 here. This is another potential chance for a slip up from Optic. They need to make sure that they keep their foot on the gas. Clutch, in order to do so, what do you need to see from this Green Wall team?
I think everything we have seen. I think what we're seeing from Bound specifically is what impresses me the most and gives me the most confidence that we're going to have the winners finals that everybody thought we would have. Optic versus Shopify, waiting in the looms right now if Optic can get this done against Cloud9. Cloud9, they're on fire right now, but so are Optic. Optic being pushed by TSM to Game 5 yesterday. We asked questions. Was that TSM playing to Optic standards, or was Optic not playing as well? I think we got the answer as TSM just beat down FaZe in the elimination bracket, that they are here to play, and that gives me a lot of confidence looking at how Optic are playing.
I think honestly, a lot of confidence is exactly the right sentiment here when it comes to Screen War, because they are so good. The second they get moving, it is really difficult to stop. If every single one of these players is playing their very best, it is usually an absolute destruction on the main stage in any given series. On the other side of things though, Tony, we have Cloud9. What can this team deliver when it matters most? This is a big opportunity for them to make a massive statement. We know Optic can bleed. Yes, they bleed green. However, can they actually keep pushing forward, taking down Juggernauts, taking down Titans, and of course, in the form of Optic Gaming too?
Yeah, although Cloud9 didn't exactly have the Charlotte that they wanted, they've been slowly putting themselves to be able to contend with some of the best that we have in the league. And I feel like that's largely because of that man Collect that we saw on screen in some of the highlights. Collect is the real deal. He's a damage dealer, and he'll come at you from multiple different angles. It's very hard to time Collect on the map.
It certainly is indeed. We actually talked about Collect yesterday together, Clutch. It's about time that this guy showed what he's capable of. We've seen it in little forms here and there, online, sometimes on LAN, but getting the right roster sometimes is all you need to be able to play around a talent such as Collect.
And sometimes it never happens. I'm happy for Collect so far throughout this weekend, but I want more from the kid. We saw glimpses of Collect's brilliance very early in Halo Infinite, but it feels like he hasn't ever had that roster, hasn't found the success, maybe not the performance on LAN yet. But Cloud9 are here. They're in the winner's semifinals. This is the best opportunity Collect has ever had, and it's because of his firepower that I think Cloud9 are here. If he can keep up with the likes of Optic Gaming, he gives Cloud9 maybe their best chance.
Well, we need firepower in heaps here for C9 to do this against Optic Gaming. The match is ready to go on the main stage. I cannot wait to find out the result of this one. Big game on the cards for both of these teams is Optic versus C9.
versus Optic Gaming is next up on our main stage, and in Seattle, it has had that air of upset over the last few hours. And for Cloud9 coming into this series, seeing what's happening elsewhere in the bracket, Optic Gaming will have to fight hard here to make sure they're not the next victim of a team who's an underdog.
Certainly for the C9 side, like you said, they have seen what has happened here. They have seen what has happened in Halo World Championships past, and they already have quite a bit of success getting them here in your winner's bracket. On the Optic side of the stage, they know they cannot allow one slip up because they've had a year of upsets and being upset. And they need to lock in here for this game one, Origin CTF.
Origin CTF up first, but let's talk about the series a little bit more because there's some context to this even in this weekend. Cloud9 beat FaZe in a Game 5 in pool play. You look at Shopify versus FaZe, that went to a Game 5. So there is still that opportunity with the way and the level that Cloud9 are playing at right now to come into this series and not feel like an underdog, feel like they can go up against Optic and push them aside to keep this run going. Now keep in mind though, the Optic Gaming, like you quite rightly said, Andy, coming into this event, there was question marks about how they start tournaments. But once they get into the bracket, and once they have put those thoughts to rest, Optic are now in prime position to move towards a winner's final. This is your winner's semi-final. Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming, Origin CTF to start.
That's right, and as we've seen, of course, Optic traditionally, once they've gotten past that first test, all the pools, and once they're in winner's bracket, they usually look good. It's about to maybe be 4 dead. Sap stays alive, 1 rocket left in the chink.
The 1 rocket left, it was a 1v1 on the map, almost at the start of that game, off the opening break.
Still one rocket to play with here. Former's trying to bait that one out on the elbow. Bound is trying to be a little sneaky pickle down bottom middle. Thrust back into the shots from Sav, which is going to give that kill. Formal slides down from the elbow to make sure he gets the trade. Now Legend in a dangerous position here for Cloud9. He is on your snipe ramp. And he's not just there by name, he's got the sniper rifle to use as well.
Going to likely play this. He does play this off the map. That sniper rifle will no longer be in play. Obviously with a big double, he even gets excited as well. He's going to try to stay alive in cave as long as he can. 3 were dead, but Renegade gets a very important kill as the last player alive for Optic Gaming.
He's going to allow the rest of Optic to get back on the map and just hold momentarily the progression of Cloud9 towards the base. Formal's going to have to do something similar now. Boob did stay alive after taking some damage, but a little bit of a fight for mid-map at the moment as Optic make a push towards the snipe side here.
Straight 4v4 on the map. Formal waiting for his shields and his teammates. Now here they come. Very good angles, catching quite a few players off guard. This will be key damage now as they have a minor man advantage for the moment.
Shots coming in from elsewhere though. Booby's going to be last alive. Putting good damage down onto the 2 remaining players of Optic Gaming means that, much like Optic a few moments ago, Cloud9 will be able to get 4 back on the map momentarily. So we're back into a 4v4 position. Looking across the stats at the start of this game, no surprise to see Renegade leading the game in slates. He's 7-3.
Feels like late season Renegade has unlocked a whole new tier that no one was even ready for. This man has been leading this team, and Mark, as you have said, sometimes dragging this team through victories. He's leading once again, not only on the team, but by far in the lobby. Double the kills of most players on Cloud9 here. Actually, now all players on Cloud9, and then some.
Nice little double kill for Renegade. Takes him to 9-3, positive 7 at the start of this game. However, his teammates are falling around him at the moment. Renegade's going to have to play this one nice and slow on the maze. Collects jumping through on the silver. C9 trying to play those silvers and be a little bit unpredictable here. It's something that has previously caught Optic Gaming off guard when we've seen players play those angles and try and take Snipeside out of the equation.
I think one thing we have to also remember for Optic Gaming, Origin, CTF, though at times a strong game type for them, it can be quite dangerous with the speed at which this game can be won and lost. If you think about Optic Gaming, right, if they allow themselves to go 4 dead, you have to think with C9 and the way they're playing could easily get a flag or 2 on the board. So just to paint the picture, this is a very high stakes game number 1 for this team.
A lot of focus, understandably, from both teams on the snipe side of the map right now as that S7 has just popped up. You talk about the ability to get a 3 and 4 dead and then not just capture 1 flag, but potentially 2, even 3 with the speed that this game can be played at. That sniper rifle is a key component to that success, and Saba said, I've had enough of waiting, I'm gonna go and grab it.
See what he can do wrapping the corner. Renegade with a very important kill off the rack. 2v2 on the map at the moment.
Boobu comes through the splash damage and gets the kill onto Renegade. Sab was taken down the other side of the map with that sniper rifle, so where it has transferred over, he's to the hands of Formal from Optic Gaming. Man with a lot to prove this event. And there's a good way to start it. Nice headshot onto Sab, rotating back from the elbow.
2-man advantage as well, almost thread for the needle. Let's get into an early listening here with Optic Gaming. Cover that window, maybe? Watch out, look at. Stop 2 weeks. Keep flying, it's down window. KB is fixing it. Watch out. Nice. He's on. They're gonna spawn rock. Putting up with him. Three dead, last guy. The back flag's out. We're blocking everything. I can pick up theory. I have theory. Just try to let me man. I have theory, guys. There might be multiple. One's going inside. We have flag through. One could be... Rocket's coming, guys. 15 seconds.
First bit of pressure on the C9. Base turns into a flag cap for Optic Gaming. Extremely efficient, and Renegade the man once again leading the push.
Very lucky timing there without listening, just to hear every single piece of that puzzle as that flag cap came together. 2v2 for a moment, and was 3 dead for Optic. As he knows he's going to have pressure on the front base, and starts to even look away. I think he thought he had the kill sooner. 3 were dead for Optic yet again. We'll see what Sad can do with 1 rocket left.
1 rocket and a Frost should be able to pick up at least 1 kill and get that flag moving. 3 dead Optic Gaming, Bound last alive. And might be able to get a cheeky little stop on this flag. The thrust is good enough to keep Sab alive for a few seconds, but Bound survivability might have just brought Optic enough time to challenge this flag run.
Touch is on the flag. Let's see if Renegade can get through. He cannot, so it's a staggered 2 dead yet again. Here comes the flag right now through the fountain. This one might just go.
This one is looking like it will go. And Cloud9, having lost the first flag, tied this game up at 1-1.
What a response from them, and unsurprisingly, a few less cheers in the building for the C9 flag as the green wall is here in force and has been loud all weekend. It was 2 dead for C9. Absolutely desperately trying to stay alive. He will be eventually taken down by Renegade, but what felt like some pretty early strong control from Optic Gaming. This is what I'm talking about when we have Origin CTF. Even though Optic is such a talented and consistent CTF team at times, all it takes is just a few kills or even grenades not going your way on this map and you will lose control of the game.
It's really smart movement from Formal, just using that sniper rifle that was on the respawn as bait. C9 fell for the bait time and time again, and Formal was just be able to create angles where he could get that first shot damage. And now with all of C9 trapped in and around the cave, Formal has the chance to hit the shots but can't quite connect.
They're now move up here. They still have 2 players down. This will provide now 3 down. Voodoo last player alive in the cave. If he moves quick enough, he will block the back base spawns as well. Here comes a flag off the stand. Very nice movement initially, and the flag run is underway.
Interesting to see where the C9 spawns actually come in here as Formal gets this one over halfway home, because Optic were pretty much blocking everything, which means the pressure will be coming in, and Optic can't round the corner, and Optic will be 3 dead. Sniper rifle down as well as Bound. Thrust away, snaps back, but the flag will be returned. C9 overextended. That was my concern. In that flag run, everything was blocked, and I think Optic weren't sure where to contain the respawns of C9.
I think you and I were thinking the same thing. When Formal got the kill in cave, right, he needs to immediately worry about back base. He's checking elbow. He runs at elbow, and all of a sudden they're going to get spawned way out on like sniper ramp. They're going to spawn way out, and that's exactly what happened. And honestly, Bound staying alive with that kill on the bridge was more important to not allow himself to get countered than it was to support the run continuing. It was 3 dead for Optic, but with that kill, things will now go to 2-2 for a moment. Just 4:23 left in the game.
Sab can't connect with these rockets. Bound somehow gets out of that situation with his life. 11 deaths for Bound at the moment, but the 13 kills puts him in a positive scenario. And usually when Bound's going positive, good things happen for Optic Gaming with the work that he does. Legend cleans up, the kill onto Collect in the back of the base, and you can see that the spawns are coming in elsewhere. Look at this cheeky route coming in from Renegade. 4 dead for C9, and Renegade has threaded the needle.
In the words of T-Pain, big brainer, pro gamer, absolutely fantastic switch. You never see a full switch off the flag run route, but here it is, Renegade identifying what needed to be done, and the second flag will go home for Optic Gaming.
3 minutes 40 left on the game clock here for Cloud9 to try and get an equalizing flag with 3 dead here for Optic. There might be a chance to do just that. Legend is last alive. He has no shields, and he gets taken down as well. Bound spawned out bottom middle, I think, or may have been hiding off of his respawn, and somehow, almost single-handedly, has shut down this run from Cloud9.
Huge play. Look at this. It's a 1v1 for just a moment. Collect takes a lot of damage, and Formal just watching that flag return. The flag will go back. So Bound, as you say, with an enormous trade, bottom middle for 2 players to get that double kill and pave the way for that flag return.
And now you worry the C9 might be on the back foot and thinking about defending their flag and not losing this game. Flag's going to be pulled by C9, no? They're keeping this one mixy, they're keeping this one dicey, and Collector's going to find a kill, and the timing is looking pretty good on this run for C9. They will require a couple more kills and the return to come in, but with 3 dead and Boo Boo hitting headshots, C9 might be about to close this one out.
Look at this now, like you said, the kills are coming in. They're waiting for the return. Here it goes!
2-2. We are all tied up here, and Boo Boo is on your elbow with a sniper rifle in his hands. There's one. Formal going to challenge. Formal wins the challenge. That is such a vital kill that goes the way of Optic. If Boo Boo hits that no-scope, C9 are running it.
They're running it, and they're doing it with style points and momentum as well. Instead, Formal, as you say, will win a very important 1v1. Eventually, he's pushed out, but Legend should trade this. In the end, he will do so. So that will buy just a moment once again for Optic to regain their footing. 2 players behind enemy lines now.
Rockets coming up in 5 seconds, and with the shape that's on the map, Legend should be able to pick these ones up. If his teammates, I was about to say, can survive long enough for him to do so. But now that he knows a couple of his teammates are falling and there's some pressure on his base, it's not just a case of grabbing these rockets. He's going to have to fight for them. Renegade did get that flag moving around halfway, but he has been cut down by Cloud9. 2 dead for Optic.
Legend tries to do everything he can there. He tries to help out everywhere, but unfortunately his timing was just a bit off in the end. Formal wins his one in the cave. I like the play. He needed to go back, but in the end they could have distributed that attention a little bit better. But of course, hindsight's going to be 20/20 there. Rocket's going to be down bottom middle.
Yeah, Rocket's kind of thrown down bottom middle here. Sab's searching for him. He's trying to find them. Does manage to grab them, but he's going to have to use them, or at least make sure that Optic don't get to use this position. Bottom middle, such a difficult position to use those rockets. The angles are ugly. The angles are awkward to hit the splash damage, as we've seen multiple times already in this game. And once again, even though the flag gets off the stand, C9 stop it almost immediately. And now we'll overextend. Bounty's being a nuisance though. Got another touch on that flag, and he is keeping C9 guessing.
And if this was any indicator of what to expect in this series, what a treat we're going to have in store. 1 minute left, still tied up 2-2 here.
We'll be trying to survive, not going to be able to do so. 3 dead momentarily for Cloud9, and Formal sees that as the signal to go forward and try and find this last kill. Unfortunately for him, he's going to lose the battle, and Amsu will stay alive long enough to move towards the snipe side and try and collapse onto Bound. That's another kill. 4 dead for Optic, 2 alive for Cloud9.
Formal's the first player up here. Take a look at the kill feed. Where is the damage? It's a rotation here from Odyssey. Let's see the play he makes from elbow.
I really like this. He's trying to force the spawns in and around the cave. They're trying to pinch them and set up for an elbow run. If they can get the damage and the kills here, there's an opportunity for Cloud9 to run this. Renegade has taken damage. The kill feed is everything. Bound and Collect will trade. Abbacy's job here is to just output damage and try and stop Optic Gaming. 3 dead for Optic.
2v1.
Flag is running. The support is here from Collect.
3v1.
And I'm pretty sure there's no one here to stop this apart from Formal. Cloud9 are going to take game 1 here.
And the hits keep coming at the Halo World Championship. In the end, Optic outslays 86-75, but they will lose the CTF game. The final score of 3-2 with only about 20 seconds or so on the game clock. And despite Renegade going 31-20, it is Cloud9 that steals out the win from underneath Optic Gaming and continues to add upset games into the record books of the Halo World Championship.
As the replays come in here, I think we have to focus on that last flag run from Cloud9. I really want you to take the time to break down just the decision making from Abbacy in that big moment. The kills happen initially on the snipe side, but wrapping front base to elbow is a very deliberate decision from Cloud9, and a very experienced one as well.
Also, how about before that? It's a 1v1 Formal and Abbacy in his own fountain. Formal nades himself to take him down. Abbacy, you saw the kill feed. That was a melee kill that came in from that grenade. So Formal ends up nading himself, and here is the rotate earlier. This would have been maybe an even earlier ending of the game, a big 1v1 win, but here is the play. Ready? Abbacy has just won that 1v1. It's 4 dead. Look at this decision. Just like you said, Mark, you pointed it out first. It's a great point. And he, who else but he, is the one to continue the run. Guess what? Collect spawns up while they already had help. Formal cannot win that 1v2. Actually, really a 1v3, including the flag carrier. And in the end, it is Cloud9 who win Origin CTF 3-2 and really put the heat onto Optic Gaming.
The cat is officially amongst the pigeons here in Seattle. And Cloud9 will strike first here. A 3-2 win in CTF on Origin. And next we go to Slayer Streets. And speaking of Slayers and speaking of MVP duos, Legend and Renegade. Ridiculous when it comes to stats. This isn't Slayer, by the way. This isn't objective. This is Slayer stats.
I mean, unreal stat line from both of them. And like we said yesterday, if you caught their first series against TSM, it was a series which they uncharacteristically won both Slayers. And Slayer has always been a focus for Optic Gaming all year long. Now they will need to make sure it is well in focus here in game number 2. Otherwise, they will go down 2-0 to the heavily underseeded and underdog C9.
I mean, we've been waiting for this from Cloud9. We were talking about this on day 1 when we were watching Cloud9 in pause. We've been talking about it all season. Cloud9 is so close. With different iterations of the roster, the organization has been so close in so many big series to having great finishes in tournaments, but it's always felt like just when they're on the precipice of something good, they find a way to lose. This is maybe feeling like a different situation, and It certainly is the last situation this year in Halo Infinite for them to get this right. What a way to do it, to take down Optic. Only one game gone, of course. A long way still to go in this series, but this man playing some phenomenal Halo right now.
Yeah, what a time to turn it on for this team. Like you said, they've had close series all year long with top teams and always fallen just a bit short. You've heard it from their coach this season too, just how close he feels they've got. And now, with camo in hand and a 1-kill lead off the opening, we'll see what they can do in game number 2 as well.
Looks like Sav has been spotted out there by Legend. They'll know where that camo is. Optic trying to out-rotate, just hot shot so that if someone does try and push with this camo, they'll be in a position to trade. But I like the proactiveness here actually from Cloud9. They're using the camo as kind of bait. They're trying to push the other side of the map. But the problem is, they've run into the wall of 4 Optic players and all of the kills have gone the way of Optic here.
Oh, good buddy system. And very nice from Optic Gaming there. You see they traveled in pairs and a little bit of a baiting and switching there to try to distract the camo player. It worked very well. They will trade 1-for-1 in the end with that camo and now have a 3-kill lead at 9-6. Really good counterplay from Optic Gaming there against the camo.
Another one here for Formal. Legend starting this one off 4-1. As we jump into the POV of the Frenchman. 11 kills on the board already for Optic. Ooh, big win on the stairs though, as C9 will keep this one close. 2 kills between the 2 teams, 2 dead on either side. As Bound picks up a double kill, and all of a sudden from 2 dead either side is 3 dead here for Cloud9.
Wow, very good response. As you said, 2 dead for Optic Gaming meant it was up to 2 players to take down the rest of the C9 roster, and they do that, as you say, in a very clean sweep. Now they lead 14-10. It's been very controlled gameplay off the opening from Optic Gaming.
Amsi finds a kill onto Renegade. Sab will find another one. And Bound at the moment just feels like he's hunting ghosts. It feels like the push is coming from Cloud9 elsewhere, and Bound hasn't quite read this one yet.
And right before camo as well, how often does Optic miss time just before a power-up? Can they get back in position? Because camo's popping right now.
4 alive. Should have some LOSs onto it. Booby's going to be challenging here on the plants. A little bit shaky from Bound, but good enough to get the job done. Sab taking down a no shields, and it's going to be Sab sneak this one away. Collect, I think, just has to let Boo Boo die in that situation.
Yeah, he does.
Quite rightly so. He's going to play his life and keep this camo.
Let's see how he plays this. Like you say, he has to play this slow.
9-1. And that's going to force Optic now to move. Help is coming in. Gets the second one onto Bound. It's 3 dead for Renegade, and it is brilliant decision-making under pressure here from Collect. So many players would have fired the shots, tried to get a trade, but he knew the value of this power-up.
He also forces the split spawns. Look at this. They force the splits. They isolate 2 players in PD by perfectly pitching, and now the game is tied 18-18, forcing the other 2 players here on B side and around Tram. Wow, I agree. What a series of plays. The patience from Collect. Also, let's not forget, who was it that won the 50-48 against FaZe in Game 5? Collect, who hit the shot yesterday. This man is making all the right plays, and he may have saved his best for the Halo World Championship. We're tied up at 19.
Optic go to Slender lead, though, as Renegade will find what Collect gets his kill. The repulse, though, isn't going to keep that nade away. Trades happening in and around those B stairs. But it's Optic with a Slender advantage. 2v2 on the map right now. Boo Boo with a couple of grenades. Into the Zig, he's going to hopefully flush out a couple of Optic players. Forward down to no shields in and around the cafe. He'll be taken down, and now Boo Boo starting to come to life a little bit. And speaking of players who've been waiting to have their moment throughout Halo Infinite, Boo Boo certainly falls into that category.
Well, look at that. Boo Boo comes to help. Obviously already has the nade eliminated. Beautifully done there. Really good. An offer to help from a teammate. The support is there. They didn't even need it in the end. Now they lead by 2 here.
Carbine and a sidekick. The Bandit has been discarded for this life for Boo Boo Doo Boo. The Sith Lord himself is looking for some targets. 27 seconds until that next camo comes up, and you feel like both teams are playing for that power-up. Everyone holding their lanes, everyone holding the line.
And now with this camo popping in 20 seconds, it's a perfect time. Let's see what C9 has in store with a listening.
Nice, no PD. PD's bound as well. Landers one shot. Fight Jesse, guys. Get Jesse, you're by yourself. Jesse. What's Cafe's one? Cafe, guys. Cafe, 2 shot, guys. Jesse needs help. Cafe, 2 shot. No. What's up, Cafe? Cafe, dead end, 2 shot, 1 PD. Top A, guys, top A. One's PD behind you. 2 dead end, 1's tires. One is tires.
On my X, dead end. Hold on. On my X, PD, on my X.
There's 2. 1 3. One is weak.
One is tired. Saw me.
It's fine.
Go back, Ivy.
Up 2, guys.
They're trying to kill me.
You got 20 seconds left on camo.
You want to go left? Yes.
So go play with camo. He knows that cross. I'm coming back. I'm saying B. I'm walking mid.
Got 2 cafe. Form a legend. Right here. Stop. Right here.
Absolute PD.
Purple P1. One more Brian.
Absolute PD. Back PD, ratting to back PD, 2 shot. 2 shot on the table. Table to front, cross.
Probably small killing me.
Alright, they're everywhere. They're
probably on
both sides.
I died. Listen, bottom driveway. I can't see if
I saw Cap.
So out of the Cloud9 listening, and we're going to jump straight over to the Optic side now with the listening, as the game is just 2 kills separating these two.
Stairs. Already. Kiss the stairs, guys. Chase, nothing. Agent and PD.
Alright, chill.
Yo, one setting. Go tires now. Watch out. Watch out, spikes, guys.
Can't get that yet.
Okay, nade spikes bound from the left. Yeah, nade that. Good job.
Yes. Nice spikes. 2 spikes. Very weak spikes.
Good shit.
And IV or something?
Yeah, 1 piece I think.
High game here.
Probably commander, guys.
We're all pushing right now.
Watch Ivy. Watch top C. Watch top C.
I'm pushing Mano. 2 minutes. We're gonna push him back.
Back up.
30. We have a pin, at least 3 pin.
No,
I'm stuck here. We gotta look down here. Alright, try and live here. That might want. Yeah, most of 15, guys.
Push me, guys. I'm one shot.
Yeah,
I'm a cafe.
He's pushing cafe.
Fuck, he's not weak. He's
Cafe, watch out. Nice, we all want camo, guys. 5 seconds.
I've shot.
30, super.
Mark Jesse.
Alright, play for this camo, guys.
Go for it. Cafe, guys. I'm cafe.
2B. Let's go for camo, guys. Try to get out with that. We have camo, we gotta live.
Watch your spikes, bro.
Out of the listening, back into the game, into the final stretch, and Formal has found a camo, but he's last alive. Hit for Optic Gaming, and they're 3 kills down. Last alive, exactly, and the most important part now, all teammates are going to be spawning here, back A as well as PD. We can assume no split spawns here. Actually, 2 players are going to split all the way back in Red Room, so they need to play this very slowly, and they still trail by 3, and Formal only has a little bit of camo left. Just trade if you're Cloud9. But it's so difficult when you know that there's a camo player about. Boo Boo goes into the sky using the force in every way possible to survive. Sam's going to challenge, gets the trade on Formal, camo down. The lead's still here for Cloud9. It's a 2-kill game. Big double kill comes in though. It's 3 dead for C9. Boo Boo Doo Boo, last player alive at 45-43. Takes to the skies one more time. And Legend to make it perfect, but he does not. Legend makes him pay. It's a 1-kill game. What a fight and what a battle. What an individual fight that could be, as Optic going to the lead by 1. Renegade, Formal, bound, all pick up kills, and Cloud9 are falling apart. In the lead by 2, Boo Boo Doo Boo is the last player alive yet again. It's a back-to-back 3 dead, and Optic Gaming is ready to close this one out. They're now only just 3 kills away. If Cloud9 want to win a big series, they have to make big plays, but it's Formal. Who else but Formal, who gets the double kill, who pushes forward and drags Optic Gaming back into this series. We are tied up a 1-1 here. And Optic show resilience and ice. 3 posters in this room. And only one of them still standing in this tournament. Renegade, the men on your screen. Wow. 2 ways to look at it, Andy. 2 ways to look at it. Brilliance from Optic Gaming. Fantastic plays towards the late game to stay in it, keep it close. For Cloud9, absolute heartbreak. Heartbreak. And you have to put that to the back of your mind right now.
Yep.
Because if you think about it, they're probably thinking we should be 2-1. Without a doubt, and I couldn't agree more for the C9 players. They need to focus up on game number 3, but they are undoubtedly thinking if we're leading at 42-39. We should close this game out. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, because this one was neck and neck the entire way through.
Some of the big moments are going to come towards the end of this game. The sidekick was a real difference maker at the start of it. This push here as well from Cloud9. Look at the damage that Sap's doing with this Stalker rifle. Did so well to just pin Optic Gaming back, and Cloud9 got that lead off the back of it. Even at this point, 44-41, you've traded with the camo player as well, but the nade from Formal. Cloud9 get bunched up, they get stuck together. And the initial damage is enough for the frag grenade from Formal to pick up that double kill, allow the numbers to flood. And Optic Gaming did not have to have a second invitation, as I see the word international on my screen, which completely threw my sentence off, but this man right here, special kind of kid.
Amazing stats and an amazing run so far, but you can just feel that for Legend, it's all about this tournament. And if they come away with anything less than first, it will be a disappointment for the man on your screen. Another thing to talk about there in that 50-47 is just a few days ago when Hex asked Formal, what's next? Formal said two very important things. The first one, this could be my last tournament, but after that he said, I am telling my teammates, if this is the last one, I am giving you everything. How about leading the team in that game in kills in a narrow win by only 3? Showing up in a big way in Slayers, which this season, he has left a little bit to be desired, but in that game number 2, he showed up, and now we are tied up at 1-1.
Stronghold's Lattice going to be the next game type and mode combination. The newest in the suite of Halo Infinite. Question is now, where is Cloud9's head? Because we know that Optic are going to be full of confidence after that clutch win in game number 2. Can C9 reset mentally and really keep the momentum going that they've had throughout the bracket and force Optic to play their best Halo to take this game?
Key for me for C9 here is to play this game type with speed. They need to be dictating the pace of the game, the style of the game, and the direction of the game at every turn. Off the opening now, it's a momentary 2v1 against Boo Boo, who gets pushed back. So it's going to be Renegade and Formal working together here.
I think both these teams are going to be doing here is looking for an initial AC hold so you can pin the players back. Spawning in and around the back of blue, the back of red. Trying to use that B stronghold as your last capture opportunity when you do have the numbers on your side, and they just keep spawn killing them essentially. If you can find where the spawn is, you can collapse on them very, very quickly like Renegade is trying to do now. That's 3 dead again for Cloud9, and this is guaranteed time on the board here as C9 fall 3 dead, and Optic will keep scoring.
What a start for Renegade. 1 kill shy of a killing spree off the opening. They're already leading the game in the category. Nobody else on the same level just yet. Now just going to hold time mid. They will lose A here, but still scoring with the BC hold at the 40-point mark.
And it's a big commitment as well from Cloud9 just to get that one stronghold to slow things down. 2 players jump into it, 2 players take damage, and to be fair, they did a really good job actually of staying alive. The flood comes in from Optic Gaming as they try and stop the conversion on B, but C9 have done brilliantly here to double up and take both of those strongholds away.
Notice the micro and the mechanics there that came in as well. A will flip. Renegade's top mid. He shoots once and then thrusts away. So the second that both players look, he's already gone. He's just baiting and switching himself and able to get so much damage on that last exchange at B. That's what has led to this AC hold now.
And Optic just looking to put the clamp onto Cloud9. That's a beautiful grenade though. Legend's not going to be able to re-challenge this until his shields come back, and he's got pressure coming in from top mid. He's got players flying over his head as well, and C9 should be able to convert, although the reset actually comes in from Optic Gaming, but with 3 dead for Optic now, it might be a time for Cloud9 to look for a triple cap. B is going to be the spawn towards the back of blue. And now, C9 can let's repeat to Optic Gaming what they had done to them.
Oh boy, Renegade. He doesn't lose 1v1s often, and that's another example of how you can just depend on him to fly out of the base, get a pick at C, and just like that, they have turned the map around. They forfeit a lot of points, however, they get 3 dead, and they're right back into B and C.
C9 going to be fighting over B, though. You can see the progress has stopped, and if they can get a reset and pick up some kills, then maybe they're going to be able to flip it, but Optic do actually do a really good job. But look, at the last second, the reset does come in over at B. Someone slid in, Collector's last alive, but he will go down as well. So Cloud9 kind of delayed the scoring a little bit, but after respawn, Boo Boo will find 2, and he denies Optic Gaming from converting B. 3 dead for Optic, C9 with some kills.
Important win here for Formal as well. He'll get that, he'll get the reset on B. They will continue scoring at BC. They lead pretty narrowly here. Only 68-54, and the Slayers are close as well. Optic Gaming right now leading 24-21.
2 dead on either side. Once again, C9 fighting and scrapping over this B stronghold. Legend versus Sab. Big win coming in from Sab because those angles were horrible to try and fight from a whip your reticle onto the head of Legend to get that kill. C9 do get the conversion onto B, but Optic are already working onto A. Boo-Boo with his sniper rifle might be able to change that story.
See what he can do. A little bit of body, but it's not enough. Knows the Renegade's looking for him, so he does not have a whole lot of room to make a play here.
Doesn't need to challenge. Yeah, doesn't need to challenge though, because kills are falling elsewhere. So Boo-Boo basically baits himself, says, hey, if you want to kill me, you're going to have to overextend. And my teammates said, we've got numbers, we're going to be able to find you. But Legend, with a little bit of help from Bound, wins that 1v1 and takes the sniper away and puts it in the hands of Optic.
Yeah, very important. Sab is then going to be victim of that. Look how important. Look at the domino effect of that sniper rifle being lost. That was 3 dead. And now Legend's going to rotate here and wait to see any pushes coming in. Immediately identifies it's not, and as a result, it should be the trip cap. No, reset comes in, but it might be a pretty expensive reset for the side of C9.
Yeah, you don't mind it if you're Optic Gaming because everybody is having to flood in. Everyone is committing their lives just to reset that stronghold. So A and C is still in your hands. If you're Optic Gaming, you're still going to be scoring with the sniper rifle still in the hands of Legend. You can tell how heavily they're slaying Optic Gaming because Legend can't even find targets to fire at right now.
This is when we talk about a kill being worth so much. Simply losing that 1v1 bottom middle to Legend, giving up the sniper rifle. You've given him now control of the game, really, as well, because he's still alive with the snipe. And they still are scoring here. Finally, A might start to be reset. Keep an eye. It will finally, and now C9 scoring once again, but they're going to need to get a few more kills off the back of this. It's 2v2 right now.
Interesting how C9 are like, seem like they contribute a lot of resources to A a lot of the time and surviving long enough to get the conversion, even with the pressure coming in from Optic Gaming. So C9 survivability, very impressive. By the way, the shots coming out of Sam Promote, very impressive as well. This game really is on a knife edge, by the way. There's only a few points between the two teams. And we're almost tied up around the 100-point mark.
Yeah, and you can feel that Optic's outslaying. They're outslaying still by 4 kills at this point. And it feels like the game should not be as close as it is on the scoreboard itself. C9 still scoring, and they're about to tie up this game.
And it feels like the big plays are swinging back and forth as well. It's not just the individuals being won by one side of the stage. We've seen it from Legend. We've seen it also from Sab, winning those big individual fights that keep your team numbers-wise kind of even on the map. Nobody's had full control, it's felt like, for quite some time. But C9 are starting just to find some continual momentum here. And AB is being a hold that is working for them. 130 points and rising to Optic Gaming's 113.
Really impressive hold. The collects get this one is big as well. And the help comes in for Boo-Boo. Stays alive and he's going to have help. They can work together on B. That's big as well. Should be able to flip B in just a second. But looks like Optic Gaming is going to jump in right away. So they will keep scoring. Optic Gaming now in control of B. And Renegade with a lot of snipe and snipe ammo here.
Optic did a really good job actually of just like pre-nading the tunnel. Kind of reading what the play was going to be from Cloud9. As they try to progress. Renegade finds 2. Another player behind him. If he hit that, we'll have to wait and see what would have happened, because luckily he didn't. AC still in the hold of Cloud9 though, and Optic Gaming all of a sudden find themselves down quite a deficit. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo's taking his turn to go off right now. He's on a killing spree.
How about this? He's only +4, but he hits a spree, so this is a huge, not only spree for him, but also a big swing in the game, as he would have been negative before this killing spree.
Sab is working on A. In the meantime, B is the contested stronghold.
Wow, keep him alive as well. What a good job keeping Sab alive. That was huge.
Just that
moments like that.
Just that reset as well, which means that it will continue scoring. I mean, Cloud9 are doing everything right at the moment, and Abbacy's got the next snipe. I mean, Optic have got to be worried because it's another triple cap now.
We talked about Optic's momentum out of game 2, but where is it now? C9, they bounce back. The mental strain for this team to lose a 50-47, yet be playing this game 3 this way. This is something special. They already have 205 on the board.
3 dead for Optic Gaming. Conversion at A. Abbacy drops down, finds 1. No, he doesn't. Renegade might have just given Optic an opening with an individual fight that goes his way.
Should be a win.
He's like past Boo-Boo. Finds the kill on Boo-Boo. And Renegade is trying everything to drag Optic Gaming back into this game.
That is a file that under moments before disaster. Because just like that, what could have been actually a closure to this game for C9 is now a staggered 4 dead for C9 and a trip cap for Optic Gaming. And will we look back upon that as a turning point in not only the game, but the series? Renegade gets away with absolute murder, picking up both of those kills, and it's still 2 dead for C9.
He finds 2 1v1s off of respawn and somehow wins both of them at
at a disadvantage. That's the brilliance of a player like Renegade. When it feels like there's no way back into a game, when it feels like you need something out of nowhere, he can provide it. And he's done just that. Optic is scoring again. Still a long way to go, but they are continuing to put pressure on.
Now, let's not forget, C9 has already done so much of the work. They are already at 221 on the board. Optic would need to string a lot more plays like that together. And Collect hits the thrust beautifully. However, losing A, so it will be Optic still scoring. But like we said, Optic still has a long way to go. C9 needs to make sure they put together a push and they break the setup. Even just once could be the end of the game.
Bound just trying to survive right now, trying to move himself between where the pressure is coming from Cloud9 and one of those strongholds. Double man push again coming in from Cloud9 here on A. Bound's going to try and challenge. Booby does have the repulse, but he doesn't have the chance to use it because Formal's looking over his bloody shoulder and saying, I've got you, Bound. You stay alive. Now he's trying to get re-engaged, find a kill onto Avicii. The crystal denies him as Formal will pick up that kill, but Optic are back in this, ladies and gents. ANC still the hold as Bound is still alive.
C9 is panicking. They are scrambling, and they are 3 dead yet again. And what they feared the most continues to play out as the Green Wall champ rings out in Seattle.
Trip cap for Optic. Cloud9 are still in the lead, but for how long? As Optic cross 200 points. Sam gets stuck. Bound finally has his spree ended. As Optic go into a lead, they have turned this game on its head as Cloud9 will be 3 dead.
It's an 80-point comeback here. No signs of slowing. 240 on the board.
Desperation from C9 in and around B. Sam wins a fight, but he'll get taken down. The triple cap is enough, and Optic stand tall once again on the main stage here at the Halo World Championship. 2 comeback wins back to back, as Optic look like they're hitting prime form.
We can now apply the meme format, moments before disaster, with Sam dropping down on Renegade, failing to get the kill. Boo Boo G slides in, fails to get the kill. Renegade resets, and guess what? C9 spent the rest of the game 3 dead. That is a devastating, heartbreaking loss for C9, who was leading by 80 points with 221 on the board. And at the World Championship, that is not going to cut it, because Optic Gaming is here for one reason. They were assembled for one reason, and it is comebacks and series like that. What a comeback from Optic Gaming.
And that man on your screen changed that game in an instant. Optic 3-4 dead. Renegade comes off spawn, finds an individual fight against Sam, wins it when he has no right to. Gets his shields back as he's G-sliding past Boo Boo Doo-Boo. Wins that fight, and from all of a sudden, a situation where Renegade is the first on the map and Optic are stuck in the respawn screen. Cloud9 find themselves 2 dead, and the rest of Optic have spawned. From there, it was all Optic. Brilliance from Renegade.
Here it is,
this moment here doesn't trade. And from 1 alive, they're 4 alive, and C9 do not get a chance to get back into it.
By the way, I apologize to Optic Gaming. They were trailing by 110. And they pull off an unbelievable, uncontested, unanswered comeback. And my God, did Renegade ever make them pay. By the way, he goes 23-14 in that game, leading the entire game in kills. In a game that C9 should have absolutely won, as we said, leading 221-110.
With Optic 4 dead.
Yes, and Optic Gaming now pulls off 2 back-to-back comebacks. In what this could have been a C9 3-0. If you ask the C9 players, they'll probably tell you, if they're being honest, that this should have been a 3-0. However, it is a very different result indeed so far. It is Optic Gaming putting together what looked to be World Championship tier comebacks, and now they lead the series 2-1.
And you saw the pop-up from Renegade as well. I think you knew how much that game meant to him and Optic. To get into the lead in the series, to be leading by 1, and now on the precipice of continuing towards the winners' finals, which has always been the target for them. But the next hurdle here is Live Fire King of the Hill, and you are jumping up and down in the commentary booth right now because you know how much King of the Hill and Optic has a little bit of a story in the background.
It is wild to think about this being your game number 4 of the series. We're underway here at game number 4. This game type has been an absolute boogeyman for Optic Gaming over the past few months. specifically cost them the Charlotte tournament in many ways. They also lost it to TSM yesterday. 4 dead off the break. Like we said, Optic Gaming needs to focus up. They came into Charlotte 13-2. They have had a lot of losses on this game type recently. They need to focus up. Otherwise, we will be going to a game number 5.
Yeah, really good start from Sab as well with this sniper rifle. Hit 2 big shots and now has that reticle traced upon the camo that's coming up. 2 players going to challenge. Also, everyone's going to challenge somehow. Optic pinch
didn't
the
play.
Sniper rifle.
Didn't play.
And Renegade grabs the camo.
I'm pretty sure that map, yeah, it's still on the map. It will be dropped. Very nicely done here.
Take this, buddy.
They will maintain snipe control and the camo and slowly one by one try to get back at this. But look at C9's Hill.
C9's Hill for now, but they're 3 dead. And Optic Gaming will be thinking at this point, it doesn't matter how much of a conversion of a point of a run, whatever it is, of a lead that you have. We've already proven back-to-back games
this would be
that we can make that evaporate. And Formal has that sniper rifle now on the bridge, and Optic are back inside of that hill.
Taking this hill out from underneath C9 could just be the dagger. I think we all believe in comebacks, but taking this one after, look at the progress from C9. If they steal this, the momentum could be too strong.
Almost a tight hill here. C9 need to make the play, and they need to make it now. 2 dead, 3 dead. Optic have fallen. And C9 will get that first hill on the board. A huge amount of credit has to be given to Cloud9 for how they played that, not just in the context of the game itself and the moment itself, but also for what's happened in those previous 2 games in those close moments.
Very important indeed there. I love the patience from C9 as they find 2 dead yet again. Specifically staying alive on Keydoor and then using the pillar drop to not take any damage and get a very clean break at green. If that first snipe shot hit on Big Door, it would have been devastating. Instead, they maintain their composure. They secure that first hill, and they're already leading on hill number 2 as well.
Yeah, they also managed to, like you say, start the lead on this hill is because they secured the rotation towards this tower. Where they picked up the kills, they were able to wrap back before Optic even got a spawn. So Optic having to make their way across the road least traveled to try and get near this hill at the moment with 2 dead. Cloud9 should be able to control these spawns for a little bit longer as well. Legend's going to be chasing and challenging, but he has that QT to be able to get away. Also, somehow Legend, by the way, found a kill at the other end of that QT, so sometimes things just go your way.
Doesn't matter where he is, he's going to find those kills. Speaking of finding things, it's Boo Boo Doo trying desperately to stay alive. He's got health now, but they need to make sure they don't sacrifice any kills, and it's an unfortunate trade. But in the end, Boo Boo still needs to try to rack up as much damage as he can. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, I think if he just keeps Optic out of the hill here, they'll be pretty happy with it. Renegade can be challenging. Renegade no shields. Boo Boo can't finish it. And Formal strolls across top middle to do so.
That's the second time in a very close proximity we've seen a key Boo Boo versus Renegade battle going one way, without a doubt. See if Formal can stay alive here under pressure. Eventually taken down, gets picked by both sides. That was 3 dead for Optic.
So look at the movement from Collect there on the nest. You know, so difficult to hit that headshot. He's G-sliding left, G-sliding right, flying out, making it so difficult to just put your reticle where it needs to be to finish off that kill. And that extra half a second of survivability now translates into Formal falling, and Cloud9 stood inside of this hill with this man top of the tower with a sniper rifle in his hands, and it's a fresh sniper rifle as well. So much ammo still to play with. And having hit one head, he now transfers to a body himself.
Oh, he even catches Legend there. Legend? I think he even bodied Legend there. It's going to be 2 dead though, so he needs to be careful, eventually taken down, but the kills will be traded out. Was 3 dead for C9.
Collect last alive. Telegraph that one a little bit. Optic Gaming too aware of that jump up and what the possibilities were.
Deja vu.
And now you're seeing a little bit of a flip. Like you say, the score's almost exactly what they were on that first hill.
Legend trying to invent a new type of insta-explode. That one's not gonna...
I was excited to see what was going to happen.
Me too. That one's not going to hit with different technology being relied upon. And there's the break yet again. Deja vu, like we said. C9's going to wait. They're going to bait. Love this from C9. They're going to bait the hill. And just baiting it repeatedly. They want to burn this box because they know they're going to get the second hill. And that, tell you what, there's one thing to be leading on Optic Gaming. It's another to be slow playing and baiting a hill to get a little bit more aggression on the next push and the timing and time off the game clock. It's 2 dead yet again because of that brilliant play from C9.
And they're on the rotation again. Camo's coming up. Collect is flying towards it, trying to get some damage onto Optic Gaming so that they can collect that camo. Bound is down to no shields, bottom middle, just dancing around that pillar. There's a right hook coming in from Collect to take him down, and Collect is having a game once again. 11 and 5, make it 12. And now he's got a chance to take Renegade down as well. The sprint strafe left, the sprint strafe right.
just couldn't find the final connection, but all of this damage has now left Bounders last alive at the back of green. And all of Optic spawning together with Sam with the camo.
Yeah, Collect will take that every time. Look at this, by the way, look at the build progress. Look at the camo still in control. They split the spawns as well. But right now, they're going to be pretty happy to just make sure they regain control of the map. They do lose 2 players, so they're going to play this a little bit slow.
Sam gets the back whack. And now Formal has to turn around. He's a little bit worried. It's Sam with the double kill. Can he survive? He turns the corner, but doesn't manage to get away with his life. Boo flies in. 2 players inside and around this hill. Bound has got multiple targets to deal with, and the help comes in from Cloud9. And look at the progress. All of a sudden, we're looking down the barrel of a 3-0 lead here for Cloud9 over Optic Gaming, with 2 minutes and 27 seconds left on the game clock, and they're doing it again, Andy.
Again, look at this. They are just playing with Optic Gaming. Boo will now step in. It is 3-0 in favor of C9. A perfect game so far. 3 dead for Optic off of the hold yet again. Heavily outslaying, heavily outscoring, and like we said, what was once a standout, almost record-breaking game type for Optic Gaming in the first half of the year has completely fallen apart. They are down 3-0 with only 2:18 left on the game clock.
They're down, but having seen what happened in the last 2 games, there's still 2 minutes and 14 seconds left on the game clock, and just remember that when you're inside of that hill, that game clock will stop. So Optic down. And maybe closer to being out than they have been in the previous 2, but they still have a chance here. Cloud9 surely cannot throw this one away.
We say it, but hey, guess what? Sign me up. Let's see what they can do. Oh! That's one way to start it.
Double up though, again. Another double up inside of the hill. Renegade gets taken down. Formal last alive here, but inside of the hill takes down Avicii and manages to pick up that sniper rifle. Optic have 1 bullet inside of this sniper, and it's gonna break the kneecaps of Boo, who gets taken down immediately. Optic have control of the mud hill.
Another kill.
And they're close to getting this first hill on the board.
That's big. Formal just taking that extra nade damage about 7 seconds ago. Cost them quite a bit of time, so they're gonna have to jump back in, rotate once again, but still scoring here, still controlling. Now Renegade with the camo. This is a big piece as well. Surely he jumps in as fast as he can after the kill.
Someone has to get near this hill. Time is a problem. Yes, there's time left, but it is slipping through their fingers here.
With that kill, he should be safe to jump in. Oh boy, taking a lot of damage though. They give a freebie to Collect. Almost 2, by the way. They did not need a double stack kill there. So that cost them a lot.
Still haven't trapped to green, and they will get that first point on the board. Now we go towards top middle. Important kill from Renegade to control the tower side. There was one more Cloud9 player there. Not sure he knows about it, but he still has the camo, and Cloud9 still can't find it.
Collect, he's pre-nading. They know he's nearby. They're going to hear the green gun as well now on the audio cue. And now it just comes down to the kill feed. Can Optic Gaming dominate the rest of the game like they've done in the past 2 games? What a story it would be.
Big kill coming though from C9. Even though it's traded out, it's going to force Formal to take a little bit of damage and have to step outside of that hill. Optic are doubling up inside of this hill at the moment. Bounce crouching down inside of that vent, and Formal is now going to try and create a little bit of space, but Boo will 1-pick. Formal with his head on a swivel. He's not sure where the pressure's coming in from Cloud9. Boo will get the kill. Optic are 3 dead, and most importantly, out of the hill for Cloud9. Time will elapse. Time will slip through the fingers of Optic Gaming to think about getting this even closer.
Snipers up top mid. C9 obviously going to just play time here as much as they can for the rest of the game. But that's a kill will be traded out eventually. The sniper could really be an impact here if either team gets enough control to grab it soon.
It's go time for Optic. Trades aren't going to be good enough. They need to pick up clean kills here. Renegade getting away with his life is going to be big. Legend inside of that hill with a sniper rifle is going to be big. But Sab and Collect, just when it felt like Optic, we're going to steal away the hill and make this interesting. C9 got huge. It gets big. All dead for Optic, but the point is secured. And there is time still left.
Oh my God, Bound staying alive just long enough, even though he goes down and even though it's 4 dead, Bound staying alive there is massive. It buys them so much more time, but they will need to construct 1 or 2 of the best pushes of the tournament to break right now.
Collect can break their hearts though. He's got the sniper rifle. Bodies Renegade, but Renegade got away with that camo. Cannot find the connection onto Bound, but then turns the fight in his favor. Legend dealt with. Collect is going off.
This man has been unbelievable this tournament, and as we said, may have saved his best for last. 3 dead, 15 seconds left for C9.
Game 5 is calling once again. And Collect is going off in these final moments. 22 and 14 in this game. Sniper Rifle still here, but Optic still breathing, and Optic still pushing. Can they get in the hill? No, they can't! It's a game 5! Once again here on the main stage, Cloud9 hold on!
And Boo absolutely popping off, getting loud, as they will step away from the stage for just a second and force a game 5. And how fitting that Optic Gaming needed to do it on a King of the Hill. It feels like every step of the way, the Halo gods ensure that justice will be found, that you will never get through a tournament getting away with anything, and it needed to be King of the Hill. As we said, a devastating game type for them over the past few months. What was once one of their best is now one of their worst. And even though they started to put the pieces back together for a comeback, Collect hitting shots like that, hitting double kills like that down in mud, was the absolute difference maker. He racks up 6K damage and leads the entire lobby.
And it's so difficult to do that with the heartbreak of the previous 2 games still in your memory. You see Optic get the first point, you're like, okay, cool. You see Optic get the second point, you start to panic. It doesn't matter who you are, you're a human, right? Even if you've been in these situations, even if you've scrimmed, you've had it in tournaments before, this is the Halo World Championships. You can't prepare for that feeling. And this is where the intangibles of personality and player come to the fore, right? A player like Collect doesn't feel that pressure. He hits those big shots to close out the game here for Cloud9. And that is the difference between game 2 and 3. Is someone like Collect saying, I'm going to go and win this game.
And absolutely, and even an example where we didn't see him get it finished, he gets the damage on Renegade bottom middle, and then they collapse. We just saw the team really on the same page. And this kill as well, to get that, to not leave bound top middle, and then to hit this body. I mean, come on, you're going up against 2 of the best players in the entire game. And you're winning key battles. By the way, Optic Gaming, even with Formal dying, was about a split second away. Take a look at this. Formal gets taken down, 2 players flying in. And we cut to the player camp, but there was about to be a lot of Optic Gaming pressure coming into the hill. And as you can see, C9 getting loud, and for good reason. Take a look at this series layout. 2-2. The heavy underdog, C9, force a game 5 in your winner's semifinal.
And Informal said he was going to leave it all out there, and his Spartan was diving for the line to try and get in that hill to keep that clock from ticking down to 0, but not quite able to get there. And here we go then, everyone. Game 5. You look at the scores in these games, it has been so close. The 2 wins from Optic, comeback wins. And they almost managed to make it happen again in that game number 4. The difference in this man's performance over the Halo World Championship, it is a welcomed return to form for Boo.
Especially, look at that damage differential. Are you kidding me? That is all the difference in the world to be outputting significantly positive damage every single minute versus those 20-25 average stats. They've already locked in, as you see on your screen, the best tournament finish for this squad in 2025. Of course, already securing top 6 here at the World Championships.
The difference between light and dark. I mean, look at him on the left side. Looks like he's chilling. I know it's still the dark side, so to speak, but he looks significantly more angry in the right-hand side, and I think it kind of shows in those stats. He's playing angry, and the stats are backing him up.
And now we get to talk about some clutch statistics for Optic Gaming coming in here. Their Game 5 Slayers, all year long, it's a tough spot for them. They are 4-5, a losing record in Game 5 Slayers. And let's not forget, in Charlotte specifically, 0-2 in Game 5 Slayers. They need to find a way to ice up here. Let's not forget, though, to give credit to Optic Gaming, their Slayers have otherwise looked very good here this weekend. It's a different story so far at the World Championships.
And is it going to be a different story in Game 5s for Cloud9? Is this going to be the same repetition of the story that we've talked about for what feels like years now for Cloud9 rosters? Great series, so close, unlucky. Try again next time as you lose that Game 5. Or will this be, at the final dance, the last dance, the chance for them to have a memorable, favorable Game 5 going their way? The loser of this game will fall down to the elimination bracket. Their run will not be over, and they will play up against Envy, who are waiting for them. But you don't want to be even considering that if you're on either side of this stage right now. This is a game 5 for the winners final. Some say if you're in the winners final, that becomes the most important series of your tournament.
Without a doubt. And what a time for Cloud9. After all these years of not just Infinite, but also Halo 5, of course, ebb and flow of different levels of success. But for these 4 players specifically, their 2025 has been really told by a story of close calls. Just being maybe a kill or 2 away from closing out a huge series at times. And now instead, like we said, they have saved their best performance of the year for the most important tournament, not only of the year, but you can say of this entire game. It will be remembered for years to come in terms of where these teams netted out at the end of Halo Infinite. And they're 1 game away from pulling off what would be, it goes without saying, a historic upset as we get ready to load into Recharge Slayer game number 5.
It's a game 5 here in Seattle, and this one feels a little bit different as the lights dim down in the room. The nervous energy starts to rise. Which of these 8 players will we be talking about at the end of this game as the one who stepped up when it mattered most to put their team into that winners final? Cloud9 versus Optic has gone the distance. 50 kills to win. Let's see who takes it.
Underway now. If you're just joining us, you have picked one hell of a time to join us. Optic Gaming and C9 are in game number 5 in your winner's semifinal. It has been one of the best series of not only the weekend, but the entire year. 1 game will decide which team stays alive in the winner's bracket.
Camo down. Sav is going to be able to maybe collect it, actually. Yes, indeed. Did he get it? Did he pop it? Still down there. And it looks like Cloud9 will be able to grab it. Collect. The hot hand from the last game. It gets the first camo at 3-3.
And now he already has Boo-Boo and Pipes, which means he knows that Pipes is safe. Collect with an early camo shot. What can this man do?
One thing about Collect is always confident in these situations. Doesn't quite hit the top tower here. Maybe got a little bit of a call out that it's not going to be safe. Bound finds the first pick, though, in this team fight. That's going to give Optic a little bit of freedom, and also he baits out the shot. And Bound, having baited out that shot, allows his teammate to pick up the kill.
And you have to say, it feels like Collect wanted that front jump on tower, right? He obviously did not want to be down near Orange Door, near Mangler Pit. He wanted to be up in top tower with Sab. Sab got left alone. Then he doesn't hit the shot from low, and he gets pinned and pinched, and they lose camo and shock. And it feels like had that gone differently, we would have a very different scoreline right now.
C9 are doing a great job, by the way, of just not falling into trade battles. They're always making Optic work for the fight, making sure that it's a clean 1-0 if they get the opportunity to do so. So many players do that. They'll go for the trade, they'll say, I'm happy with the trade in this situation, but C9 make you work, and have been making Optic work so hard for every kill.
Sab does very well to avoid the grenade damage there, because the A cross pressure came in, and it would have been a perfectly timed break from Optic, but Sab does very well to stay alive. However, they will forfeit that first kill.
Boo-Boo picks up a double kill, though. Clean up the damage that was done, and Collect finds another. It's 3 dead here for Optic Gaming, and Cloud9 go into a slender lead. 30 seconds or so until this next camo.
That all happens because Sap does not take grenade damage from the pre-nades on the A cross. Had he taken nade damage, he would have died from glass, and there's no way that push would have gone the way that it did. And even though off-screen it looks like a simple set of plays, staying alive there is a really big deal. And you can tell just how much Optic Gaming is slowing this game down. Everything on the line. This game 5 could determine so much of where each of these teams go in this tournament.
How gonna be grabbed? Wow. Optic were trapped to the back of Elevator. And Sav is gonna have a chance now to get a lead and extend that lead for Cloud9.
I don't know where he is.
Optic are playing in around the tower, just making sure that if he does fire, there's going to be multiple angles.
Look at the patience
that can be fired upon him.
Are you kidding me?
But the patience is brilliant. The kills are stacking up. It should be 3 dead here for Optic.
Oh my.
Legend goes down. Renegade's last alive. Tries to use the Shroud to survive. But Sab is after him. Sab wants this kill.
Surgical. 4 dead. Beautifully done. One by one. The patience from Sab. Oh! Poke poking and prodding one by one. That is SWAT team precision coming in, forfeiting almost no deaths, and they still lead here by 4.
Camo will fall as Formal will fall. Killing spree for Sam. Colette gets that next shock rifle, but will be taken down. Renegade now with a chance with a power weapon in his hands. Not the power up the C9 used to take them apart, but equally as devastating in one of the best players in the game's hands.
And let's not forget who has it been all year long, but specifically these last few events that has taken Optic Gaming through the tough games, through the tough series. It's been Renegade now, shock rifle in hand, and they trail by 3.
Just looking for angles at the moment. C9 not giving him anything. As the Optic fans try and get behind their team. 3 kills the advantage here for C9 as the game comes to a complete and utter standstill.
And you always knew that once Optic Gaming trailed in this game, it would slow down like this. Let's get to a listen. Let's hear the comms on Optic Gaming.
Could be below bash, could be below bash. Yeah, it's clear. I'm here, man. I'm here. I'm watching what I'm in real quick. I think I'm clearing batteries.
I think they're all in A, bro. I think they're
no way.
How do you want to do this, guys? We can just hold for camo?
I was looking for shot. Monkey type right now. Monkey type right now.
Hold on.
Punching this. Right here. Let's do podcast. Yo, back up. Come on. Back in, guys. We gotta play a little time. Ready.
You're top here. Let's get Matt.
Yo, what's up here? Back side. Yo, bottom A, John. We're not watching pipe door right now.
I'm top here. I'm showing.
Yo, one's boost, no?
Yo, watch pipe door.
Yeah, one's A. Single box. We're 2-2 split right now. One's A.
Okay, come on, batteries. Come on,
There's a lot of damage out. Once we kill her.
And it's that man again, Renegade, out of the listening, who sits at 9-4 and has dragged Optic Gaming back into a lead here, 21-18.
Somehow, time and time again, when you have these big, high-stakes moments, it's Renegade who shows up, he performs. When we started that listening, let's not forget, it was 14-10 in favor of C9. Now everything has turned around, and Renegade gets away with a shot, gets away with a grapple, and 3 dead for 4 dead for C9 yet again.
Brilliant from Optic Gaming, and it was started by 1 shot through the crack, through the stairs.
Oh, man.
On bottom elevator from this man. Bound 10-8 in this game as well. 25-19 now the score, and Cloud9 have got to find an answer. They had camo as well in that situation, C9. A few moments ago, but Optic too good. Managed to collapse onto it as Renegade almost connects with another.
An unbelievable game management and flooding. I love the comms that we heard during that listen, and every single time Lunchbox was so clear on if they were pushing, when they were pushing, and there was no doubt.
Collect! You're next! A double kill comes in for Renegade as he grapples across and looks for more.
And what was just a 4-kill deficit is now a 7-kill lead. With, by the way, less than 5 minutes on the game clock. This has been an overall slow-scoring game, and Optic Gaming is heavily in control of not only the map, but also the scoreboard. 31-23 now. They are running away with the game. It is 3 dead for C9 yet again.
4 seconds still this camo, and with deaths stacking up here for Cloud9, he's going to zoom in, he's going to grab it, and he's going to pop it. Renegade, as if it wasn't difficult enough when you knew where he was. Well, now it's spooky season, and Renegade has become a ghost.
And this is getting out of hand, to say the least here. 34-25 out of nowhere. Optic Gaming icing up in the late game, and they extend their lead now to 10.
It's 12-4. 13-4! As another headshot's connecting. You've got to be brave to challenge him at this point, and maybe a little bit stupid. It's a killing frenzy for Renegade in a game 5. It's 38-26.
Unbelievable. When the lights shine the brightest, He has shown up for this team time and time again this year. Are you kidding me?
There's a reason he's infinite MVP. It's because it doesn't matter the situation, it doesn't matter the pressure. He knows how to win big games. 15-4 as Optic are dominating, up 42-27.
Finally out of ammo, and C9 fans will be very happy to see that. However, 43 kills already registered. And if you are on the C9 side of the stage, you are thinking, we could have 3-0'd in this series. What has happened as they now trail 43-28 in what could be simply a victory lap of final moments for Optic Gaming?
I mean, Renegade has been an irresistible force in this game 5. The big shots, they're not body shots, they're head shots. The big chows, they're always won by this man, and now he's gonna get another shot rifle to play with. 2 dead here for Cloud9. And it's just 4 to go for Optic to win a game 5 in the most incredible series. Finally, Boo Boo has to sacrifice himself to take him down, but the job's surely done. Renegade 18-5, Optic only need 2.
2 kills to go. And how quickly this series has changed now. Make it 49 on the board, 1 to go.
And Formal Saz 666, the demon himself is out as well. Boo Boo finds 1. But it feels fitting that this man might get the final kill. Optic still playing it slow, still making sure that they don't give any opportunity to Cloud9 to pull off the impossible. But, I mean, there's so much to talk about with this man's performance. When it matters most, he finds a way to win games. Formal will get it. Game 5 belongs to Optic. The Green Wall continue their march towards Sunday.
And I think that scene says it all. Heartbreak for the side of C9. Leading not only in that game 5, but also leading in the game 2. Leading in the game 3 and the game 5. But instead, as you heard during that listening, it was always Optic Gaming that was going to find a way. In game 5, trailing early to pull off the upset, the heartbreak, in terms of a comeback within the game. And that's exactly what they do. And my God, did they not only pull off a comeback, they left no question there. That was a slaughtering by the end of the game number 5.
What a series, what a tournament. And Optic Gaming will be surviving that series. That's how it looked. First game went to Cloud9, 3-2 Origin CTF. The Slayer Street, a comeback win for Optic Gaming. A comeback win in game 3 on Lattice Strongholds. Cloud9 held on in game number 4 to send us to the game 5, but then it became the Renegade show. 50-35. Optic took over. Renegade took over. And now they can take themselves towards that winner's final. For Cloud9, heartbreak again, Andy, but they've got to dust themselves off because Envy are waiting for them in that elimination bracket now.
Yeah, and as we saw, C9, we saw them already bounce back. They had really important kind of resilience and mental fortitude, even with tough ups and downs in that series. But, I mean, I think the picture showed it there at the end, right? That scene of just kind of head in your hands when you were that close time and time again in that series. But I think on the other side of that coin, it's Optic Gaming, who, guess what? When you're at a world championship, they find a way. And what can you even say about what we just saw from Renegade? Unbelievable.
Well, let's hear from Formal. He's down on our main stage right now. An incredible game 5 won by Optic Gaming. They're going to be heading towards that winner's final.
Everybody get loud for Optic Gaming. They make it to yet another championship Sunday. And I got Formal with me here on the main stage. And Matt, that was a crazy Game 5 series. How does it feel to make it back to a Sunday?
I mean, it feels good. Obviously, we were playing sloppy that whole series, and like we knew it, but we just knew to just get through the series and we can focus on tomorrow. So I'm just happy we won.
Are you guys happy they won? This crowd is insane, man, okay? I know you guys can hear those vibrations and positive vibes up here because it was some tough times in the series, but, you know, one man up here, you know, it was a team effort, but I got to show a lot of love to the Halo Infinite MVP, Renegade, because so many key moments in this series, we've seen Renegade do his things. What can you say about teaming with him and what he did for y'all in this series?
So John just has games like that where I can literally do nothing and we can win the map. And he's the MVP for a reason. It's well-deserved, man. Like, dude, I don't know what else to say, man. That was insane.
Absolutely insane there, man. Now, you know, the job's not done, because one thing that'll be super special for you and all these Green Wall fans and the Optic Gaming members out there is for you guys to bring another trophy home back to the compound. Talk to me about what has this event meant for you. You know, we don't know if it's gonna be your last Halo event, but if it is, man, how is it being in front of this crowd with this team and being a part of the Halo community?
I mean, the support's always unbelievable. Thank you guys. We have I'm not really thinking about if it's my last event or whatever. I'm just focused on winning this tournament with my team, and we'll just worry about it then.
He'll worry about it then, but what he needs from the Green Wall is for you guys to keep cheering. So make some noise for Optic Gaming one more time. Lottie, take it away.
It's all about the here and now for Optic Gaming, and here and now they are winning on the right side of the bracket. And just when you thought maybe for a split second they would mess up, they don't. It's a different story here for Optic Gaming. They head into tomorrow looking fantastic, into Championship Sunday, right where they want to be, Clutch. Okay, it was a little bit sloppy from the Green Wall, and again, going down to the wire in that Game 5, Cloud9 fighting fit. They were putting everything that they had in that tank on the stage, and I gotta say, I was really impressed from both sides. I think the Brazilians from Optic Gaming, Cloud9 with the firepower that they had, managing to come out so hot against Optic, but really it comes down to one guy on that stage, getting it done for Optic where it mattered most, and it's Renegade, and it's always gonna be about Renegade digging deep. The numbers that we saw from him to pull this out of the bag, I don't know what would have happened if Renegade didn't have an absolutely world-class performance.
I do. Optic would have been knocked to the elimination bracket. Thank God they have Renegade. Thank God they have the infinite MVP. He stepped up big time for them. You heard it from Formula in the interview. Optic is playing sloppy right now. That was not the best of the Green Wall that we have even seen this weekend. You need to figure out a way to regroup and get ready for Championship Sunday. Shopify is waiting in the winners finals. For Cloud9, you gave it your all. I mean, that was the best I've ever seen Cloud9 play, and they played lights out up until this Game 5. A little minor mistakes costed them throughout the start of this game, and it started to snowball. Once Renegade gets control of the camo, the shock rifle, things go downhill quickly, and Renegade gets a lot of kills, and that's exactly what we saw in Game 5.
It really is down to controlling the power-ups and power weapons, and when you have a player like Renegade with both of those in his hands time and time again, it felt like the entire game he was invisible with one of the strongest weapons we have in Halo Infinite, with one of the strongest players. It's going to be a tough time, Tony, for Cloud9. What can they take away from this? Because I think that it really does spell success for the rest of their run here. I think Cloud9 can really make a good go of it. I think, honestly, I was really impressed with what I saw. The stats don't really reflect that. You're looking at Optic Gaming stats too. Only Legend and Renegade going positive there as well. So it really was an absolute brawl. What did you love about C9 that you need to see them continue on in terms of firepower and consistency?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we saw about Cloud9, literally these whole series, that they're willing to go toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming, and they were able to do so. I thought Boo Boo Dooble was absolutely fantastic in both the kills and the assist department as well. That was shown on the stat sheet right there. Sav was doing his thing as well, picking and choosing his fights well. I think Cloud9 played good and winning Halo, but you run into Optic and Renegade. Renegade was on an absolute tear.
As we take a look at the bracket, the elimination bracket match of Cloud9 and Envy gets really interesting because we already saw FaZe go down 3-2 to Shopify. We saw how they played in the next series. Cloud9 do not have a lot of time to regroup. They're playing good Halo. They didn't win the series, but they cannot get down on themselves. They cannot let that affect them going into the elimination bracket because they will play immediately right up next.
They certainly will indeed, and I actually like where your head's at with that, because it's all about the mental at the end of the day. How do you bounce back when your back is against the wall and things were going so swimmingly? It's really difficult to regain, but regain they will have to. Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, they are set in the winners finals, and it kind of feels like history is repeating itself and has a funny way of doing so. And this time, it's in the winners side of things that Shopify will have to face Optic Gaming, and knowing that they might also have a chance to drop down and have to fight back as well. We'll see how that one goes, of course, heading into tomorrow. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But But when we come back, we'll actually have a little surprise for you. It's not Halo Infinite on the main stage. It's something to do with it, though. Our cosplay finals, they are happening. We will crown a champion here at Worlds. We'll have to find out who that will be, how they will be dressed right after this break.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
Welcome back, Spartans, and welcome back to Seattle, the home of Halo, here for the Halo World Championships. And now we're having a little break in gameplay before we get into, the crux of things there in the elimination brackets. We're actually going to be talking about something incredibly creative, and joining me on the desk, I have Clutch and Goofy. Goofy, first of all, lovely to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. We've had some insane matches so far today, and it wouldn't be a Halo World Championship without some upsets.
Very, very true indeed. And I will say, just entirety of Halo Infinite and the seasons, it's just got better and better as we've gone along. And obviously the competition has been fierce, as well as the competition over in the cosplay. Now, I will say we have our finals that are going to be happening on the main stage just shortly, but we did actually have 2 heats earlier on this weekend, one yesterday and one today. We're looking right now at some of the highlights that we saw here, and I will be floored pretty much every single time that I see these, because these are made by the guys, obviously wearing them. I cannot even begin to fathom how they are able to do this, and it's actually incredibly realistic. Like, you play this game pretty much every single day, you see what it takes to be authentic to the game and how you look. This is crazy every single time. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, the time and the commitment and the artistic factors that come into it to be able to produce what are some of the greatest costumes we see. I mean, it's unbelievable, and it honestly sets the atmosphere in the venue when you see it when they're all walking around, and just like people getting pictures with them. You hear the Halo music, the characters are in the venue. It really creates a venue that you're stoked to walk in the second you get here.
Yeah, you know what? You're totally right. I think it's actually a vibe, isn't it? When you come in and you're seeing characters that really do look like the real deal walking around, which is incredible. But do you know what? I don't want to wait any longer. I want to see these guys in action on the main stage for our cosplay final. So Blaze, it's over to you, buddy.
I'm so ready for this one, Lottie. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Halo 2025 World Championship Cosplay Contest. Make some noise for all our contestants. Now, we have had many enter, and we have seen some badass cosplays around this whole venue all weekend long, but we got 3 finalists coming to the stage. So we're gonna make sure we set the stage ablaze for them. With the first finalist coming out, get loud for Solar Moors as Flood Spartan. Oh my God, look at the Flood Spartan, everybody. Next is Miss Booth Cosplay as Spartan Veil Copperhead. Oh my God. Shining on the main stage. And next, it's Jimmy as Crochet Master Chief. Yo! We love a good crochet. Now everybody get loud for our cosplayers on the stage. They put a lot of effort in this. And this was a tough battle, but the scores have been tallied. Are you ready to find out who the winner is? In 3rd place, it's Solar Mars as Flood Spartan. Now, your 2025 Halo World Championship Cosplay Contest winner will either be Miss Booth or Jimmy. Give it up for your winner. It's Miss Booth Cosplay with the amazing Spartan Veil Copperhead. And of course, Jimmy, you come in second. In second place is, of course, Jimmy with the Crochet Master Chief. Now, one big congratulations for all of our contestants. Come on, Seattle. I know y'all can get louder than that. Get loud for our contestants. Now, let's bring out all of our cosplayers here towards the main stage. We had many enter. But you know what? I want to come on over here while we get cosplayers on the stage. Miss Booth, okay, I want to ask you a question. This is so much detail. I know it was awesome putting this together, right?
It was the worst.
Talk to me, BL. What was the hardest thing about this cosplay?
The rhinestones took forever, one by one, every single one, and some of them are teeny, teeny, tiny.
Oh my God, they are so small, but the detail has came through, and you are our winner. Do you want to give any shout outs out there?
I want to say thank you to my very supportive partner, Brian. He suffered for months watching me rhinestone and destroy the house.
Oh my God, shout out to Brian out there, okay? I'm pretty sure your whole house is sparkling the way that your cosplay is sparkling out here, okay? And all of these amazing cosplayers, we have one of the best cosplay communities out there in the world. So everybody, one more time, show some love to all of our contestants here on the main stage.
A massive congratulations to Miss Booth and of course our runners-up as well. I will say, listen, you may have destroyed the house, it may have taken months and months of work, but all the rhinestones you'll be picking up for possibly years to come will just mean victory for you. Every time you find each one of them, you'll know that you won the cosplay finals here in the World Championships at Seattle. Incredible stuff, a massive congratulations and a huge congratulations to all participants, of course, in the cosplay, because these are absolutely amazing. You should be incredibly proud of yourselves for putting that together. The creativity, I just couldn't. It's beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely stunning shot there. So a massive congratulations. Enjoy every moment of it as we have done as well here and at home. Now, lads, we have some things to talk about, of course, because we do have some exciting gameplay on the main stage and, of course, featuring some of these incredible Spartans as we know and love here in Halo Infinite. And we've got some business to attend to, and it's the final one of the night, of course. This one's going to be big. Envy versus Cloud9, two teams who have been battling it out and have pushed basically everything that they could possibly give here in Seattle so far. They do find that their back's against the wall. It is now or never. It is make or break. One of these teams will be going home, as you can see on the brackets. Cloud9 coming off a very, very hot series against Optic Gaming, looking unbelievably good, pushing them to their limits. Clutch, you couldn't have really asked for anything more out of Cloud9. It just happened that in that game 5, Renegade just went absolutely nuclear. But Cloud9, they can pick up the pieces here against Envy.
Yeah, it's all about where their heads are at right now. Are they able to stay as confident as they have been throughout this tournament? Because they were perfect up until that series. They've been to a few game 5s now, so they're battle tested. How much gas do they have left in the tank to get to a championship Sunday is the big question. You win this series, you get an opportunity to refuel, to regroup. You lose this series, you're out of the tournament, you're going home. Big question is, how does Cloud9 really start this series off for me? How strong is game 1 for them? Because I really do think it has an opportunity to set the tone for either direction of how it could go.
Goofy, you had a chance to watch this one backstage with us. I would love to get your thoughts and feelings about Cloud9 and really the takeaways you had from that Optic series. It was pretty great and the potential's there.
Yeah, honestly, Lottie, I think Cloud9 was actually in the driver's seat for 4/5 of those games. For 4 out of 5 games, Cloud9 should have won. They honestly could have 3-0'd Optic Gaming.
Yeah.
And then going into game 5, you mentioned it, Renegade turned into the Renegade we all know and love, and he had an absolute masterpiece of a game 5 performance. I really haven't seen anything like it, which is insane to say considering all the highlights we've seen from Renegade, but that game 5 was an absolute masterpiece.
It certainly was indeed. I think on the other side of the stage, though, you have Envy, and again, just potential upon potential. Something we actually haven't seen transition onto LAN so far. We've seen some epic online battles from them against the biggest we have in Halo Infinite, but the question is, can they now transition that into the biggest stage in the world against a team that are looking really, really good? And of course, their ceiling is incredibly high as well. Clutch, how are you feeling about this Envy roster and maybe what they're capable of here on day 2?
Yeah, it's tough to say because we saw them lose to SSG yesterday in a game 5, but they still came out on top of their pool. They fell short very quickly in the winners bracket. We haven't seen them on the main stage since, but they've been doing business down there because quietly, there was a stacked elimination bracket, and they have made their way all the way to this point, so they had to have gone through a gauntlet. They beat an on-fire TSM that knocked out FaZe from this tournament, so I'm not counting Envy out of this series either. I think this is going to be a banger.
I think it is going to be a banger too. And as you look at their records here as well at the World Championships, things have been really good. They've only had one kind of slip up against Space Station Gaming and Complexity. I say one, I mean two. But, you know, I think that the rest of it is there. There's a recipe for them to follow here. It's just about the big dogs, right? It's like, can you get over the humps of the big dogs? I think something that we have to take away is that TSM game. Like you mentioned there, Clutch, Envy managed to stop a TSM that were feeling so good. It was a championship for them beating FaZe. Let's be perfectly honest here, Goofy. With how TSM have been playing this season, it's really been touch and go. So the fact that Envy were able to put a stop to that, it has to show you that they're hitting a mark here that is phenomenal. Can it be as phenomenal as Cloud9 against Optic? That is the big question. How are you feeling about the roster?
That is indeed the big question. Envy is looking good coming into this series. You mentioned it, Lottie. They beat a TSM team pretty handedly that beat a FaZe roster that we were all expecting to potentially see in the grand finals. So that TSM roster was coming in hot into that series, and Envy shut it down. So now going up against a well-oiled machine in Cloud9, I think this is going to be an absolute battle.
I mean, yeah, take a look at the map records graphic here. This is of the game types coming up in this series, and already both of these two teams 0-2 at ladder, so that's a big confidence booster for whoever can actually get on the scoreboard there with a win column. But look at game 2. If Cloud9 are able to start this series off on the right foot, they are undefeated in Origin Slayer. They have an opportunity to really use this as a strength and leverage to slingshot them to what should be a knockout game to go to Championship Sunday. I'm expecting Cloud9 to need this game 1. Game 2 is great to go and rely on once you can get back into the series, but to be able to take control with a 2-0 lead in this series, that puts Envy in a really bad place if they can start off hot.
And looking at those stats as well, Game 5 is heavily in the favor of Envy. So if you're Cloud9, you might want to put this team away sooner rather than later, because if it goes to a Game 5, Envy might just ice up.
The problem is Envy never ice up in Game 5. I don't care what the map mode combination is. I hadn't seen them clutch up. I do not want this to go to a Game 5 if I am Envy.
All right, last championship game of the night. It's our elimination quarterfinals, and it's Envy versus Cloud9. It starts right now.
Elimination quarterfinals on the card, and the key word, the buzzword here for both these teams is opportunity. An opportunity to make it to a grand finals, an opportunity to make it to a winners finals, an opportunity to make it just to a championship Sunday. These organizations have not seen a Sunday in a very, very long time. Cloud9 up against Envy. It is going to be our elimination quarterfinals, Dan, and it promises to be a massive one. We've already seen upset after upset. We've lost FaZe Clan, we've lost SSG, TSM, they're gone home. Now we look upon C9 and Envy.
Who is going to be able to take advantage of the Giants being knocked out of this tournament? It is such a huge, huge chance to cement yourself in history for Halo Infinite. If you can progress to Championship Sunday, secure top 4, and of course, get yourself into a position where you can play best of 7s tomorrow. Something we've not seen throughout Halo Infinite's history, being able to play best of 7s in every series. But who is it going to be? Cloud9 or Envy? It is a tough one to call, but one thing I will say, Cloud9 are 5-0 in map 1 so far this tournament, so it's looking good for them.
Map records for both these teams in game 1 sit at 0-2. Cloud9 though, in those game 1s, seeing success more often than not. The shields are up, the weapons are hot. Cloud9 versus Envy is our elimination quarterfinals.
Will we see Cloud9 fall like so many others have, where once you drop into that elimination bracket, suddenly you feel a little bit dejected, deflated? Or can they bounce back here against Envy, who, as Clutch was saying, have just taken down TSM? I mean, FaZe died for this. FaZe died at top 12 for TSM to then only get to top 8. And I say only because to take out FaZe and then achieve top 8, you would expect something a little bit more. But Envy were able to swipe them aside, and that's why they find themselves here competing for top 4.
And it must have been a scary task for Envy off the back of TSM playing so well, taking down FaZe Clan. They must have been gulping pretty loud when they seen exactly what way TSM were playing, but they dealt with the task at hand. And now Cloud9 find themselves in Envy's way, in Envy's crosshairs, after themselves going to Game 5 with Optic Gaming. There have been upsets here, there, and everywhere at the Halo World Championships, and we might not be done just yet.
Collect not quite able to connect with the sniper rifle. He is leading the team in terms of power weapon kills. Collect just seems to be finding those power weapons time and time again to help his team progress forward a little bit, but Cloud9 are the ones who are really dominating some time here at the moment. Envy now starting to creep back into this hill, but with so much of it going in favor of Cloud9, can Envy hold? Because realistically, one break here and C9 will be 1-0 up.
Jackson positioned out towards this hill on ice. And it's slippy out there. Gotta watch your step. As the Booty continues to put down damage, but Precision is there to help Jackson stay alive. And all of a sudden, it's Envy now who just turned favorites to secure this hill. Connect will get one, Boo Boo another. So that's a 2v4 on the map now. And all of a sudden, Cloud9, they step back inside that hill.
Boo sets a 2-boo, and then we are going to see Cloud9 now just progress enough to find themselves going 1-0 up in this King of the Hill game. And you mentioned it, they're both pretty weak at the moment on this map in mode. Both 0 and 2. No one has been able to find a victory, but someone has to turn that 0 into a 1. And if Cloud9 are able to go off the form that they found so far in this tournament, it could look good for them, because the series layout, it is better for C9 in the early stages, but then the later we get, the better it gets for Envy. So Cloud9, they need this map 1 to give them that momentum.
We speak about confidence, just something to settle the nerves. And here's that first hill, exactly what Cloud9 needed, just to do that. 3 dead now for Envy. The Vusi can step forward once more. Goes face to face, eye to eye with Jackson. Both players trying to use a little bit of trajectory, a little bit of geometry to stay alive, make themselves difficult kills. Jackson tries to get away, but Sam will cut him down. 3 members go down for Cloud9. It's a 1v1 on the map now. Boo up against Piggy. Piggy backs away, prioritizing staying alive.
Gonna be sneaky, waits for teammates, gets his teammates support, and now he starts to push in. Can't afford to allow Cloud9 to get set up like they did before, where they were able to eat away at so much of the time. You want to keep this as scrappy as possible here on Lattice. If you take too long, you just give away such an opportunity to the other team to raise that time up in their favor. Cloud9 now just forcing Envy back, and I like this. Just step up a little bit if you're C9. Start to push those spawns. Don't allow them to get too close to you.
It's all about pushing that line of engagement. So when Envy break your lines, they have a little bit more distance to cover to get inside that hill. You have more time on the clock. A difficult kill for Sab. He locks in the killing spree. He eventually gets shut down though. So Envy do break the setup. Envy do break the hold. And not a lot of time on the board for Cloud9, so Envy can get themselves right back into things.
Descendant does lead Envy with a 1.14 KD so far this tournament, 18 power weapon kills as well. He's been the one who you trust in that sniper rifle. However, it doesn't really go too well for him with the Bandit, and it is going to be now Envy with 3 down. Cloud9 again putting time on the board. Again, Envy find themselves on split spawns, and again, Cloud9 look like they're going to be scoring this hill.
On board with Collect now. First 2 shots don't find a home, but the third one does. Third time's the charm. You speak about 3 strikes and you're out. Collect didn't need it, but what a tournament Collect has happened for so long. His career has been nearly moments. Being called an online kid, not able to perform on LAN. We have seen that change, that narrative now flipped at the Halo World Championships, saving his best for last.
I mean, Cloud9 must be thinking, you know, we have a genuine opportunity, not just at top 4, but top 3, if not further, with how we've just played as well in that previous series. we had it in the palm of our hands, but sometimes, you know, you see experience shining through on the other side, and especially when Renegade plays like that, it is so difficult to try and topple Optic Gaming, but Collect, yeah, his story's incredible. Bubu as well. I mean, you think back to Bubu on Splice back in Halo 5. It seems forever ago when he was winning championships, but to see him now back at the forefront of this team, potentially a chance to get into the top 4, if not the top 3. But Envy have put one back on the board now. Piggy is just checking on these spawns because 4 were dead for Cloud9, and it just allows now Piggy to cheat some time here.
Steps in for just a moment, trying to get information for his team. This is the communications. Was looking for that player, but Bubu just changed the angle and took a different line of sight. 3 dead now for Envy, so that hole wasn't strong enough. Cloud9 pretty easily break it. Quantum Translocator is going to spawn up, as is the sniper rifle.
Yeah, bad timing to lose that battle because not only do they get control of this hill, but also rewarded with a sniper, and now Bubu in a position where he can command a lot of space, but you need to hit at least body shots here. You don't want to allow them to get too close, because even though the sniper rifle is deadly from that close, you don't want to risk it, but Bubu says, screw it. I'm more than confident with it. It's shotgun range.
Well, that's just a slight squealer from the Pig. He spawns back up again, and he will go again. He was dealt with for the moment. Quantum Translocator for Collect down bottom middle. He will be a thorn in the side now of Envy. He does get taken care of. 4 dead now for C9, and another opportunity for Envy. How is their hold this time?
Enemy team took the hill.
It certainly helps with precision with the sniper rifle. He's watching some of the dangerous angles at the moment. It's whether Cloud9 want to go for something a little bit more unexpected. They are pushing from a few sporadic positions at the moment, trying to hit from all fronts, and Envy struggling to keep them at bay, but they also struggled to keep tabs on precision, so he was able to land a shot for free, and Jackson's able to convert on the flip side.
Jackson drops the elbow, keeps going. Game slows down for a moment, does try and get inside the hill, shots are ringing out across the map, Collect down to no shields. Killing spree now for Jackson. He lines up with Vusi, grenade bounces off the wall, and Vusi throws one back, enough damage is done to keep him 1 shot. The players trade out unofficially. Piggy and Descendant are there now. The bait and switch. Initial damage will come from Descendant. If Sab tries to step out, Piggy should be there to take care of it. Sab shields go down. Jackson and Precision combine to get a couple of kills. The numbers advantage favoring Envy right now, and Descendant's hitting big shots. 4 dead now for Cloud9.
Yeah, all tied up. That is a fantastic hill from Envy, where they've really started to control the game, control the pace, and frustrate Cloud9 in certain areas. Now Cloud9 going to be slightly on the back foot here, because off spawn they were at a disadvantage here, because Envy were able to rotate accordingly. And Descendant gets 2, tries to look for 3. Will find the 3rd. It's a little late for a triple, but it doesn't matter. The fact is Cloud9 are 3 dead. Envy continue to score here.
Envy just starting to roar into life. It is the World Championships. Many players from many teams. This could be their greatest showing. The expectation is there. The 2 of the heavy hitters in our top 4 already eliminated. So much opportunity here. If only you can reach out and grab it. You spoke about C9 against Optic Gaming and how it was in the palms. But when they grabbed, it was like sand slipping through their fingers. They have to ensure they do not let Envy get the better of them here, particularly how important game 1 is.
And if you had asked either of these teams before this tournament started, you know, how would you feel about the top 4? I'm sure they would have been chomping at the bit to find themselves in this position where they are competing against each other for that spot. Realistically, to get here, you probably would have had to beat a space station, a phase. And whilst it may have happened elsewhere in pool play, etc., at this point, you wouldn't have been expecting this matchup. You've got to play what's in front of you. And Cloud9 done very well to battle back into this hill, I will say. Envy looked like they were dead cert to go 3-2 up here. They were in somewhat amount of control, and it looked like they will just be able to convert. And actually, Descendant has done very well there to sneak in behind. I think catch Cloud9 off guard when they were taking the fight out towards ice.
You can tell just by Bubu's body language, he turned around, he was surprised to see Descendant was standing inside the hill, and he desperately tried to get close, but left himself open to so many different lines of sight. 3 dead for Cloud9. Once more, Envy are in the ascendancy. Envy have the sniper rifle. Quantum Translocator going to pop up very soon as well. And it's on Descendant's shoulders now, just to keep his teammates safe as players cross over. He cuts the shields up one, gets the second, lines up Collect, but Collect wisely backs away.
And now Envy can, of course, try and play this one a little bit slower now. They just need to get Cloud9 out of the hill, and they could play time if they would like to. It's not an easy thing to do, though. But that may be the play call that is decided by Envy. 50 seconds now remaining for Cloud9 to try and push through and break. They're going to start to get a little bit desperate. Start to send bodies, hoping they can maybe win one of those 1v1s. And they want 3 of them. In fact, Envy find themselves 3 dead. Cloud9 now pushing in. And Collect does find a sniper rifle.
It's always a danger when you gamble. You play the time gambit. And sometimes dealing that hand can come back to bite you. Are we about to see that for Envy? Have they opened the door just enough for Cloud9 to walk on in? We've seen it time and time again in this situation. And these lights, they will not shine brighter for some of these teams at the Halo World Championship when the pressure is cranked to its utmost. It's about how do you deal with those pressures? How does your gameplay differ than it would online? Huge kills going down. Jackson desperately trying to stay alive, trying to make himself a difficult kill. But he will fall. And Cloud9 are in the hill once again.
2 down for Envy. This is a huge opportunity for Cloud9. They just need to be careful of Trench, and they are watching it heavily at the moment. Bubu's got tabs on Piggy as well. This should be a point, realistically, with the angles they've got covered here.
Time ticks down. And Cloud9 do tie us up. 3-3 now. Back to all square. Next cap wins. We're going to overtime.
Piggy, by the way, 7 and 22, but with 19 assists. Getting involved in a lot of gunfights at the moment, but not necessarily converting them himself. But there's still time to make your moment and change everything here for Envy to send yourself 1-0 up in this series. There's the overtime you were speaking of. Envy have the advantage at the moment in that hill, but they've lost members, they've lost numbers. It's 2 versus 2 on the map.
The herd has been thinned out then. Sab, there won't be one against Ascendant. Has shield advantage, but for precision across map, putting down damage. Quantum Translocator will force Bubudubu to reposition. He has the option to go back into dodge if he so chooses. But it's a precarious position to be in. Trying to play this one patiently. Both teams hesitant to step inside the hill until they have the pieces in place to really make the opposition pay. Bubudubu goes down to an elbow to the spine. Piggy's behind enemy lines. Gets 2. Trying to stay alive here. Down to no shield. Sab will drop down. Piggy evades for now. Delaying just enough. Hoping for his teammates to spawn back up again.
Yeah, and I said he can make big plays, and just by stalling out there, it allows the spawners now to push in and continue Envy scoring as they slowly trickle towards this fourth. But that's a lot of damage from nades. Great positioning from Sab as well to convert said damage. It now means Envy 4 dead. Cloud9 control the hill, and Envy off spawn need a plan of action here because there's also a sniper rifle in the hands of Bubu.
Big game moment here. Game in the hands of Bubudubu. He's been spotted out. That first shot didn't find a home. So much pressure applied by just landing the body shot. The assist comes through. Precision and Jackson are going to try and close the distance here. They're a long, long way away. And the GPS is telling them to go the long way. Trying to close the gap now. Jackson down to no shields, as is Bubu. There's so much help here for Cloud9. And Sab gets 1, and 1's good enough. It's a 2v2 on the map now. Piggy will fall at the hands of Collect. Ascendant's in hot pursuit, but has to reload the gun. And Cloud9 will hold on. Cloud9 will open up the series 1-0.
And we almost see the signature stand up and roar from Bubudubu as well as they start to think, yes, this is possible. They are now 6-0 in map 1s in this tournament. And there's just something about the hot start from Cloud9 right now, but can they convert it? Something they could not do against Optic Gaming. But they do go into a Slayer Origin, which has been one of their best maps and modes so far. And the expectation would have been, when you look at that series layout, they win it. Of course, we've seen that the expectations are not always the way things have been going so far this tournament. For Cloud9, that will certainly be a relief, especially how close that one was. I mean, Envy, when they had that advantage, they started to play time a little bit, but Cloud9, they dig deep. They found something different there. And they did get very aggressive. They started to throw bodies at Envy, and there's always a risk when you're doing that if it's uncoordinated, you won't find success. They found a lot of 1v1s that went in their favor, and sometimes it just comes down to that, hitting your shots.
And it's difficult to even be critical of Envy, Dan, because at that present moment, they made the right decision. The issue that we do have is they didn't win those fights. They didn't win the pivotal 1v1s when, particularly Cloud9, we're getting desperate and we're throwing bodies on the line.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I don't think either team played that particularly well. It's clearly a struggle for both teams, and it was always going to be a very scrappy game, and that's why it was so important for one of these teams to get the edge over the other. That was the biggest question mark on this series layout of who takes this one. Yes, Cloud9 statistically had been winning map 1s, but they hadn't had King Hill Lattice as their map 1 so far. And they will be delighted now to have the lead going into one of their best Slayers of Slayer Origin, which should, in theory, tee them up for a huge advantage going into maps 3, 4, and 5.
And I wonder the conversation that both teams are having now after that first map. Both records, of course, were 0-2, and Cloud9 might be talking to each other, that's our worst map. Envy might have been saying, don't worry about it, boys, that's our worst map. Both 0-2, and now looking at the Slayer woes. Both teams 3-4, and with very different tournaments up till this point. Cloud9 and Envy, this one is as close as the stats do suggest.
It is in terms of actual Slayers at this tournament. They've both had their ups and downs, but I think that when you get to this point in the tournament, you think about, yes, we know the maps that we are good at. We know the maps we've had success at. We've already seen teams fall on their best maps and modes. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is certain at this point. So you've really got to make sure you're locked in. And if you go into a game and there's the expectation of, oh, this is our best map, well, of course we're going to win this one. There is two minds about it. Of, yes, you want confidence, but you can't go into it just expecting to win, because sometimes you'll just be a little bit too lax. And it will just allow everyone on the other team to just start sneaking in. And then suddenly when you start losing it, you think, okay, well, why aren't we winning our best map? And that's when your head starts to drop. Again, it comes back to those mentals.
At the series layout, the stats on your screen, in blue and blue, but a darker shade of blue. 4-0 Origin Slayer versus 1-3. So, Dan, like you say, these first two did favor Cloud9, but as the waters got a little bit deeper, that's when Envy started to grow in confidence, but they have to get there.
You look at the two Slayers in this series layout. Aquarius Slayer very much benefiting Envy, and Origin Slayer very much benefiting Cloud9. So that's why I was saying, the start of the series, Cloud9 heavy. But if Envy can draw it out, get to that game 5, suddenly they become the favorites. Certainly statistically, and certainly in their minds as well. Because as I said, you want to be confident going into a game, but as long as you don't rely on it and expect to be getting that victory.
It almost puts even more importance on that game 3, with both their records pretty even. That coin flip that's going to come in the oddball on live fire. But as we say that, Slayer Origin on the cards, favoring Cloud9, but if Envy can just pip Cloud9 at the post here, that could change the trajectory of this series entirely.
I think a key factor here is going to be Jackson on the side of Envy. He's actually the 3rd highest assists per minute in this tournament. He just is a damage dealer. And then on the flip side, you've got Boo Boo Doo Boo. Highest Origin Slayer KD at the moment, 1.54 after playing 5 times. And I think that Boo Boo, there's just something different about Boo Boo at these World Championships. This is the kind of Boo Boo Doo Boo I remember back from Halo 5. You can see the passion when they win every single map. It's not just waiting to win the series, it is map, it is mode, it is letting the other team know every single time to take them down.
It would almost seem idiotic to tell you that this tournament means so much to X player, because it means so much to all of them. But for Boo Boo Doo Boo, after much disappointment in Halo Infinite, to be 1 series away from a championship Sunday, and how his uptick in form has meant that Cloud9, this team that he found, has really done the world of justice to his playstyle. Up by 3 kills now in the early innings. Work for Envy to do, and Sab's coming with the boombox over his shoulder, and he's got one more tune to play.
And I always think when we had the whirlwind of changes, when Optic built that roster and we didn't know what was going to happen with all the other teams, players like Boo Boo Doo Boo probably sat there like, hey, why is no one asking me? Or maybe they did, but he trusted these individuals, and it has paid off now here at the Halo World Championship, certainly to this point. As I say that though, 4 members of Cloud9 do go down. Piggy has the sniper rifle, and Envy have a chance to take a significant lead here if Piggy can situate himself in a good position.
Can Piggy find the openings? A lot of weight on his shoulders now. The expectation and trust from his team. He'll hit some shots. If he can just find the angles. Descending gets 1, Precision another. Boo Boo Doo Boo answers back. So, a 4-kill game And all these fights are going down. Piggy's yet to fire his weapon. He will finally close the distance. Give Collect. Oh, good fist to the face. Double kill. Shot does find a home onto Avusi. And they need to shut this player down because Piggy's starting to get up ahead of steam.
Yeah, this one's starting to get out of hand now. It's a big lead for Envy. That was the expectation when you saw 4 go down for Cloud9 and the sniper rifle in their control. Now this cave area is such a threatening one. It's good knowledge from Cloud9 to nade him out and make sure he's not going to be in a position to stop that push so they can take control of Snipe's side of the map. Because now the focus has to shift again to both those power weapons. Rockets are going to be spawning as well. Piggy kind of a little bit lost in the moment, but all it takes is hitting one shot or just getting a melee somehow converts against Boogle.
7-kill game. And it's Envy inviting the pressure on, and Cloud9 are obliged. The issue is, Envy are coming out the better of the trades. Another double kill now for Descendant. He's really had this elbow on lockdown. Rockets up again. 2 members of Envy positioned there to secure it for the team. Jackson and Avusi go down. Piggy and Collect trade elsewhere. It's a 2v2 on the map. Sab tiptoes up towards Rockets. He's clearing his angles. He goes down. Rockets will fall. And Descendant goes looking for them and finds them.
Brilliant play from Descendant, being very patient, not overextending for the Rockets, recognizing he could be in a position to get them as a reward, but doesn't connect with the rocket. Avusi will convert the kill instead, but I think there's still 1 rocket left potentially. Yet Jackson finds it, fires it. Will take Collect down to no shield, but unable to get the kill. Brilliant grenades from Collect.
Collect recognized the chase was going to come. Throwing the grenade down as a deterrent. And it lands right on the foot. Secures the kill. Piggy's in that position again. Snipe rifle in his hands. We've seen this situation play out before. Is he going to have better fortunes? Because he was not having the influence he would have liked with it. This time, connects with the body of the Boo-Boo. Takes with the Bandit to finish the kill. Kills are happening elsewhere again. That's something that we're seeing from Envy. Piggy's on our screens, but elsewhere, his teammates are getting the kills, they're getting the picks, and they're finding the openings.
This is a good response from Piggy as well, because even though we saw what he was doing in the previous game, statistically he was still low on the kill side, and sometimes that can deflate you a little bit. But to bounce back in this way, just to say to the rest of your teammates, like, you know, I am locked, I am hitting my shot, you can trust me, is very important for mentality as well.
It's almost a complete flip as well. Get low kills, very, very high assists. This time, 2 assists, but 9 kills. Sometimes it's not about you popping off as an individual, letting your teammates shine. Fortunately finds himself down by 1 game in the series, but still time to change that. And as a matter of fact, things are going very well here in the Slayer. Don't forget that heavily favored Cloud9. Spoke about, we almost challenged the Envy to change the outcome, and they're doing so here and now.
I mean, Cloud9 just haven't been able to get hold of that sniper rifle, have they? They haven't had that position where they have snipe and then they invite the pressure, and now it's 4 dead again for Cloud9. It's an 11-kill lead for Envy. Is the writing on the wall here for a tied-up 1-1 series? Only 7 more kills required, and Envy certainly looking confident, flying around this map as a unit. Hunting down members of Cloud9. Collect is going to be on his own temporarily, but spawners do happen, but it doesn't matter. Descendant listening to call-outs perfectly, and now they only need 6.
It appears every snipe and rocket has gone the way of Envy. They've played the margins very well. Finally, Cloud9 get their hands on the rocket launcher, but is it too little too late? I'd like to think this guarantees at least 2 kills if it finds a home. But so much work to do here. Have they given themselves just too much work?
Well, with Sniper coming up as well, there is definitely a chance to snowball here for Cloud9. If they can get all 4 dead, take control of the map, get Sniper Rifle, maybe, just maybe, they can start to crawl their way back into this one. Even though it's going to have to be crawling through treacherous water and mud. There's the opener, there's the double. And now you need to convert, now you need to work together to not only secure Sniper, but also get the kills. Piggy does secure 1 though, that's 5th.
Rockets will fall on the window. And Collect's got the sniper rifle. So on the balance of things, that was a pretty good outcome for Cloud9 in terms of kills traded out. They've lost 1, but they gained 4. Do that a couple of more times, and all of a sudden the complexion of this game changes drastically. Only a 6-kill game now. And Collect finds the face of Jackson. Lines up precision, just whiffs on the second, but hits Piggy. And Precision reach out and gets the kill.
I thought that was going to be it. That would have been a huge kill from Collect, but they are still coming back at Cloud9. Now it's within 3, and the massive lead that Envy had has suddenly been scraped away from them. And they're on the back foot. Envy are backing off. They are retreating. They are stuck in a corner. Descendant is an important player here. He seems to have the angles, but it looks like he's going to retreat as well. Cloud9 have tabs on all of them.
C9 laying siege then to the base. Envy on the back foot in full retreat. This opening pick's going to be massively important. And you can see both teams poking and prodding, trying to find those openings. Ping's going down. Boo Boo has found the opening. A trade elsewhere from Descendant. It's a 2-kill game. It's a 1-kill game.
Avuti needs to be careful though. Has been spotted out. 49 can't go down here. 49, 48. And he's so weak, he needs help, and he's screaming for it.
He gets away for a moment. Descendant keeps putting damage down. His shields just will not come back. They challenge for snipe side. Collect is forced to back away. Both players down to no shields. Precision gets the kill. This series is all tied up.
An unbelievable effort from Cloud9 to try and claw their way back into it, but sadly they left themselves too much to do. And the significant lead that Envy were able to secure early on with that sniper rifle control was just enough to allow them to crawl across that finish line. It'll be a frustrating one for Cloud9 though, because that would be considered a must-win in my books, considering how well they've been playing that map and mode before. But as we've already found out in this tournament, anything can happen in Halo Infinite, and even when you think you're at your very best, someone could just steal one of those maps away from you. I mean, we're all tied up going into map number 3.
Cloud9 opted to stay on the stage. So close to bringing that one back. Envy deciding to take a break, limping off stage, limping to victory almost. They left the door ajar. Cloud9 were almost, they were so close to kicking it in. But they hold on to that lead, they hold on to victory, and they tie up the series. But what a game it was. What a series we have on our hands, Dan.
And you talk about fine margins, I just want to rewind and think about Collect with that sniper rifle. Inches away from hitting a triple, they probably win the game if he gets it. Because he stays alive, they have control of the sniper rifle, and suddenly that's one extra kill that hasn't gone the way of Envy as well. And of course, the expectation should not be that Collect has to do that, but when you find yourself in that situation where you are down by that much, someone has to do something special, and he was so close to doing it. But in those final moments, you could see that there was just so much damage, the great angles that Envy were taking to be able to kind of fire from 2 different areas. Meant that we saw 2 members of Cloud9 just struggling in a corner, hoping. They were both looking for help from each other, and they both went, ah, crap, we're both no shields here. I think this one's chalked. Let's start thinking about oddball live fire.
Both players crouching down, tucking their head between their knees and hoping the gods would answer their prayers, and they did not. The kill came the way. And you spoke about that moment with Collect with the sniper rifle on the snipe side, Dan. And maybe we should be highlighting how important, how brave it was for, I believe it was Descendant or Precision, to make that decision. After Collect had hit those 2 shots, you could easily back away and say he's on a heater. But he challenged, he slid forward, and he got that kill for his team.
But also at the start of the game, how well Piggy controlled the sniper rifle, not even having to hit shot after shot, but just staying far enough away. Not allowing that sniper rifle to get into the hands of Cloud9 on several occasions meant that Envy were able to just stay far enough away that a comeback was going to be difficult. Maybe a little bit too close for their liking, but alas, they got the victory, and that is all that matters. Now, there is a bigger picture here in the elimination bracket. We also have another game going on. Luminon Gaming currently 2-1 up against Complexity. Can the Europeans break back into the top 4 for the first time in what feels like quite a while?
So much opportunity in this elimination quarter-final stage for Cloud9 and Envy, all tied up. For Europe, like you say, to do it again, trying to match the blueprint the Quadrant laid down, and for Complexity, for players like Cherished, who was dropped from TSM, his longtime friends, to find himself here 1 series away, 2 games away from a top 4 placing. And who knows, maybe even more to come if they can get themselves back into it.
It really is down to who is going to seize that opportunity. Such a good moment for these teams when they see those big names being eliminated, and you start to look at that bracket saying, how on earth are we in this position? And you don't want to walk away from it saying, you know, we could have got top 4, we could have top 3. You want to be that one team who does take advantage of the bracket looking this way. And it's been a tournament of ups and downs with incredible upsets, and now it's not even a situation where we're going to see upsets in this elimination bracket, because I could say any 4 of those teams that we've just seen could go on to get top 3. And who knows what happens after that. Then you're in uncharted territory, and then the Optic Gaming of the world, the Shopify Rebellion of the world, are they going to fall from said winners final and maybe being a little bit lackluster? Maybe they're going to be a little bit dejected, and you can take advantage of that. The world is your oyster at that point, but you've got to get there first.
And it's funny because we look at the 4 teams in this elimination bracket at the moment, and if you were inside the camp of any one of those teams, you'll be thinking to yourself, you don't claim a top 4 spot at this point in time. It'll be all we could have, we should have, iced up when it mattered most. Nothing to separate these 4 teams. It's a bloodbath down here, and 2 teams are going home. But right now, on the main stage, on our featured station, Cloud9 Envy currently resting at 1-1. There were smiles on the side of the stage for Envy. You can see during the break, during this brief intermission, Cloud9 deep in conversation.
And all 4 of these teams left in this elimination bracket, they know each other very well because they've all been knocking on the door. They have all been wanting to break into this moment. And it's all worth it now. All those performances where you fell short, where you felt like you were a disappointment, where you felt like maybe you could have done better. It's all wiped away when you get to the World Championship and you find yourself in the top 6 and you are competing for the top 4. And you look at the players that have been eliminated from this tournament already. Some of the giants, some of the best to ever do it in Halo, and you are outplacing them and having the chance to take that position away from them here as well. I cannot state enough just how big an opportunity it is for these players, and they may never see an opportunity like this again. Whether it be, you know, the DreamHacks that are going to be arriving, whether it be a future Halo title. Have to do it now.
Big moments. You see Abusi stares towards the ceiling, perhaps feeling the weight of the moment. Work to be done. What have they been talking about during the break? No doubt it's about icing up, hitting your shots, getting your strategies right.
I hope they've been talking about oddball live fire, because if they haven't been talking about it, I would be concerned. This is where you need to be going over starting strategies. You need something implemented here so you can start off hot. We've already seen how much an important lead is here in this series. The teams that have been going up have seemed to have found that success. And especially with the hot start Envy had in that previous game, if they could shift this momentum into the 3rd. If they can get to that game 5, that Slayer is so good for them. But again, the fact that we've just seen the Slayer overturned, who knows what could happen.
Still plenty to happen on this stage. Both these teams locked level, heading into game 3. And the war recommences. The ceasefire was only brief. And we're back amongst it on the screens. Collect.
And that sniper rifle is going to be important again. And Collect knows it. He's got a double. And it was actually fantastic placement from grenades. Does tag, almost gets the triple, but has to just try and back away here and survive with that sniper rifle. That's what's important here. The ball is still going to be in no man's land. I don't think anyone's going to be able to grab it at the moment. Too many people alive. Collect does see a couple of teammates going down, and Envy are able to seize it just right from under his nose.
And we do have a couple of power shifters. Abusi with camo. Collect did have the sniper rifle, but unfortunately he's fallen by the wayside, and Jackson knows the camouflage player is out here, and he decides, he opts to get himself out of dodge. Precision continues to tiptoe on the outskirts of the map, trying to get as much ball time as he can for his team, and good enough for 18 seconds for Envy.
Sab whips that sniper away in an instant, and Abusi's like, hey, I've got camo. Please, let me try and do something with it. Well, now you've been given it, so this is where you have to start hitting some shots to show that it was deserved. Does hit the shot, and I say shots, it was just one bullet. Was it worth dropping it? At the moment, looks like it was, but the grenade doesn't quite do the damage.
And all of a sudden, Envy have control of tower, and Boo Boo, not long for this world. 3 dead now for Cloud9, and Sab's the last man standing for his team. He's gonna have to be patient. He's gonna have to wait for his teammates to spawn back up again, because he shouldn't be able to do enough damage on this ball carrier. As a matter of fact, he has closed the distance. As a matter of fact, he has forced the play ball. That's a blunder from Envy.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe that's the opening that Cloud9 needed. And maybe they can take full advantage of it as well. 3 were temporarily dead, now it's 3 dead again, so it's going to be split spawns for Envy. The ball will be in control of Cloud9. I like this position from Abusi. But only can you have an off angle where you can provide damage, but also a lot of information being gathered. Are they pushing top middle? If you've not seen anything top middle, it gives you a better indication of where they are going to be pushing.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful from Abusi. Heads up play, descending in his crosshairs. Information passed along. And he heads back towards Sandbags, over towards Camouflage now. And has yet another backstab. Piggy down to no shields. No longer a problem. Double kill again for Abusi. Huge damage output as he goes down. 3 dead for Envy.
Close as well to hitting that QT, wasn't he? Milliseconds almost, it felt like. Cloud9 will be scoring though. Collector's wise to the push. Gets repulsed away, sadly can't connect with the melee. He's starting to get a little bit scrappy again, but that's not too bad for Envy because of the lead they've been able to gather in the early stages of this one. Now they are going to be pinned back into the corner, and it's great work from Sab and Abusi together to be able to shut these members down.
Getting dicey, getting mixy. When descending sword forward. He was screaming for help for his Abusi. I shouldn't be seeing him on my screen right now. Eventually, he did get taken care of. Boo under a lot of pressure though. And the pressure told because he falls. Now, precision with the sniper rifle. 5 bullets to play with as well. 4 in the mag, 1 in reserve. He can start to find some faces. He can put some real distance now between himself and Cloud9. Both on the map and on the scoreboard. That's the challenge, that's the test. Is he about to pass? Gets 1. Jackson's bottom middle, providing cover fire for his teammates. He does fall. Sab scoops with the ball. And he should be bringing it towards screen. As a matter of fact, he's decided to drop it instead and play Slayer. Precision says, thank you very much. Envy get 3 dead on the side of Cloud9. The green spawns come through for C9.
Maybe a little bit overzealous there with the final attempt to get the no-scope, but at the same time, I respect it. You're feeling yourself, go for it. If you hit it, you look like a genius. You can always tell a good sniper rifle player with the way they position themselves, and Precision was putting themselves in fantastic angles. Had pillar coverage, knew the kind of angles that he's going to be pushed from as well, covering those sidelines. Now Envy find themselves 15 seconds away from taking round 1. But with that push out and giving the sniper rifle away to Abusi, it has allowed Cloud9 an opportunity here to get a bit of ball control. It looks like they are going to be able to set up.
Abusi scampers out towards green, getting all the information in the world, and there's nobody there. So they know exactly where the push should be coming from. Beautiful backstab. Ball rotation is the call now. 2 players bottom middle, descended down to no shields. Jackson forced to back away up the rack tunnel. And as Jackson scurries away, Abusi will rotate the ball towards tower. Perfectly played now by C9.
Yeah, really heads up play from Abusi. He knew exactly where the members of Envy were left on the map, so he knew he was got a free grab there where he could start to rotate this back to tower. And again, it just forces Envy to turn around and try and find a different angle. And they have camouflage now as well. There's a real chance Cloud9 can get back into it from this setup, unless, I was going to say, unless Kumu gets spotted out, but he's able to take advantage of his camo here.
He realized he wasn't going to be able to get close enough by just walking, had to force himself to sprint and reveal. Camouflage does go, ball gets tossed off the map. Into the drink it goes, it will reset. Jackson's down bottom middle now. Abusi over towards tower, putting down damage, but Piggy reverses the fight, gets the kill. And is that just enough to relieve the pressure on Envy? As I say that, 3 go down, so Piggy winning the 1 was good, but more is required. 2 players down bottom middle, somehow, some way, Piggy survives.
Brilliant, brilliant from Piggy again as the last player remaining, just stalling, allowing the rest of the team now off spawn to start to join the fight, but is it all going to be for nothing? Cloud9 do steal that ball away still. But with the amount of delay that actually happened from the side of Piggy, he's probably saved his team a good 5 to 10 seconds on that ball, which just gives them time now for maybe 1 extra push they wouldn't have had on the flip side. If Collect can hit a shot or 2 here, this round might be over. Envy have to be careful.
2 shots from Collect, don't find a home. Forced to back away then. Has teammates there, 3 dead for Envy, perfect hold right now for Cloud9. All of a sudden, Collect has a little bit of confidence to venture out towards green. Fires a warning shot. But time dwindling away now. 1 last hurrah for Envy in this round. Boo Boo's forced to play the ball. Envy do forced to play. So still a chance, still opportunities. This next round of plays massively important. 2 members of Envy down bottom middle. Boo Boo and Collector in the respawn screen. It's a 2v2 on the map. Abusi just about no, he doesn't stay alive. And 3 members down for Cloud9. Piggy's got hands on ball. Piggy opting to rotate it towards the fresh spawners.
Are Envy going to steal this one away from Cloud9 just when you thought Cloud9 had done enough? Piggy now needs to stay alive. Precision's got one as well. I don't know if anyone's close enough. Nades are coming in, but oh, right at the last moment, maybe a chance. But no, Envy will secure it and take the first round. Again, it was a big lead, Shurs, that almost Cloud9 got themselves back into it. And they need to learn from this. They cannot allow Envy to get these early leads where they're having to do so much to get back into the rounds.
It really is the 2 sides of the coin. For Envy, you close out rounds, you close out maps, just about squeaking through. And sometimes winning ugly is good enough, as long as you're winning. And every single time Cloud9 put themselves in a position where they're so close, yet they lose. Is that planting the seed of doubt now, that every single time we head into a round or a map, and they give themselves so much to do, will doubt creep in? Vusi down to no shields, has control of the tower with the sniper rifle. Camouflage is up, but they've had to give it up now. As Envy secure camo, and Vusi's gonna look very uncomfortable in only a matter of moments.
Oh my goodness.
Gets one. Body shot onto Piggy, forces him to back away through cuts. Big moments in these games. You talk about small margins, sometimes finding the body shot's enough. But if Vusi's the last man alive for his team and he gets cleared out.
Cloud9 seem to be having that kind of X-Factor moment, right? They've got these players that are pulling off these big things that are getting them back in, but Envy just seem a little bit more solidified in their approach, a little bit more comfortable with setting up. They don't need the flashy plays to get anything done at the moment. Their teamwork just seems to be that little bit further than Cloud9's, certainly on this map anyway. And for Envy, if they could just keep playing this way, just keep Cloud9 at arm's length again, force Cloud9 to be in the position where they have to do something pretty special to get back into it.
I think you're right. What we're seeing from Envy almost all season long, methodical Halo. And for Cloud9, it's those moments of magic, relying on players to hit the shots, to hit the world. Vusi 28 and 11. Sab 27 and 13. Hitting shots, doing damage, but not good enough to win the rounds. 3 dead once more for Cloud9.
And whilst Envy do have their moments, we have seen their players have that flashy play, those big triples that have been able to pull out the stops for them, but it's their target prioritization from this squad. They are so in sync with what they want to be looking at, what they want to be taking down. You can tell the communication is good from this team with where they're kind of looking towards, shutting down certain angles, and Cloud9 are feeling that right now. It seems like any approach that Cloud9 go, there seems to be some sort of answer from Envy, but now they finally break. But just as they do, Precision is still alive to be a nuisance, and again, it is the delay tactic, but this time he is caught out.
We oftentimes talk about objective efficiency. Envy are 1 round up and 48 seconds clear at the moment. 3 of their 4 players currently sit negative on the scoreboard. That's what we talk about. Getting the kills is all well and good, but you've got to turn those kills into points on the board or it's irrelevant. And Envy are doing it exceptionally well right now.
Bubu can't stay alive, gets shut down. 9 in 19 for Bubu at the moment, but does have 13 assists. But when you look at the amount of kills that are coming out from the rest of the team, it's been one of Bubu's worst games in this series so far. But there's still time to make up for it. It could be another 2 rounds in this mode, for all we know. Although at the moment, it's looking heavily in favor of Envy, but it's another sniper rifle in the hands of Cloud9 here.
That's the way the series is shaken out for the last couple of games. At least for the last round and game. Envy, they get off to a lead, and then we see a late resurgence from Cloud9, but it's not enough to get the job done. And again, Envy have put themselves in the driving seat in this round. And they laid the challenge down to Cloud9. Come get some. And then Vusi, he finds Jackson on the big door. He's looking for more.
And you can only do it so many times. You can only knock on death's door a few times before finally you're going to be taken down and he's going to answer that call. Think back to game 1 on Lattice King of the Hill, where, you know, Envy had that lead. They were 3-2 up. They tried to play at the time. Cloud9 come back into it, and they do pull off the upset. They win that game right from under Envy's nose, but then you can't do it again in game 2. And now in game 3, they're going to have to try and do something similar. It's great being able to bring these games back to be so close, but you've got to have a better start here. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself just needing to do too much.
We have seen a little bit of a resurgence from Cloud9 as Envy though do pick up the ball. Let's have a little listening with Cloud9 and see how they're navigating things.
Nice. You guys go forward to Kimbo? I'm leaving tower. We gotta beat it, we gotta beat it, we gotta beat it.
I'm popping my QT, hold on. I'm popping my QT.
Top guys, top guys. I'm guys flanking. And dummy, Kiro 2 shot, Kiro 2 shot.
Keep flanking, come on.
Yo, cut sweep, Piggy.
Watch out, bottom cuts, Piggy. Bro, absolute bottom cuts, guys. And dummy, ready. Nice. He's
Bottom cuts.
I'm spawning now. I'm small.
Could be to you. Learn this out in a second.
Looking pillar door right now, Ethan. 2 shot pillar door. You're just finessing for a second. Yeah, they might be out. Yeah, one small one. Can we turn around, Jesse? Play this guy. He's small B. 2 shot screens. Kimbo's cut. I'm gonna be 2 shot cuts. Kimbo is on dummy door to dummy door. Okay, Kimbo's on the dummy, on the ball. Kimbo's ball guy. This one dead.
I'm a very hot comms from Cloud9, very passionate as we would expect from this team, but they are still a little ways off from getting back into this just yet. Had a small amount of control, but then 3 go down yet again, and Envy show us once more how structured they are, how they can punish you when they break through that line of defense.
3 dead now. Sad with the QT. And a lot of time to burn. Just got the stick and got himself out of dodge. Beautiful plays. Down to no shields now. Descendants also forced to back away as he's faced with 2 members of Cloud9. The battle down bottom middle. Sab uses it again, but the QT is all out of burn. Just about falls down. Sticky grenade goes down. Huge plays from Sab.
55 seconds left. Cloud9 starting to get a little bit desperate. Envy again trying to delay, trying to keep that ball away from C9. And now this is going to be a good opportunity, but I don't think they collect nose. And he finally will find out, but it's a little bit too late, and the spawns are going to be green. This is huge for Envy, because now they have the extra player. Make it players. 3 go down for Cloud9. It's all looking good for Envy.
20 seconds remain then for Envy to go up in the series. What response does Cloud9 have? 3 members of Envy positioned over towards green. There's been a pick, there's been an opening. But C9 still down in numbers. Big Door is going to be the push and collect, but he's a little bit ahead of his team. This one has not been coordinated enough. It's not been coordinated correctly, and Piggy continues to hold the ball until the final moments. Envy will claim Game 3.
And just like that, Envy find themselves 1 map away from top 4 at the Halo World Championship. And a date with Luminon Gaming, who have progressed. They've taken down Complexity in the other elimination quarterfinal. Europe back into the top 4. How far can they go? Or will they have a rough old go of it against one of these teams who does progress? Remember, Cloud9 beat Luminon already in this tournament. In that winners bracket, it was a 3-0 as well. And if Envy are able to do this against Cloud9, I'm sure Luminon will be a little bit concerned about who they might be facing up against. But still have to find out who that team is going to be. But at the moment, they're starting to look towards Envy with how they're playing. Structure has been magnificent. Very little mistakes were made in that oddball game. There was one play ball that was a little bit iffy, but apart from that, I love what I saw from them.
And it is funny when you mentioned that Luminon winning that series and how they lost 3-0 to Cloud9, and you think to yourself, oh, maybe they're not favorites in that series, but these games are so map mode orientated that score almost doesn't matter if the game types change.
And you know what happens tomorrow? Best of 7s, baby. So it doesn't matter if you didn't have a good best of 5, you have got more maps and modes tomorrow to prove that you are the better team. Yes, sometimes you might have a bad 2 or 3 games that really decides the series. When you get to a best of 7, it's going to be rare you suddenly have a bad 4. If you have a bad 4, I'd say you need to be practicing more. Like, what the hell's going on? You can have a bad couple, shouldn't be that many. But anyway, the blue wave has changed color as we've developed through this series. We started with Cloud9, but now Envy find themselves 2-1 up as we go into recharge strongholds. And those are the stats for the season. But I will say, We've seen some success so far this tournament from Envy and Strongholds in general. They are 4-0 in Strongholds at this tournament. Of course, Recharge Strongholds a little bit more specific. They are 2-2 for the season.
Taking a look at the elimination bracket then, a confirmation of what Dan spoke of. 3-1 victory for Luminon against Complexity. And now they look on with bated breath to see who their opponents will be come tomorrow. Elimination semi-finals already solidified for Luminon Gaming. Cloud9 and Envy still have a few punches to swing.
And of course, we have to talk about how big that is for Luminon Gaming, how big that is for Europe. Yes, Quadrant, you think about how well they did back in the day when they progressed that far in the Optic series and what an amazing season they had. But Luminon have been falling short at top 8, at top 12, haven't quite broken that barrier. But now they've done it at the Halo World Championship, where they're going to have a chance to try and break into top 3 against one of these two teams as we go into Recharge Stronghold. But I will just also say congrats to Complexity, a top 6 finish. We hadn't seen that from them all season long, but then they get it done at the biggest opportunity they could have done it. So a good amount of prize money going their way as well, so congrats for their efforts. Now, Cloud9 versus Envy. Is there another twist in this tale as we go into Recharge Strongholds? It does slightly favor Envy, I will say. Even though it looks better on Recharge Strongholds, it's the consistency from Envy so far this tournament on Strongholds in general that slightly gives them the edge, plus the momentum of the series.
And I guess the question is going to lay at the feet of Cloud9 is, are you going to allow Envy to build up a lead again, to try and battle back? These opening breaks are so important for these teams. We've seen FaZe give away big leads early in. You just give yourself too much to do, and of course you can set expectations and bounce back, but eventually playing with fire, you get burned.
Well, speaking of expectations and playing with fire, how many times can Golden Boy dig deep and win the big team battle bonanza, which is going to be happening later tonight after this series? It's Golden Boy versus Walshy, featuring content creators, pro players, VIPs. It's going to be something you do not want to miss. It is the culmination, it is the grand finale of the big team battle bonanza, certainly until maybe we get another one in future times. But can Golden Boy hold on to that belt, which I know he is very precious about, Jersey? And we'll have to see whether Walshy can answer back and finally get a win.
The stakes so high for Golden Boy because he wants to keep that belt at home. And for Walshy, he just wants to stop Golden Boy keeping that belt at home. That's his motivation. The record, who would have known that in Walshy's long, illustrious career, that his biggest adversary would be Golden Boy? Not players on Carbon, not talking about Ghosty Ames and Scott Candies or the Ogres. It's Golden Boy, he just can't get the better of.
We won't remember the trophies that were won, we remember the belts that were lost for Walshy. There is a lot riding on this, I can tell you, just from their little rivalry that develops in the green room that we hear, just little spatters every now and then. I think secretly they hate each other, but of course they love each other as well. It's a very love-hate relationship. Now, we are just getting a temporary switch of some player peripherals, I believe, but then we'll be right back into this series. It's just going to be a little bit of a chance for both these teams to have a good think and strategize once more. How important it needs to be for Cloud9 to get a good start in this game. They cannot keep expecting to come back into the series, come back into each map. And with Strongholds, yes, you always have that opportunity of coming back, but we just saw in the Slayer earlier, we've seen in that oddball, if you are left with too much to do, it is so difficult against this Envy roster who just seem to have that little bit of extra structure to deny any sort of comeback.
One last time into the fray, perhaps, for Cloud9. Still time for them to alter their story. And for Envy, their season has been a culmination leading to this. Oftentimes trying to break into that top 4, coming unstuck, coming undone. This is their biggest opportunity. This is the moment. One more map is all that's required to face Luminon tomorrow. Game 4, Strongholds live fire underway.
Who's going to be able to secure that championship Sunday position here on Recharge? Come on, you got your eyes, got your glasses on? Lock in, Shurs. You know better than that. We're already seeing that Cloud9 off the rip trying to maybe change the pace of play here a little bit.
Enemy team scored.
At the start of the previous games, they just allowed Envy to get a little bit too much control. And I think they've learned that they cannot allow that to happen as easily. So you've got to take a few more risks here if you're C9.
Boo-boo. firing from Whirlpool, getting damage down. Precision takes 3 ticks of damage. He's down on double stack, crying for help. Connect's got the shock rifle. He's going to have a massive influence on this game, for the good or the bad. He can start to find some shots, find some openings, and really put Envy in the blender. That shot bottom tower does not connect. Precision just about step forward, almost a victim of time in his collect here. Grenades go down, not enough to get the kill, forced to make a trade.
This is so much better of a start though for Cloud9, already a 50-point lead. You've already negated that gap that you've seen so many times presented in front of you, that Envy just taking that lead, you're having to try and fight and claw your way back into it, and now it's going to be on the flip side, Envy have to do it instead. Piggy has found a double though, that's going to be a fantastic chance for them to break here and start to score. Sab tried to go for a sneaky play to see if he could maybe steal away C, but now needs support, and that's going to naturally bring Envy over to defend. The AC hold does mean you can kind of back and forth, try and swing between control side, and then swing back towards blue side wherever that pressure is going to be. Sometimes you have to go for a kind of a split push in this position. It's difficult to do.
Never a comfortable hold in A and C. Of course, you do have to traverse in and out of tower. Back and forth you go, but you leave yourself open to different lines of sight, different avenues and routes that players can take. Zab, huge kill on the player Whirlpool. Only a sliver of health left, and Abusi makes him pay. He slides towards pipes now. Links up with his teammate Abusi. Gets 1-6 his teammate, but it doesn't matter. They still hold A and B, if only for now. Piggy's being a nuisance over on A, captures it for his team, but Boo Boo's got the camo.
Here, you go run at him, I'll stick you, see what happens. Certainly have seen it in the past in Halo where actually you find some success doing it. If not in competitive Halo, definitely it's a big team battle later. Anyone on Golden Boy's team, you are welcome to stick him and see what happens, but 73-41 now. Cloud9 with this lead, looking to see if they can maybe increase it tenfold because they've got a trip gap. This is far better from Cloud9. B is going to be the target for Envy, and that's probably playing in the hands of Cloud9. They're happy for B to be the target, and Boo Boo resets it. I think Envy were aware of what was happening. You don't want to prioritize B. You need something solid of A or C here.
Boo Boo was trying to shoot the pad, hoping the damage to spread out between the two players rather than trying to find the face of one, but not enough damage done. And all of a sudden, what was a pretty comfortable hold for Cloud9, threatening on the other side as Envy looked like they could lock in a triple cap. Boo Boo goes down over towards the tower, and that triple cap is locked in. All the good work Cloud9 put together in the early stages could be about to be undone.
Did they bite off a bit too much to chew here? Because sometimes you don't have to go for that trip cap. It does leave you a little bit vulnerable in certain areas, and that's exactly what's happened now. Envy taking advantage of players being all over the place for Cloud9, and now they have total control. If the Lucy goes down here, there is going to be a considerable amount of time that goes in favor of Envy. And Cloud9 at 6s and 7s now. Where do you go from here from spawn? There needs to be a plan of action. You need to stop this bleeding.
That wasn't a fight Abusi could afford to lose. C9 spread themselves soaked in, opened the door for Envy. And they didn't need an invitation. They walked on in, and they take the lead. And a pretty decent size of a lead as well, it must be said. Jackson over towards tower, combining with his teammate now, close the distance over towards C. Members of C9 down towards double stack. They're quite happy to hold what they have. Baiting C, leaving the progress there, hoping C9 take the bait. Boo Boo's down bottom middle, no longer a part of the equation though. Collect's gonna fall, stuck by Descendant. This is perfectly played right now by Envy as they continue to grow their score.
And I don't know if it was planned from Envy, but when they were against that trip cap, they stepped in B, they brought Cloud9 out, and then they quickly diverted to A. They almost encouraged C9 to come out of their hidey holes so that they could get the damage on and take a good stronghold. Whereas on the flip side, when we saw the control for Envy, Cloud9 stepped into B and Envy went, all right, you can have B, we don't need it. We're happy to play around A and C. We know where you're going to be. And then for your next push, we'll be prepared to defend. And now Envy have doubled the lead here against Cloud9. And just like that, they find themselves 70 points away from going into Championship Sunday. A date with Luminon Gaming for top 3.
The stakes could not be higher. At the moment, it's Envy answering the call. They're finding all the answers to C9's questions right now. Jackson putting down so much damage. Grenade goes down, enough to take away the shields of Boo Boo. Who's down to no shield on Whirlpool. Descendant gets the kill. Great listening, great communication from Envy. Just picking up the pieces and picking up the scraps whenever their teammates get damaged.
So was a 1v1 on the map. Collect does well, just dipsy doodle a little bit and take down Descendant. Now Cloud9 can maybe try and put some points on the board. Shock Rifle is in the hands of Collect. He's had so many magical moments already this series, but he needs to dig a little bit deeper, find an extra little bit of that spark if he's going to bring Cloud9 back into this. They've had to rely on comeback after comeback, but is this one step too far yet again? As Envy now find themselves 15 points away from Championship Sunday.
This AC hold has been brilliant for Envy. They've gotten so much reward, so much value from it. Cloud9, they step forward once more. It's going to be a clash over towards A, and Envy hold what they have. They're going to Championship Sunday, and that date with Luminon is locked in.
Choice words sent across that main stage. Elation on one side. But then on the other side, you can see the dejection on the side of Cloud9. They knew what a fantastic opportunity this was to break into that top 4. How close they were against Optic Gaming. And then against Envy, they just time and time again found themselves too far behind, too much to do. And look what it means to Envy. Top 4 secured. Championship Sunday is theirs. And they'll have a chance to compete for top 3, if not further, tomorrow in best of 7 Halo Infinite action. What a feeling, what a moment.
It really is refreshing to see, because when we see a FaZe or an SSG make top 4, that is their expectation. That's the minimum expectation these teams have. So when they get it, they don't really celebrate. But you can see how much it meant to these two teams on the stage. Cloud9, so close to a Championship Sunday. But Envy, they're the team that sees the moment. They're the team that sees the day.
These would have been players they would have been dreaming of competing in Championship Sunday here at the Halo World Championship, dreaming of placing top 4. And not only that, it's the life-changing amount of prize money that you can achieve as well by getting to Sunday. And every step further from now on is more and more money towards your pocket. And Envy, they can lap up this moment. They can enjoy this moment because they can breathe a little bit. They're like into Sunday. They can go back to the hotel. They can do their VOD review and they can start to think about taking down Luminon Gaming, because we're going to have, wow, Envy versus Luminon Gaming for top 3 tomorrow. That's insane.
What a performance it really was from Envy, it must be said. And I think huff and puff as they might, they could not blow Piggy's house down. And Envy, they march on, Dan. And like you say, for Europe, it's huge. If you stayed awake for Luminon's games, you were rewarded. They're making it to top 4. And Envy, what a series that's going to be tomorrow. But Blaze has got an interview with Precision. Let's see what he has to say.
Everybody get loud for Envy, because we got them on a Championship Sunday. And I got Precision with me on the main stage, man. Precision, I've been watching your career since Gears of War to your transition to Halo. And one thing that you've always wanted to do is make it to a Championship Sunday here to show that you can play with the best. How does it feel to make it here with you in this squad, man?
Feels fucking amazing. It's been a very long journey.
It's been a very long journey indeed, okay? And when it comes down to the ups and downs that you guys kind of had through this tournament, what was the pivotal moment here, throughout the weekend where you guys like snapped into place and said, hey, you know what? We can do this. We can get to Sunday. Let's start playing the way that we know we need to play.
Yeah, our first goal was to win pools and just keep improving as we go throughout the tournament, because obviously at the start we had troubles, but it's all about like watching film, seeing how you're losing, and just going from there.
And going from there, indeed, man. And you guys made all the right adjustments here, okay? When it comes down to it, I know you guys had a lot of help here from your coach, Doug, too, as well. Talk to me about what he does for the squad.
Oh, he brings everything to the team. He's like the glue.
Yeah. The glue to the young guns up here on the main stage. Now, as you done got the Envy brand back to us Sunday here on Halo, what do you want to tell the Envy fans out there that's about to bring out their jersey and get locked in here tomorrow?
Watch out for us tomorrow.
Watch out for them tomorrow, okay? You heard it here from Precision on the main stage, and that's gonna do it for us. But don't go anywhere. We still got a big match coming up.
We certainly do indeed, Blaze. My goodness me, Envy. I just want to say that reaction was everything. That really hit me in the feels. Seeing the huddle, them jumping up and down, it meant so much to that MV roster on that main stage, and of course the org as well. But on the other side of it as well, seeing the heads in the hands of Cloud9, it's heartbreaking. And this is what Worlds is about. It really is making or breaking teams, and you're going to see both reactions. You're going to see the emotions flowing because it means so much to these players and so much to these teams. Clutch this series. Oh, it was a brawl. It was a battle. And honestly, numerous times it could have been a flip of a coin. Just certain situations and decisions, and we're seeing this as a pattern here in Worlds. You make one mistake, one bad play, one bad push, and it just cannot go your way any further. And this series, it really was MV who were managing to basically take control when it mattered most, and they started running away with things.
Yeah, I got worried for MV after this game 2 got a little bit too close for comfort at the end, but they get that 50th and final kill, and I mean, it really came down to one kill in the game 2, and that's what Cloud9 will be kept up awake tonight thinking about all night. I mean, their dreams of getting to a championship Sunday feel like they just slipped away so quickly. They had to sit there after the loss in the winner's bracket, come in, play NV, you win game 1, and then all of a sudden you blink and your tournament, your dreams are over, and you're crushing dreams on the other side if you're NV. You can tell how much it meant to those boys, and honestly, I get emotional just knowing what that feeling is, experiencing that relieving moment of accomplishing one of the goals that you set out for. NV all season long, it kind of underplaced throughout the entire season. Their scrims looked phenomenal. Their online tournaments were great, but they never figured it out at a tournament. So what a time to do it at the HCS World Championship here. Now they're starting to clutch up. Now they're going farther than they've ever gone. You gotta love the idea that this NV roster, a true underdog story, is potentially just getting started.
Massive KD there for Descendant as well on such a big series. And also, we just saw the shot there of him bringing Coach Thug into the huddle as well. His face just elated.
He's got a big smile.
Oh, he's got a big old smile, and rightfully so. Tony, you know, looking across the stats here, you know, it's interesting that this didn't go to game 5. I was fully expecting that as we entered the series, just in terms of the way that Cloud9 were playing. They did have a great level at the beginning of it, but then Envy, it felt like they just got comfy, and then they started just flowing in the right way, especially into that stronghold. What did you make of the series overall between the two teams?
I mean, I was really excited to see Cloud9, obviously not winning the series, but there was some plays that Sab was making that was crazy. I think back on Live Fire with the QT, you saw him get a stick, portal out of a situation, get into another gunfight from the exit portal back and forward, and then it's a stick right before he goes down. He takes down about 3 or 4 players with it. I'm like, wow. Those are the slays that, they're not just 1 kill, 2 kills. Those are valuable kills at that. I thought Sab was incredible, but obviously in this series, Envy was better. And specifically, what do they call it? They call them the Decision, Descendant, and Precision, the combination.
That's good.
They're nasty.
I actually really like that. And it's funny that actually now he's the Decision Descendant, because I think, you know, before, in a couple of seasons ago, that was up for question with him. It was like, it wasn't about the talent, it wasn't about the gunning, it was about the decision making, the game awareness, something that is very difficult to teach. It only really comes with time and experience. I feel like Descendant has that now, and he is performing so well for his team. It's not always about the stats, people. It's about how you actually strategize, how you move together as a unit with your team across the map, and not only that, how you read each other. It's so important to fill in the gaps, rotate together, support one another. You win this as a team, but you have to be really good at working together as a team in order to do it, and that starts with individuals like Descendant. Love to see the growth from this roster of MB. Now, they're going to be facing Luminon Gaming, which, like them, they have made a fantastic run through the elimination bracket. Clutch, I have to ask you, how are you feeling about the EU powerhouses right now? Because they're going to be facing a very happy MB roster who, now, the sky's the limit for them.
Honestly, I'm stoked to see Luminon Gaming here. We have a mouse and keyboard player, top 4 at Worlds for the first time in the history of Halo. So Wu Tum continuing to create history, and I feel like this is the best we've seen from Luminon as well. That's a big series for top 3 right there. I think both of them are going to go into that series very confident and feel like the underdog against each other because of the success online that Envy has had. And Luminon, their history, their success has come from other teams and individuals, not just this core roster. The best both of these two rosters have had is this top 4 at this World Championship. So that series for top 3 is going to mean so much, not just for the money, but an actual opportunity at a grand finals potential if they can win.
So much opportunity here at Worlds, and of course opportunity to climb that leaderboard as well. Let's take a look at our KD leaderboard as we head out of the competition here on day number 2, and it's Renegade right at the top. Where else would he be? But funny enough, it's followed by all 4 members of Shopify Rebellion.
It's a lot of purple.
It's a lot of purple up there, and I will say Renegade leading the charge, and quite frankly, Tony, that really is the story currently, isn't it? It really is. Shopify Rebellion working together so well as a team, and Renegade doing everything he can to keep Optic Gaming alive in the tournament. You literally see it right here in the numbers, and sometimes the numbers don't reflect, but I mean, this is unparalleled. This is unbelievable stuff. What do you make of the fact that Renegade is still topping the charts here, although he needs to work on the rest of his team hitting that same level?
Well, when I'm looking at this entire top 5, I mean, the one thing I'm thinking of is consistency. How Renegade consistently does this at tournament after tournament. He's throwing out crazy numbers like this, and Shopify Rebellion have been the most consistent team in the league. So I feel like we shouldn't be surprised here. Those are some crazy numbers, by the way. 1.4s for both Renegade and World 2s. That is not normal to see that high of a KD, even on a KD leaderboard.
Somebody needs to show Legend and Formal this graphic right here and say, if you want to beat this team, you need to be up here with Renegade. He is setting the tone. He is setting the example. He is leading the way for Optic Gaming, but they will not be able to beat Shopify with what I've seen. I need those players specifically to step up. I don't expect Bound to be on the top of the KD leaderboard with the way he plays the game. But Legend, a player that we have seen in that first position in tournaments. Formal, a guy that's been doing it for 20 years, it feels like. So I'm looking at those two. I need you to come out. Championship whites for Optic Gaming. Championship Sunday with a World Championship on the line.
We're looking for some consistent support here from Optic Gaming, and they will, in fact, hopefully have that heading into tomorrow. Here is the schedule. NB versus Luminon Gaming, Shopify Rebellion versus Optic, and of course our Olymp finals, the grand finals, and potentially the grand final reset. And that will be your Championship Sunday, the very last time in Halo Infinite. And I cannot even believe I'm saying those words.
Yeah, that just made me sad.
It's bittersweet, I know, it really is. But we have to crown a champion tomorrow.
Do we have to?
We do. We could elongate it, guys. Do we want to elongate it for another week?
Run it back.
I'm all in favor, raise your hand. I am definitely in favor of that one. But I will say the competition is fierce. It only gets fiercer tomorrow. It's just unbelievable stuff. And it also gets fiercer tonight, folks, because we do have BTB to look forward to, the big team battle, Bonanza 4. And of course, is none other than the bromance of Walshy and Golden Boy. Now, we hear them all the time backstage, just talking absolute rubbish. Clutch, who do you think has the better game in terms of the bars?
Dave Walsh is definitely wittier than Golden Boy. That's the conversation we're having. Golden Boy, I try to tune him out. He talks a lot, but not a lot of wit is there. Dave is short sentences, but they hit powerful statements.
Yeah, I've got to say, I will say though, Golden Boy, he's got better. I think he might have learned from his counterpart in Walshy. I think he does, have a little bit of jokes up his sleeve. What do you think, Tony?
I mean, if somebody comes in from the tri-state area, let me tell you, I already know. Golden Boy from New York, he talks the talk, but he also walks the walk. When it comes to trash talk, give me GB all day.
All right, okay. Well, the desk is split in two. That's absolutely fine. I can't wait to see what happens in this one. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, guys, we have one more thing for you. And of course, it is that big team battle, Bonanza 4. We finally get to solidify who is the BTB champion for the last time. Is it GB? Is it Walshy? What will happen? The chat's going to be crazy. I can't wait to see it. And I hope I see you guys there. We'll see you right after the break.
Yo, Umi, you there?
Yep, I'm back. Are you ready?
Want more Halo action?
Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Renegade, take one.
How do you explain Renegade? That is the million-dollar question.
One word: confidence. He is fearless and he's confident. And I think that those two things with his skill set go a very long way. He's made controversial team changes. He's helped spark rivalries.
You talk to Renegade, he is one of the most confident people you'll ever meet.
He has had this air of really not giving a shit about what happens around him.
Renegade truly believes he is the best player in the world.
Kills per minute, #1 on LAN in the
There's just something about Renegade's entire kind of persona. He'll be sitting on the main stage, he's laser focused, probably some hair in his eyes.
Sometimes you might come across as a little bit toxic, but I think you need that edge to be one of the best.
Honestly, all in all, I genuinely feel like I'm the best Halo player in the world.
Renegade, you cannot give him
to make a decision there, and that is going to cost them. It's going to be the trip.
Renegade's playstyle is, I think it definitely is defined by aggression.
He just plays his situations so confidently.
He's an absolute menace on the map.
The confidence works for him, and he gets into battles that he has no business winning. He'll win those battles and go on to do even more damage.
The trajectory that he's on right now, he can line himself up to be in that conversation of greatest of all time.
Use your
that we're witnessing here on the main stage.
All right, well, let's jump right into this here as we get ready. Street Slayer.
I grew up in San Bernardino, California, which, you know, if anyone knows where that is, it's not necessarily the nicest place. I grew up on the poor side of town. It was just me, my mom, my older brother. And, you know, we went through tough times, hard times, but we love each other, and I always support them, and they always support me. When I realized I was good at Halo was like freshman year of high school. I was like 14, 15, seeing that, you know, some of these tournaments, like the first time I saw was like $2.5 million tournament. I'm like, dude, these guys are playing for that much money. Like, you know, there's no way, like I couldn't do that. Like, I believe I'm better than them. My mentality about Halo is I want to be the best to ever do it. And that is my goal, that is my plan, and try every single event to prove myself right.
There's a lot of things I don't know about Renegade, but one thing I do is that his mentality is on point. He wants to win.
He's a divisive character, but I think as the years have gone by, he's become more himself, more comfortable, and I think certainly found himself as a person as well as a player.
As a person, he's much different than he is as Renegade. I mean, John, he's honestly a really funny, cool guy.
He really is a funny guy who has a great personality.
Outside the game, I would definitely say I'm more of like a quiet, reserved. I don't really talk to people who don't really talk to me. I kind of keep to myself. I just try to keep my circle small.
Halo 5 is really where we saw John start to shine, especially when he joined Splice.
By the time Renegade gets that first win on that Splice roster, you could kind of tell that things were building that direction. They had had a lot of success in online cups and LCQs. By the time they got to dominating on LAN, you realized this team was here to stay. So by the end of Halo 5, Splice are world champions, and you're starting to see the roster, of course, that would develop at that time. It's Eco, Stellar, Renegade, and Shotzi. And of course, 3/4 of that roster would make their way into the Cloud9 roster of Halo Infinite.
Eco, Stella, Penguin, Renegade. When you hear that roster, you think, damn, that's dangerous. The dominance that came through from that Cloud9 roster was unmatched. It was so difficult to touch them.
So at this point, Cloud9 and the former Splice roster, they're used to winning. They win the first 2 LANs of Halo Infinite. They're feeling on top. And then you felt a little bit of tug at the back of the shirt, and that came in the form of Optic Gaming, and certainly was a wake-up call for not just Renegade, but the entire Cloud9 roster.
And Renegade decided to take a bit of a risk, leave his team, big controversy, and join a new one.
The fact that he left his boys, his world championship teammates, to join like the enemies per se, it was surprising.
I felt like this was more of his play style and his ability to do what he wanted to do, even though he's done amazing things on Cloud9, but it was just crazy when he really decided to make that change.
We've been at least a core trio. Me, Eco, Stellar, been a core trio since 2017, late 2017, 5 years. So that was a hard thing to do. But how I always saw it is I want to be the best to ever do it, and I need to surround myself with players who think like me.
There's a lot of talk in the Halo community about that roster change.
A lot of people were unhappy with the decision, more like fans, because like obviously Lethal is a fan favorite, and Renegade has always been like the villain of Halo.
I think some people thought they were crazy to drop Lethal. Some people thought the change made sense.
People just have to understand, like, he just wants to win, and he felt like joining this roster was a better ability for him to win.
Criticism towards me is something that just, at least I believe, just comes with it. At the end of the day, it's just like, they don't really know who I actually am.
I would say the Halo community had mixed opinions for sure. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
It finally came together, and after winning an event, I think Renegade's decision could be justified.
I think the Halo community sees Renegade as one of the best damn players in the world. How else could you see him? He is so skilled. You don't see a lot of players with the type of skill level and the impact that he has on a map.
He's really one of those players that no matter what the case is, no matter how the game looks or the situation of the game, he's gonna just keep grinding and grinding and grinding until he's a champion and continues to be a champion. So I think no matter what happens, if Renegade is in Halo, he's gonna continue to do great no matter what.
There's definitely people, you know, who are still done so much more than me. Like, even my 3 teammates, for example. I feel like I've done a decent amount in Halo, but they've still done so much more than me. And it's just like, I don't know. I want to get to that point. I want to get to the point where, like, I'm the best.
Wow! Renegade's gonna kill 5 players. We observe what he's doing. Frenzy for Renegade!
The 2025 Halo World Championship is presented by HyperX, Omen, and Hayworth.
I'm Golden Boy, joined by Walshy here. What an incredible day of Halo action we've had thus far here in Paris.
They were once best friends.
You have a radiant smile.
I like your burgundy jacket.
That was before dessert got between them.
I took cake from that baby!
The Battle of the Ages.
Coach Optic Gaming. I tell you what, yes, with the title down the hammer.
3-time Bonanza champion. Actual champion.
Get it?
It all comes down to this. From the makers of this trailer comes Golden Boy, Walshy, Big Team Battle Bonanza 4, Endgame Extravaganza. Live at the Halo World Championship.
Three times on this stage before, we've watched friends become enemies. But now, here in the Big Team Battle Bonanza 4 in-game extravaganza, we're gonna put them up against each other yet again and see who comes out on top. So without further ado, let's introduce our captains to the stage, Golden Boy and Walshy. Boys, yet again here for another Big Team Battle Bonanza. But man,
there we go.
There we go.
You guys ready for Big Team Battle? Let's do this, baby! Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine. You're a 3-time champ. My God, you own this stage, okay? I don't need to be here, okay?
Oh, that's not true at all. I'm actually quite excited. Found out you might be playing today.
we'll see who team I'm on.
Oh.
But I won't say nothing just yet. But what I want to know is, when it comes down to this series here, you guys have been going at it time and time again.
Yeah.
Golden Boy, how did this start?
Well, you see, here's the deal. I'm a good person, right? I'm kind. I treat people with respect and love. I'm incredibly humble. And the thing that really grinds my gears is that this guy, who, you know, he's so successful in his career, has accomplished so much, decides to punch down on the little guy. Who's the little guy here who's been punched down by the likes of people like Dave Walsh, right? What a terrible, there it is, right there. That guy knows. That guy knows.
No cheers, just cheers over there. Nothing going on here.
Silence, fool.
Walsh, you hear him talking, okay? You hear all this stuff going on, you know. This may be one of the greatest accolades that he have here over his shoulder.
The only.
But what does it mean? Like, we don't talk about the matches you won, but the belts you've lost, as Dan said earlier. How would it feel to get this on your podium with all the other trophies you've seen finally and to end this beef?
Here's the thing. You keep talking about, are you going to lose 4 times in a row? Nobody, and I mean nobody, beats me 4 times in a row.
Hey, he got a point.
Unless, like, you're straight ripping in 08. And
wait a minute,
what are triggers down in 09 and, like, a handful of teams in 2011.
Yeah, sounds like
but nobody in 2025 beats me 4 times in a row.
All I'm gonna say is this, all right? Look, he didn't even have to do a Money in the Bank match. He didn't have to do a Royal Rumble. He didn't have to do a Casino Gauntlet. How do you manage to get a shot at the title 4 freaking times?
Everyone here watches children television. We don't know what you're talking about there.
Professional wrestling is life, damn it.
Okay. But hey, you know, Golden Boy, you called yourself the Galactic Superstar.
I am the World Universal Galactic Champion of the Galaxy.
Okay, that sounds like Thanos to me, but over here we got Captain Halo, okay? What would it mean? I already know you want to take this belt home, okay? You want to do it for all the Halo fans to make sure you're on top at the end, right, Walsh?
I don't care to take the belt home. I just care to take it away from him. I don't even care about that thing.
Okay, well, I just got to say one thing. I was told that my wife, who I love very much, said don't come home without the belt.
Oh, my God.
So, that means I have no other choice but to whoop your ass.
Hey, your wife is a serious woman, but without further ado, let's put up the belts, everybody. Put up the belts, okay? Put up what we're playing for. Because it's time to get down to this. We got to separate the beef. We got to get this thing cooking.
All I know is if I win this, I get to break myself of the curse of this big team battle match and the curse for Cynthia. Cynthia's on that too.
Yo, are you guys ready to get this big team battle bonanza started, everybody? I think it's time to finally settle this. Gentlemen, take your seats. It's time to get this match going. Lottie, guys, can you sort through all of this chaos?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of could have watched that for another hour. Honestly, I love listening to these two just duke out on that main stage, two of the wittiest that we have here. I will say the competition clearly is incredibly high between these two. I cannot believe Walshy has been on that stage 3 times before and lost 3 times over to Golden Boy. And Golden Boy holding that belt as if it means everything. It is his child. He polishes that at night, at home, nightly. It really is everything to him. Walshy's ready to snatch that out of his lovely, moisturized, soft hands. And I'll tell you what, on-set shows these guys have been...
I don't know where moisturize came from. Tell me right
the
up
polishing,
there.
with the polishing,
Okay.
with the polishing.
Okay. Moisturizer is not a good
Lock
polish.
in,
Not
gentlemen.
else.
Look in, gentlemen.
Big on hand care.
Anyway, welcome to the desk. Lovely to see you here. On set, how are you feeling about this massive battle between these two?
Terrified, if I'm honest with you. This is the only tournament I think that we have in Halo where no one really wins. Because we have to deal with the fallout every single time, whether it's Walshy complaining that the teams weren't in his favor, that GB pulled a fast one, whatever it might be, or we just have to put up with Alex consistently chattering about how he's the big team battle champion. Like, nobody really wins here. The only people who do are the people who get to watch it and have a little bit of fun, but for us it's tough.
It is. I also will say another big battle that's been happening off camera as well, behind the scenes, was about who's on whose team. There was a whole thing about that because obviously it gets incredibly serious. Shurs looking across Team Golden Boy, What are you seeing here? Where can we kind of put all of our chips into this team? Where does it lie in terms of the experience, the skill level here? Because it certainly ain't GB.
This is the green room civil war. Golden Boys KDA will come into question come the end of the series, no doubt. But for me, most important player on that team is going to be Uber Nick with the most experience. He knows where the sniper rifle spawns, and that's where I expect the damage to come from.
I will say, I'm counting the amount of like pros and ex-pros, and it does seem to be heavily leaning in the favor of Walshy when you look at some of those names. But Jersey's right. In terms of big team battle experience, there is definitely some core there on Golden Boy's team.
There certainly is. I am looking across at Team Walsh, and I don't know who he paid, but he paid someone. Looking at this onset, I mean, we've got Barcode, we have Walshy himself. I'm looking at Clutch here. I'm looking at Scoob, Bravo, SLG. This is stacked to the nines.
Yeah, for the benefit of me having an easy evening, I'm going to look at Team Walsh's team, and I'm saying they're my favorites because I have to cast with one of them. I have to sit next to one of them in the green, two of them in the green room if you include Walsh. And also SLG will chew my ear off if they don't win and I ask him what went wrong. So I'm going with that side. And of course you've got Tony there as well, who's also going to give me some beef if they don't win it. So I'm going with Walsh when I look at like experience slash how my life's going to be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But we've said that before, and GB somehow manages to pull it off every single time.
I will say, me and Shurs have some inside information.
Oh, okay, go on.
All right, there is some Drahama behind the scenes. So that is Drahama with an extra H.
Okay.
Take yourselves back to the last time the big team battle bonanza happened, right? Who was one of the key factors why Golden Boy won this thing? SLG, a Frenchman you may know. And now he's on Walshy's team. And we heard from the lips of the Frenchman himself, he wanted to be on Golden Boy's team.
Wow.
Is there a mole amongst the ranks is my question here.
Oh, that is a really good question. My other question is how much weight is there going to be on our VIPs too? Because we actually had our VIPs chosen by Golden Boy and Walshy yesterday. And they're actually Jocelyn and Mrs. Jocelyn. They're going to be on either side of the stage against each other. There's some rivalry happening here in partnerships.
Are you trying to tell me that this is not only dividing green rooms, it's now made its way into households, husband versus wife? This series could not get any bigger.
Correct, and I'm not going to lie to you either. I mean, Golden Boy and Walshy, they practically are a married couple themselves too. So it really is all on the line in terms of relationships.
You look at that picture, you look at those videos, you look at those shots. It's like it's a love-hate relationship, right, between the two. But this actually is very serious for them both. So I had dinner with Golden Boy a few moments ago in catering. He was saying he was really nervous. He said he wasn't as warmed up as he usually is, and so he went and got a couple of games in. Walsh, in the production meeting that we had beforehand, when we were talking through the show and everything before we got to Seattle, there was exchanges of words between the two. I would say arguably that production meeting was 60% those two just throwing insults at each other. It was actually pretty hard to get any work done.
Those are actually not okay for broadcast. I cannot repeat what was said. It was getting pretty heated. It was upsetting to say the least. However, we told them leave it for the stakes, leave it for the stage. We also do actually have a head-to-head for Golden Boy and Walshy. Not that we needed any kind of understanding of maybe where these two are at skill level-wise. I think Walshy has quite the decorated career. However, in our BTP extravaganza, the championships, just in general, pretty collected on one side of this one, which is Walshy, but the BTB wins. This is what we're playing, folks, and Golden Boy right now, statistics out the window because he wins them every time.
I don't know, as far as I'm concerned, Golden Boy's winning 2 of those 3 categories. So that's the best of 3 is going GB's way.
It certainly is. The stolen cakes, yes. Again, fat jokes coming from Walshy to kick things off. You know, previously in the season, it was terrible. Look what it's done to Golden Boy. He's the skinniest we've ever seen him, ever. Period. Walshy really gets under his skin.
I identify as a fat bloke, and let me tell you, those words got deep.
I will say, Dave Walsh, a recent father. Shurs, you're also a recent father, somewhat. Does it help you in Halo?
Because, what does that mean?
Well, it's been a while now. It doesn't really count as recent. Dave kind of took that mantle from you. Does it help? Does it give you extra Halo percentage?
Let me tell you, it hinders you because all of a sudden your game time starts to dwindle. All of a sudden you have to wait for the baby to go to bed before you can get your hours in. And that's exactly what we'll see from Walsh. He needs more reps, and I just don't think he's had enough.
No, also I will say, just in terms of the way that these rosters are stacked up, if Golden Boy pulls this off, I just want to say this is, I don't have words for it.
We have the player cams. Why is Golden Boy sweating already and not even the gun fired
He's nervous. I said he was nervous, but I think when we put it into context here, if Golden Boy wins it, he is the undisputed greatest big team battle player of all time.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Without a shadow of a doubt. You can throw all the stats at it, but the only one that matters is he's undefeated, he's unbeaten, And Walsh had no answer.
Yeah, he's on the 3P right now. A lot of it's going to depend on the series layout. I think it's pretty serious that we have a look at this because, you know, this is where it lies. Who does it lean towards? Whose favorites are going to be in this series layout? I'm questioning, you know, the reps that GB has had in this series layout. I'm also questioning the reps that Walshy has had in this series layout too.
Well, typically when Dan and I like to cast, we look at the series layout and I say, Dan, you've got some stats for me, and I know you do, Dan.
I do. Golden Boy actually has an 80% success rate at running flags on CTF high power, but then dying to fusion coils. So we really just have to be careful around what's around the map for Golden Boy.
Yes.
It's mainly about his kind of spirit and what he brings to the team. Because in terms of skill level, there is some questions that has to be said about Golden Boy. But when he gets a hammer, boy, does things change when he gets a hammer.
Game changer.
The hammer is the game changer. I will say, though, if anybody ever does say and describe me as bring spirit to the team, shoot me dead on the spot, especially in a competitive setting. However, on set, what does Walshy bring to the table when it comes to this series?
I mean, he's got this man on his team, and let me tell you, this man does not like losing at anything, whether it is how quickly you can stand up from a seated position, whatever it might be. Clutch is going to be getting the team fired up. And I think the one thing that Walsh has always done, I think throughout his career, he can take a few blows, but Dave Walsh will always get the last laugh. So I think if you keep that in mind, Walsh is going to have a few tricks up his sleeve here, and I think that you'd be very hard-pressed to go against him in this kind of situation.
Did you know Walshy crouched 812 times in the last big team battle Bonanza? Unclear if tactical or emotional, but either way, we looked at it and we were concerned with that statistic.
Well, my question is that because his knees aren't what they used to be, or is he dropping the bag a couple of times?
As I said, unsure if tactical or emotional. Either way, it hasn't worked out thus far. Maybe less crouching from Dave going into this one.
Great questions, lads, coming into this as well. And also, I think another question based on that is, what does crouching do? If he is doing it that amount of times, it really, is it getting into the head of his enemies? Is it something else? Is he suffocating them when tactical crouching or emotional crouching? Another massive question posed there as well for the side of Walshy. Also, who's following suit? I want to know if the teammates also having that kind of decision making when it comes to it. Do you shoot your gun or do you crouch? It's a big question being posed here. On the other side, though, Golden Boy with the hammer, can he get his hands on it? Is he able to go? I want to see a run from GB. I want to see something crazy coming out the back. How much practice has he put into this to ensure his title isn't snatched away at the last second, and honestly, for the last time? Because I want you guys at home to remember, yes, this is the 4th iteration of it. GB is a 3-peat champion. This is the final one. This is the final say. It's the last dance, if you will. And there is no more after that in Halo Infinite. So it's really all on the line. It's almost like, you know, what is that saying when it comes to sports? Do you want to go, what is it? You know, when it doesn't matter what basically has happened before. This is the final one. Do you want to go once again? And they basically take the entire crown of the entirety of it. I feel like Walshy has put all of his eggs into this basket, and it's now or never, and this is the one we'll remember forever.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to keep the belt, it's one thing to hold the belt, and at the moment GB is holding onto the belt, but Walsh gets the chance to keep the belt. And you do raise a really good point about the hammer, and I think everyone's very interested to see who is going to be controlling that hammer should we have an opportunity to do so. I wonder if GB's gone into this match thinking he's going to grab it. I reckon Walsh is going to try and throw that thing off the map. It has been a game changer when we come to these big team battle bonanzas, and I think for Walsh and Team Walsh, there's definitely going to be some comms, a little bit of strategy about getting that thing off the map and making sure it doesn't have an impact.
We have to keep a keen eye on tanks as well. We saw what Ubernick was able to do in a tank. 80% accuracy in hitting shots, but a 0% recognizing that there is a failsafe in the back of the tank that was not protected by any of his teammates. Someone needs to back up Ubernick. You can't allow him to be on his own. Otherwise, there's going to be a real struggle here for Golden Boy's team.
Actually, that is, funny enough, do you know what? All jokes aside, that's actually a really good point. When it does come to BTV, vehicles are massive. They are so incredibly important to control. You have somebody in there that knows what they're doing. It's kind of night-night, to be honest with you. You can rack up kills. It is unbelievable things. I tune into streams for some of our incredible content creators that we do have in Halo and in Halo Infinite, and their BTB game is strong. And a lot of it comes down to vehicles and being able to go for those and also push for them. If you control them, the game is in your hands. It is pretty difficult to combat. Speaking of BTB though, if you do find, the opposition with all the vehicles at their disposal. What do you do to combat that? How can you actually do that? For folks at home trying to understand how you do, weigh it into your favor.
I've been lucky enough, right, to be in games with Golden Boy in the presence of the big team battle master.
Lucky is the word
Lucky's a strong word.
Yeah, it really is.
Right, he is the big team battle expert at this point, and he says plasma pistols are key. Assault rifles are key, especially for taking down Banshees. You can't allow Banshees to run rampant, otherwise you will find yourself falling victim to what has happened previously, as it looks like we're loading this one up.
We certainly are loading this, and do you know what, gents? I decided earlier on that I will join you for this.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yes.
Finally,
Listen, it may
everybody,
not be
what a pleasure.
often, but I will interject some, choice words here
Words
and
of
there.
wisdom. One thing's for sure, this is the biggest series of Golden Boy's life, because how fitting would it be for him to win 3, but when the biggest one came along to hold the belt forevermore, he loses it on the biggest stage of them all.
I mean, one thing to highlight here as well is that GB has trimmed down since we started this BTB. So when he does jump into that Banshee, it isn't going to be hovering just above ground level now. He'll be able to get a little bit higher into the skies. He'll be able to have a little bit more of an impact on this.
He certainly will indeed, and just to note, it really did get under his skin that many years ago that belt has got bigger for him, to say the least. And when he puts it around that waist, it practically falls off, but can it fall into the wrong hands?
Well, my question is although he has slimmed down, has the belt only gotten heavier and heavier? And this series is massive for GB.
The weight that the belt holds.
Heavy is the waist that holds the belt.
A little bit too much. But I think that, Walshy just wants to take it away from him. And it is... I've been to Alex's house. I've been to Golden Boy's house. That belt is on a pedestal.
Is it?
Yeah,
famous friends.
I'm friends with Golden Boy. But literally, it is on a mantelpiece. He worships that thing. There is candles around it. It would devastate him. His wife is going to leave him if he doesn't bring it back. There is more on the line for Golden Boy than there is for Walshy. Walshy has nothing to lose at this point. He's already lost 3 times. What does one more loss really do to him?
I don't think you know Dave Walsh that well.
Yeah,
if you say that one more is too many. Too many for Dave Walsh. Look at the video package. Every single time the reaction that Walsh has had, it is heartbreaking for him. And there is a steely look in his eyes that just says, I will not let this go. And let me tell you, if he loses this one, I would not be surprised if there was a campaign for a standalone big team battle tournament featuring GB and Walsh.
He did go as far as to try and rig the deck in his favor and try and get the teams on his side. And we're on board with Walshy then. Do I even say the shields are up and the weapons are hot?
The shields are up, they are definitely hot. One thing I will note, it is the original bandit being used, not the Evo bandit. How's that going to play for the pro players after playing on the main stage with the Evo bandit all this time? Only time will tell, but Dave's already gone down. How's the headspace? You go, only deaths are not good for Dave Walsh.
Also, burning camo, just may I add. And Dave Walsh has something to say about that when it comes to our pro players casting in-game himself.
Well, GB made a little bit of a decision there. He was like, I like the look of this Warthog. Then he decided he didn't like the look of this Warthog. Maybe it was a tactical reposition there. Just moving that thing a couple of inches to defend the base a little bit more.
Well, I know GB actually doesn't hold a license in real life, and maybe he's starting to fear that the laws may be stacked against him. We spoke about how important great vehicles are going to be. Goofy's on the Warthog.
And we've already got a 1-0 lead for Team Walsh out of nowhere. Where did that flag get put in? By the way, off screen, suddenly it's been popped in.
No, we've decided to give Walshy a 1-cap lead just to stack the deck even more in his favor.
That's a crazy statement from you. I mean, I'm not sure that Dave Walsh will watch that back and appreciate that kind of slander, to be honest with you, Shurs. That is a solid cap on the board. That's how they wanted to get out of the gates.
Goofy really is a pleasure to watch. One of those players that plays inside the line, so difficult to deal with.
I mean, it's an interesting strategy here from Golden Boy into the Pelican. Are you much of a Pelican gunner? Or do you prefer to... Are you a pilot?
I think it's actually quite apropos that GB is passenger princess.
Hold on a second.
Where are you going?
And that is an unintentional evacuation.
That is what you typically see from GB in the Ubers as well. Shots going down though. Dave Walsh putting down some more damage. That's exactly what you expect to see from the veteran.
I'll tell you what though, flag has been pulled on the side of Walshy and it is moving.
It's 2-0, by the way.
All of a sudden. Where are these flags going?
I don't know where these flags are going, but we're doing our best to keep you up to date. Walsh has got a little smile on his face, and understandably so. 2 up already.
I mean, this could be a very quick game for what I've seen so far. I mean, this could be a good chance, actually, to jump into Team Walshy, see what the comms are like.
Thank you. Yeah, I got you, my boy.
I got mine. I'm gonna play something quick. Alright, oh, that'd be nice.
I'm on the place. I'm in home. Get him.
Jumped out the window.
I'm right. I trust you, Ash.
Again.
We gonna win. Body's here. Body's here.
I'm
watching US. I'm watching.
Everyone outside, a vehicle on our side. I don't know what it is. I got a truck for it.
I can see it.
Nice. Got you, Wes. Shot, shot.
Nice one. Dude. Come on, on me.
Nice. On the left, on the left, go left. Yeah,
Very left.
Baby.
Great cat.
Well, it's going to be a 3-0 victory for David Walsh.
There's complaints. There's complaints to the admin from Golden Boy, I will say. Was there a technical error in there? Something that wasn't maybe addressed early? Can he even hear anything?
He's fuming.
Or is he just making things up?
He's uncomfortable.
He's remonstrating with the referees, and he's looking for a decision. You sometimes have to play the whistle.
Walsh is asking, I don't read lips, and they're not moving, but he's certainly saying to me with a face, what happened? GB, what happened? Is the game over? Did the game even begin?
I will say, you don't want to get ahead of yourself on the main stage. Shows we had the privilege of sharing the main stage once in a similar show match.
We did.
My team went 1-0 up, and we absolutely demolished you in game 1. I thought we were clear. And then we lost game 2, and I felt devastated.
And then we played real Halo on Capture the Flag Forbidden, and balance was restored.
Balance was restored, but we drew the series, so no one was losing that one. Also, it wasn't a belt on the line, so it didn't
Sounds like you're trying to lessen the significance of my win on Forbidden CTF, which you were dominated in. But on the other side of the stage, GB crestfallen at the moment, and only one map away from losing the belt.
You can actually see the seriousness right now that is happening on stage. He is not
his eyebrows are down
at all. No, he wants to understand what is going on.
Headset's off.
He wants to say
This is the first ever live conversation with League Ops.
He's about to drop a pipe.
GB, let us know what happened. What's going on, buddy? We can lip read over here. What's happening?
He's definitely upset.
He is. Oh, hold on now. Half the team wasn't even moving.
I demand a recount. Was your mouse and keyboard not working? Because I saw you had 0 kills, so it makes sense if it wasn't working at all.
No, honestly, perfectly fair. We did not have our players in the game, Dave.
You hearing these excuses right over here?
It's not an excuse if it's facts. It's not an excuse if it's facts. Okay? You got like half of Europe on your team right now. What the hell?
Just because we're a well-oiled machine that's just running flags, grabbing pelicans or whatever the vehicle's name is, and
unbelievable.
We're ready for this.
Unbelievable. The one time in your life that you do something of significance. Unreal.
The one thing, I've had 4 significant things today.
To be fair, you are a dad, so it's pretty awesome. In any case, it's all good, everyone. Don't worry. We will regroup.
All right. There you've heard it. They will regroup. They will regain. But you know what? Listen, Walshy says it's excuses. GB said it's not. It's facts. It happened. He has another chance now to bounce back here and turn things on its head. It would be pretty cool for him to go into this next map and just completely obliterate, the competition. 3-0 CTF on Oasis. It didn't look too good for Team GB. However, Walshy, you have a lot to live up to with those kind of choice words happening.
You didn't see the post-game statistics, but Golden Boy did throw 17 grenades in that game. 16 of them hit himself, so just needs to be a little bit more kind of clear about where he wants to be sending those grenades in the next game.
I also just want to kind of have an inquiry on what he was indicating by saying you have half of Europe on your team, considering that you have an all-European cast up here. I wonder if he's throwing a little bit of shade. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Not a smart thing when you've got all 3 commentators up here, including yourself, lot, who hail from the wonderful lands of Europe.
I also will suggest as well, if GB is complaining about his players not being on the map and not being in the game, does he understand that the game is played on the map, not in the ravine where we saw him fall a couple of times there?
That's true. I do think there is some confusion. I think Golden Boy thinks Barcode's from Europe. He's from Australia. I know these North Americans, they struggle a little bit with understanding where these foreigners come from in these tournaments.
They just say you're British, and they don't actually realize
they also,
that
a lot of the time,
lands.
believe that Europe is a country, which is always an interesting one for me.
Geography can be tough.
Alternatively, perhaps, just because of how good SLG is, maybe he's suggesting that by having SLG on their team, he has half of Europe on his team with how SLG's performing.
So is that a stretch? So is he saying the rest of Luminon are not stepping up to the mark? It's a crazy statement to make. We can only speculate. We can only speculate what he was trying to,
What's insinuate?
Insinuate. Speculate, insinuate.
something
Doing a lot of that.
I mean, I really do understand, you know, the frustration coming across the screen there. He looks quite concerned, and he did mention, you know, what's going to happen at home to him with his very serious woman wife. That was mentioned on the other side from Walshy. You know, GB, he is expected to bring this belt home. This belt has been a part of his life, his household, as Gaskin has mentioned, being over numerous times because he is friends with Golden Boy. But you know, this is part of their life. You know, this belt, it's basically their child, as well as Stella, their dog. So this would be a massive loss for GB, not only, of course, in terms of accolades, but his relationship with Cynthia as well. So I do feel for him. It's all on the line here. This map 2 is massive, Unset, thinking about it. He's going to have to really go into this and find the hammer.
Of course it is, and I think as team captain as well, you've got to take some responsibility if players aren't loading into the lobby. You know, if you go into a big team battle bonanza and you say, hey, we've only got 6, we're only going to go against Walsh's team with half a team, that just shows overconfidence to me. That shows that, you know, even though you've won 3 titles in a row, that you're not taking this seriously.
Yeah, you have to question the tactics, Dan, right? Because you've seen the movie 300. 300 men killed a lot of people. So, I mean, well,
I've got a text from Dave Walsh.
Yep.
He said, you guys didn't see the statistics, but the previous match, Golden Boy had 18 kills, 2 assists, and a record 14 trips to grab more snacks mid-fight. Can't believe he's going down those lines yet again.
The fat jokes,
but perhaps that's the problem, right? Perhaps there was Golden Boy was saying half the players weren't even in the lobby. They were still in the green room eating snacks.
This is not okay. The fat jokes have to stop. The next time we see this occur, which will obviously be in the new game at some point in time, and Lord knows when that will be, he's going to be the skin of a man. This is not okay. Okay, right,
Okay,
GB, we need some comeback happening. Can you, if you can hear me, I don't know if you can. Come on.
I'm not sure he's got anything left.
He's got nothing.
He won't.
He's a shell of a man now.
We'll put a belt on it.
That was the quickest 3 of BTB3 I've ever seen. And I don't know if he was saying that actually, genuinely, there was not people in the game, or whether he just felt like he didn't
there
have
wasn't a
teammates
presence
in
on
the
the map from his team. They weren't taking space.
We can only speculate once again. We can
Again,
only
it's
speculate. We
just
don't have all the
speculation.
facts here.
It's hearsay.
We just work here.
It's hearsay. We just turn up to work.
I mean, it makes map number 2 so much more important, though, doesn't it? You're looking at how map number 1, a lot of controversy maybe will be surrounding the result of this. Will it be a big team bonanza that will be remembered for the right reasons, or maybe for the controversy that we're seeing in front of us? But now with Multi-Bomb Thunderhead coming up, personally, one of my favorite game types, it's going to be interesting to see how they respond.
Well, I think what GB needs to do is take the adversity and maybe build a little bit of a siege mentality amongst his team. It's us against the world. Reverse sweep is on the cards.
Last thing you can do here is lose the dressing room.
That's a
I am honestly quite unwell over
here.
here. I don't know if I'm actually able to continue with you 3. I'm quite unwell. It's let's have a look at the stats, shall we? Because obviously utility usage, it's really important. The nade throws, it's honestly up with Golden Boy. That is pretty great, but the hits is where it really matters the most, and hit self as well. Now we understand where those stats really lie, and it's important to understand the details in those numbers rather than just the bigger picture.
Well, it's the pictures that I'm looking at there as well. This Walshy with his hat in his hand, but as a matter of fact, he's one to the good in this series. As a matter of fact, it should be GB hanging his head in shame and a hat in his hand.
And these, of course, are completely real stats that have
Of
been
course, I would
happening.
never lie.
No,
Yeah, they're actually drawn directly from the API of the game.
Yeah, of course. I'm very, you know, set on my statistics.
I know
if
you
they
are.
were wrong, I would be straight down productions
would
here
follow
and
out.
giving them a little
It's
bit
why I
of
call
joking.
you Dan the Stat Man.
I've heard that a few times.
Always behind your back, though. Never to your face.
Why is that?
Crazy,
Is it an insult? That's the real question. There's nothing wrong with stats, all
Well,
right?
apparently being European might be an insult where GB is concerned.
But we can only speculate on that.
Only
We don't know
speculation,
the
only
full
insinuations.
context, which is very important to highlight here.
I am noticing some fist bumps. We might have game 2 underway. I will say someone we've not really mentioned, Clutch on Walshy's team.
Yeah.
The more
The
recent
less we
mouse
mention
and
Clutch, the
keyboard
better.
player. I say recent. He's been playing mouse and keyboard for the entirety of Halo Infinite, and he has been always an advocate of how good mouse and keyboard is. And maybe Clutch is the real difference maker.
He also talks up a big game about himself as well. He does play this game pretty much every single day of his life.
It is his
at
job.
work.
It is important.
It is his job.
He was tired on Friday
So-
morning because he was up till 3 a.m. playing
it. Yes, he was. I mean, you know, he is a massive, massive player to have on your side. At Walshy, he's going to be using Clutch at the utmost importance here on this map. And can GB shut this down? Can his team also do that? I also want to mention as well, on Walshy's side, we have Oath too. Longtime friend friend of mine, long-time content creator of Halo, long-time player of Halo.
Are you trying to insinuate that being a friend of yours is an accolade worth celebrating?
We can only speculate.
Actually, no, she is the accolade for me. She's the accolade for me. Let's get into this, though, as we do go into Oath's POV. Let's see what she can do. She's also been playing BTV for such a long time here as well on her stream. So she knows a thing or two about how to work around a map and also take the dub.
No trust in the Warhawk, though, does not want to get in it. Instead wants to use pure gun power, which I will say that's the way I play Big Team Battle, and that's why I lose all of the time, because I don't get in the vehicles enough. That's why you need to look to your Uber Nicks of the world to provide a little bit of gunfire from those weapons, from those vehicles.
Well, me and Shurs are just humble play-by-play commentators.
Of course.
Dan, as a color commentator, please explain to the people at home exactly how multi-bomb works in this game type.
Well, you see with multi-bomb, you can already see Walshy has a lead here of the first bomb going in. There is multiple bombs that you can plant in the opposition base, and it has already gone in favor of Dave Walsh.
And also, there's another bomb on the move, by the way.
I would like to say again, as Mark alluded to, humble play-by-play commentators, Dan, if you could tell us the keys to success to a multi-bomb victory.
Well, I've heard that real-life Spartan has a 42% higher accuracy rate when the word voice is used in chat. I don't know why. Again, I can only speculate, but we've only got the statistics we can go on from last time.
Love those stats, Dan. Dan, the stat man.
You're welcome.
Take a look on our screens at real-life Spartan, putting down some serious aerial damage. Changing weapons all the time, flipping from seat to seat. Needs maybe another gunner in there. Needs some more support.
I will say the kill feed has just been all blue, and just when I think there might be a kill going the way of Golden Boy, it's a ping.
He's doing everything he can while in the death screen to be a part of this game at the moment. Monza, Unishek, who's also on this stage, by the way, who's a little bit of a big team battle fanatic, contributing heavily. This is an interesting POV to watch Halo from, by the way. I'd kind of like to see this hovering above a 4v4 for the finals, just to give us that overhead perspective.
It's the bird's eye view. Real-life Spartan really having a heavy influence. You hear the horn beeping away. Walshy was in the Wraith, I assume. I've seen him skirting around the place. On board now with Clutch, with that mouse and keyboard, of course. Important to note, this is a national champion. Believe the hype. And I've already made a payday from him just for mentioning that.
I will say Reds now in the kill feed. Here we go. Golden Boy's team starting to fight back. Let's see what Clutch can do. Mouse and keyboard supremacy. He is sworn by it. He also told me he packed his A game for BTB. Let's see it put to use.
He does have a 67% accuracy rating for that first shot, but a 100% rating of blaming lag when it's offline. But now we're on LAN, so there's no excuses here for Clutch, all right? And I'm expecting big things. He's been talking a big game. And they're 2-0 up. Out of nowhere, another bomb has been planted. Just like that, we are one bomb away from Walshy taking the big team battle bonanza and ripping the belt away from Golden Boy.
I'm warming the lungs up. I'm ready to announce and new big team bonanza champion. Probably should just make sure I can say it before I have to announce it.
It's a good thing you're warming it up.
It's a tough one.
We could have been saying the reigning defending champion, but really this title defense has been weak. Clutch is just cutting down players left and right, spotting out camouflage players, throwing down some sizzle sticks, and it's been a long time since I've been able to say that.
Feels bloody good to say it though, doesn't it? But who's been planting these bombs? That's what I want to know. They've been going under the radar so much that we haven't even caught them from the observers. That's how impressive it's been from Walshy's team. Just like the flags, may I add. Are they even going in? Are the conspiracy theories start?
We can only speculate. We can only speculate.
Well, Ubernick in pure defense mode now, it would seem. Making sure he denies any bomb planting now, starting to get serious.
I think these players are starting to realize the stakes that are at play. We're one bomb plant away from GB losing a belt, a wife, and a home.
Wow, that's a lot to lose in one evening, isn't it, on a Saturday night here at the last Halo Infinite World Championships, and I feel for GB, but...
Oh, here we go!
Golden Boy 0 kills,
We've
by the way.
hacked into the mainframe.
Oh no, oh no.
0 in 6 for Golden Boy.
Oh, bless him.
He has attempted to run 54 bombs and has just not succeeded in any of them.
And on ball, 10 and 6 though. Pro players on this side there. Guy Blaze also with a donor to his name too. And he really wanted to get in on this action, by the way, Guy Blaze. I'm looking for a bit of a turnaround here from you, Blaze. Come on, let's see what you got.
One thing I will say was an interesting strategy was Ubernick playing the game exclusively from a 90-degree angle when we were looking at him, just firing exclusively down from that particular angle that he was up on height, just defending one of those bomb arm places. bomb arm places is the technical term for it, by the way.
It is, yeah.
Feel free to use that as a humble play-by-play.
As a humble color commentator, I can confirm that is definitely the word is being used.
As the humble host here, Walshy is gonna probably win this.
I mean, it's a strong prediction.
We can only speculate.
You can only speculate, but this has been upset city here in Seattle, and even though it's a 2-0 lead, even though he's 1-0 down, GB's been in this position before, remember, where it felt like it was all over, where it felt like Walsh was about to walk away with things. He's got to go back to that. He's got to summon on that energy.
He's got to dig deep here, does GB. Ubernick sitting up top of the perch, but sometimes it's all about knocking down your rivals. The bomb plant position is safe for now, but they've given themselves so much to do here as Team GB.
Kind of just waiting to see what Walshy does with this skewer. I'm waiting for him to fire it. Come on, Walsh. Let's see this this one-shot weapon slice someone's face off. Come on, Walshy.
I will say Walshy has averaged 1.3 betrayals per game, but he did say they deserve to die. So, I mean, that's kind of the character that Goldenboy was saying Walshy has been. Just one of those evil villains amongst our ranks here at the Halo World Championship.
I think Dave Walsh has just worked out actually how this gun works,
yes,
which is important for him as he does connect with that first shot. Also very good that he timed the respawn so that he actually has double ammo now, having previously fired 0 of the first one that he had.
It's very interesting to see as well. Walshy, of course, known for his insta-explodes, not currently holding plasma grenades until this very moment, as though he had heard what I said. And you know how much an insta-explode means to Dave Walsh.
I have actually a little bit of information for you guys. Apparently yesterday we had one of the players on Golden Boy's team, Accelerate, actually complaining that their own team was too stacked.
Oh, okay, well.
And also was saying, I would love to give some help on how to rebalance the teams out a little bit. Kind of strange now looking at how this one's gone down.
Yeah, it's one of those pieces of trash talk, maybe like unintentional trash talk that comes back to bite you a little bit here.
Is that a case of overconfidence?
Yeah.
Is that what we're seeing here?
I think so.
Accelerate saying things like that. We even had SLG in the back saying he wanted to play for Team GB.
I just want to ask Dan Gaskin here as the color commentator.
A humble one.
Here. Do you feel like maybe, you know, Team Goldenboy at the moment is spending a little bit too much time in the half spaces?
They are definitely on the back foot right now, or as Clutch likes to say, the back heels.
The back heels.
And they are very much defending their bomb area. They do not want that final plan to happen, but you know, there's only going to be 7 minutes left here. You need to have someone going on the offensive, otherwise you're just going to fall victim to a 2-0 slumping loss.
Here it is, Barcode then playing in that inverted fullback role, taking space in the sky as he descends now upon his teammates. Team GB have got to try and find the response, and I'd like to see what the communication's like in that team. Let's have a listen in.
Yeah, I'm about to grab this shit, blood. I'm about to grab the... We got any Falcons? Yeah, we got a Falcon up here. I know. It's fine. What the hell? 3 overtime and off. 3 or 4 overtime and off. I'm looking. Good look. Nice, good help. You're close, I think. 3 still the bed. Running, under the left, on the left. Yeah, we're gonna get to this count board. Watch out above you guys. Ooh, boy, He's coming. Let's get the energy up. Let's get this shit. I love that. I love that. I love that. Get it. Driving. Good driving.
It is an aerial assault on the bomb plant spot thing. Damn.
It definitely is. I love the approach. Is it going to pan out? Is it going to work out? It looks like the defensive work from Goldenboy is right here, right now.
Hold on, did you just see that? That pit from Goldenboy. Did you just see the pit from Goldenboy on Barcode, by the way, in the reload, and we had a cheer from the audience.
GB spotting the hammer, and you know he's licking his lips. He wants to get his hands on it. He can dictate the way this series plays out. He just needs a big game weapon. He needs that hammer and needs to make those enemies players some nails.
This man is porting like it's 1999. He is flying all around the place at the moment, staying alive, defending this bomb arm area of space thing. I think I'm starting to like...
No, I think you're doing.
I
think you're doing a perfectly good job.
I like the renaming.
I definitely like the approach, the aerial assault though, because you know otherwise you've got to go through the teleports, and statistically the teleports only work 46% of the time in big team battle. But all I will say is by being aggressive, Walshy still holds a 2-0 lead.
Hold up a minute. It's 2-1. We have been here before, ladies and gentlemen. GB has found something.
something to cling on to, something to hold on to. And it was interesting to see as well for GB. There was a sniper rifle on the floor, and he opted to walk by it, leaving it for a teammate.
You know what I'm clinging on to, though? I'm clinging on to the percentages that Dan is pulling out of his arsenal. And I will say it's incredible. I want to know the percentage chance here that you're thinking GB has to try and take not only tying things up, a lead maybe.
I will say, statistically...
Hold the phone down.
Wait a minute.
Screw the stats.
Hold on a minute. Team GB are making a play onto the bomb arming area.
They're laying siege to the opposition base, but do they have enough? Is there something there to build on?
What's in the arsenal, Dan? Percentage-wise.
Gyökeres. he's the... Oh, wait, no, sorry. We're talking about this Arsenal, I will say. Yeah, Golden Boy has a high percentage chance of entering fights they cannot win, but a 67% chance of making a stupid decision, which is pretty good, pretty high.
Thank you for those.
Speaking of the Gunners, here is Hidden Experience. He was touted to be the difference maker. Big money signing onto this team. And he goes down, but he's already having such a massive influence. Walshy answering back with a double kill.
I will say Hidden Experience did forget his controller and is playing with a temporary substitute. Has that been the reason why Team GB has been failing thus far?
Really get to you, really can get to you if you're not having, you know, the right equipment. It's so important to have a spare in the back. If you're coming into this, it's a championship, guys. Come on.
You imagine turning up without your boots?
Yeah.
Terrible situation to put yourself and the team in. Golden Boy doing what he does best right now, which is sitting in a stationary position on the map. But they've got to start looking at the clock because we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. We've got about 3 minutes and 45 seconds left for Team GB to find a way to plant a bomb.
GB is not rifle in hand. Monzo though shuts it down. All the way from the land of Oz. From down under, Monza hits those pibs. Barcode as well. There's a little splash of everywhere on these teams. Or as GB would say, just Europe.
Or just Europe, yeah, exactly.
Half of Europe.
This is looking a little bit, you know, scary now for Team GB, who really did start to kind of get some heat here. I think they're just finding their footing a little bit. I will say though, they're going to need to make a move. 3 minutes in BTV is not a lot of time.
It's
going to be tough. Wait,
it's
hold
the hammer
on.
again.
Overkill for
It's
Ubernick.
Ubernick who clears out the bomb arming area spot. With the hammer once more, the influence that thing has had through big team battle history cannot be understated.
Has to hold that spot for 30 seconds, though. It's not going to be an easy hold. You can see there is going to be an attempt to try and siege the base. On the flip side, we can see Golden Boy also trying to bring the bomb to the other base, and sadly failing very miserably as Golden Ball falls to his death as we switch over to his POV yet again.
The perfect switch of a POV, and you can see Ubernick just trying to deal with this with the help of the repulsor. Send the bomb back from whence it came, back to Mordor. It's so heavy, but he finally might get. Whoa, off it goes.
Hold the phone. It is tied up at 2-2. Even though we are focusing on one area of bomb arm activity, it's multi-bomb, Dan. Like you explained so brilliantly earlier.
Of course, as we know, multiple bombs on the map, and Golden Boy's team now have been able to sneak it into the base. With 2 minutes remaining, perhaps momentum is on the side of the man who apparently hates Europeans.
And what a story this will be.
We can only speculate.
For GB in the first map, claiming, stating, demonstrating with the referee, saying he didn't have all his players on the map. Whether that meant they weren't playing properly or they just weren't in the server. Either way, GB on the cusp of perhaps doing the reverse sweep.
There's just one line I just want to deliver here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game.
We have a game. We have a game on our hands. And just remember, this was a 2-0 to Team Walshy. They were up by 2. They were feeling good. They were probably thinking, how do we really let GB know how good it feels to win this in a sweep? Well, now the conversation has certainly changed, and the insults have had to be adapted, especially from the voice of this man.
Fuel rod out. Bandit switch to them. All reliable, but Walshy goes down.
Walshy does have a 53% accuracy rate when no one's looking at him, but only a 3% accuracy rate when someone's actually shooting back, so struggling at the moment in the team.
Real life Spartan from on high. Only the Bandit to play with, though, so that's not going to be able to do enough damage, so perhaps he is just playing lookout for the moment as he falls all the way to the floor, but he decides he's going to go right back to safety because it's nice and peaceful up there. Up until this very moment. Hang on a second there.
Gets the stick. The bomb is coming in, though. It's Team GB who are having to defend desperately for their lives, maybe. For the career of Scoob gets an overkill. Scoob gets a kill-tacular, and they are going wild inside the base.
Scoob keeps on shutting them down. He's not finished just yet. Kilimanjaro for Scoobmeister.
Unbelievable what we're witnessing on our screens. We've seen nothing like it since the last big team battle bonanza when Ubernick was in the tank. But now it's an aerial assault, as there needs to be 35 seconds of defensive work here. Otherwise, Walshy can win this belt.
And it really is Kilimanjaro that he has to climb right now, GB, to get back from that one. That is going to be a dagger, but can he do it? 18 seconds left on the clock.
Game of Thrones has the Battle of the Bastards. This is what we have on our screens. Incredible from Scoobmeister, trying to drag his team to victory, but somehow, some way, Team GB survive.
Is there time for one last siege? Is there time for one last brilliant piece of brilliance? Or are we going to go into overtime? It looks like that will be the case. Or will we find out from League Ops exactly what actually happens in this situation? That's probably the better way.
Yeah, how much power do we have as commentators? Like, you know, do we just give that win to Golden Boy because of the comeback and then it sends us to a map 3?
Yeah.
What do the admins decide here? We'll have to wait and find out.
I decide. I get to decide.
You get to decide.
I get to decide. I have all the power over here. This is my office after all. And we're after work hours. So what's going to happen is that was the tiebreaker. We're going to the map 3.
We're going to map 3. Wow.
Why not?
Okay, the comeback.
We have 3 of maps by the power of CTF. It's going to be happening.
I think the way it works is actually on away goals, it's GB with the bomb plants managing to get those two.
So it's Pens. We're going to Pens.
That's the way it works.
He's right, you know.
All right, we're going to Pens. And it's going to be CTF, of course.
Also, there has to be some sort of advantage for holding the title, right? You can't just, otherwise it doesn't...
Champions advantage. Champions advantage.
Yeah, champion's advantage. Well, I will say, life.
Okay, that's a segue. She's done it, folks. She's found the way to segue to life. Let's hear it then.
Talk us through this one. Come on.
I'm so excited.
I cannot wait.
It's past the watershed, and it's really, really having me on here.
Yeah.
However, signs of life for GB. That was incredible. The comeback. The fact that the 2 bomb plant.
Speaking of life.
Jokes aside, very impressive comeback. And it was about the defensive work. We look at some key moments in that game. Ubernick with the hammer. And even though Scoob, just insane work out of the turret, wasn't quite enough to get that final bomb plant in. But that means it sends us to a map 3.
Kilimanjaro. No one's there. It's empty. The map's basically empty.
And they still couldn't plant the bomb. Quite embarrassing, really. Yeah.
Weak.
Scoob went in with a hazmat suit, causing exterminations, but it gets to a point, get out of the vehicle, it's nice and comfortable, start planting that bomb.
Do the objective work,
Do some objective.
Yeah.
You know, we struggle with that here.
Without doing the objective.
No, you don't.
All right.
Oh, hold on.
We good? We good, guys?
Yeah,
Hello.
let's hear it.
My
Let's
desk
hear it.
friends over there. You know,
hey, man, we've been hyping you up.
This team digs deep. You see the just how hard my team fought for that win, guys. This is a team worth cheering for, not those bums over there. Absolute trash. Hot garbage.
His team digs deep because they're just ratting at the top of the base. Has Ubernick just sitting up there with a hammer, getting overkills.
Oh, Dave, are you making excuses,
when I played Halo
Dave?
competitively, a Kilimanjaro was enough to get a bomb arm or a flat cap, but I guess apparently these days in 2025, doesn't matter. Scoobmeister got it.
Complaining, everybody.
Didn't matter.
Dios mío, it's so sad. Oh, no. Look at him cry with your old 40-year-old man tears. Yes, look at you.
And of course, GB was speaking European there.
See what I have to deal with here? The feats that we have to go through just to get a W on these maps.
Yeah, it's the same here, you know. You guys could just keel over and die. That'd be better.
Oh.
I'm okay with that.
Wow,
I'm trying to protect my marriage over here.
Well, I'm trying to
You already have a child. I need something, okay? Help me out. Help a brother out.
All I know is that we got this next CTF Golden Boy, so as long as you get 1 kill, you're going to do better than you did during the first game. So
Yeah, that's true. I had 5. 5. We will count them together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. F you. Okay, how about that? All right, how about that, Dave?
Tone is changing. What he meant there is flag you. I will be taking on it in this next game and winning the capture the flag.
That's it.
That was the translation for half of
Yeah,
Europe.
it doesn't matter what continent you're on. We all understood that one. For sure.
Sometimes in Ireland, we use the word feck as a replacement. I think that's an apt time to use it there.
Yeah, I think it is. I will say the comeback is on. Listen, tiebreaker right bang in the middle. We have a map 3 to look forward to, and maybe, just maybe, Accelerate might have had an idea of what could be going on here. Maybe he was right in saying that the teams were 2 stacked. Maybe some of the changes that have occurred make a little bit more sense here, because this last one, CTF high power, the question is who has the power who holds it the highest?
Well, as a humble play-by-play commentator, it's the first time we're going to see this in the series. So understandably, I'm going to go over to Dan Gaskin, our color commentator on the desk today, to just talk us through what some of the important things are to really look out for when you're trying to control the lanes to run that flag on high power.
But keep it humble.
Keep it humble. Power weapon control we know is very important. We've seen what the grab hammer can do in these games. Are we going to see more defensive work from Ubernick? Are we going to see more turret action from Scoobmeister? Who is going to bring the action and bring the noise as we get into the final game that somehow Golden Boy is still alive in this series despite it being a draw? I don't know, but here we are.
The criticism lay at the feet of GB that perhaps Ubernick was parking the bus and Scoobmeister, despite the Kilimanjaro, could not get the job done. We spoke about having a siege mentality. Well, Ubernick took that one personally.
It's so personal up there, guys. It really is getting incredibly personal, and GB is feeling it. He had a text from his wife that said, you either get this belt or you're on the streets. And really, it all comes down to that. It's his home, it's his belt, it's his wife, all on the line.
Well, Ubernick started this one off well, as he always does. GB doing more acrobatics and showing more flexibility than I've ever seen from him in real life. As he lands on his feet.
Here comes the aerial onslaught once more. Scoobmeister back in the vehicle, he calls home. And of course, the Banshee now putting down a lot of pressure. They've maybe, perhaps, found a counter to Scoobmeister.
SLG is in the Banshee as well. The man knows his way around big team battle better than most. I will say this thing is looking a little bit worse for wear though, gentlemen, and it looks like we might be having to land very quickly.
More stats coming in. Hidden Xperia with a 67% rate of finding power weapons, but a 33% rate of trying to find his controller that he left back at the hotel room. Still looking for it. Can't find it. Is it going to help if maybe someone turns up? He did provide a room key to one of his friends.
Good old friend, eh? Making sure he gets in the room. Thinking life. Yeah.
Life.
It really is. It's the answer to everything, to be perfectly honest with you. I will say, though, I do have an answer to a potential kind of, you know, counter for Scoobmeister, and that's Accelerate. Actually, I haven't spoken about him yet. He's an incredible BTB player. Accelerate is the top of the creme de la creme when it comes to BTB. So I'm hoping that he can actually step up for his team as well, because Golden Boy's certainly going to need it. It's all coming down to this map.
I think it's only right we jump into a listening.
Oh yeah, of course.
I think it's right that we jump into a listening. Let's see what Walsh is saying to the squad right now as we go down to this deciding thriller of a game 3.
Doing that thing, brother.
Nice, Wes. Break pills. Looking at me, bro. Our Falcon is up. I need you to jump in. I need you to jump in. Jump in turret. Banshee. This is going to be this is you and versus their Banshee.
3 shots to one.
Nice, great shot.
We're not gonna base.
Flag here, Oak, in front of us. Oak.
Camo's up as well, the camo's up.
Back our base, back our base.
Right there as well. I'm shooting it, shooting it.
Have you got accelerate one shot?
I've got it, Dave.
Coming to you with the hog. You're already in the hog, you're good.
Do we cap it at, oh, I see the delivers. Yeah, let's do this. I'm the weak. You guys need flag touch weak. I need help on flag, I need help on flag. Alright.
Watch 3, 2, 1.
Ready. Get the Brav if you can. I'm trying to slide. Take it in the take it in. Nice. Let's go.
David Walsh is on fire right now, picking up kill after kill, and now he's putting damage onto the vehicles who dare to cross his path.
Dave Walsh is on fire, and Team GB is terrified as he continues to drive his team forward, desperately wanting to win this game, already with 1 cap to the good.
We've already seen this happen, though, with Team Walsh taking a lead and then Golden Boy battling back into it. So I wouldn't be too concerned if you are a Golden Boy fan. I'm sure there is some of you out there, as now Walshy looks to try and push forward to help the rest of the team here.
There was another flag moving, if I did see that correctly, and to quote my good friend Andy Dadinsky, who's busy on this stage right now, it looked like the hog is here, the hog is here. There was a hog ready to escort that flag back to base.
Clutch trying to do his best to stop that flag, but now another flag moving.
And it's Bravo with the flag.
Oh, just absolute cinema at the moment. This looks like surely a guaranteed cap at this point. And Walshy straight back in, but we did see a flag go in for Golden Boy. Looks like it's going to be 2-1 unless there's anyone to stop here. A little fumble from Bravo, but he's going to deliver it amidst the shroud screen.
Pandemonium here on the main stage. This thing goes back and forth, but it's Walshy holding that slender lead.
Life.
Life. It sometimes comes at you fast, and this game has almost came too quickly for GB.
Now remember, Golden Boy's team have to win this game if they want to win this series. And you might be thinking, well, how does Golden Boy win the series if it's tied 1-1? Well, just like the Ryder Cup, you know you get the home advantage, especially if you are the reigning champion. And we know Golden Boy has things against Europeans at the moment, and so we've been speculating. So there is still a big chance for Team GB to take this one away.
I mean, looking at the score as well, we can only speculate, really, that this is a 2-1 lead for Team Walshy. Golden Boy still in this game, still fighting, still trying to give it everything to take that belt home. Walshy will be taken down by a Wraith. It does happen, and it does certainly hurt.
That speculation would lead you to believe.
He falls down. You can see him immediately giving the communication to his team. This Wraith is going to head off the map, but Ubernick takes somebody with him as well. Trades all around.
That's a win condition right there.
I will say a new record has been set by Walshy with an average rating of 114 crouches per minute so far, actually topping the amount he was able to do last time.
Some may say his knees, they're weak and unusable at this point. This could be another win condition for the side of Golden Boy.
Or maybe they've never been as good as they currently are with that amount of crouching, honestly. New life breathing into Walshy after the success rate of being above.
There is a flag in the hands of Team GB here. Just below Unishek. I think SLG was trying his best to escort it. Ubernick did pick up the kill onto SLG, so we'll have to see where that flag goes. Honestly, with so many POVs to watch, I genuinely have no idea what happened.
Huge win for Unishek there up against Ubernick. They'll be talking about that, no doubt, later on Sunday night. But
and for years to come.
Years to come as well is right, but still 2-1 on the scoreboard. Where has that flag gotten to?
Now, of course, Team Walshy can just play defense now for an entire 8 minutes and 45 seconds if they would like to, but you know, it's not really a great strategy. As we've seen historically in the HCS, you don't want to turtle up, you don't want to invite pressure because you just leave yourselves vulnerable.
Love the way that Walshy kept himself alive there. I mean, a lot of people ask the questions, where's Wally? But I'm asking, where's Walshy?
I would also say it's ironic that the GA has been broken by Unishek, of all people, from Halo Studios, picking that heat wave up and showing no shame whatsoever. That really does show what's on the line for these players.
You have to support the game that you're working for. You've got to pick up every toy in the box, especially if you're allowed to on BTB. I'm not sure if the GA does actually consistently play into a BTB battle, but Unishek will enter the Pelican here with the flag. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh, wait.
Look at this route.
This is an incredible
This could be the winning flag.
Taking no damage. Walshy had the shock rifle, but was not able to do very little with it.
As a humble color, I will allow my play-by-plays to talk over this moment.
Accelerate then. Into the final moments. What's happened?
Believe it, of all people!
The Pelican comes back around. But is it too little too late? He slams out, gets it in. It's 2-2. We're all tied up
and
here,
I told you Accelerate would be coming through for Team Golden Boy. I told you he is so good at BTB. What is left in the tank? We have a game, folks. This is absolute cinema. Life.
That flag is close, though. It's going in. It's going in,
Hold on a second. Walshy looking for an immediate reply here. It's Oath. Accolades such as Lottie Van Praag's friend. The flag goes in, and Team Walsh take victory.
After 10 long, horrible years for Team Walshy, he finally gets his revenge at the 4th time of asking. And I think I see tears on the stage from Golden Boy. But what a moment that is. And of course, embracing Oath, who puts that final flag in.
And there she is, my friend, on the stage, has the last say. Objective, efficiency. It's always going to be king or queen. And Walshy, he's going to feel absolutely elated after that one.
I think GB's already tweeting.
I think Walsh is going to be happy. I said to Clutch before, if you don't win this thing, don't expect to come back up here. And he has won it. So everybody contributing finally to bringing down Golden Boy a peg or two. It's been years of GB nonsense.
A decade.
And finally, David Walsh, as we alluded to, as we can only talk about in the build-up, has had the last laugh.
Oh, here he is. Glory. Absolute glory. He's probably so happy right now because it was the final one here for BTB. This bonanza has been going on far too long. They've had far too much spotlight. But there we go. The belt is his. It's in his hands, folks. And it fits him perfectly. He knows exactly what he was doing on that main stage with the team he was doing it with. Let's hear right now from the champ himself. with Blaze. It's over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, get loud for Team Walshy. They deserve that one. You know, even though game 2 was a tie, in game 3, you guys really did that one. Walsh, how does it feel to finally win the big team battle bonanza in game 4 extravaganza?
It feels a little better than I thought. For a while, I've been shaking this one off, but it's been a cloud over me, and you know, feels pretty good. And although Golden Boy didn't win the big team battle bonanza, he might be able to win the cosplay contest since he was trying to pretend to be a Halo pro this weekend, so.
I'm sorry. What? Can't hear you. I'm sorry. What are you saying?
I said, since you couldn't.
Oh, no, it doesn't work that time. It doesn't matter.
Now, when it comes down to this rivalry, it is something that we have seen time and time again. How does it feel to be able to take that, put that on your trophy mantle, and text GB every day with a picture of that?
Yeah, because that's had some cobwebs for a while.
Hey, you know, I don't know if I have room in my luggage, so I might just leave it at the hotel or something. We'll see. I don't know.
Golden Boy, how did you feel? Come on, come to the front, man.
Hello.
You know, after 3 renditions, you know, you didn't finally, come on, everybody up here to the front. It was a crazy battle out there, but when it comes down to it, you know, I know it sucks to have the belt leaving you, okay? But do you have anything nice to say about Walshy?
Oh, I mean, tons, you know? His gray hair really has a nice white hue to it. He's wrinkled well over the years.
He's aged well, everybody,
He's
okay?
aged
That's
well.
Captain Halo.
He's aged well. And you know what? Damn good co-commentator. So thank you for that, buddy.
All right.
Aw,
Everybody, this has been a battle like no other on the main stage as we get all our contestants who are over there in the feature stations to do that. The rest of Team Walshy joins them up here. But can we get one more big cheer for Team Walshy on the main stage, everybody? He has finally done it. Gee, I'm sorry to hit that snipe on the last flag. This has really been a big team battle bonanza. We got everybody on the stage. This has been awesome. Let's get some photos, all right? Lottie, take this over, okay? We got to get orchestrated up here. It's a lot of faces.
Love an orchestra, love an orchestrate. And I love a big win on BTB. That was your Bonanza 4. Incredible stuff. And I will say it was super fun up here on the desk casting that with you boys. My first BTB cast ever. And I'm probably my last. And
I don't
that's
know about
okay.
that. I don't know about that. I think you will be asked back, demanded back by not only us, but the people as well. That was a lot. It's always fun, right? It's always fun. And I think that it's nice to see Walshy smile again. I think that's the important thing, because we know that Dave has one of the best smiles in all of esports, so it's great to see him happy.
Well, I think this is truly a story of persistence. And for me, Dave Walsh is an inspiration to get knocked down 3 times, come back and finally get that win over Golden Boy. Massive for him, and like we say, this might have been the biggest tournament win of his life.
When Walshy takes out the dentures later, when he's back in the hotel room, the smile will look even sweeter, I'm sure. But I will say, Golden Boy was straight onto his phone, probably begging his wife to allow him to come home. One thing I will say, right? Walshy was allowed 3 attempts to try and take that belt back after Golden Boy won it. Perhaps, maybe, Golden Boy might deserve a rematch of his own one day or another.
Does he invoke his rematch clause, which, as we all know, if you lose the title, usually there is a rematch clause written into the contract. So we'll have to get the lawyers on that one.
There's a briefcase backstage somewhere where he can come and just bring it out at any point, open it, and it will have the clause inside it, correct? Is that how it works in the BTB Wrestle?
We'll say yes.
Mania?
We'll say yes.
I think also if you lose 3 times, you still get a 4th title shot as well. So we make the rules as we go.
I mean, we can only speculate.
I'll speculate.
It's just all speculation, but I have speculated that Walshy is the new BTB Bonanza champion. It took 4 long years to get it done and to snatch it out of Golden Boy's hands, despite the potential comebacks that were on the cards there. And we will also never hear the end of the fact that that beginning map for Golden Boy is going to haunt him for the rest of his life. He is absolutely adamant that his team weren't in it, but listen, Walshy was.
I will say, looking back at those stats, curious why 2019 was a best of 7. But then we've gradually decreased it to a best of 5. But you know why? So we can have best of 7s tomorrow, right? Because we've got some damn good action tomorrow with best of 7s. I can't wait.
And you know what, Dan? You're just so good at what you do, because
Life,
that's helped
life,
me
life.
transition on to, of course, tomorrow with our best of sevens. And here is your schedule. Sunday, it brings Championship Sunday. It brings champions to the table. And to start the table and have it set, it's MV versus Luminon Gaming. We've got Shopify Rebellion versus Optic up after that in our winners finals. One will fall short into the elim bracket, but it's not game over there, because we'll have our elimination final, then the grand final, and maybe, just maybe, for the last time with Halo Infinite, if we are very lucky, we'll have a reset. But we'll have to wait and see. I really am excited about what the best of sevens will bring to the table with these teams. As you know, we have an incredibly large map pool, and it's tough for a lot of our teams to have the better kind of maps and modes combinations. They need a deep map pool if they want to see things through, because you never know what is thrown your way in a series. And often it does come down to a layout and what kind of favors what team. A lot of it is to do with individual skill and talented teams as well. Like, we've got Shopify Rebellion, probably the deepest map pool that we have seen in the HCS for quite some time. I think that comes down to their perfection. But are you excited about tomorrow, of course, the last day here in Seattle?
Yeah, can't wait. I mean, for me personally, I think it's great that we have Optic and Shopify here on Sunday. I think everyone wanted and expected that to happen. But with the upsets we've had going on as well, there was always the risk that wouldn't be the case. Also super proud of Luminon. I have to say, like, they have battled, they have fought, and at the final event of Halo Infinite, they've made it to Sunday. So what a story that could be as well.
Shaz, quick little thought before we head into tomorrow. How are you feeling about it?
I'll keep it short and sweet. I cannot wait to jump into this thing. It's going to be a massive championship Sunday.
Best
Daniel.
of sevens, baby. It's going to be incredible. You don't want to miss it.
Well, and from me, that's been life. BTB has been amazing, and I cannot wait to go into day 3 tomorrow. Folks at home, I hope you've enjoyed the show. I certainly have. It's bedtime for us, but tomorrow brings a new day, a new dawn for all of our teams. For the last time here in Seattle, the home of Halo, for Halo Infinite, we will crown a champion, and it'll be your world champions. Can't wait to see you there. Tune in, get some rest, and we'll see you for more Halo Championship Series.